Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and we have a special guest here today, Dr. Umar L. Bay, and we are going to be discussing the pyramids in America. So I just hope that you guys are ready for today's show because there's been a lot of people talking about this subject. It's been the mound people have been getting brought up a lot in conversation. So rather than continue just to have the conversation and not really and just keep letting it go forward, we're gonna actually talk to brother Umar, who is a part of the Washita Nation, and he is going to teach us about the mound people. Without further ado, welcome to the show,
Thank you,
Brother
sister.
Umar.
Peace and love.
Brother
Hotel
Umar Bey. Hotep.
here. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here. Looking forward to any questions, any inquiries.
So before we start, I just want to get an idea. Who is Brother Umar Bey? Let's you know,
Wow.
let's really get an idea of who are you and why are you the authority when it comes to the empire of the Washita?
Okay, so from the perspective of the Washita Nation, Imperial Washita Nation, the Empire of Washita that dug the mountain. I, first of all, by blood, my family is Washita, and that we come from the land of the Washita, the land known as Washita. You talk about your nationality. If you're from Germany, you're German and Japan, Japanese. Washita are from Washita. Anybody can get a map and see it written down on the planet, been there from the beginning of time, and it's there now. You have the Washita Rivers, two Washita Rivers, and in the middle of those, you have something called the Washita Forest and the Washita Mountains, and they call it the natural state, the Native American state. But it's right there between Arkansas and Oklahoma and Louisiana, the whole area. And actually, the whole Mississippi River Valley is part of the Washita because the Washita actually begins in the Mississippi River. So the Washita is all the lands washed by the Mississippi River. And my family traced our roots back to the Washita. Now, on a more, I guess, greater context, within the Washita Nation, beyond the land is called the Washita. My family traced our roots back there. There's a lady called the Empress of the Washita, Her Royal Highness Verity Terra Washita Turner Ghostin El Bay, who did her research, her family also. And she had established a political entity for the Imperial Washita Nation. Okay, the Imperial Washita Nation was born in 1995, and we were there maybe a couple of years before we were taken over. So the Empire of Washita is very complicated. This could take years to explain to you. Understand, I worked directly with the Empress of the Washita in 1995. I went there, and there were many different people working with her. One was Judge Clint D. Nelson Bay, who helped her publish her book and get it going, helped distribute her book also. But Clint D. Nelson Bay was the judge for the Washita Nation when I met her back in 92, 93, 94 in Washita. And Clint D. Nelson Bay left there in 1995. And she asked me to become the judge and her administrator in 1995. And then after a while, I accepted the task and I moved there. But when in 1995, it was the winter of 95, October 95, she asked me to become the judge because Clint had to go home, take care of his family. And I said, only if we get to go to the United Nations and claim our sovereignty and our nationality, right? And that began the process of writing to the International Court of Justice. And so I became, within the Washita Nation, the imperial judge, and I was what was called the administrator, because we had several ministries in the Washita, and my job was to be the proxy, those ministers who could not attend meetings and tribal gatherings and tribunals. So I was the proxy. If you were the Minister of Agriculture or the Minister of Education, I would be proxy for them at meetings, because I represented the people. So if you hear my speech that I gave in '96 at the United Nations in Geneva, I represent the people of the Imperial Washita Nation.
So what did this have anything to do with the Louisiana Purchase, the Washita?
Well, Louisiana Purchase did not include the Washita. The whole point, if you go read the Empress' book, the Empress had a book called Return of the Ancient. You probably pull up somewhere. Famous book she wrote, and then it's full of documentation that thoroughly proves that the Louisiana Purchase, first of all, if you just read the treaty convention between France and the United States, it clearly states that the Louisiana Purchase only included the streets of New Orleans, the Jackson Barracks, and a few things down there. Okay, it did not include everything else. You understand? I live in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and Baton Rouge, Louisiana was not included in the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. At that point, yeah, there you go. Oh, that's the book there. Her Highness, the Empress of the Washington Deducted Mound, the Empire, Empress Versi Terra, Washington and Ghost in El Bay. That book is awesome. That book is full of documentation that clearly is uncontested in terms of her successfully identifying her family lineage and right to land. In that book, and the documentation there shows how she went through the process of having the state of Louisiana recognize her family's right to 68,883 acres of land in Louisiana. But that was only the part of the land that was under the grant. The rest of the land belonged to the tribes also. But there's certainly a part of the Ouachita right there in the Ouachita parish, right there where the Empress has her township. And there's a history there of a land grant, a Spanish land grant being granted during the time of the French Revolution. And understand at that point, the Spanish held most of Louisiana. The Spanish held New Orleans, and the Spanish held all the way up towards Monroe, and then to I guess Arkansas, lower Arkansas area, and over into Florida and into Texas. The Spanish had significant colonial holdings, and one of the areas was in the Monroe, Louisiana area called the Ouachita today, where the Ouachita River is. And in that same parish, you have the Ouachita tribe, the Empress roots. You have the last evidence on the oldest pyramid sites, or what they call earthen mound site in America. They call the lunar mounds of Watson Break. So in this area of the Ouachita parish that exists right now today, you had the Empress of the Ouachita establish the fact that there was a nation of people here, the Ouachita people, and we had the right of sovereignty, and just like other Native American tribes. But the Empress was not looking to be recognized under the Department of Interior, the Indian Bureau. We were labeled as an unrecognized nation. I mean, they literally had us arrested saying, we don't recognize you guys anymore. You know, we owe you money. Anyway, so it's a long, complicated story, but the Ouachita Nation was one of the first indigenous nations to go to the United Nations. And when we traveled to the United Nations, Geneva, we had our own passports. We had all legally had everything done. The Empress herself was a statesperson, statesman, you would say, but she's a statesperson. Even before 1992, when she began to rule over the Imperial Ouachita Nation, she worked in Washington, D.C. with the Nixon administration. She worked with the former governor, McKitchen of Louisiana back in the 1970s. And in 1974, she formed her own township, political township, and called Richwood, right near the ancient mounds, the 6,000-year-old mounds. And that's where her family came from, Richwood, Louisiana. It's still there now. I think it's been incorporated into the city of Monroe. But the Ouachita Nation was an entity that was recognized for a short while. And of course, we got overrun and hijacked, ironically, by the same people who hijacked Washington, D.C. right now. The same patriot movement, white Christian people are the people who came in, and the Empress trusted, and they betrayed her. So
so they owned. So the Ouachita Nation owned Washington, D.C. So that would make sense.
Well, no, Ouachita Parish in the state of Louisiana.
Parish.
Ouachita Parish.
So Louisiana owned D.C. Ouachita Parish owned that land in D.C.
In Washington, D.C. is over in Virginia and Maryland area. We're not talking about that location. I mean, that's the name is called Washington, D.C. because they labeled it that. But the whole origin of the name Washington in District of Columbus, okay, not Columbia, is a whole other conversation we can have. So I have a whole book to explain to you. The name Washington didn't even come from England. And in English, it's something called Washington. Ouachita is an indigenous name, come from right here. The word mound is an indigenous name. I made a video called Pyramids in America years ago, and I clearly taught everyone what they need to know. I am a teacher. I have my own school. So in this video, I'm breaking down the dictionary, explaining to you all kinds of things, the origin of Ouachita. So maybe we should get a copy of Pyramids in America video. But we'll go there also. But simply put, back to the Ouachita. The Empress of the Ouachita. Why am I expert on the Ouachita Nation? Because I myself agreed to work the Empress, was appointed judge, administrator. I helped her facilitate trips to Geneva, Switzerland, where we attended meetings at the United Nations Peace Palace near Geneva. And I was able to speak on the floor of the United Nations several times, as well as I was able to work with other indigenous nations from around the world to help verbalize and do the wording for the Universal Declaration of Rights for Indigenous People. They already had a Universal Declaration of Rights, a UN Declaration of Rights that was issued back in the 1940s. when they formed that nation. But in 1995, 96, 97, I was in Geneva, and we're going and we just elaborate more and debate on the wording for the Declaration of Rights for Indigenous people specifically. And one of the main things I focused on was getting in there the rights and nationality as a Moorish people, as indigenous people, and the right to self-determination. Because I believe in Kwanzaa and all the principles of Kwanzaa. So self-determination, Kujichagulia, is a very important concept to me. So two elements that I help to get into the Declaration of Rights for Indigenous people, the concept of self-determination for Indigenous people, and the right to have your own nationality. And even as we speak now, the world is in an uproar. People are being deported, and the nationality is condemning them now. And to the point where at the beginning of this crazy political period, they were trying to deport Native American people, if you recall that news.
Yeah.
So the whole concept of your nationality, your status, your rights is very crucial, and our people are not aware of that. And the Watchdog Nation was able to go out and establish the fact that we had our own nation. And as a matter of fact, if you look at the documentation on my website, I show how the United Nations, in their final list of attendees at the meetings we had there, they listed the Imperial Watchdog Nation as the oldest indigenous people on Earth. Okay, we submitted a lot of information to them dating our existence. You have physical evidence, scientific evidence, geological evidence of people being here 10,000 years ago. So it kind of breaks the curve of many I guess timetables and chronology they have with different religions and different belief systems around the world. There's clear evidence in Louisiana, right here in Baton Rouge, of people being here 10,000 years ago, being in houses here in Baton Rouge, a site here near Southern University in Baton Rouge called Montesano. Montesano is a region where they found evidence of buildings with post holes and earthen pyramid mounds right here in Baton Rouge.
Well, I wanted to also invite to the stage Laurel Burns. He does a presentation. He talks about the mounds and the mound people in St. Louis. I think you said, Laurel. Welcome to the show tonight. Welcome.
Peace. Yeah, I'm here. I'm in New Cackarack, Rube. You know what I'm saying? I'm stationed here in Upper Mississippi territory. Y'all know it as Mound City, St. Louis. Y'all know it as St. Louis. We right here, right next door to Cahokia Mounds and whatnot. And we've uncovered a lot of interesting facts when it comes to our people being here. I don't even try to go as far as going back 10,000 years, because going back just 300-400 years is enough. Going back 500 years is enough. Uh, Regardless if we've been on this landmass or not, we're unique. You can't find our type of people anywhere else on this planet. You know what I'm saying? We're unique. We belong in the Americas. You see what I'm saying? So when you start looking at our history, you see that we already had maroon settlements and nations all throughout North America, Southeast United States, all in Canada, all in the Caribbeans. We've always had maroon communities that have went against the colonial powers. You know what I'm saying? And it's just a shame that they've made us forget. They use psychological warfare to make us forget that we were always a nation here way before there was ever a United States. Before there was ever a United States, there were maroon communities that had been trading with Native Americans for hundreds of years. You see what I'm saying? So, and we've been intermarrying and doing those type of things for hundreds of years before they even signed the Declaration of Independence. So, it's on us to stand up and make them recognize us as a nation.
Here's a question. So, are the ones in St. Louis and Mississippi, are those always also considered Washita, or is that like a different group?
Well,
okay, go ahead, brother.
They're indigenous mounds.
Oh, and hold on. Someone is asking, are you guys Hebrew? Would you guys consider yourself to be Hebrew Israelite or Hebrew? That's a question from the audience.
No, I don't. I identify with being Cushite, Western Cushite, West African. I don't identify with being Hebrew or any Abrahamic mythology or anything like that. I don't subscribe to that.
Okay, I'm sorry I had to interrupt that because he kept asking the question. So, but what were you saying about like the difference between Dr. I'm sorry, Brother Umar Bey. What do you know about the difference between the St. Louis? Is there a different group or is this all the same group?
Well, the Koki is about 900 AD, 900 AD, and maybe before 100 AD, a time frame. And Koki is awesome. He's about that Koki all over that area, even over in the Missouri, in Illinois. They have all kind of areas full of mounds. And I think it's Vincennes, Missouri. That's a location over there near you. Hundreds of mound sites over there, pyramids. When the Mormons came through on their way out to Utah, they stopped in the area near the mounds because the Mormons traced their roots back to mounds. So there are all kind of mounds in the area. There's also this place called Russell's Cave. The evidence of our people there before. So the only difference between the pyramids, the mounds in Missouri, Illinois, and the ones out here is the age. It's still the same culture, and over thousands of years they evolved. You have a culture of people building mounds that are scientific, not just some piles of dirt, but they line up with the constellations, they line up with the cardinal points, they line up with the seasons. So you have people, scientists, engineers constructing sites all over what's known as North America, Illinois, and all the way up to Minnesota, out in California, Florida, New York. The whole nation is covered with a culture of people who built mounds. So the ones in Illinois are also next to the ones in Colorado, the ones in Michigan. You'll find evidence in Louisiana. You find evidence in Louisiana of stones from Michigan, stuff from Colorado, stuff in Ohio. You might find evidence coming from Missouri, coming from Oklahoma. So you will find that these mound sites have evidence of trade and cross connections throughout the country. The ones in Oklahoma have evidence of pearls and diamonds. They actually found in what they call the spiral mounds in Oklahoma, they found evidence of coins, Egyptian coins, and Viking ruins, all kind of. So the history we have of America being this wilderness that somebody discovered, walked over across the Bering Straits, or came across with Columbus, it's just a myth. It's a legend. The fact is, based on evidence that you can easily, I can share with you, that we have been here forever. You asked a question about giants. There's so many records of skeletons and remains of giants being dug up. We could find them. So when people say it's not true, it's a hoax. Understand, we live in a world today where everything is questionable. Everything is suspect. It's very hard to validate too much stuff because of this computer-generated imaging and other ways people can alter images. So, and to be quite blunt, to me, we live in a society where you have a double standard. You have one standard of this empirical, factual stuff you can verify. Another standard called white power and white control. So that's the reality to me. You try to define stuff in America, it's a matter of context. And one context that people are trapped in is to believe the white power's definition of different concepts and terms. So when it comes to the Washita, we don't exist anymore. Okay, they cannot recognize us.
So
okay?
Here's the question. Here's
a
question. Now look at this map, you guys. These are all of the pyramids throughout America.
Some of them.
Some of them. So that's not even all of them, huh? There's still more.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is crazy to think that this is hitting all over like this, and people just are clueless. Do you think there's a cover? Because when I actually did the research into the giants, right, it said something along the lines of the Smithsonian they negate that there's anything going on in the Grand Canyon when it comes down to the structures found in the Grand Canyon. They negate the existence of giants. They say they're both mythological things. So, and then when you actually talk about some of the things that you're talking about, when you do the research, I'm not sure whether they have something that goes out and puts out this information and AI grabs it. But most of the time, when you actually find from a search engine, it will say that this is all myth. What are your thoughts? Well, I would like both of y'all to speak about that.
Well, specifically, when I'm going to speak about the Grand Canyon one, because I might not be as familiar with the other ones. I have a problem with what they found or what they claim that they found in it, because what I know about traditional rulership, especially when it comes to the Nile Valley, because of my close association with the House of Kush, uh, kings and rulers do not put images of other rulers in their tombs, right? That bust that they keep showing you is Akhenaten. That's from the 18th dynasty. You understand what I'm saying? So for that particular bust to be in there, that means that they would have to either be cults of Akhenaten, or it would have to be somebody from the dynastic order of Akhenaten. You understand what I'm saying? And it's like that the stuff don't match up. Like you would never find you would never find another another likeness of somebody else in their grave like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's funerary rituals that go along with that, with those type of things, and those things haven't changed in millennia. They haven't changed in millennia. So it's like, I don't know. Like, I question them. For it to be a Buddhist temple and a Nile Valley temple in there at the same time, you know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. So yeah, I kind of chunked that one up to the pseudo.
Okay, brother,
Right.
how old are you? How old are you, brother? Because have you ever been to Arizona yourself and done any research?
Laurel.
Hello?
Yeah, well, excuse, what you say?
So I don't understand. You're saying you doubt the possibility of it being
Well, I don't doubt the possibility. I doubt
mhm.
that those artifacts being from the Akhenaten dynasty, and I doubt if those artifacts were ever found in that area.
Okay, so just I only speak fact, brother. I went there
Yeah,
with
yeah. We could pull up the images of the relics that they claim to
brother.
find in there.
Whatever you're talking about are in the past 5, 10, 15 years. 30 years ago, I was in Arizona with white guys who were in the Grand Canyon. Okay, I was there with the guys. I saw the stuff in their houses, in there. I seen the artifacts.
But that was back in like 1900s, bro. You would have
Okay,
to be
so
100
those
years old.
guys, I'm not fucking with you, brother. The stuff is still there as we speak. These gentlemen went in there after World War II. They had Navy craft. They went down there. So we don't have to start debating that, but I will share with you the recordings I have talking about these gentlemen, their wives, their kids. I saw their collections. So I don't want to debate with you. I'm just telling you, you have not been exposed to more evidence. That's all.
I'm sorry. You have like a background. I think you might be driving, Laurel. That's probably so. When you're talking, speak and then take it off mute. And when you're not talking, put it off because the wind from your car is blowing.
I'll share with you information I have.
Okay.
I mean, I went out to Arizona for several years. I went all through the state. I went up and down and found other stuff, other evidence of our existence out there. So I'm sure you haven't seen it yet. What I have is out on the internet. You're not going to find it on the internet. I mean, I'm talking about 1980, 1990 research I did out in Arizona, in the desert, Ajo, Arizona, going up to the Supai tribe, have a Supai, and speaking to different elders and just a lot of other people who've already done the research. But also I found the grave robbers, the guys who went into the Grand Canyon, stole the stuff, had to deal with, actually somebody died up there, so I know a lot of details I don't want to go over now, but whenever you want to get the evidence, come see me. I will share with you. I have audios. I will sit in the audience interviewing people. They don't know I was recording them, talking about what they found. These rich European guys who did it. They went in. So if you want the evidence, I can share with you. I know their family, I know the kids. I know where the stuff is stored right now. I know what got burnt up and blew up. But so what was found in the Grand Canyon, it's not like it's not real. It's just there's no proof to other people unless you were there. Unless you were there.
So were they grave sites, or was it like an actual town or city, or what exactly was it?
Giant cities underground. He showed me images of he said Umar, there a room full of men, mummified, no women, all mummified men, mummified birds, just white powder. These guys were dealing with gold. They were not just, I mean, the stuff they found, they sold to senators, like Senator Byrd in West Virginia bought a lot of artifacts. And so I'm just saying, these are the same gentlemen who helped. Wow. We're talking about the 1940s, 1950s. These guys were part of create Las Vegas. Okay. That's what they talk about, how they sold stuff to mobsters in Las Vegas back in the 50s. And oh my God. So I just have evidence you might want to look at before you just write it all off, because empirical evidence will always outdo this white supremacy denial of our existence. When I was teaching, and I would go to conferences on history, they would say, Brother Umar, we agreed to, they agreed to not accept anything I've written. There'll be a history a conference. They will make an agreement. Okay, Brother Umar, your stuff was very compelling. We agreed not to believe any of it. Like, really, y'all can do that? You can vote me off the planet. But so when you talk about publicly available information, the Smithsonian Institute is famous for covering up stuff.
Why do you think the Smithsonian Institute has had like such a big hand in covering up this information, or even just because even when you look it up online, it'll go right to the Smithsonian. Like, they are the authority on what exists and what does not exist as far as artifacts. Why is it that they are the ones that can like make whether or not something is true or not? Why are they the authority?
Because they don't the only ones with
I'm sorry, you broke up. Say it again, Laurel.
It's that's all political. The Smithsonian is political. You know what I'm saying? So museums are political. Anything that like teach you history, all of that stuff is political. To give you a narrative. You see what I'm saying? So unless you have your own institutions, privately funded institutions, you will never ever know the truth. You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why the Smithsonian has a monopoly on it, is because no one else is going to put the money up.
So what about the African? What about the African American Museum? How come we don't have?
What about them? They don't do what the Smithsonian do. They just keep old nigga shit. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cuss.
Have you ever seen my museum?
No.
Okay, well, I fund my own museum. I fund my own school. I fund my own stuff. So go check my museum out, brother. It's on my website.
Your museum is on your website? Where's the physical building?
Fine. One is the location in Hammond, Louisiana. It's called the African American Heritage Museum. I have displays in there on the ancient.
Where did you say the physical building is?
Yes, sir. You can go on our website. Go to my website, check it out. Called the blackinventionmuseum.org.
I said, where's the physical museum at?
It's in a place called 1,600 feet square in Hammond, Louisiana. But you can find an address on my website. There's like a map page on there.
Okay.
You can look at. But it's actually called Tangible Hoa, which is an indigenous name. The Tangible Hoa African American Heritage Museum and Veterans Archive. It's in a place called Hammond, Louisiana. We actually had so brother, that building is a former elementary school. That used to be the all-black school in that area, and they're going to tear it down. And we put together a committee to raise money and put a roof on the thing, and we bought it from the city, and we turned that school into a museum, and we use it as a community center. We have weddings there in the cafeteria. We have concerts there in the auditorium. So we, as a community, bought that school that our grandparents went to, and they know for generations, and we restored it into a museum. Okay, and in the museum,
wow, that's awesome.
That's amazing.
Wow. So, why don't we hear more about this?
Yeah, that's amazing. That's some shit to congratulate and award.
Wow, brother, we need to hear more about you. Where have you been? Why?
If you go look at hostep.org and click on the Black Invention Museum link, it'll take you right to my website. And on there, I have pictures of the museum display with the Black inventions, as well as with the pyramids in America, as well as with the ancient ones, talking about our ancient ancestors. So you'll see my display on the website, but you can actually go there physically in person and see the pictures up close and read information, because yeah, there you go. All right. So let me see, where you go here. So go scroll up a little bit. Let me scroll down. See that tangible whole African American Heritage Museum, the Veterans Archive. Here's a map to how to get to it. Okay. Here I am. This is my Black inventions display here. And then you keep going down, you're gonna see. Look at see what they say there. Our story is much more than a month. Every day, everyone in each nation, every nation will use something invented by African, Asiatic Moor, Indigenous Moor, Native American, African American, and many other people of color. The original mothers and fathers of humankind and civilization, aka so-called Black folks, originally of the Nile Valley. Okay, what we use every day come from us. Okay. going down some more. No. Go to the website hotep.org. Go to hotep.org website. I'm gonna show you those are things we invented. We invented the two-cycle engine. We invented hot shock absorbers for the robot arms. Okay, street sweepers, all kind of stuff. So this museum I have over 100 of collections. So I go to Jamaica, I go around the world, and I teach kids all over the world about being engineers. I teach. I'm just trying to share. So this is the pyramid. This is my museum website here. I see this book here. I had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar write this book. See this book here? What color is my world? That's Jabbar, Kareem, my hero, the real GOAT. All right. Kareem is a real basketball GOAT, not the NBA GOAT, but all of that. Anyway, keep on. So here's a poster, the map I make. See this poster here? I took the time, had all these inventions, got the correct spelling for every inventor's name, the patent number, and the actual date they were examined and approved. So here you have a list of over 100 things that we invented that people all over the world use every day. That's one thing that was like 20, 30 years ago I did that. So my museums, even today I still travel to museums. So I want to go and show you the other museums. So go to where it said, let me see, supporting museums. No. Go to, you have to go back to my other website. Go to hotep.org website. Okay, so scroll down here. You can see a picture of the museum with the pyramids in America. See this? Well, here, see this picture right here? This is the exhibit hall I have there. On one side, you have exhibits of the pyramids in America, and especially the pyramids in Louisiana. The other side, you see the origin of the Black Mardi Gras Indians, the Washita. So that is one of the exhibits at the museum we have down in Hammond. So we have a museum. So I know you're saying other museums are full of crap, Negro stuff, all slave crap. I can't stand museums full of slave stuff. Please forgive me. But my museum don't have that. I'm bringing the facts. That's why you don't hear about our stuff. Okay, but we built we recovered our own building. There's another museum, Monroe, in Washita Parish. I wish people help me redesign it because it has a bunch of slave stuff in there. It needs to be restored with stuff dealing with the indigenous culture.
Yeah, I'm not interested in the slave stuff unless it's dealing with the maroon free people, the people who was revolting. You know what I'm saying? Because this is one thing that I keep trying to explain to people. We are the remnants of the ones who revolted. That's who we are. All of us come from down south. All of us are blood descendants of people who come from those maroon communities. You know what I'm saying? And
people in the wilderness, right? It's the people who survived in the wilderness. We broke up. We survived in the wilderness.
Yeah. And we was doing our own thing. We had our own communities and whatnot. And when they after the Civil War, when they started integration, when they started including niggas into the United States. You know what I'm saying? Prior to that, you was property. You was considered chattel property. You wasn't considered a man. You was like 3/5 of a man. You feel what I'm saying? So you wasn't really considered property. But those who revolted ended up in like maroon communities where we built our own stuff. We had our own we had our own trade routes. We had our own economy. Bro, we had hundreds, if not thousands, of farms and ranches and mills, and I mean, like, we had a lot of stuff. And they took. Huh?
Go ahead.
No, and I was just saying they took it from us using psychological warfare and guerrilla warfare tactics. As soon as they created the Emancipation Proclamation, they created the Klan right after that to deal with the maroon problem. Like like to deal with that maroon problem. The fact that quote unquote niggas was thriving. We were thriving.
Well,
We
the
wasn't
Emancipation Proclamation,
supposed to be thriving, and we were.
yeah. So, brother, you familiar with the Emancipation Proclamation said and why these white patriot groups are so anti-federal government? Because
Yeah,
they
yeah, but
understand.
yeah, because the federal government is the one who did it to them.
Well, the federal government was supposed to defend the so-called Negroes from the white supremacists and the slave masters. That was all about all the Reconstruction. The federal government was after anyway. If you read the Emancipation Proclamation and at General Order Number 3, which is a whole other topic again, if you understand why you have the movement and the white people are against the federal government. Back in the 90s, you had white people who were bombing federal facilities. You know, we had to put barricades around federal buildings because there were the white power, white nationalists, Ku Klux Klan, whatever you want to call them, were against the federal government. The federal government was helping out non-white people. Okay, call it black people.
Yeah, that's what caused the racial divide in the United States in the first place, is the fact that they wanted to integrate, which I don't think we should have, or we never should have integrated. We should have just stayed separate but equal. You know what I'm saying? We had our own cities, our own towns, our own inventors. We had our own engineers, scientists, doctors, lawyers. You know what I'm saying? All of that. You know what I'm saying? And there was nothing wrong with that. But when they started integration, we started taking white people jobs, them poor white people jobs, and all that stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? The unions was using black people as alternative workers, and while our workers was on strike, and that made white people galvanize against us. See, us being used as tools, we was just happy to work. You see
I
what
get
I'm
that.
saying?
But I know this is a good subject. We have to do that subject another time.
Yeah,
Because I really want to
yeah.
get back into these pyramids, because this is a thing that when people talk about the pyramids that happened in Egypt, from what I understand, these periods was older. Is this correct? These pyramids are older
There's
than.
some periods. Once again, you're about the dating system of the Western culture, European dating system. So, but when you look at it, if you compare it, the stuff they found in the United States was as older than what they see in Egypt. Now, the caveat is the date they give to the Sphinx and the pyramid is not correct. They're much older than the date that the Europeans give it. So they don't know. So we're dependent on once again the white power definition and versus the actual empirical dated stuff. There are pyramids down in Mexico. They date to 3,000 years, okay? Yet they have lava flows on them dating to 12,000 years old. How do you have 12,000 year old lava flow over a pyramid only 3,000 years old? So once again, it's in context and relative to people trying to have a narrative. As the brother said, they're trying to maintain a narrative. The Smithsonian Institute, if you read Dr. Neely Fuller, I think Dr. Neely Fuller actually worked at the Smithsonian Institute. I think it was a security guard in D.C. And he was actually one of the mentors for Dr. Francis Cress Welding.
That's right.
He wrote a book called, those books. So if you go read his book, he simply says that unless you understand things from the perspective of white supremacy, white power, white control, white male domination, call it what you want to call it, you're not going to understand anything. So you talk about stuff, there are two definitions. It's a double standard. It's the real truth. Then you got the white power part that helps them maintain the illusion of being superior, when they already know they're inferior in every manner of the way. Going back to just simple biology, genetics, and science, natural history tells you about dominant and recessive gene pool. So understanding of the people who have created a system to maintain control when they're the minority, and we can talk about economics, education, or politics. It all goes back to maintaining white control, white male, manufactured, invented control, and it's about to come to an end. I'm so happy.
So this is one of the examples of a mound that was built that was back in I'm not sure how old this one is, but it's called the Serpent Mound in Ohio. Now, so some of these mounds I'm imagining probably have function. I'm not. What would the function of something like this be? Just for decorate? Because you can't see all this from on the ground. So what would be the purpose of creating a mound like this, where you can't even see it from on the ground? You know what I'm saying? You only just see that it's, huh?
Let me pose one question. I'm gonna move on and answer a question. What if they were giants? Okay, now look at the tail of this thing. That tail of that thing is a nautilus. Can you put it back up there? The tail of this serpent mound is a nautilus. See that? That is science. That is 1.6 on the scale. Like pi is 3.4. This is 5. That's a nautilus. That is showing proportion, Fibonacci number. You look at the inner body of it, that's a sine wave, 60 cycle hertz, like running through our house electricity. Look at the head of that, look like a snake swallowing an egg or an ant. So this image has been studied several times. This actual Serpent Mound site was the site of a giant lightning strike or meteor strike, some kind of phenomenal strike here. And this site here is owned by the Peabody Museum of Harvard University, even though this is in the middle of Ohio. So Harvard has done extensive research on this site. They own this site to do the research. And Serpent Mound is world famous, and it is actually a scientific phenomenon. The way it's built, these different ridges align with different constellations in the sky, and they also align up with the solstice, the winter, spring, summer, quarterly, solstice, and equinox. So many sites are in alignment with the equinox. You will find in Minnesota, in Indiana, Mississippi, California. You'll find all these sites that have some scientific significance that shows evidence of them being constructed at some point, I guess, when the stars are up, because they're aligned with different constellations in the sky. So this is one of the many sites you have there. Okay. Oh, here's a great site here. Tuscaloosa, Roll Tide, Alabama. You see that? So this site here is outside Tuscaloosa. The word Tuscaloosa, if you see, is actually the name of a 7-foot, like a giant black chief. This pyramid is on something called the Black Warrior River, and Tuscaloosa is the name of a great black warrior. So Tuscaloosa is Black Warrior, and you have this pyramid along the river. Today, if you can go to Alabama right now, and right going through the city, through Tuscaloosa, or the nearest river of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, is the Black Warrior River. Here, just a little information about that. So Tusca means warrior, and Lusa means black. So this site was supposedly visited by Ferdinand de Soto. De Soto will be the first European to come on the shore and explore the Southeast. And De Soto is known to have run into several pyramid cultures, starting with the first one he ran into down in Florida near Tampa, I think called Crystal Lake or Crystal Springs. It's a famous pyramid site down there in Florida. And he went from site to site until he got to the Washita, De Soto. Ferdinand came to the Washita where we killed him. I'm sorry. He was disposed of by the native people, and his people ran. When he got close to the Washita, De Soto got dealt with. So here you have De Soto coming into Alabama. Here it says he's killed thousands of native people. Okay, Soto De Soto's men killed 7,000 Indians, including the great chief Tuscaloosa, a 7-foot giant. You can't make that up. Come on.
Okay, let me tell you something. When we talk about like giants, right? And this is what I said, is that if the average human being at that time was the size of like 5'3", 5'2", 5'5" at the most, then a 7-foot tall person would be considered a giant. So, or anything taller than that, And so you say 7 feet. I think that what people are doing is they're conflating it like they were like 25,000 feet tall, some kind of crazy amount. But
no. The skulls they found in the United States, I didn't see any more than over 9 feet tall. I mean, 9 foot. So there's evidence of them. It's a book called Lost Cities of North and Central America by a man named, what's his name? Let me see. I don't have the book on here.
Can I respond to this?
Go ahead while he looks at the book.
So the problem that I have with believing in giants, are they trying to say like giants was a race of people? And if so, people come with technology, like clothes, textiles, swords, tools, shit like that, right? And it would seem like if there was a race of people that were giants, I mean, like we humans, right? And we number in the billions right now. You see what I'm saying? So I'm thinking that if there was a race of giants, there would at least be, 10,000 or more, maybe more. And if there are giants and they're breeding and they're having sex with each other, right? So why don't we find evidence of big, huge, giant infrastructures of industry that could support big, huge people? You see what I'm saying?
So as he said, a 7-foot giant. So, all right, Shaquille O'Neal is, I think, 6'9" or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, he would be considered a giant in those times.
Nah, that's Shaquille O'Neal is short compared to the people they talking about.
7 feet tall.
So,
Okay, listen. If you read where it
Yeah,
says the king of Tuscaloosa was a 7-foot giant. He's 7 foot tall.
okay,
yeah,
let me
but
see
the
this.
but the skeletons that they found in the Americas of those giants are not 7 feet tall giants.
Okay, here's one
They're
here.
they're way taller than that.
Here's a page here. See 9. This says mound in Ashland County, Ohio, in 1879. 9-foot 8-inch skeleton was excavated from a mound near Beaverville, Indiana. Indianapolis News, November 10th, 1975. This is a newspaper down there. It says
9
6-foot
feet.
skeletons. So you can look source yourself. Here's another source here. It says they're gigantic skeletons found. It says the St. Paul Pioneer Press, May 23rd, 1883. So I like to go to sources. So if I say they existed, how do you know that? Because when they found them, the local newspaper come in and took the story. I don't think they even cover anything up. So there are several articles you're going to find if you go back and look through old newspapers around the country. So instead of trying to go find a app or something on internet or some whatever TikTok thing, there's actual written down, published journalistic evidence, and you can still question it also, because if there's one article, I promise you, even like the article in Arizona about the Egyptian city in Arizona, there are several articles before that and after that about that particular thing. In the same way, if you want to go find evidence, let me see what it says here. Let me see what it says here. It says,
But ain't that because they just be running the same story? Different networks be running the same story.
This is 1895, so there were no networks. 1895. This is 1885.
And I want to also just show this real quick, because the tallest man, and this was back in 1918 at that time, and he passed away in 1940, was 8 feet 11 inches tall, almost 9. Like I would say, one more inch, he'd been 9 feet tall. So it's not far fetched to think that people could have been 9 feet tall.
Let me try to find this. Okay, so bear with me. I'm gonna go into my pictures, photos here. Hold on, photos here.
And probably because of what they were eating or whatever was going on at that time. Your screen is black. Are you trying to show something, or? Okay, right. So he says that they have NBA players that are 8 feet tall. So there are still people
let me do
to this day that are tall, that are of a very high, very big height. So
can you share my screen?
I can't see it. You have to click present and then show what you're trying to show. It'll give you the option to choose.
Yes,
your screen is black, so I don't know if you switch.
Okay, so let me get back into it. I was online. Hold on. Go ahead. We're gonna get this right. I'll never give up. We're gonna get that right. Okay.
But I just wanted to just make it be known that. Okay, there we go.
I just want to because once again, I'm a researcher. I don't want to argue with people. So where can I go in here? You can see my screen. If I click a picture.
All right. If you click on the bottom, it says mute, start cam settings, stop screen, present.
Yeah.
Click present.
More. It doesn't say. This says mic, cam, chat, more, leave. More is comment, recording, stream to this audience. That's it. Stream to this audience. Click on that. Stream to this audience. Log in to create an account.
No, that's the stream onto your audience. It should be a thing called present. You don't see anything on your thing that says.
It just says more, and more says settings, comments, recording, streaming, stream this to your audience, settings. No problem. I was just trying to share. How can I send you? I can email you an image. How about that? Let me try this.
Yeah, I send it to you. I send it to your. You have my email. Just go ahead and send that. But yeah, so I think that the idea of a giant, I think that we have a certain thing in our mind of a giant, but I think that these people like this, what I'm showing right here, would be considered a giant. If you look from this is an average sized man and he's almost 9 feet tall, that person would be considered a giant.
Dear sister, you look at a mound site called Spiral Mound in Oklahoma. They call it the King Tut treasure of the Arkansas Valley. One of the things they found there was a body of armor, complete.
Would it be? Was it on one of these things here?
It was made being 8 feet tall. So there are evidence that at least one body of armor. I know I've seen it several times. It's actually when you go to the museum there at Spiral Mound, they talk about it also. So there's evidence of everything being found. Let me go in here and see. Giants.
It's called Spiral Mounds.
Let me see. I'm gonna see some articles here real quick if I can connect. It's called Spiral Mound. Spiral Oklahoma. And of course, I see things have been sanitized. A lot of information has been deleted in the race. How can I attach a picture to this? Come on. Excellent. Okay, God, we're gonna get this done here, dear sister. Cooperation.
Sorry, guys, we're just well,
so we get together, because we're seconds away. Some of these pictures may be it's 8 pictures I'm sending you. You can scan it and read them closely yourself, and then we can continue on this questions about giants and evidence, that kind of stuff there. Let me see here. Okay, I just sent you an email of 8 images.
Like if giants wore sandals, right? There would be somebody or some place that be making sandals for the giants. You see what I'm saying? And like everything in there would be giant, huge stuff. And it's like, how do you get rid? Huh?
Have you been stuff about the copper mines in Upper Michigan Peninsula? They found huge tools. They got these huge tools all over the country. Even when you are in Russell, you ever heard of Russell Cave?
Yeah, but I'm saying like even that though, like think about it. If they found a huge tool, then that means you would still need other tools to make that tool. You see what I'm saying? And so it's like there should be a plethora of just physical evidence of like industry that supported giants.
Okay,
you
so
see what I'm saying?
All right, so there's right now you have okay, what's the biggest shoe you could probably get right now?
Oh, shit, I don't something like that.
You understand? So you think that so I think that you're conflating the size of a giant as like something. If a person's like 9 feet tall and they have a shoe that's like maybe a size 15 or 20 or whatever.
Yeah, but they be talking about like a race of giants, and the race of giants they talking about are not 9 feet tall.
I wear size 15, 16. Come on now.
Yeah, I wear size 15, and that's what I'm saying. Like the giants that they're talking about aren't 9 feet tall giants. They're much taller than that.
They were based on what he's saying, based on the archaeological evidence.
Yeah. That's just that one. They found hundreds.
Yeah.
They found hundreds of giant bones here.
If you go look up the Biloxi River in Texas, you're gonna find evidence, archaeological evidence, because we'll go by what you see, of dinosaur footprint and giant human footprints. So that's you know, research. It's called the Biloxi River. I think it's near Fort Worth, Texas. I do a lot of research.
I mean, and it's not far-fetched.
I think it's called the Brazos River.
It's not far-fetched if you think about it, right? Because the Earth was capable of sustaining dinosaurs, which are pretty much gigantic lizards and birds and shit. You see what I'm saying? So why wouldn't it be able to support a large Homo sapien?
So this is when you look it up online, right? I said archaeological evidence of giants in America. This is what they're saying. So while there are numerous anecdotal accounts and legends and claims of giants in North America, archaeological evidence of their existence is largely unsupported by mainstream science. I don't know why.
Yeah. That's the mainstream narrative. Of course, that's what they're gonna say.
Exactly. That's what they agree on it.
Yeah, like that's why I say that's political. Like when you go through Google, when you go through anything that's in the mainstream, that is all political. You know what I'm saying? You gotta go through people that ain't got nothing. Yeah, you gotta go to people who ain't got nothing invested in their political agendas and ideologies. You see what I'm saying? And that's the like for instance, I'll give you an example, sis. I don't believe in the Big Bang cosmology, right? I follow more of a plasma cosmology, electric universe cosmology,
All
right?
right. So this is it. Okay, Lovelock Cave, Nevada. Claims of an 8 to 10 foot tall mummies with red hair allegedly linked to the polytheistic legend of the cannibalistic Seetica were found in Lovelock Cave. However, these findings have not been scientifically verified and are often attributed to misidentified or fabricated remains. Didn't it say the same thing in Catalina Island, California? Race of fair-haired, blue-eyed giants with advanced technology.
That's fake AI generated stuff. Can you go to the article I sent you? Go to the article I sent you.
Okay, let me see.
Go to check your email. And so instead of this 2020 generated nonsense, let's go back to some actual newspapers. We can go look up go get the microfiche and see the original documentation.
Okay, I don't see the email you sent me. You sent it to Monica.Lockett. Hold on, let me make sure.
I do believe so. Let me go look again. Oh, I just closed that up. Yeah, I just
I just put my email in the chat. That's my email right there. Because I have been trying to find, because I was like, I know that trust me, I believe that exists. I just, when I tried to look it up, this is what came out to me.
I don't give a damn about no giants, to be honest with you. I think it's an interesting subject though.
But what I'm hearing is giants 8 to 10 foot. It's not going into 25 foot. They're like 8 to 10 foot.
I seen some pictures. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Even
but for real, I'm more interested in coming up with a strategy on how to make the Black nationalist organizations unite into one organization. That's to me that's the ultimate plan, and it's like if we don't do that, they win. I've been studying their COINTELPRO and all of that bull stuff that they've been using against us, psychological warfare, and all of that stuff is designed to keep us from forming Black militant coalitions. They don't want us organized and militant.
Well, I believe that you have to know where you come from to even know where because if you don't even know your history, you don't even think you're capable of doing something like that. You're still thinking that you're a slave. You're not thinking that you came here first. So once you first go into the history and understand that your history is far greater than what you're being told, and then now that I know that I come from a rich lineage in history, now I can get into
Well, I'm saying right now, even with that being said, because I think that's most definitely important. I think we ought to just change our value over to food, clothes, shelter, economics, and defense. That should be the only thing that we rally around. If we rally around anything else, we're gonna run into issues of division.
So, what you call it? I'm used to what gender.
Huh?
Were you talking to us, Umar?
Sister Monica.
Yeah, yes.
This is Barbara. I'm sitting back listening, and I understand what I think it was Laura Burns, his name.
Yeah.
L.
Yeah.
Yeah. The problem that's going to be is that we don't control those industries that produces those things, and that's going to be hard because right now, with all these major corporations controlling the 5 major things that sustains life. So we get a hold of it, and right now we're so divided. We lacking cultural cohesiveness, and I've been talking about this since the late '60s. We've been talking about even in the so-called
See,
churches.
like,
And
we're analyzing it,
allow me
right?
to
So,
allow me to finish, if you please. Then I'll step
okay,
back.
sorry.
And as a elder of 79 years, who've been a part of a lot of the moves and things you're talking about, being with Dr. Abernathy and different ones, and on the movement and marches. That was one thing we had back then, and that is trying to get everybody on the same page. Our problem is that we got to come up with a centralized value system that bring us together cohesively, and we don't. And we like that because we allow ourselves to be manipulated based on what we think we read or what we think we know and have not done the research. That's why I reached out to Brother Bay, because he's a foremost authority on a lot, because that's all he do is travel. We both do a lot of research and travel. And I've been fighting this a long time. What I found out with the injection of what they call the science of eugenics, everybody look like us ain't us. And there are people out here that we try to make them work. It's not going to work because they're going to constantly infiltrate to destroy. What we're going to do is find a way to get around and change, like you said, change our priorities. Our priorities are being controlled by the media. And most time our situation dictates our morals. And we're up against a wall now because we're trying to fight a 200-year-old battle. It should have been won a long time ago. And as an elder and as an Ephraim priest, and also my father Washington, because this brother I'm on here tonight, he know me real well, and we've been together, we've been on platforms together, and we've been trying to do the same. Our problem is getting a centralized focus on a goal to reach out to. And I'll step back and listen.
Yeah, so
okay, we need to go ahead, brother.
now, Elder, you go ahead, bro.
You know, I grew up in LA, and I watched the Black Panthers become the Community Redevelopment Improvement Party, called the Crips, later on. But what they had was the 10-point platform. You had people, so you didn't have a leader. You had some issues. We all need water. We all need clean food. We all need education. Even in the Washington, the point, we identified mutual needs. And forget, within the Washington Nation, we had Hebrew Israelites, Rastafarians, Nation Islam, Moors. It didn't matter. We all grew food, and we found mutual things, and we united around what we had in common as opposed to our differences. Now, in this day and age, it's always a battle with this, and you can't. People of different mindset. There's no compromise. We all need to go to a store and buy eggs and milk, whatever. But people like, I go to Walmart, brother. I'm seeing this got black, white, Chinese, Hebrews, Indians, something. So Walmart got people united on the fact that they are a source of stuff everybody needs. Everybody needs the stuff at Walmart. Okay, I go to Walmart. So we need to have our own marketplace where everybody can come together and be a producer. So when you come to the market, you are contributing to the community. If you just raise chickens and bring eggs, your kids sew together socks, whatever. In the wash store we had these sisters who they just sold clothes. I never knew how much sewing was needed done, but they had these serge machines or make clothes, sewing clothes, fixing uniform. So everybody had talent. And when you talk about coming together, we have to come together because we all have a mutual benefit and mutual contributions. We all can work together, but we come together on what discussing what we're discussing today. Just Europeans' opinions and stuff. The Big Bang Theory, that's irrelevant to us. Who won the NBA final? Irrelevant to us. We need to come together on like here today. I spent all day long training these brothers on how to build bee boxes and be beekeepers and how to grow different stuff. I grow. We talking about so that kind of interaction, and they come, Brother Umar. We really appreciate you. I appreciate y'all. So you got to be giving of yourself, and so to build the nation is going to start just at your own neighborhood. A little pocket of people get together and become mutually beneficial to each other. Okay, in every way, if just watching your children, watching whatever it is. I'm gonna cook tonight. So we have all these people in our community who are without wearing a T-shirt or a hat or having some kind of ceremony. We are one nation of people. We're the Moors, okay, and that's what we operate with no fanfare, You know, so when people can free themselves up from the imagery and the pageantry and just start doing it, practice. Instead of we need to do it, start doing it. We need to unite. So we're doing it down here. I mean, today was a wonderful day. This whole weekend been wonderful, man. This whole week is just, we're doing it down here, and we do it quiet. We don't make, like, the revolution will not be televised. The elders say, put that camera down and pick up the hoe, man. Like, what? We try to videotape stuff down here. The elders don't want that videotape. We just got to go to work. You got to take action immediately. Don't discuss it. You know, and the leader is the agenda. We're trying to achieve a goal, write down the agenda, put out a plan, identify 20 tasks that got to be completed, and everybody pick up a task. I'm doing number 7, 9, and 12. You do number 1, 2, and 3, and everybody form an agenda. That's what the Black Panther said in that 10-point platform. You had food, you had education, you had clothing, all kind of stuff, but you had agenda. Everybody's kids need some clean socks and shoes and breakfast, and that's all you had. The food, the Head Start food program at public school started because those mothers implemented that thing within the Black Panther Party in Oakland and LA. So I was there. I was there getting that breakfast from the Black Panthers and from the Crips before the school started doing it. They gave us saltine crackers and Nestle Quick and stories about the pigs. So that was a institution we started doing, and now they picked up on it. And now they picked up on our dance, our music, our everything else, and our culture has been reduced to entertainment. Okay, but it goes more than that. But simply put, we need to become an asset to ourselves as a community, and then work together. Everybody got to bring something to the table. You got to have a skin in the game. You can't just come here begging. Everybody needs something, but you got to bring something to the table. And a lot of people come to the table just with their hand out, and they don't put no glove on and get to work. You know, admit that you get your hand up, put the mitt on there, go do something, and earn it from the universe, not from us. So it's a mindset out here now, and I'm really old, and I'm saying it's the first podcast I've ever done. I refuse to talk. And brother, if you not asked me to do this, I wouldn't do this. I don't talk anymore. I don't want to argue with people. I just do. People go here and see what we're doing in person. Talk is cheap. We are doing it. We have a school. Okay, we have farms. We have museums. The stuff I was laughing because everything you said we should do, we do it. We have our own museum. We have our own school. We are totally self-sufficient, self-funding, self-determination. We write our own curriculum. Okay, and we're just a model for other people to come here and see it. We have people from all over the country to see how we set our schools up. People from Ohio, California, see how we run our schools. Because we're proven. What are they gonna say to us? My kids are brilliant. My kids are billionaires. We the billionaire babe. That's the only program we got going on down here. As we're moving on, and billions is more than just money. It's a wealth mindset and a foundation where you need nothing. My kids, we were traveling this weekend teaching, and we went to the store. My kids said, "I don't need nothing." We stopped at the store to shop. My kids like, "We don't need nothing. Let's go." We got the car and left, man. We're blessed. So it's a mindset where we're ready. We're trying to give stuff away. We're trying to reach out and help other people. So when you get a community of people who are givers, how about that? It's a mindset. That's what we are. So we're not patriarchal. We're matriarchal. We are by nature lovers of each other. We don't like people say I'm a God-fearing Christian. We love God. I have no fear of the Creator. You only fear the wrath of God when you're guilty of something. If you're afraid of God, you're probably guilty of something. Okay, so you understand it's the mindset you develop. So you talk about so go back to the mound builders, the pyramid builders. The mound builders are people who are matriarchal. I mean, you talk about the cultures, the mound building culture. They've been here for continuous occupation for thousands of years. Continuous evidence, continuous occupation. You go into the Ouachita Parish in Louisiana, you'll find them digging up stuff, and they'll have layers. The archaeologists go in there and getting layers. So we go down 5,000 years, we see some people here, then go another 2,000 years, they're still here. And these societies have been occupying the same location over thousands of years. That is the ancient mound building, pyramid building cultures of North America who are scientists, okay? In Cahokia is, but in Cahokia, there are hundreds of pyramids up there, aren't there? And that one side, over 100 pyramids by Cahokia.
Right. And here is the information about the giants. These are the microfiche clippings of the different discoveries of giants at the time. It's kind of hard to read because it's like
But you can see the dates on there. You go to the dates and go find them articles yourself. Published May 4th, 18th, the New York Times. So, hey, do the research. I'm a researcher.
Right.
I collect evidence and I share with people, and we can not my matter of opinion. This is newspaper articles that I think they have no reason really to kind of alter. But yeah.
Yeah, 1912, 1871. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it was around the year the lives.
So these are the dates when the articles were published. The people probably left 1,000 years before this. The films they found are far older than the dates of these newspaper articles.
Hey, Mike.
These are the dates when they dug them up and recorded what they found.
So the reason why I had said what I said earlier about the nationalist organizations uniting under one banner, not eliminating their distinctiveness, but becoming part and parcel to the government that was already established for us under Marcus Garvey. You know what I'm saying? And, I think like the Moorish Science Temple should be part of the legal department, and then the Nawabians probably over cultural or affairs and stuff like that. Every nationalist group got to take a position in that government, and that way all of our paperwork kind of coincides with each other. Because the one thing that we need to do as a people is start a bank account. We need a treasury. You see what I'm saying? A centralized treasury, and we need to elect a leader and follow his ass like he Jesus.
But you gotta design an agenda and put them in charge of executing the agenda. The personality is the problem. We don't need a personality.
The agenda is food, clothes, shelter, economics, and defense. Like if we don't rally around those principles, like that has to be the rallying cry, because if you do anything else, it's going to create division.
Can I just say this, is that they did this already. So it's not like it can't be done. It's incapable of being done. It's reinventing the wheel that already was we saw what happened with that. So people are doing it. And as you can see, the young man up here, Omar Bey, is saying it's being done. It's just a matter then that you don't hear our heroes don't get they're not gonna be necessarily out here because they're too busy doing it to be just out here talking about what they're going to be doing.
But sister, the brother said it right. The brother said we need to have. He said the word military. The word military. We need to have security. Even with the Washington Nation, our biggest downfall, we did not have security. So whatever we built up, when they want to, they can come in and outpower us with fire.
And just take it.
So you got to have a military. So watch this. So now, in the spirit of Marcus Garvey, we need to unite not just with the brothers and sisters of the United States, because it's so few of us who are really willing. The whole continent over there is blowing up. I mean, the Sahel, the Alliance of the Sahel Nations, break free from colonialism. So we need to actually form our own a state in the diaspora of the world, the global African nation, because Africa will become one giant nation, and we have the Caribbean has its own state.
Yeah, I think we zone 6. African Americans are like zone 6. So we're included in the African Union, but we're represented in the African Union, but we have not organized ourselves into a body politic, one body politic. Once we become one body politic, we'll be able to assign treaties with other nations and other corporate bodies. Right now we can't do that because we're like 40 to 60 million individuals. We're not one corporate body.
Well, that's what he's saying. With the Washington Nation actually has a seat at the United Nations, and that's what I'm saying. So you weren't here earlier when he talked about the fact that they have a seat at the United. Let me tell you something. There's more than one. So the Washington have a seat at the United Nations. You know who else has a seat at the United Nations? Oyatunji, the Yoruba village out in South Carolina also had a seat at the United Nations. So there's things that are being done. There's people that are getting together and they're doing things to move things forward. It's just you don't hear about it, and that's why I brought the young brother here today to talk about what's being done, because
Sister Mark,
yeah, go ahead.
Brother Bay, listen.
Yes, sir.
Let him know what Bill Clinton them did when the Empress them went to form their own currency, and how they robbed the attaché and took the stuff.
Oh,
And,
they stole the bearer bond.
yeah, right. So they was creating their own currency and everything. Tell them about that. Are you muted? Because they need to.
I don't think we need our own currency.
Well, no,
But hold on, Laura, be quiet because he gonna tell you what happened when they try to do one. This was crazy. Watch, but you're on mute, Umar. I can't hear you.
Get him off of mute.
No, he's not on mute. He's just I can't hear him. His sound is down.
Like, you know,
I don't think he could hear us, and I don't think that
he's talking, but we need to let him know that we can't hear him. But this what really got my attention, how Bill Clinton them went in and did what they did. And see, the thing about that is
we can't hear you.
But you can hear me, right?
No, let me
yeah.
Do this. He's talking, but we can't hear him.
Right. See, this brother has a wealth of information. This is why I work with him, and I worked with him over the years, and we share, and we've done platforms together. He's spoken at some of my events, and we have a history together. I've been to the school, and I know he raised bees, and his wife make the best banana bread you want to put in your mouth, I swear. And so they got the whole industry going down there, you know, so try to get his attention.
No, I'm trying to call him right now. Yeah, he's going. He's talking, but we can't hear him. Oh man, we can't hear him.
Maybe you can send him a text telling we can't hear him or something. But that's why I reached out to him and to bring him on to debunk some of the things people are saying, because if you don't know what these civilizations existed and what was going on and where they are, you know, you'd be like another group that wants to debate. And I told them, we're not here to debate. We're only here to educate and elevate, you know. And that's what we try to do. But yeah, he's on the road, man.
He's going. I don't know what to do.
You said what?
We can't hear him. He's breaking it down, but we can't hear him.
Yeah, I think that we should focus on the Maroon communities that were destroyed right before 1865, because that's evidence that the United States government played a part in the genocide and the destruction of our nation, and they attacked free people in another territory, in a territory that wasn't even theirs. You know what I'm saying? So you know, I mean.
We can't hear you, honey. We can't hear you. Can you hear us? Can you hear? We can't hear you. Hey, we can't. Well,
you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you, but he's steady talking, and we can't hear what he's saying.
He's on the road through thing. He's breaking it down.
He's breaking it down, and he talking, man.
Yeah.
Well, he's only been talking for 3 minutes, so.
Thank you for calling.
He's going.
He can't get through because he's going to voicemail. Wow.
Yeah, so.
I'm gonna just kick him and see if.
Food, clothes, shelter, economics, and defense. Those are the only things that we're supposed to be rallying around. The problem with the Nation of Islam and the Moorish Science Temple is that it's Islamic centered, right? And then even when you deal with you know, something like the Black Panther, the same thing. It's like, what if the black person isn't radical, right? You see what I'm saying? Then you lose the person that ain't radical. You know what I mean?
We couldn't hear you the whole time you were talking. You were talking. We couldn't hear you the whole time. We were like, "Hello, you can't hear us. We can't hear you."
I can't hear you. So I'm actually off, but I hit the pad. I was had the screen on, but now I've been logged off. This is StreamYard.
No, I logged you off because we couldn't hear you, and we were trying to get your attention. I was calling you back to back, and you wasn't answering. So I was like, okay, maybe if I log him off, maybe he'll. All right, so log back on because we couldn't hear you, honey. We couldn't hear. We want to hear this. We want to hear this. We just missed the whole thing.
Yeah, and I agree. Like that's why I'm working with black farmers here in Louisiana. We got a bunch of black farmers that's raising, so we're working on that, raising our own food. So that's one thing we're working with here in a place called a Waterproof here in Louisiana. And we got right now we got a little bit over 2,200 acres that we're working with.
And I wanted to say this because Brother Ronald, he said, well, you know, how you always have elders on here. We need to have more young people. But the reason why I bring a lot of the elders on here is because they have the experience. They did this before, right? So they know where we went wrong. They know where the problem was. They know how we got, you know, in a trick bag.
Got in this mess. You know, it says elder for counsel and youth for war. So it was our job to help y'all avoid making mistakes that we made. We was young one time and we was very egotistical and we was on fire. And all of a sudden, you know, things went down. So we got to bring our life experience on and let y'all take it, pass the baton to you, take it to the next level. And that's why we're on here now. And I appreciate bringing on elders who was back in the struggle, like myself and others, so y'all can hear our story. Then you can compare the stories and see where we failed at, that you don't make the same mistakes.
Thank you. That's the reason why I bring the elders, because we have so food, clothes, shelter, and defense. We had that with the Black Panthers, didn't we?
Yep.
The Black
That's the reason why that's the reason why they were so successful.
Right, but the thing is that it's also the reason why they also got destroyed, because if you don't understand how you could get infiltrated from the inside, how the government itself will
right.
Trying to say something real quick, Brother Umar.
Yes, dear, we got infiltrated also. I understand the concept.
Yeah, all the black nationalist organizations got infiltrated. Not one of them is exempt. Not one is exempt. Not even the new ones. The new ones that just been created in the past 10 years are all infiltrated.
Well, you know the thing about it, what's going to happen now, you know, that this group, the Hebrew Israelite for Christ, they're going to be registered down as a terrorist group. And they're
already a terrorist group.
And they're going to go after them just soon as they get through this other deportation thing.
They already labeled as black identity extremists.
Yeah, I know, because I have a friend that she informed me what's going on in up there in Langley, Virginia, and they keep keeping for everything they're doing, and they're labeling a lot of groups, because if this man get his way, he's going to try to create a thing called martial law. Then that gives him the right to go after these groups, and then he'll stay in office. The whole objective is that he tries to stay in. He might now. I know this may sound crazy, but it's already been predicted that because of his health condition, but the next food take is going to be Vance. So if he can get martial law in, that's going to be a problem. That's what he's working on. And that's for another show. But I want Brother Bay to get back to these pyramids, because that was a.
I want him to finish. I want to say what he was just saying for 3 minutes, because he was talking. I could tell by how he was going. He was he was breaking it down. I was like,
yeah, I'm gonna step back and let my brother have it go. He was
Laura, once again, I think you're moving or something like that, but every time you move, it sounds like shh, and it's really loud. We got to figure out. So only when you're talking, then unmute. But if you're not talking, mute, because I don't know whether your phone, I don't know what it is. Like, do you have a headpiece in or something like that? Because see, it's the wind. It's like this shaking noise.
Right now you're saying you hear a shaking noise?
No, when you were talking earlier, it was like this, like high pitch. Maybe you have like a earpiece in, and maybe the sound of it rubbing up against the phone, something like that is yeah. So it was making a weird noise. So that's why I'm not muting you to be rude. I'm just muting you.
Do you hear it now?
No, I don't hear it now. You said it's good now. Every once in a while I'll hear some wind, but before it was like see that sound just right there. It just did it just now.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Whatever that sound is, it's like a high pitch ching. So yeah. All right, so let's go. I wanted to hear what you were just saying, because it was a lot.
Just to refresh where I was. I mean, I'm not sure where I stopped.
We were talking about people Dang, I forget too. We were talking about like
The infiltration of
Yeah, the infiltration and how they was able to get the
okay.
stop the
So
anti-sheriff.
okay, simply put, the Washington Nation was infiltrated as well as the Kingdom of Hawaii. Any indigenous people who went to Geneva, Switzerland, and participated in the all elaboration of indigenous people's rights were attacked. So I know for sure the Kingdom of Hawaii Nation, the king and his wife were attacked, arrested because they got affiliated with the white supremacist, white patriot movement people. The Empress got in trouble because she got affiliated with the Republic of Texas movement. When those people in Texas and the David Koresh and Waco bombed the building down. So we got infiltrated by those organizations and we went down with them. You even here now, people with stories about the Washington Nation was a sovereignty movement. Well, the Washington Nations would introduce these white patriot people into the concept of sovereignty. Before they never talked about that. So the Empress was profound, and she brought together some of the most extreme Black nationalist organizations. I mean, to Farrakhan and the Nuwabians and you name it, the Hebrew Israelites, the Yahweh ben Yahweh people, and she had the Ku Klux Klan, the Southern Baptist leadership people. She had Republic of Texas. She had the militias from Missouri, militias from Michigan, militias from Colorado. She had people all over the country, Europeans who saw that the Washington Nation established our sovereign right to existence, and they all tried to counterfeit our material.
I remember that. I remember seeing white people saying they were part of the Washington, and they had the whole thing. So those were infiltrators. They weren't a part of it. They were
exactly the infiltrator. They tried to me. We actually, the Empress had gentlemen bring her to her house one night, like 2 or 3 late night at night. I don't know what time it was in the morning. When he knocked on the door, the police officer gave her a piece of paper, and it was the state police report saying how they suspect some Caucasians moved into Richwood, which was the Empress. See, the Empress found it. I got a copy of it. I'm gonna put it in my next book. The copy of the state police report showing how the state police had encountered some white nationalists who moved into Richwood, claimed to be Washington, have an Empress, and they tried to impersonate the imperial Washington Nation. The only problem was when they had started arresting people, and the judges in Louisiana already knew the Empress of the Washita. The only thing to say the Empress of Washita, the Empress had been there since the 1970s. But say she founded her city in 1974. She was the mayor.
That's right.
She ran her term. She got out of office. She went to Washington, D.C. She was with Ronald Reagan. She was with Carter. She came back to Louisiana again and became mayor again for 4 more years. So there are articles of the Empress being in D.C. with Edwin Musk and Meese and other people writing the legislation that's now welfare. You go look at, oh my God, go look at the 1970s when Nixon was in office. Who wrote that stuff up? How did the Empress suddenly become a mayor of a city in Louisiana? What was she doing before that? She was in D.C. Writing legislation. Watch this. You go and investigate Richard Nixon and Native American laws. Go and see what laws were passed under Nixon administration dealing with indigenous people and their rights. Okay, you'll find a gentleman in Arizona who was part of exposing to me the artifacts they found in the Grand Canyon and all over Arizona, not just Grand Canyon, all over Arizona, they found artifacts of ancient people of color. So he and the Empress were together, and they worked with just writing legislation. Empress wrote so much legislation that when you go look at some of the welfare benefit programs, the Empress helped write this stuff back in the early 70s, man. Go in Louisiana anyway, under McKittrick, because the governor McKittrick once again came from the Washita. Understand, the Washita Nation was composed of indigenous people and people with French heritage ties. The Washita, the land rights the Empress got came from a Frenchman from the Spanish king, his uncle or relative. You talk about the Marquis de Maison Rouge had land grants from Spain. If you read those land grants, it clearly says in the land grants, Americans are not allowed to be incorporated to this area of the land. Let me find it. Watch this.
Didn't something like that also happen with the Oyotunji village where they actually tried to infiltrate them as well?
They did, but
because I heard that there was the government, all the police and stuff like were already coming, FBI, all type of stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the thing is that we start these things even in Oklahoma. You talk about like the the Black Wall Street. You put this whole thing together, people are thriving, and then they come in with full-fledged military and just destroy the whole town. You know, Rosewood was another one.
Well,
As brother said, he said we need to be military. We need to have a security force. The nations had the Air Force. Why we need more than that? And beyond that, we need to have an alliance with other nations who will back us up. We need to be part of the global community of African people of African heritage. Okay.
Right. And see, the United Nations, that's what they were doing with Oyotunji, because if I show.
There it is.
Let me see.
Okay.
The Washita Nation is based on the Empress and her research of her family. So the Empress of the Washita in the 1790s had a son with the Marquis de Maison Rouge. The son name was Henry Turner. And Henry Turner inherited Marquis de Maison Rouge's land grants. So the Empress and her family in June 19th, not Juneteenth, June 19th, 1848, the Turner family, the Washita family, won a lawsuit that affirmed that the land grant from Marquis de Maison Rouge, who had a son by the Empress of the Washita then, Henry Turner, that land grant was valid. Let me find this thing here where it tells you can't have Americans on it. I hope it's in this somewhere. Come on, please, find it real quick. It's in the land grant. It tells Marquis de Maison you cannot admit or allow Americans. Here we go. Right here. Let me see. Here we go. So it talks about Marquis de Maison Rouge. Let me get to this page. Oh, no, I don't waste your time here. Ooh, lynch.
Are you okay?
Let me see here.
Oh, and just so you know, this is a picture of the king of Oyotunji, and these are the different African names. This is, I think, the guy from Ghana. I think this is Senegal. This is Nigeria, and then this is the chief of Oyotunji. And
Does
the
Babatunde
lady.
Olatunji? Does Babatunde Olatunji?
Yes.
No, this is Kabiesi. He's in the middle. He got killed last year. He's in the middle.
But they're at the United Nations right here. This is them at the United Nations, and these are all the African nations that they're getting behind them. So they're doing it, but then he got killed, and that's very ironic that he ended up getting killed. That was crazy.
Right now we have Brother Ibrahim Traore over in Burkina Faso, who's leading the charge by showing an example of how you should treat your people. So I'm rooting for that brother. I hope I can go over there and teach and help them one day. But that's the kind of thing we'll be doing. We are actually working together to build community to help everybody out. Come on, I can't.
Just take your time, bro. Take your time. Take your time.
It's part of the lawsuit. It's part of the land grant.
Because I think you can pull up what Henry Turner versus the United States or something when they sued him.
Yes, exactly. It's in there. Pulled up.
Yeah, you can go on and pull it up.
Yeah. So Louisiana Purchase, the land that was in say Baton Rouge, it was not part of Louisiana Purchase. The land that was in Monroe, Louisiana, that was not part of Louisiana Purchase. You go and get the document called the Convention between the French Republic and the United States. It clearly states it only includes certain sections of land because the whole purpose of the Louisiana Purchase was for the United States was to secure port rights in New Orleans, because you have Americans up in St. Louis and upriver of New Orleans and Louisiana trying to get out the Mississippi River to the Gulf of Mexico. And they'll bring their ships down into Louisiana under Spanish rule and get straight up hijacked. So they're trying to buy rights to have the port in Louisiana or the port in New Orleans. So Napoleon needed to get out of here. Napoleon was getting beat up in Haiti. He needed some cash. And if you understand, go read the history of the Louisiana Purchase. That $15 million was not given to Napoleon by the United States. Watch this now. You ever heard of Barclay Bank?
No.
Barclay Bank, they own the Barclays Center in Brooklyn.
Right.
They financed the $15 million and gave Napoleon because the United States didn't have the money to give him. And Jefferson told these people that we have no authority in the Constitution to spend money buying land. So the Barclay Bank folded that loan to him, and Napoleon took that money and went and just wrecked Europe. Okay, didn't he? And if you go, so that's in it. Go read Emperor's book. Emperor has a section in her book talking about the Louisiana Purchase, and it's letters of Jefferson writing to Congress and writing to other Secretary of State people. So that book, The Return of the Ancient One, is full of great documentation.
Yeah,
validates stuff such as this. And this book here is called let me see what the book here is called. Can you see this? This is called the Marquis de Maison Rouge, the Baron, the Bastrop, and Colonel Abraham Morehouse, the 3 Washita Valley soldiers of fortune, the Maison Rouge and Bastrop Spanish land grants. Those 2 land grants are tracts of land that were not part of Louisiana Purchase. And with those land grants, you can look them up. They're both land grants. You can find them in the congressional record because the Congress had to approve all that stuff. But in those land grants, they're telling you are not to allow or to admit any Americans to the lands of these grants, because that land was supposed to be for the French nobility. And during the French Revolution, they were cutting off the heads of the French nobility. They needed somewhere to run and hide to. So the French nobility, one thing they got was this Maison Rouge and Bastrop land grant. Baron de Bastrop, the same gentleman, Spanish knight who went over to Texas and helped the Texas Revolution also. The Texas form itself. Okay. So there's a place called Bastrop, Texas. There's a place called Bastrop, Louisiana, named for Baron de Bastrop. And Bastrop, Louisiana is actually located on the Baron de Bastrop land grant just north of Marquis de Maison Rouge. Now, with that being said, if you read through the Empress's book, there's a part where Baron de Bastrop was writing a letter to the governor of Spanish Louisiana. His name was Carondelet, Colonel Carondelet. Okay, he's telling Carondelet, you gave me this land up here in Washita, and it's overrun with these ancient people, and I don't want to disturb them, so give me some more land. He's talking about a place called Bayou de Seared. And this is also published in the book, but so Baron de Bastrop is telling the governor of Spain, or the Spanish governor of Louisiana, you gave me this land with these ancient people, not Indians, ancient people. If you go look at a map that I found in the Library of Congress, you show you where they have a place called Fort Miro. Fort Miro is the Spanish origin of the city of Monroe. Many people think Monroe comes from the name of President Monroe in the 1820s, but the city Monroe gets its name from Fort Miro, M-I-R-O. Fort Miro was for a Spanish general name. I think his name was Stephen Miro. He was the first one in the Washita area, in the Monroe area. And on the same map, you see Fort Miro, you see a place called Washita along the Bayou de Seared, and that's the location where Baron de Bastrop is saying this place is overrun with these ancient people. These, look like you call them buffalo people, big dreadlocks. You got buffalo people in Monroe area, and I need some more land. I don't want to disturb them. I ain't messing with them because that location on that map is now today the location of the University of Louisiana at Monroe. That same location on Bayou de Seared is now because 1,000 years ago it was cleared off for a palace. You had an ancient city there called Washita, spelled with 2 T's. And that map is available in the Library of Congress right now. I almost took it, but I left it there. I took pictures of it and left it there so it could be there. Okay, I didn't steal the map. Okay, but go to the Library of Congress. The map, I was so tempted. Oh my God, this is amazing. I had to leave it there, so it's evidence. I took my copies of it. I have my library. I have a reader's card for the Library of Congress to go out into the map room. I got those pictures of those maps. I have a picture of it in my book. So there's evidence if you go do the research. I'm a researcher. That's what I do. So I dug it up. So I have a site called Ask Brother Umar. I have a lot of answers, a lot of questions. So
is this the Empress's book that you're talking about, where all this information is at?
Yeah, this is my book. This is We of the Watchtower. You showed the Empress book earlier when you had Return of the Ancient with that gray covered book. That is the Empress book full of all kind of documentation. This is We of the Watchtower. That book in the show contains the map showing Fort Miro and the city of Washita, the ancient palace where the Empress lived in. If you look inside the Empress book, there's a newspaper article where they found the casket of the Empress from back in at the time of the French Revolution. The Empress who married Marquis de Maison Rouge had a site right there near Bayou de Seared, near Washita, and they found this casket, and they said the casket was made out of like Egyptian metal. Egyptian. It's in the Empress book. I don't find a picture of that too, but it's about an Egyptian casket found in Monroe near Bayou de Seared, in the exact location of the Washita village. Okay, Cypress Point.
And there's a street called the Zero Street right there in Monroe, over by ULM.
It's the Seared. It's the Seared Bayou. The bayou runs
right next to it, don't it? Yeah.
It runs right to the River. Now, if you go look at ancient maps,
yeah.
brother, if you go at ancient maps of the Monroe area, you're gonna find it right where Bayou de Seared goes into the Washita River. You know,
Yeah.
joins the Washita River. Right there on the north shore, they found two ancient mounds, giant pyramids, right there. Bayou de Seared was going into the river as a mark.
Yeah. Because we was over the other day. So, and that's the beauty of that's the beauty of being in where I live in Tallulah, near the mounds. I go these places. I'm over there. I've been to Richwood and all this, that. And if I say that, you know, I'm red in heart. And we got mounds right here in Tallulah.
Yes, you sure do.
We have mounds right here in Tallulah, and you know, you came and spoke for us at the Milliken Bend memorial. I mean, commemoration. And
yes,
that's why I told him, I want you to come on, because anybody know about these mounds, you do.
But I have pictures of your pyramids. They're pyramids in Tallulah, Madison Parish, on my website. You go to the pyramids, and you go see those. They're actually drawn by the what they call the civil engineers, the military.
Right?
Yeah. They're aerial pictures of the pyramids, huge, beautiful pyramids up there near you, near Tallulah.
Yeah.
They call it Madison Parish.
Right. Yeah.
Mound
Oh,
City.
on Mississippi and all that. It's all over there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And one thing don't realize that it was
So
here in Madison. There you go.
Go up there. See, this is a mound city up in North Louisiana. We call it Alameka. The Europeans call it Poverty Point. But see that bird-shaped mound, 700 foot tall, pointing straight to the east, going from the east, from the west, flying from the east, flying to the west. Okay.
Why did they call it Poverty Point? What was the reason behind that?
There was a plantation called Poverty Point near here. But in history, Poverty Point was the name of this is supposed to be the oldest city in America. When they first found Alameka, they called Poverty Point the oldest city in America. They found sites older than that since then. But also the very first location that the French came into Louisiana, Iberville, down near New Orleans, was a place called Poverty Point. There's a place called Poverty Point south of New Orleans. So the original Poverty Point was the name of the very first French settlement in the state of Louisiana as we know it today. And that place, like 36 miles south of New Orleans, they flooded, and eventually those French people moved into the city of New Orleans. The Washoe people down there south of New Orleans helped the French settlers move from Poverty Point, near a place called Phoenix, Louisiana, up to where present day New Orleans is.
So if you look at this picture, would you say that this is a human being and that's how big this thing is?
Well, I stood on top of here. I stood on top of this mound. This used to be covered with trees. So go up a little bit more. See the picture up low there? It used to be covered with trees like that, and they took all the trees off to expedite erosion. Go down a little bit further, you can see another picture with it cut from someone on top of it. This is the G. She is on top of that. So see that picture. Go back to the picture that says, "Oh, stop right there." See the picture. Here's Sister Gia on that mound. This is before they cut the trees off. The picture you stopped on initially showed it being. They shaved all the trees off to cause the speed of the erosion of the mound. For thousands of years, the mound was covered with trees. Then when the emperor started talking about this is 1995, we were at the mound. After the emperor started talking about this site, they mowed all the trees down, speed of erosion. Now, if you go down further, the picture of the Madison Parish mounds near, right here, see this? That's Madison Parish, that's Tallulah.
Yeah.
That's an aerial view of some pyramids in Louisiana. See the side view?
Yeah.
Is that amazing?
It says Madison Parish, Louisiana, ancient mound.
Is that amazing, brother? That's some high science.
Yeah.
That's no joke there. That's an aerial view of some pyramids. You can go on top and put a ramp on there, put a house on top of there. They're huge.
Mm.
And this is where I live at. Matter of fact, Madam C.J. Walker, a home is right down the street here in Delta.
Yeah.
So do they have a function? Like, do they know what the function of those pyramids were?
That's what we're working on now.
We're working on now. Since the first day this knowledge they exist for the longest time, even though this image exists, there are several military drawn images of mound sites all over the country, up in Ohio, Kentucky, but they hide them all. They're not going to publish it for the public. What is called the civil engineers? Called the
I heard that there were some mounds they actually have.
The Corps of
They
Engineers.
have like
Yeah.
gates
The
around
Corps of
it. You can't
Engineers,
even
there
get
you go.
into it. They have gates around the mound where you can't actually access the mound, but it's like
And
do
some of
not
my folks
cross.
that do
Yes,
not
ma'am.
trespass.
So you know what you're saying right now for the past forever until maybe the last 2 or 3 years, you could go to Louisiana State University, LSU campus, and climb on top of the mounds and slide down the mounds and play on the mounds. But recently they put fences around there and blocked the public from touching them. But I remember back in 2016 when these people came and harassed us, I took a gentleman there, and you could actually climb on the mound 10 years ago. But now they have most of the mounds, thankfully, have been protected. And you can't just climb on there and wear them out because students on LSU campus are literally sliding down and playing on them, not understanding that the mounds on LSU campus are 5,000 years old. Here's an artist rendition of those pyramids near Tallulah. Look at that.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
Matter of fact, I was there in 2017. That's where they put the fence up. They were sitting on top of the mound studying. I told them get off those mounds. They didn't realize they were sacred mounds, and we got into a discussion. And matter of fact, it's a plaque there at LSU said that this mound is older than the pyramids of Egypt. It's a plaque. It's a plaque. And I got you. So I said, don't tell me. I know because LSU is built on one of the mounds.
The whole LSU campus was once covered with mounds. Matter of fact, that whole ridge from LSU further south all the way up into what they call Natchez was covered with pyramids. I mean, it's covered. I mean, the city of Baton Rouge. I'm telling you not only with covered pyramids, but you have some of the oldest ones of recorded record. The ones here in Louisiana are some of the oldest pyramids in the world. But our pyramids are made of earth, not made of stone.
A matter of fact, the writer says, he quoted in, I think it's in one part of the Bible, said that the Most High says, build me earthen mounds that not made of man's tools, but by hands. And they took that part out of the Bible.
Oh, it's in there, brother. You go find the book Exodus where they had the 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
Exodus, whatever, Exodus 20, 1 through 10. Go down to instead of Exodus 1 through 10, go to Exodus, go to 20. In the same page, you find the 10 Commandments, which actually was stolen from the Ma'at, the 10th of Ma'at. You will find where God, instead of saying thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery, whatever, it's where he says, thou shalt build altars of earth for worship and burnt sacrifice.
Exactly.
So that's in the Bible. It's amazing. People can't believe me, but it's in there.
Well, you know, they found another Bible, 1884, in the introduction. It talks about the mound builders in that Bible. Yeah, 1884. There's a Bible read in the introduction. It talks about the mounds and about the mound builders, and it mentioned about the same thing we're talking about in the 1884 Bible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
If you understand the word mound is an indigenous word, if you go look at
it, make altars of earth for me and sacrifice on it your burnt offerings and fellowship offerings, your sheep, your goat, and your cow. Where I cause my name to be honored, I will come and bless you. So that's why a lot of them was there, Sister Monica.
Make an altar of earth. See that? Stop right there. Make an altar of earth and sacrifice on that. What are the mounds? Altars of earth, brother.
Altars of earth. That's what it was. Yeah. I appreciate that, bro. Appreciate that.
Yeah. So anybody who reads the Torah, consider those to be a Hebrew, and they use the Pentateuch or the 5 books of Moses, whatever name they use for the book. This is in there. This is on the same chapter with the 10 Commandments.
Right. Exodus. Yeah.
It did not say thou shalt not. It said thou shalt make an altar of earth in the English version.
It said, and you will not defile it with your tools on it, and do not go upon it, my altar on steps. Your private parts may be exposed. So, you know.
But what did they do? They put steps on the top of them. They put it on. Didn't they?
They defy all of that. They defy all of that.
So at Al Mecca, they built steps out of like wooden rails, like railroad. And the Empress would tell us, do not walk on the steps, walk up in the grass. When we would climb the mound with the Empress, she would tell us, don't walk. See here, this is a mound built in Tuscaloosa. The Europeans came to put those steps on there. We had ramps.
Right.
You go look at the mounds in Etowah in north of Atlanta. They had ramps going up and down the side. That's in California. That's near Hollywood. Listen here, look at this. Look at this map. 10,000 years old. It says this is in Mississippi. It says the village site was occupied as early as 8,000 BC. That is posted on the side of the road for people to come and see. 8,000 BC, really? Occupied about 10,000 years ago? You can't touch
Hey, Monica, Monica,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to start something. And when was Egypt founded? 2500 BC?
Yeah, and Adam and Eve was 4004 BC.
4004 BC. So, you know, they was arguing on the other channel that night. And homeboy said, man, you see what I'm talking about?
Right, we got mounds of the 800 AD.
Yeah, you know,
that's
8,000 BC. That's before the common era.
That says 8,000 BC.
BC, before the common era. And you count down.
Zoom in. That says 8,000 BC. I've been there. I took that picture myself.
Because that means it's 4,000 years older than the Adam and Eve story.
Exactly. Twice the age of Adam and Eve.
Yeah, it says 8,000 BC, guys.
Yeah. So they
say by hunters they're gonna always make them hunter gatherers.
Scroll up higher, you can see who made the sign.
Who stayed only long enough to prepare their kill from the time of Christ to 1000 AD.
We can't see our pictures are blocking the bottom of the sign. We can't see the bottom of it. So scroll up a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
So just scroll up and see. We can see the bottom of this. Yeah, there you go.
Let me see. Hold on, real quick.
So that's just evidence. Yeah. So just once again, I try to come with I call it empirical evidence, something you can see for yourself, not something you read on the internet or TikTok told you. You want to get out there on yourself and do the primary research. Okay. But they say this is the United States Department of the Interior, 8,000 BC. How do we know this? How do they know that? They did the radiocarbon dating of the site. Not only this site, there are several sites in Mississippi. This is in Tupelo, Mississippi, along something called the Natchez Trace. You go to the beginning of Natchez Trace, it's something called the Emerald Mound. That might be off the Emerald Mound. They call it the Mother Mound. Huge. Well, this pyramid here is small. That pyramid had the size of 4 or 5 football fields with additional pyramids on top of it. So the evidence of pyramid building culture in America is not hidden. It's just not discussed. But if you go to any state, go to Florida. Florida is full of ancient mound sites. Some of the mounds are made out of shells, like they call them mittens. The base of them are just a bunch of seashells stacked up. You know, if you go up into Michigan, there are mound sites. All of the city of Detroit was known as Mound City. You go into a place like Iowa, you'll find one park where you find over 200 earthworks, some of them in the shapes of elephants and prehistoric animals. So the evidence of mound building is all over the place. You got to look for it. Out in California, I'm from LA. Encino's out in the valley, by just east west of Hollywood. You have the Encino Mound, okay. Angel Mound. I can look at the map here. All over the United States, including all over the East Coast to the West Coast. Up in Washington State, you have mounds up there. Oregon, Arizona, you find all kinds of different mound sites there. Texas, you have a lot of mounds in Texas. One called the Cato Mound, that's like 4,000 BC. You look up Cato Mound in Texas. Once again, 4,000 to 5,000 BC, 6,000-year-old sites in here. And at the bottom of this, you see that list at the bottom of this map. Those are the pyramid sites in Mississippi. That one state, like there's so many I couldn't put them on here.
Yeah.
Over on the side, see the ones in Florida. There's so many I couldn't put them on there.
Do you think they might have lived in these mounds, or do you think they might have just been
they had civilization that lived around those mounds?
Yes, those in the same mound sites you have in the United States, they're down in Mexico and Peru. You go look at Peru, at a place called Corral or Norte Chico, the same circular pavilions. They have the mounds surrounded with a plaza and people's homes. Cahokia is the same thing. Same thing in Cahokia up in Illinois, Missouri, near St. Louis. You have down in Mexico. You have down in Central America. The people we call the Olmec or the Chi people. Like we call people. We were taught to call them the Olmecs. Okay, the Olmec with the big African helmets down in Mexico. The original name of that people are the Chi people. Chi.
Chi, yeah. That's my first ran into them.
And so Chi is the original name of all indigenous people. If you go to the United States and look at an Indian tribe, the Wachita, the Apache, the Chickasaw, the Choctaw, that cha syllable is a root word. Cha and mu are root words for, and it literally means the home or the place or your home or your place. Cha, Chi. So the Chickasaw, the Cherokee, Apache, name some more tribes with Chi in it. So Chi is a root word. Look at the word Mexico. In the middle of the word Mexico, you have XI.
So Cherokee?
Chi. Chi is a syllable that means indigenous people. Technical, what you call the original people were known as the Chi. Chi is a root syllable for most tribes. You go look at Chi, Cha, Cho, that Cha. Really, because before you had language, you had something called tone and music and ch and wah and ma and move. All those tones had some significance and meaning.
So I wanted to talk about like this whole thing.
Like
when
Chicago?
it really
it
goes, the Washington Nation comes under investigation. This is in 1999.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the Southern Poverty Law Center.
And it says that Her Highness explains, I was kicked out of my town, then the placenta rolled up my head like a crown.
Well, this article is written out of context. It was written, I remember reading it when it first came out, but by that time I left the Washington Nation. But this information has been infiltrated by look what it says here. Around the around the country, people have been jailed for using washed-out license plates and driver license. People start counterfeiting our stuff. I left in '97 when they took over. Although charges were ultimately dropped, the Empress, then going by her married name, was indicted in '84 for the embezzlement, alleged embezzlement of $150,000. She was indicted, but she didn't embezzle any money. It's fake. Listen, they say she's indicted for embezzling money that never showed up. She didn't have money. So it's all propaganda and lies to discredit the system. Go do some more research. There's an article written by a reporter from the Times-Picayune to clarify all this stuff in here. See this? The Republic of Texas. See the Republic of Texas? Those white separatist groups came into Washington. So it wasn't a Washington. These groups came in, and we went down with them. That's why I left. I was gone. I couldn't get involved. I told them I can't do it. They can't be in charge of me.
Matter of fact, if I may interject here, a lot of my friends in Texas went to jail because they got that group. The guy in Dallas, a lot of them went to jail, and I was around at the time because one of the guys, Backus Cleaners, he went to jail because they got money.
He went to jail.
Yeah, okay, so I'm there. Matter of fact, I was a part of the whole thing.
Wow.
Remember, so you had these white supremacists coming and trying to become part of the Washington Nation, have a Washington Nation give them legitimacy. They recognize the significance of Empress going to the United Nations and achieving recognition as an indigenous sovereign people. So these Europeans came in and tried to join in. This is right here. We had our own passports, driver's license, insurance company, our own food. We had our own, we were independent. White folks want to join us. So here are the Europeans who call themselves the Patriot movement, trying to get out of the United States government. We don't like Bill Clinton. You know, after 12 years of Ronald Reagan and Bush, now Clinton shows up. Clinton loves black people. He playing the saxophone with Arsenio Hall. So the staunch white supremacists wasn't going for that. They started the anti movement. Look at this, using something called the Sanctuary Christian Resource Center. What is that? What they do with me?
Right. What does that show?
See, look what it says. Read that. It says, using something called the Sanctuary Christian Resource Center as an agent, Washington Nation had sold a corporate coin of dubious common law product. Come on now. Who's selling common law products? Is that Washington Nation has some people using us as a sheepskin to cover their evil stuff? Look at it. Registered, they have turned up in Arizona, California, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana. I ain't seen it for Nebraska, New Mexico. That is not the Washington Nation. That's some white folks using us as a cover. Okay. Yeah, we had our own birth certificates. We had our own ID cards. They came in and started counterfeiting stuff. The attorneys generals from the state of Colorado and Utah came to the Nevada. Colorado and Nevada came to Louisiana, to the Empress, met with the sheriff, you can verify it, and asked to talk to the Empress about the counterfeiting of Washita documentation. We cannot control it. We cannot control white people going over in Missouri, going to Missouri, make their own Washita plates, their own Washita identification, and then use the vehicles to do drug running and gun running. So the police are pulling over people with Washita tags that clearly weren't connected to us. They had counterfeit versions of our stuff. So here you have this organization, the Southern Poverty Leadership, Southern Poverty Center they got down there? Law Center.
Right.
Total propaganda. Go investigate the author of these stories.
Oh, the name of the group.
Show me this story. Go and see the author of the story. There's another story that came out in 2016 when the Russians and the white supremacists became united. Because when Trump became when the political thing switched in 2012, when Obama won his second election, all white power lost their mind.
Yeah.
Okay. How we have a Negro so you understand the white power factions in the United States united with the globally with Hungary, with all the white power moves around the world. That's what's going on right now. The right wing movement around the world. That began in 2016. At that point, the white supremacists tried to take over the Washita Nation, tried to dump us and to get rid of us. And they left us. In 2016, all the white nationalists who claimed to be Washita moved over to MAGA. In 2016, all these claiming to be part of the war. Look at this. Originally, these ideas were propounded by the Posse Kumatala, a violent, racist, anti-Semitic, anti-tech. They're not the Washita Nation. These people came in and hijacked the Washita Nation. Can you see that?
Wow.
Another aspect of common law used by some Washita.
So you start this. So you guys start this group as a thing because you find out the information, his story about like this a Native American.
Who got freedom.
Get the freedom, get the sovereignty, and then all of a sudden you have what? How did the white people actually join the group? Like, was it because everybody was accepting everyone? Like, how did they get involved?
That's a very good question, Don, because as I say, I can trace my blood family back to Washita, back to the indigenous people. My even today, half my family have their Cherokee Nation card because my family was in Indian Territory, what they call Oklahoma, before the Trail of Tears. We've always been there. But these Europeans came to the Empress. I said, the Empress she grew up a Baptist sister in the South, Baptist church in the South. So when these white Christians came to her, these same Christian nationalists, patriot movement, MAGA people came to the Empress back in the 1990s. She said, okay, Brother Umar, this white man said he has 1/32 Native American blood. We are the Washita. We are the oldest people. Every tribe in the land comes out of Washita. If you go look at the United States on a map and see where the Washita is, all of the tribes came out of the Washita. You go look at the Trail of Tears when Jackson moved all the tribes out of Georgia, out of South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida. Where did he move them to? He moved them to the Washita. Go look at the map. I can't make this up. Where the Trail of Tears in the Washita. They took them right out of Florida, out of Louisiana, out of Alabama, marched them right into the Washita Forest, through the Washita Mountains, into what they call Indian Territory. Look it up. They brought all the natives, when they took the natives from up in North Dakota, the Sioux, the Fox, the Sacs, brought them all down to the Washita, to call it no man's land, the woman's land, the empress land, the matriarchal land. Okay. So understand, when you talk about the Washita, we are the root. So these Europeans found out the Washita got our recognition. We had our own passports, our own driver's permits. And once again, other Native American nations had their own passports too, their own driver's permits also. If you go out to reservations, they have their own tribal governments. So the Washita set up our own tribal government. It was like we were not a sovereignty movement. We were just another tribal government, but we were not recognized by the Department of the Interior. So you see the article there. There's another article that came out after during the Trump election when they tried to connect the Washita to every negative entity in America. When the white supremacists left the Washita Nation, no longer being Washita citizens, and they gave up all their stuff and they joined the MAGA movement, they tried to sabotage it and tried to get me killed.
What?
They had the FBI come to my house and interview me. So a lot of stuff went down here, man, in the Washita, in here. So I was on the verge of getting swept up, but they had anyway, that's another story there.
So this is the anti-defamation league. So you also had the Jewish people against you guys.
That's who owns the Southern Poverty Law Center. They the same
Right.
people. See that brother right there? They try to say that so this go back what they did. This is when Trump came elected. Trump started his campaign. What's the date of this article? When the white supremacists left, when the white supremacists left the Washita and joined with the Russians. See that?
2016.
What happened there? And that case here is when this guy here came in, working with what they call the FBI sting thing. There's some Negroes calling themselves Washita over in North Carolina, and he's barely got some ID from the Washita. Came to Baton Rouge and killed three police officers, and said he was connected to me. So they came to me, and the lady came in, the agent came in and asked me, well, we got evidence that you were working with this guy who killed the police, right? I said, prove it, right? And she found out that it was just propaganda. It wasn't me. It was a guy in South Carolina named Umar Bey, who he worked with. So they try to tie me and everybody. If you read the article, they try to tie me, the Nation of Islam, name all the negative stuff you can name, any boogeyman, dog whistle you can call. They try to tie us to and try to defame the Washita, because now these Europeans are now leaving the Washita and going to the Eastern European, Russian, Soviet, whatever you call it, the pro-Putin white people, okay, left the Washita Nation and went with Trump. So this was when the white sovereignty, since 2009, the sovereign citizens movement had experienced a major resurgence, including among African Americans, both Moorish and non-Moorish citizens. See that? That's when the empress was able to pull together the Moorish Science Temple, the Nation of Islam, and the far right wing people. So with oh my God, under the empress's I guess her watch, she united the black and the white, the extremists. So now we have these Moorish people trying to be like white sovereign people. Okay, they lost their freaking minds.
And they were going into the courthouse. I remember this whole thing. Yeah, if you go to the courthouse and you gotta say this, and then it made almost a joke out of, and then of the whole thing. Like, yeah, if you say this and you say that, then they came blah 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 blah, and so that, yeah. But it says here most sovereign citizens are still white.
Are what? What? Both sovereign citizens.
Most sovereign citizens. Let me zoom in.
Yeah, that's a movement. So see that. So that whole movement was the Moors. I almost say nothing bad, but the Moors come in and say, okay, here's the way we can get over. We're gonna get their paperwork. So you got Moors who have indigenous. Well, actually, all the Moors, but the Washita Moors, we are indigenous. We don't need sovereign citizenship. We are sovereign. We are a sovereign nation. But the sovereign. So here, the Moors sovereign citizen. They don't want to be. Oh, how about this? The Moors do not want to be under a woman. The empress is a woman. So I saw that some Moors, especially from the East Coast, New York, and over there, we're not going to be under no woman. We're going to form our own stuff. So we are a matriarchal society, and the Moorish Science Temple, I guess, is patriarchal in its ideology and value. So a lot of Moors I saw rejected the concept of a woman being in charge. I even saw one group change their name from Moorish Science. They called the Moorish Circles of Mothers and Sons. They came down, saw the empress, and next year they came out the Moorish Circle of Brothers and Fathers or something. They took the mother out of it. Like, how do you take the mother out your name? Come on, how do you take your mom out your name, gentlemen? But that was a movement. So you have here, I've never seen it before. It says, key attributes of the Moorish sovereign citizen movement is that the Negroes trying to find a paperwork way to get over on the system. That's to me. They trying to, LBA. So the Moorish Science Temple is a very honorable organization before the Emperor of the Washita came around. After that, and the Moors got exposed to those white nationalists and their ideology, all these people, all this paperwork talking about, yeah, we sovereign, but we Moors, but we this. They just convoluted all that nonsense. This is a convolution of the white nationalists trying to be free from the federal government and the Negroes trying to be free from the federal government, and they're using the indigenous authority and validity of the Washita Nation as their cover. But they still got their own agenda. They were doing that stuff before they found the Washita Nation. The Moors been around for thousands years, but for a long time, almost 100 years now. And when I grew up, I knew about the Moorish Science Temple, right? And they were on the East Coast, they're in Los Angeles, and very honorable, wore ties, wore suits, wore their fez, were noble. But and I say in the past few years, I just don't. feel that the new version of the Moorish Science Temple upholds that high level of dignity and honor, diplomacy, and just respect that was part of the Moorish Science Temple when I grew up. The new guys who claim to be Moors are more leaning to the side of this sovereign citizen mindset and ideology. They don't go back to the ancient ideology of the Moors when I was growing up. Since the 90s, the Empress had the Moors unite with the sovereign citizen group. You just saw it. I'm so thank you for showing me that. I see, I guess, in retrospect, what happened. The Moors came down. I remember so many times they were like, all these pockets of people in a meeting. Empress had 2 meetings a year. Every year we had a meeting on January 8th, on the birthday of Noble Drew Ali, and in June, twice a year. And there'd be thousands of people going out to the Washington. And Empress have a conference. They come pay their fee, and they'll just have a time to go and coalesce and meet and talk and eat, break bread. Nobody greens, cornbread, yams for food. Empress always had the soul food. And you had people of all lights. You had people from Hollywood, people from Korea, all over the world. After we returned from Geneva, Switzerland, United Nations recognition, people from all over the world came to us. Even in Geneva, when I was at the table waiting to give my speech, we had Brother Jamal Il, who was the Minister of Information for Washington Nation. He spoke Chinese, Arabic. He spoke all these languages. And you had people from all over the world come and say, we recognize you, we honor you, we respect you, we want to help you guys out. So Jamal made contact with people. Well, I couldn't move from my seat. So we were in the United Nations. We were very serious. I stayed there for 2 years. I was actually studying to getting one of my postdoctorate degrees over there in humanitarian law. So I worked in the library, translating in the UN library for all these different indigenous people who could not read, couldn't use a computer. I was teaching people from Japan, indigenous people from Japan, darker than me, how to use a computer. Indigenous people from Africa, from Kenya, okay, they got tribes in Africa who've been treated improperly too. So I met indigenous people all over the world, now the United Nations. And even now, if you go look at the letter, I sent some information to UN, and it is on permanent file in the United Nations library right now. Stuff I wrote about the Washington Nation. The stuff I wrote about the Washington Nation led to them declaring us to be the oldest indigenous people on earth, having found mounds dating back 10,000 years old. And we have evidence. Not only did you find some 10,000 year old mounds, evidence of continuous occupation. But brother, you go up to Monroe and drive up Interstate 165, Highway 165, you go to a place called Frenchman's Bend. Okay.
Yeah.
Frenchman's Bend is a very exclusive neighborhood with a golf course, right?
Mm-hmm.
As you approach it, there's going to be a sign that says Frenchman's Bend continues occupation for more than 6,000 years. Okay. Inside Frenchman's Bend, you're going to find evidence of these pyramids that date back 5,000 to 6,000 years old. So right there, I think it's still Ouachita Parish. It might be a Morehouse.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, still, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so the evidence there. The evidence of Ouachita Parish being the site of some of the oldest communities in America is without question. What does it say? See, look, let me read this. Like traditional sovereign citizens, Moorish sovereign citizens are heavily reliant upon sovereign gurus who come up with promotion that promote the movement, ideas, and tactics. Some prominent Moorish sovereign gurus include Taj, Tariq, Abdul Ali, Queen, who? I don't know none of these people. And Washington national figures like Wendy. See this Washington nation figure. Wendy Washington is the Empress granddaughter. Frederick Joe Washington is the Empress grandson, her son. Many they don't have my name. I guess I'm on the top up there, right? So this piece right here was the flushing of the Washita from the I guess what do you call it, the toolbox of the white nationalists. This one the white sovereignties said, okay, we done the Washita, let's dump this on them, make them look bad, and they try to run away into the MAGA movement. Okay, that article right there, that July 2016 article was when the MAGAs. That's after Trump won the primary. Go see when Trump won the primary in the day of that article. Once Trump won the primary, the Russians bought into him. Putin was on the side, and all the so-called white nationalists who were down with the Watchdog flipped over to the MAGA. Empress son.
Yeah.
They tried to blame. Look, they brought the brother here to Baton Rouge and tried to blame me for being his business partner. I almost got killed, man. My wife was there videotaping with the same iPad I'm on now. My wife had that day, 10 years ago, right? The same iPad I had that she videotaped the agent interviewing me, the FBI agent interviewing me in our museum. And fortunately, when she came to interview me, we had a big display about the Washita. She just read through the thing. She read the article. It said the article written by a journalist out of New Orleans in a Times-Picayune Advocate paper. When he wrote the article, after he wrote the article, they fired him and destroyed him because he wrote a positive article that told a story about the Washita Nation and the Empress and all the stuff she did. And when he wrote the article, he lost his job. He never got another job again in journalism.
Was this the article? Because it looks like they interviewed.
This article here is like 2016. I'm talking about an article from 1980s, talking about the Empress of Washita. Article 1990s. About 30, 40 years ago article. This new stuff is a bunch of propaganda. Most of it in there is all propaganda. It's fabricated, it's whitewashed. It's no good. So the Anti-Defamation League considered the Washita Nation an extremist movement. Washington denied that his organization is a hate group because they're saying that the white supremacists who try to call themselves Washita Nation are anti-defamation. The Washita themselves consider themselves to be part of the tribes of Israel. If you go look at my book, it talks about us being the tribe of Shabazz or the tribe of the lost tribes of the people of Israel, one of the lost tribes. So how we anti-Semitic? But
he says that he says that the guy that didn't just kill white people, he killed a black cop. So how could he be related?
Exactly, dude. I'm telling you, and the black cop. I knew the black cop that killed the freaking Moor. That's Brother Jackson. He was one of us. He was, and understand, see this thing here? They got this one guy here. The day this event happened, they had several men in camouflage. One guy, the day when it was live going on, we're watching the news. Me and my son watching this live. When those cops got shot, they reported several guys in camouflage running around the street. Who did the shooting? Then they got down to one black guy and they never found the body. So, and if you understand this, before this happened, before this event in Baton Rouge happened, had a similar happening in Dallas where the cop got shot there and they put a robot in to go kill some black guy in Dallas who tried they tried to blame for starting the race right. They're trying to start a race right.
And then they said, "Oh, he's a sovereign citizen." So this is how they were trying to take this group who believed in pyramids and that we were here before. They try to take that into the sovereign citizen and merge those two things together because even like this, so now people will
look, excuse me, look at this. Remember I said they try to take all of the things boogeyman names and put them together and try to look. It says the group was founded in 1990 by Washington's mother. And it says on here she was frequently in Detroit mixing with the Nation Islam leader. See that? Nation Islam is automatically
and influenced by Black Power movements.
Yeah, the group includes
her son said though. So that her son said this.
The Empress was back in the turn. The Empress was with Dr. King. The Empress walked with Dr. King and Dr. Joseph Ben Yakinen and John Henry Clark. All of her contemporaries. The Empress was in Georgia walking with she told me she did a walk with Georgia and Lewis back. Somewhere the Empress had always been engaged in the struggle, okay, her whole life. I'm saying she formed a city of her own. She was the mayor of a city. I'll find an article for you, but all you're reading is propaganda. This is propaganda to make us look bad. They got the Nation Islam. I think they do my partner in there, Yassine Bey, Most Def. They try to anybody they can put in there and hurt it and stain them as a dog whistle for something negative American public. This article right here was their dumping. The white supremacists separating themselves from the Washita Nation. Up to this point, the white people claim they were Washita too. Now it's going to be bad guys. We the Posse Kumatati? We the white nationalists? We the sovereign citizens? No, we are a sovereign nation of indigenous people who white folks tried to join and couldn't. But the Empress, the Empress said if they have 1 30-second white indigenous blood, they part of us too. All indigenous people come out of the Washita. Every indigenous tribe in North America, South America, Central America can trace its roots back to the chief people, the Washita people. So Caucasian people came and said, I'm 164th Native American. I'm 1/8 Native American. Empress said, we got to set them all, Umar. We can't block none of them out. Now the Empress, no, you cannot do that. So that was me and her having a difference of opinion. But I know that when I came back from Geneva in 1997, and before I left, I'm doing a lot of communication to the state of Louisiana. When I got back, the Empress received a letter from the Secretary of State, or the Secretary of State of Louisiana, saying, yes, Empress, we see that you are owed a lot of money, but it's not from my office. But I see you found an office that did owe you money. So when Empress got a letter with the state of Louisiana acknowledged owing us, I don't know, billions or $200, that's when that white nationalists lost their freaking mind and took over. That's when I left. I'm not there for the money. So you understand?
So L. Bay, who died 2 years ago, wrote a book on the ancient ones, as they are called, and traveled the country to give speeches promoting the idea that the land sold by France to the United States in 1803 in the Louisiana Purchase was fraudulently obtained and actually belonged to her. The claims have been rebuked by government officials, and in 2000, the FBI raided L. Bay's compound in Louisiana on suspicion of fraud and tax evasion.
Listen, that's not her tax and fraud evasion. All them Caucasian people who had did all that fraud were at her compound hiding. Ember became a refuge for all the white nationalists, all the white sovereign citizens. They all ran there. That's 2000. I was gone in 1997. And when I came back from Geneva, Switzerland in the fall of 97, I was dismissed. They took over.
So Washington said that after the raid, he instructed members to start paying taxes, and the group stopped. So here we go. Illegally issuing items such as Washita Nation's license plate and passports.
So that's not the Washita Nation. That's a group in North Carolina who was, a government FBI sting operation in North Carolina issuing out Washita plates.
Right. Oh, here we go. Washington, who moved to Southern California 4 decades ago,
said group only aimed today is reclaim 1,000 acres of land. So all this talking about the Emperor's son, Frederick Washita. All he told me was his inheritance. Okay. He ain't worried about the Washita Nation or government. He want what he think his family is owed, his inheritance. That's what he told me. So understand this guy, Frederick Washington, talking about now, was never part of the Empress government. He had no part of it. He wanted nothing to do with it, and he didn't want his family involved in it. So you see his daughter's name, Wendy, in there. That's not fair. That's a wonderful woman who had nothing to do with this here. That's just the government once again, and the white Nats once again trying to smear her name, smear his name. The same way you take the word ISIS. Word ISIS was the ancient Kemetic name and now it's been smeared, hasn't it?
Yeah.
The name Hannibal has been smeared, hasn't it?
Yeah.
The name Washita has been smeared the same way. Just propaganda.
People in the back. Hold on.
I remember this whole thing, what they would call it, wars on paper, right?
Yes.
So
white sovereign movement and Negroes got involved. That's exactly that white sovereign system stuff had nothing to do with the Washington.
Hold on.
They came and hijacked the Washington.
Hey, how's it going, Kat? Welcome to the panel.
So that Washington was there.
What's going on?
That's the guy who was publishing.
I hear like, was it? Oh yeah, I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm good.
Yeah, I haven't panel hopped in a long time. I saw that you were live, so I wanted to come and support.
Thank you for supporting. I haven't had nobody. I was just playing an older video I have done, and this is actually I did this like 6 months ago.
Oh
yeah. Yep. How's everything going? So, what do you think about the content right now? Because the whole FBA thing is like we was here already. African Americans were already here. What do you think about that?
Again, it's very plausible that Blacks or melanated people like yourself were already here. I've always thought and written papers about this, even when I was in Black Studies many years ago in college. And then the evidence of this might be, we could look at the Blacks in Papua New Guinea, the Aborigine of Australia. Blacks are all over melanated people are all over the globe. So it's very plausible to assume that the indigenous people of what we now refer to as North America were people like yourself. And a lot of the history of this transatlantic slave trade were just made up I think a lot of it was made up, to be honest with you.
or over exaggerated. But I mean, let's be honest about it. There were no Will Smiths in West Africa, and a lot of Black Americans look like you guys, to be honest with you. You get some Black Americans like Don Cheadle who look straight African, but a lot of Black Americans really don't really look like West African, right? So it's very plausible to assume that that maybe history was rewritten or something happened in the 1800s. I mean, there was no internet, so you could pretty much make up anything you want, in my opinion. So I don't know. I mean, I don't discredit what you guys are doing. I don't have any proof that it's exact. I mean, who knows, to be honest with you. So I'm really neutral when it comes to this topic, to be honest with you.
Honestly, I'm neutral too, because I do know that I have like Native American, so-called Native American within my family that people have told me down the line. But when I did my ancestry, though, there was no in Native American. There was a like little smidgen of Asian, and like Mongolian or something like that, Indonesian, and it was really strange, like Indonesian, and you know what I'm saying. But I'm like, but most of it was Nigerian and like Nordic and Scottish. So it's really interesting because they'll say, well, those DNA tests don't really matter or work or whatever. So what do you think about the DNA test? Do you think that they're a viable thing?
I'm very skeptical on the DNA test. As far as we know, it could just go to somebody in the lab, or not in the lab, but somebody's home, and they look you up, and they just make this stuff up. I don't know. I just don't believe that there's some fancy lab out there, and they're just doing this. They make it. I guess your imagination would lead you to believe it's some lab out there with some white people in lab coats, doing the DNA samples. But who's to really say what these people are doing, to be honest with you? Who's to say that a lot of this stuff isn't just some network of people who have your background information and they just are all in cahoots, like these different agencies, like 12andMe. What is it, 12andMe or something? 21andMe. And the other ones are working in a network something, and they just
then they just say, you know what? If it's a Black person that has old blood, tell them they're from Nigeria. Like, is it like really? You think it's like really like a conspiracy on that level? Like,
if you really sit back and think about it, all they got to do is get your birth certificate, your information, just to make sure that they don't get it wrong. So they just look you up. Like they probably just do like an extensive background check of you, and they just link everything up, probably using AI, and they just say, hey, this person, comes from, let's say Tennessee. They don't really know where they all are from, just like, but they're part of this big family here. Tell them they all come from Nigeria or something. Like, I don't know. I just don't believe in it.
So mine came back as Chesapeake Bay Black Americans.
Yeah.
And Barbados, and then Nigeria, and some other parts of
yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
So, but
I mean, it might be true. I mean, I don't know. It could be true, to be honest with you. Yeah, it could be true.
So this whole thing is really talking about the mounds and like all the things that were in America. Do you think that ancient Kemet?
Yeah.
Everybody, the chematologists that are like, oh yeah, Egypt.
Yeah.
But they're saying, a lot of people say that these mounds are older than the actual pyramids. Do you believe that to be true?
It's very plausible to assume that a lot of history it actually predates even Egypt. I mean, who's to say how old Egypt is? I really believe in the reset theory.
Like Tartaria, do you believe that in ancient Tartaria?
I'm not going to say that I totally am in disbelief of it,
and like
but I believe that Tartaria could be an interpretation. It could be just an interpretation of a reset. Like, I've always asked myself, I live in Northeast Ohio, and I've been not all over the country, but I've been to a lot of different places in the country. And it blows my mind that we have these beautiful stone buildings, like these grand libraries.
Isn't there like a mound out in Ohio that's really like it's
People
like
keep telling me about that. I heard about. I've never been there. I don't know.
hold on, there's a really big
Yeah.
mound in Ohio. Hold on.
Yeah.
Mound in
And
Ohio.
yeah, and you know the thing is that
Hold on, I'm gonna
you
find
have,
one out.
yeah, you have these big buildings or whatnot, and it almost is like damn. It seems like another civilization.
Serpent Mound. Have you heard of the Serpent Mound?
Yeah, I keep hearing about it in Ohio. I haven't been, but I keep hearing
Adams County. How far are you from that mound?
the who mound, the Serpent's Mound.
Yeah.
Peebles, Ohio. Let's see. Let me look this up. Peebles, Ohio.
And hold on, the Miamisburg Mound.
4 hours away. Yeah. Oh, that's Southern Ohio. Yeah, I'm 4 hours away. That's at the bottom of Ohio. Hell no, I'm nowhere close to that. Yeah.
Hold on, let me share this. This is thing called it's in Miamisburg, Ohio. Hold on, let's see.
Yeah.
And it's called. Look at that. It doesn't look like a pyramid to you.
Yeah, it looks like a pyramid. It could be some sort of man-made pyramid, or it could be something underneath that caused that structure. But yeah, it looks very.
Serpent's Mound. This is the Serpent's Mound.
I gotta look it up. Yeah, I have to look it up.
So it's crazy. If you live in Ohio, you need to go check that out because people are saying that this mound right here is a man-made. Look at this. You see this?
Yeah. It looks interesting. I mean, it looks like I said, it could have been made by. I mean, it's definitely it's man-made. I mean, that's not natural, right? So yeah. I mean, yeah, I definitely believe in the resets. I believe that I believe there have been multiple resets without a doubt. Yeah.
That we've like done this before. I
believe that
to a certain extent of like in development, and then something happens, and then
something collapses. Yeah, without
is that called the what is that called? There's a name for it. That we get to a certain point and then it resets, and then what is it called?
I can't even think of the name. Yeah.
Dang, and it's on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah.
Subterranean cities in America, right? So what would you say? All right. So are you what you would consider a foundational Black American?
I hate those terms. I guess you could say that, but I look at myself more as obviously an ape, but more of an
ape. Why would you consider yourself to be an ape?
Well, we are, according to science, we are great apes. We share damn near 100% DNA with chimpanzees. To a degree, we even look exactly like chimps and bonobos.
We don't look like no damn bonobo. What are you talking about?
Well, we share digits like them. We have opposable thumbs like them. It's very plausible to assume that outside of clothing, we are these creatures. I mean, to a degree, it's not that we evolved from them. It's just that we are just like an orangutan looks totally different from a gorilla, but they're both great apes. We could be just great apes, and I believe that. That's what I truly believe. That we're just great apes.
So do you know that I believe that's like college indoctrination?
Who knows, right?
Because you didn't hear that you was a bonobo until you got to college, and you didn't start thinking about this type of stuff.
Well, it was more for me. It was junior high school. I had a great science teacher, but one thing I could say is I used to think about it that we looked like these creatures, but I will admit,
like a chimpanzee. We think that human beings are like chimpanzees.
Do
you think that white people like chimpanzees, or just only Black people? Because you know what, they would say that the white man is closer to a chimpanzee than an actual Black person. You know that Black people are considered the first humans on Earth, while the white person is considered a Neanderthal, which would be the closest thing to
whites are hairy,
right? The rhesus monkey.
They're very hairy people.
Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? So why would you say that a Black person looks like an ape?
Yeah.
And Black people have nothing close to.
Yeah.
we're they said that we're the only what's it called? Homo erectus, right? We're the only like human
I
being.
forgot Homo sapien, Homo erectus. I can't remember.
Homo
I don't
sapien, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
So yeah,
Uh,
yeah, I think that
you don't think we're apes? What do you think we are? What do you think we are? You think we're like a separate
supreme beings. I think that we came from outer space. I think that we came from another
like a
planet.
separate we're just like a special little we're like a special creature or something. That's that you know
No, I think that we came from another planet. I believe that just like
I
the
believe in
Dogon said that we came from the Sirius star system. I don't think that we came from the planet.
I believe to a degree that might be true, that we are not native to this planet as well. So I listen, who knows, right? I was born in 84. Who knows? But I've always thought that maybe we are not a part of this planet. That's why we need so much technology to survive. We need clothing. We need cars. We need all types of stuff to survive on this planet. You know, we need homes to keep us away out. I don't know. I
need all these things to keep us to survive because
to keep us to survive. Yeah, I've always thought that.
No, because think about this. Black, like Africans, do we really need all these things? We don't need homes and air conditioning.
Yeah.
This is what white people need to survive.
Mm.
Think about it.
Yeah.
Are we the ones that we don't have to put a thing over our head when we're in sub-Saharan Africa? They have to wear that.
Yeah. How long you gonna be live streaming, by the way?
Huh?
How long are you gonna be live streaming?
I was gonna play the rest of this video, and
I have to drop. But I can probably, if you're gonna be live in like an hour or two, I might be able to come back. Maybe like an hour.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you know, I've been kind of doing stuff because I really wanted to like let this video kind of play and then come back on.
Okay.
I'll probably come back on and do another stream. I just wanted to like because everybody's been on this whole kick of that we're from America, you know, like Tariq Nasheed, you know, we're from.
Okay.
So I want to show the video that breaks that down. So I was okay. Well, here's the video. All right, if people want to believe this, then guess what? This is what the information is, right? According to those people that believe in that. I, for one, I don't believe too much of anything. I think that it's all subjective, and it really doesn't really make a difference.
Okay.
You know, what do you think? What I mean, do you think that reparations is going to happen?
I'm a pro reparationist, and I believe it will happen one day. It should happen.
It's the Constitution.
Hey, you know, it's free money.
It's against the Constitution. I think it's the 13th.
I know it's against the Constitution, but hey,
so like, were they going to undo the Constitution to make reparations happen, or what? Like, so
hey, whether listen, if it's against the Constitution, they say Genesis, we're going to give you 100,000. You're going to say it's against the Constitution?
I'm going to say thank you and put in some.
Say thank you.
But do you think that the FBA movement is going to be the movement?
Counting that money somewhere.
Do you think without organization, do you think that the FBA movement is going to be the thing that makes it happen, or do you think ADOS is going to be the one?
They get reparations moving forward? No.
You think it's ADOS or FBA? Which one do you think will be the
between the two? Probably FBA, but in reality, but oh, you mean that will get reparations?
That will make it actually happen.
The FBAs, without a doubt, the FBA.
No, absolutely not.
You don't think so?
First of all, FBA is a so-called lineage. There's no organization behind the lineage. ADOS is the only one that actually has a decree for reparations.
Yeah.
So that's the thing is that that's the qualm I have with FBA is that you have a leader that does not want to actually be the leader of it and stand up and be the leader and say, listen, I'm the leader of FBA and this is our decree for reparations and this is our marching order. And so what's this, a lineage? That's it. Don't try to say I was the one who did it, you know. So that's like, because I guess he's afraid because most of these movements that happen like this, they end up getting killed, right? So he don't want to get killed, so he'll just say, no, I wasn't the one that started it.
Yeah.
You know, and so to me, I'm like, no, why would you're going to start something with coward at the same time about it? What are we doing? What do you think? One last thing before you leave. Pan-Africanism. Do you think that Pan-Africanism is dead?
No, not at all. Pan-Africanism actually might be the next wave of global ideology. I mean, it's blacks or Africans all over the globe. So it's like a soft colonialism to a degree. I mean, it's blacks every goddamn where. So I think it might be on the rise more than what you think.
Why do you think that FBA is so against Pan Africanism?
Because they're underperformers. They're jealous of Africans. Africans have been exceptionally successful when they leave Africa. So the FBAs are just they're underperformers. You know, they sit around and watch the planet. What's up, Vanta? They sit around and watch the planet purring along. So the African takes advantage of the Western Hemisphere. So yeah, it's over. It's over. But I'm gonna drop off real quick. I want you to if you were I'm gonna look for you if you come back, okay? But yeah,
okay, thank you for coming though, because you know I always support your channel. I thank you so much though. I appreciate your presence here. Thank you so much.
What's up?
Hey Vanta, how's it going? What are your thoughts?
Hello. From what CT just left, so you replaced one African with another. I don't know what he was talking about with this whole Pan-African babble. Pan-Africanism is a lie. Most Africans hate each other. They're divided. One country speaks 3 to 4 languages, and you have multiple tribes. Genesis. So the idea that we all pan as one is silly. However, I do agree with CT that Africans are planning to take over the Black Americans, quote unquote FBAs, in the future. That's the game plan.
So you think that Africans are trying to take over the FBAs, and you really believe that's
yes.
Why? Why do you say that? Are you in America or are you in Europe? Where are you
I'm in the UK, London.
So UK. How can you speak from that standpoint if you've never been to America?
No, because I still have family back home, and I communicate with them.
They have meetings like we're going to take over the African Americans.
No, it's not like some kind of
they all like get together.
It's like a super it's like a super villain.
They have like a secret society of Africans.
No, nothing like that. No. It is it's called incremental level, like slowly but surely. The levels are going to rise eventually, because the prediction is Africa will be 2 billion by 2050, and by 2050, Black Americans are going to be very, very, very poor, disadvantaged, and you guys are ripe to be taken over. I'm just saying. I'm looking at the forecast.
All right. So don't you think that So taking over, right? So that means you're saying that the Africans are going to be more richer than the African Americans. What has stopped them up till now?
Well, the problem is on the homeland. Our problem is we have corrupt leaders. Number one. Number two, every charity that goes to Africa doesn't go to the people. It goes again back to the wallets of the NGOs and the leaders and the close family. Whoever's closely linked to the dictator, the ruler, or whatever. So Genesis, I'm saying. And Genesis, you're a smart woman. I remember you and I were speaking on Sharon Bracey's panel a couple of weeks ago, and I'm not defending Africans as a whole, because that's silly. There's 54 nations in Africa. Africa is not one, and that's why I don't believe in Pan-Africanism. But I do see the trend that Africans are literally is game time.
Do you know what the actual meaning behind Pan-Africanism is?
It used to be the idea Black Americans wanted to be part of Africa, and they had the mindset like, we should be one. But I think the idea died, Genesis. I think that the idea is silly. If Africa can't be one, how can Black Americans going to Africa blend in? It's impossible. I think Black Americans will do themselves a favor. Just be Black America. Be FBA, whatever you want to call yourself, ADOS, all the terms you want to call yourselves. Just separate from Africa. I think that will do you guys a lot of good in the long run. Because Africa won't accept you.
Let me just help you out here. So Pan-Africanism is a global movement, an ideology focused on unifying and empowering people of African descent, promoting solidarity, cultural connection, and political/economic independence for African nations and the diaspora, born from anti-colonial structures struggles to foster a shared identity and self-determination. It seeks collective strength, celebrating shared heritage while fighting racism and advocating for Africa's dignity and unity, leading to institutions like the African Union. So that is that is like the definition that AI is saying that it is.
I'm glad you pulled that up because I am heavily anti-African Union. I want African Union to be demolished, just like the EU, just like the UN. I want the African Union to be, you know, destroyed, dismantled, game over, because
Why?
it has done nothing. It has done nothing for the people of Africa across the whole board. Genesis. And I think you Americans have a fairy tale view of Africa, like, oh yeah, we could just go there and just be one, wearing dashikis and kufis and all that babble.
Do you really think that people from America are really going over there with dashikis and
No, 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 no. But
What are we talking
listen, Genesis. I grew up on American culture my whole life. Like America's a global
But
empire.
you grew up in American culture from the UK, not in
Yes,
America.
I
So
know.
you're
I know.
watching
I'm saying,
whatever they're feeding to you in the UK of American culture.
but
That's not
Genesis,
true American culture. That is
Genesis.
what
While growing
their
up,
idea of American culture.
but
Of
Genesis,
the
while
UK.
growing up, I remember the moment I got internet in I think the year 1999. I had AOL and I had AIM. What's it called? Something instant messaging, and then MSN blew up. Hotmail and all that babble. And I was actually engaging with Americans overseas. Like I had pen pal. You remember the term pen pal back in the day? God, I feel old.
You know what? I
Pen,
did not
pen pal.
do it. I never heard of pen pal, but I've heard of AOL. Yeah. And
Yeah, AOL. No, I mean pen pal. Pen pal. It means like someone you know from overseas as a term. Someone you know from overseas. I had a lot of American friends.
pen pals. Yeah, pen pals.
Yes.
Letters to each
Yeah.
other.
Yeah. Exactly. So
So what were the black pen pals that were like?
Yep. I had.
I want to be in Africa someday. I love Africa. Like what was it? And when did this disdain for when did this like thought that Americans are just so stupid that we just like think in the most
I think it started from the 90s because you guys after the Cold War, you guys got super arrogant because you guys defeated the USSR, capitalism won, communism was dead, and you guys became super arrogant. And then here comes the whole, oh, we need to feed these Africans. Oh, they got flies in their eyes. African booty scratcher, this and that. I'm like, why are these Black Americans getting too arrogant all of a sudden? It was crazy in the 90s.
So you're saying the black, not the white Americans, but the black Americans.
No. Trust me, I have heat for the white too. I have the heat.
No, because you're talking about people that were showing images of Africans with flies. And there was no, it was not
little children with big bellies.
That was Sally Struthers doing that. So what are you talking about? There was no African Americans showing black Africans.
But you use that imagery and the white charity babble to talk.
When's the last time you been?
I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you personally. I'm saying the role you. Like when I say you, I mean America in general.
When's the last time you've been into the United States? When's the last time?
I've never been to the United States.
So it sounds to me like you are watching TV and you're getting what's going on in America.
Yeah, but my dear, I'm saying I speak to Americans again from the days of AOL, AIM, MSN.
So do you believe that if I talk to an African I'm on Facebook and I'm talking to an African and I never go to Africa, then I know what Africa is? Would you say that would be
see, Africa's not a country. Africa's a continent. America's a country.
Okay, all right, Nigeria. So I talked to a Nigeria over the internet.
Okay.
And I've never been in Nigeria. Do you think I could properly describe how Nigeria is if I've never been there?
Unless you spoke to
yes or no. That's a yes or no. That's a yes or no question. Because you just told me about
I know the follow up.
You're telling me about how you
know. I know the follow-up.
You're talking about is from a bird's eye view.
Okay. I will entertain you. Okay, no. How about that? I'll entertain your
You don't have to entertainment. It's just
No,
that's
no, no,
not.
no, no, no. I
Do
know,
you know
I
what
know
a
your line
logical
of logic.
fallacy is? Do you know what a
I
logical
know the
fallacy is?
line of logic, but Genesis, I will say no. Okay, carry on.
Right. So why don't you come to America and actually see America, and then you can make a judgment. You're
But
only in
we're
Europe. Why don't you just like take a flight over? It's only like about $500 to come over here and actually stay for like about a week, and then you can tell
no,
us
no,
what
no. I
a
can
better
definitely.
idea of what you're talking about. Because how could you
I
make
can.
a judgment from Europe as an African? Have you been? When the last time you've been to Africa? Tell me that.
Since I was born,
No. When's the last time you've been?
I haven't been. To be fair,
What? Okay. What age were you when you've been to Africa?
so I was born during the Civil War, and I couldn't go
The
back.
Civil War.
It was hot for a long time. That's why even my own
What
father,
year was the Civil
he
War?
didn't go back.
What year Civil War were you in?
1988. I was born in
So
88.
the last time you've been in Africa was 1988, and you've been in Europe ever since 1988.
No, no,
You've never
no,
been to
no.
America. You
Genesis,
have so
Genesis.
much to say about
Wait a
Africa.
minute. Wait. See, now you're jumping guns. You're jumping guns. You're jumping guns.
How old were you in 1988?
I was born in 88. I was born.
So the last time, so you were born there, and then would they ship you off to Europe immediately, or how'd that go?
No, basically, my family had to go to the Middle East as the closest region of safety at that time during the war.
So she gave birth, and boom, y'all had to go to Middle East and then move to Europe.
Unfortunately, yes, that's why.
Okay, so do you understand that the way that you're
I know.
speaking so confidently about the African continent and America, and you've never been to either or, is ridiculous. I would never speak of the African continent. I can speak on South Africa. I
Genesis,
probably have more content.
Genesis, you misunderstand. Genesis, you misunderstand.
You have, and I've only been to Johannesburg and Cape Town back in 2006.
How was it?
So how can you talk about the African and speak so confidently of what's going on in Africa, America, the continent, and you have never been to either or?
Easy, because
you watch TV.
No. Because America is the current empire. Everything America does affect every country on the planet. You are the empire. Am I not, Genesis? Am I wrong in saying that?
So America is an empire. Okay, so you're saying that, but does that mean that you can't, if you've never been to America? America is also a landmass with different cities, different people, different ideologies. So why would you think that because you watched TV and saw the bad guys that you know about America?
America post Cold War won the Cold War and became the #1 exporter of culture. That's why if you see across the globe, you will see Africans, Asians, Europeans that can easily emulate American culture because that's what we absorb. Again, Genesis, I said I grew up on American culture because America was the exporter of culture in the 90s. Am I wrong, Genesis?
You grew up on American culture in Europe, right? So let me just tell you.
No. Initially the Middle East, and then yes, when I came to Europe, it was the same thing. Middle East, Europe, still America. America was in my face 24/7. America.
But that's not the same thing.
I'm just saying.
Let me tell you why. Because in Europe, right, when you think about, all right, when you think about how Europe sees American culture, right, they get the B-sides to the records. The DJs that play the music, they might listen to techno. Techno was not popular as much in America as it is in the UK. Techno became popular in Europe. So over here, we're listening to African Bambaataa. Over there, you're listening to underground
Party people.
You're listening to Detroit techno, and you're listening to Chicago house music. You have drum and bass. We don't. So here's the thing. It was not just the only American influence. It was the Jamaican influence because you have drum and bass that had like a Jamaican style
I understand all that, Genesis.
Caribbean
I
music.
understand on an ethnic level. I understand.
So
I
what
know.
level of American influence
I'm
did
talking,
Europe
I'm
have?
talking America as a nation. I'm not talking about Jamaican blacks in New York. I'm not talking about. I'm saying American
No,
general.
no, no, no,
Why
no, no.
was
I'm
why
talking
was
about
my
Jamaican
father
blacks in the UK.
Genesis?
Do you understand
Why
how
was
much
my
influence
father?
the Jamaican blacks in the
Why
UK have on
was
the
my
UK
father
culture?
listening to the Commodores in a country called Yemen? My father was working in Yemen. Why was he listening to Commodores in Yemen in the 70s? Why?
Say it
Sorry,
again.
sorry, in the 80s. My father, he put me on the Commodores, Gas Band, Earth, Wind and
In the
Fire,
80s.
Isley Brothers.
Okay, in the 80s, we were listening to Lisa
No,
Nicole Jam.
while
We
he was
listened
working
to
overseas,
what in the
while he
80s?
was while he was working overseas, and
To the
then
Commodores in the 80s. That's in the 70s and the 60s.
yeah,
So y'all are
no,
behind, first of
I'm
all.
saying,
So here's the thing:
I'm saying,
is
wait,
you're so do you understand?
Genesis,
You're saying you're
Genesis,
influenced by a culture,
and I finish my
but you're
point.
behind
If
that culture
I may,
in you.
if
Go
I
ahead.
may,
Go
my
ahead.
father,
You talk.
he was born in the late 50s, and then, of course, he was a little kid in the 60s, but by the 70s, he's working overseas. And by the time he gave birth to me in the 80s, this man already accumulated American bands like Commodores, Daz Band, Isley Brothers, Earth, Wind and Fire, Prince, MJ, Jackson, all that. So by the time I was like 5 years old, even my own mother, my mother loves a lot of Sade, Shaka Khan, and all this.
Sade is from the UK, sir.
I know, but I'm saying, like it's Shaka Khan. We've got Shaka Khan, Tina Turner. A lot of black music affected my parents, and they put that on me while I was growing up. So I'm saying America has been our face for goddamn decades, Genesis. That's what I'm saying. America is the global empire. After World War II, you are the empire. So I do hate when people say, oh, why do you care about America? Because America has been in our faces globally, Genesis. That's my point. That's my point. And regarding this Pan African babble, we
But so you're
Africans,
saying that look, hold on.
Africans hate each other.
Pan African babble.
Yes, this
So do
babble
you
is
even
good babble.
understand? So I just read to you what Pan Africanism was basically for.
I
It was
I
a
read that
thing
line. I read
to
that
have
line. Yes,
solidarity. So what
it's a
happened is
lie.
I think Marcus Garvey started the whole movement, and I think somebody else. I
And what happened in Liberia? What happened in Liberia? Liberia just broke down quickly, like hot fire. See, Liberia is the perfect example why Pan Africanism can't work. I'm telling you, Genesis. Imagine if Somalis have civil wars. Rwanda had a goddamn, I can't say on YouTube maybe, self-deleting war in 1994, right? And right now, Genesis, do you see what's happening in Sudan right now? In Sudan, I'm telling you, Genesis. This can you Black Americans stop with this Pan African? Africans are ready for war at any moment against each other. We don't even need the white man. The white man is like an old fairy tale. We don't care about the
So
white man.
what do you think that Pan Africanism is about? So I can understand
It
why
is a
you're.
fairy tale. It's a fairy tale because Pan African is
No, I
about
didn't ask you.
uniting. No, wait, okay.
What do you
Yeah,
think it's
I'll
about?
explain. I'll explain. Okay, I'll explain. Pan African is about uniting against the white supremacy order, and I think that is so silly and childish.
So you think that we should be cool with colonialism in Africa?
I mean, China's already China's doing shit right now in Africa.
No. That's a yes or no question. So you think
No.
that?
I'm not doing yes or no because I need nuance.
No, the reason why I'm saying that is because I
Nuance is
asked
key.
you a direct question. You
Okay.
said that Pan Africanism is garbage or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And I asked you, what do you think what is the definition of Pan Africanism, and what do you think it's about?
You didn't hear me. You didn't hear me. Okay,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No. I'm
Go
delayed.
ahead. What do you think? Once again, I'm asking you again. What do you think Pan Africanism is about?
Okay, I will answer very slowly because I know there's a delay and I talk too fast, so I'll be careful. Pan Africanism is an ideology propagated by black Marxists from America and fueled up by white communist liberals in the Western world to say blacks need to unite with Africa against a old European colonial white supremacist power, which today that doesn't even exist. And that's why I think Pan-Africanism is a lie and it's a myth.
So actually,
Great.
the actual what Pan Africanism is a global movement, not just about Africa, but that people of African descent, whether they be from Jamaica, Haiti, Caribbean, they could be on whatever island, whatever Sentinel Island, even Australia, that we should have a global mindset to where if we care about each other, we should care about each other's affairs no matter where we are. That it should
That's
not
why.
be a thing where we're over here in America and we don't give a fuck about what's happening over there in South Africa. And so what that creates is a unity amongst the entire diaspora of Africans.
You know I'm laughing, Genesis, because ask any African, they'll tell you Africans don't like the islanders don't like Africans. Islanders and Africans don't
Well,
like
that's the
Black
reason why
Americans.
that's the reason why they're not the ones that actually were promoting
No.
Africanism, because if they want to be tribalist, okay, well they would not be at the head of a movement like this. The ones that aren't the head of it are the ones that are like the presidents, like Lumumba, people like that. They would be the people that would be at the head of these movements, like people like that.
My dear, Black Americans are the only ones that believe in this garbage. Africans and Caribbeans don't believe in this. I'm being dead serious. We don't believe in Pan Africanism. We don't believe in it. You guys, if you want to believe in it, go ahead, believe in it. But trust me, when you go to Africa,
listen, are you guys the leaders? You don't believe in it. You're not the leader, though. So if you're a leader of the,
are you a leader? Is Black America the voice of Pan for all dark skinned people across the globe? Are you the voice?
What I'm saying is that for Pan Africanism, we were the voice.
Why? Who made you the voice? Who allowed you to be the voice?
Well, I believe our actions made us the voice.
No, because you're comfortable knowing that America is a global empire and you have the arrogance. See what I'm saying? You guys have the comfort of being American because America is the current global empire. That's why you talk big shit right now. But trust me, yes, I had never been to Africa since the day I was born, but I speak to a lot of Africans, and I'm telling you that right now, Genesis, they have deep issues with Black America. Like, you guys have been talking shit for damn near 40 years right now, probably 30, 40 years, talking shit.
You're talking about that African Americans have been talking shit for 40 years.
Yes.
And you guys have been the main ones talking shit for 40 years. What do you mean?
No.
Seriously, that we've been talking
again.
What have we been? Okay, so
Africa is not a country. Africa is a
name
continent.
one point of contention of talking shit that Black Americans, because on the cool.
What the hell? Okay. What the hell is the bush? What the hell is the bush meat, Genesis? What is a bush meat?
It's only a select
my
group of
question.
people that are Pan-Africanists.
What is
the
bush meat?
majority of Black Americans are not thinking about Africa. They're thinking about surviving.
No, you do. You use even Nation of Islam. You think I was born and raised a Muslim? Do you think most Muslims take Nation of Islam seriously? They find it goofy. It's silly.
Were you born Nation of Islam or Sunni?
No. I was Sunni. I'm Sunni.
Okay, so all right. So what point are you making about the Nation of Islam?
I'm saying again. Africa is one contention, and then you guys want to claim to be Muslim Islam, Nation of Islam. You know, most of Muslims, which are damn near 2 billion right now, they deem Nation of Islam as a goofy cult. Like, Nation of Islam is goofy across the globe. We don't take you seriously with your bow ties and your suits and your kufi hats and your salam. Just because you say salam alaikum does not mean you're Muslim. Stop it. Stop it, Genesis. This is why Genesis. I'm trying to be nice to you. I'm trying to be nice to you. The globe is tired of Black America.
Enslaved the Africans and made you Muslim. You wouldn't be Muslim.
I
if you
know,
weren't
I know the history.
So
Trust me,
you
I
think
know the
that,
history.
that
I
you're
know the
better
history.
than someone because
I'm
you were a
I'm
slave?
saying, no,
Welcome
I
to
know
the
the
panel,
history.
Akila Aye.
I'm sorry. Is someone coming
Akila
on the panel?
Akila I.
How
Are
can
you
I?
there? Hello. Okay. Until I mean, I
Probably
don't know.
okay. Mm.
I don't want this. I don't want someone to like try to.
Yeah. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful.
Right. So I'm saying is that when you're talking about like the Nation of Islam, right? Akila, if you want to like come up, you have to like cam up. I don't know. I don't trust what you got going on because when I brought you up, you didn't say nothing. So what's going on? I don't know.
Yeah. You have to be careful. Some weirdos just want to delete channels. I've noticed a pattern lately. People just want to come up and just trying to, talk crazy and delete channels by talking crazy. Be careful. Be careful, Genesis. Yeah. But yeah, Genesis. I'm trying to be honest and like I come here in good faith. I'm not here to troll. I'm not a bad actor. I'm just saying. I think most Black Americans need to maybe expand their horizons and learn about Pan African is a lie. Is a lie that's been propagated, and by the way, mainly by white liberals. And I think white liberals are the
So you
demons.
think we should be anti-African? Should we like? Okay, should we just say
Yes. No. You have to be
Do
anti.
you want the black
I want a healthy
anti-African? Is that
separation.
what the goal is?
Healthy separation. Black America, Black America. African, African.
So
Healthy
Africans shouldn't be
separation.
trying to come to America, should they?
If I come to America, if I say if, and I decide to live there, I will claim to be American. I won't even claim to be FBA. I won't claim
But no, you're
ADOS. I won't
saying that
claim
it should
Black.
be separation, so you should not be allowed to come to America. You should be able to
I
stay, and
mean,
you should be banned from coming here.
I
That's
could
what
be
you're saying. Based on what you're saying,
and
is that you should be banned from coming here.
I
You should
mean,
not be allowed to come to America because
by the way, Genesis, I've
right?
been getting
You want to create
Genesis.
separation, and you do it all the way. You don't do it halfway.
I,
Akila Aye, can you show your picture? I'll bring you up. Just do a glimpse. I don't want to. I don't trust the black screen.
Yeah, whenever people ask me like Venter can cam up, I cam up behind the scenes to prove like just show a little face reveal and then go back to being an avatar. God damn.
Right. Like, I don't understand. I'll bring you up if you like. You just like show who you are. I don't trust the black screen. So.
There goes the Pan Africanism.
Yeah, I don't trust that blackness.
The black.
The black screen. So you're saying that we should be all separated?
Yeah, on a healthy. Oh, okay, there you go. Okay.
So, all right, Reverend Gray, go ahead, and I want you to talk to him. He's saying we should have a separation, and I'm sure you're going to.
Okay, my final
All
point
right,
before
you
the
have a
speak.
person here that's going to agree with you all the way down. We need to be separate. There you go. So
yeah, there you go. Thank you.
What's the question again? Everybody. Hello, everybody.
So what's happening is that you have Vance Black saying that we should be separate. That Pan Africanism we should be just Black Africans over here, Black Americans, whatever we call ourselves, need to be separate from Africans, and then there needs to be just separation. So okay.
Yeah, this guy's crikey mate, or is he African?
I don't know why are you using Australian language? I'm not Australian. What do you mean? Crikey?
What are you?
Can y'all hear me?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can hear
What
you.
are you, sir? Sir, what are you?
Sir, I'm from Somaliland that lives in.
Oh, okay. He's from Somalia. Okay.
Somaliland,
Gotcha.
not Somalia. Somaliland. It's two now. They split in two right now. I have to make sure.
No. Okay.
Uh-huh. And I'm
Ilhan
saying
says.
I'm saying there needs to be a healthy separation between Black America.
How did you get the
And
accent? Holy
I
camel
got
piss. How did you get the accent, sir?
I got the accent because I went to private school when I lived in the UAE, and I learned proper English. And then when I came to London, I was already on point writing cursive. And I've been in the UK for damn near 30 years. So
All right.
Are you your complexion, sir?
I am very light. Very, very, very light. I'm the lightest
Okay, like
Somali you'll ever meet. Yeah.
you light? Are you white passing?
No. I'm Arab passing, but both my parents are 100% Somali. But I do look
Okay,
Arab.
I got you. All right.
Hmm. You know
So
something I just realized?
Go ahead. What do you want to say?
Like I haven't been listening to y'all for too long, but the brother I kind of agree with. I don't really. I'm gonna keep it a band to you. Dang, I can't see your name right now, but most Black Americans don't really like. Ultimately, we don't really care to like joke about y'all. At the end of the day, it's just how people are showing how most of y'all are acting as a problem. Because at the end of the day, it's just like I'm from Mississippi, right? So the Pan African stuff doesn't really fly down here because most of us grew up with our great grandmothers and our great great grandmothers. So we know that our great grandmothers would talk about Indians more than they would talk about anything African. So we're not really confused about this. Now, did we have an identity crisis? Yes, to some degree because of academia. We get that. At the end of the day, we still don't ultimately have a problem with African people. It's just that when people come online and they try to attack us for talking about our Aboriginal roots and getting in touch with our Aboriginal roots and learning our family lineage and actually going through our genealogy and finding the Indians in our family, which is all of our family members, we have a problem when people start talking crazy to us about it. That's how I'm gonna keep it a whole 100. That's how I be feeling half the time. I don't have no problem with nobody. The only people I have a problem with is these white folks that's pretending like America is theirs. When I know for a fact, and some of these, a lot of these Asiatics that pretend like that they're Indians, but we can go back in their records and find that they came from um, the Philippines. They came from China. They came from the Mongol areas and things of that nature. Like we can find this information. I hate when people pretend like this is not a thing.
But isn't that what they taught in elementary school? That they came across the Bering Strait from the Mongolia
Mm-hmm.
area?
Yeah,
Yep.
that means they're immigrants. Pay attention.
Exactly. And that's the
Sir, I
reason why
want to
we
say this.
go ahead, bro.
My folks on both sides are from the Delta, Mississippi, Indianola.
Mm-hmm.
On both sides, mother and father, their mother and father.
Them shot
That's just
tods.
the way. Yeah, and the funny thing is that in Indianola right now, like they there's a parade. I mean, there's a pageant that may be separate out of Indianola, but they
Mm-hmm.
have this pageant called Princess Indianola. And if you look online, it's some like Mexican looking girl each and
Mm-hmm.
every year. But the
And
real
we
story of like Indianola, it's named after some princess.
mm-hmm. And
I
we barely have any quote unquote Mexicans down here. Like
Right.
it's like it's so odd that people believe this stuff that they keep teaching, but it's like it's not fitting your reality in front of you. You see mostly black people down here in Mississippi overall. So we need to trust our eyes, trust our family when they speak to us and our elders, and just listen to them. But I yield.
I want to say a few things, Genesis, before I leave because I'm gonna head out. But to my fellow man, I can't see names, so my apologies. I can't. You Americans sound alike to me. But sir, from Mississippi, is it so bad that knowing your history that you have been sold by West Africans, Europeans, and now your only cope is your Aboriginal and Native in America?
It's,
Can't you tell your origin story?
I kind of want to cut you off a little bit. I'm
Go
not
ahead.
going. I'm not going to
Go ahead.
attack you because
No, you
I'm gonna keep.
you can attack me.
No,
You
no, no,
can
no, no,
attack me.
no,
I'm cool.
no. I'm not going to because I'm gonna be honest. I know people think that this is a negative word, but it's just truth. You're just ignorant to what's been going on here. It's not a bad thing. You're not from here. Like you don't
Uh,
really understand yet because at the end of the day, I have documents that prove what I'm saying. I'm not just talking about, oh, I'm not
okay.
denying, oh, I don't want to be West African. I am not West African. I have documents to prove that. My whole family has documents to prove that. When you hear a lot of people talking about Aboriginal roots in America, we're talking about documents. We're not talking about what we heard just in books. We just use the books to back up what we're saying.
So you was there before the natives came via the Bering Strait during the Ice
Yes,
Age.
absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
Like
We were always here, bro.
we was
We were
always
always
here.
here.
We dominated the southeast of America.
You're the Clovis
Dominated
people. Remember the Clovis people? Clovis, megafauna, and all
the
that.
who?
Bro, just cut it out,
The
man. You're
Clovis.
listening to
Look it
you're
up.
reading some
Look
you're
up the
reading some
Clovis
stuff.
people. They were there 10,000 years ago in America. They're called the Clovis people.
No, no,
C
no,
L
no.
O
We don't
V
even
I
care.
S.
We
Hold
were
on.
See, here already, bro.
See,
Wait, wait,
We
wait,
just
wait,
see,
saying
wait,
we
wait,
here. We
see,
don't
wait.
care.
see.
Let me speak.
American flag man is angry. I don't know why you're angry,
No,
sir.
no,
I'm trying to fix
It's not
I would
angry.
say
It's we don't care what you're saying.
no,
The
I
Genesis.
crackers.
would
Pull up
I would
Genesis.
say
Pull up Clovis. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
I would say to him, it's Aquila's eye. It just means the eagle eye. It's Aquila is a constellation, but
I'm very familiar with Aquila. I'm very familiar. Yes.
so it's what I'm saying is I would like to hear. I'm gonna keep it a band. I'm not one of the Aboriginals that would attack people outside of where we come from because I want to hear their stories. I want to understand what either what they think they know or what they know about where they are at. Like I think the problem is in every community is we spend too much time attacking each other instead of learning from where you are at. Stop attacking places that you are not. You're not there. You don't understand the culture. You don't understand what happened to. You don't understand the history because what's propagated out of America to the rest of the world is totally different than what we see
Right.
being here. Likewise in Europe, likewise in Africa, likewise in every other continent. We have to, as aboriginals to whatever landmass we are at, work together to to help each other understand each other's stories. The problem is we can't help each other if we start attacking each other on it. That's the reason why I told you when I first started talking. I don't really have a problem with Africans. I just don't like when people try to tell me about me and my people.
And we don't like you claiming us too. That's why I was saying in Genesis, we need a healthy divide between Black America and Africans, a healthy separation.
But how can you like tell? How can you speak for Africans and you live in the UK?
No, no, my dear, because
We don't like you. You come to the
Genesis,
UK, you're not
Genesis, Genesis, Genesis. I engage with other Africans, and we all listen. We
We
have beef
all
with each other. We
there's
have beef.
53
We
billion
have
Africans across
beef.
the globe.
No, 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 no.
All 42 billion
To
are
Is a general consensus.
I will say
General
Genesis.
consensus.
To be fair to him, I will be fair. A lot of the people that we talk to are Africans that came to America or Africans that migrated to other places, and they don't really care to understand even their own culture.
That's
But the
correct.
ones who cares to understand their culture themselves, we can work with them. because they will be on boots on the ground for us when we need to hear what's going on with their people, so we can
So,
know. It's all about strategy, and it's
so
all about.
what do you think? Why do you think this FBA versus Tether thing is blowing up? Because right now we're having these conversations. Because
Mhm.
Because of
I,
the
I,
It's
I
actually
just
helpful.
learned 2025. I learned the term tether. 2024. I never knew the word tether. Genesis. I never heard the word tether in 2024. I learned tether in 2025. I learned. I'm like, what the hell is that? Oh, it means blacks don't want to mix in with Africans. Africans are tethers. Caribbeans are tethers. But blacks, FBAs, are the ones in America
There
who
we
comes
go.
from
But
a
So you don't even know what the word tether is really about,
Nah,
right?
he doesn't.
No.
yeah,
I'm saying. I learned it. I learned it, Janice. I learned.
Can
Now
you
I know what
explain?
tether
No,
means.
no. Okay, so be quiet. Explain. Somebody explain the word tether and what they're saying, what they
so
mean by.
basically, I know from what I know about what tethers are. If you watch the movie Us, you will understand what a tether is, because that was really where it came from.
I refused. I
But
refused to watch that movie. I hate Jordan Peele. I can't stand that director. I can't stand him.
hey,
Sorry.
you tripping? I ain't gonna lie.
Sorry.
He
Hey,
cooked.
I don't like that. I don't like that bullshit. I don't like that. I don't like it. No. Sorry. I
Okay,
refuse.
well, is there another way to describe tether other than watching the
okay,
Jordan?
so it's
And by the way, I think
So your explanation is a movie. Can't you explain it in your use your brain. Use your brain. What does it mean, sir?
hey,
I'm
What
gonna
does
ask
tether
you.
mean?
I'm gonna ask you.
Don't give me a movie. Tell me what exactly what it
wait,
means. Go ahead.
wait. Calm down, bro. Because I did not disrespect you. Calm
You could
down.
tag me if you want to.
Because
My
I'll
apologies. My
I'm
do
just
it
apologies.
with
I
tether.
was
My
I was
apologies, sir. My
using it
apologies.
as a premise. But what I know it means is people propagating other people's culture, that pretending to be the people that they quote unquote look like. It's just like white people can be tethers to other white cultures.
And that's exactly what I was trying to tell Genesis earlier, that we have been bombarded by black culture exported by America for the last 30 years, post Cold War.
and who's
So
that?
please,
Do you think that we're
I
like
don't care. I
play
don't
my
care.
video?
I don't care. We have been bombarded by black and the negative, not even the positive, the negative aspect of Black America. And that's
But
why I see young Africans in Canada, in the UK, in America, emulating the Pookie, the tarantula head looking ass drill music. You know, drill music has deleted more children in the
hey,
UK
hey, hey,
in
hey,
recent
hey,
times.
hey, hey,
I said deleted. I didn't say
no, 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 no,
I'm working
no,
around. I'm working around the YouTube, sir. I'm just saying.
wait,
Look it up.
wait.
Look it up. If
No,
you think I'm talking
I,
crazy,
da, da,
look up the deletion of teenage black boys in the UK.
hey, be quiet,
And
bro. Be quiet for a
drill
second. Be
played a
quiet for a
part.
second. Be
All
quiet for a
right, let
second.
me let him know what
Because
tether is real quick. All
first
right.
and foremost, you're talking about my culture at this point. So I need you to be quiet. It's just like I wouldn't disrespect you just because of something that you read on Google about your culture.
There's no
Just
Google.
because you
It's
could.
life.
First and foremost, we are
Why are you
as
being? Can you speak? Can you speak up front? I don't like this tone you're doing. You're trying to be
how
All
condescending.
right,
about
I'm
you
gonna talk
Be
to
set
him. All
upfront.
right,
the
I'm gonna
Be
talk to
direct.
him
Be direct,
please
sir.
because
Be direct. I don't like you. Sound like a goddamn female trying to pay, being condescending.
right,
Be
I
direct.
got it. A tether is an immigrant who is a coon, and they have coonish behavior. It does not have to include just
wait.
Africans. It means all
Can I
immigrants.
defend my own position at
You
this
gonna
point?
get them, but I'm gonna give them the tether, my concise
Because
version of
I'm not
tether.
gonna
So
lie, because I
it's
almost like I'm trying not to wake my daughter right now. It's the reason why I'm talking like this.
go ahead.
Because
Fair enough. Fair enough.
first and foremost, I'm a family man. I don't really care about this shit at the end of the day. I care about my folks.
You could be
But
direct
what
while whispering. You could be direct while whispering.
how about you shut the fuck up and just let me talk? How about
Fine.
that? First and foremost, when it comes to this divide, I'm gonna keep it a band with you. I understand why my people don't really care to even mix with even Africans because the bullshit you just said about drill music. First and foremost, do you know that there is more black people in America than it is white people in America? But we don't do census.
What are you talking
You
about? You're 13,
how
14%.
shut the fuck up
What
and
you
just
talk?
let
No,
me
no, 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 no.
let
Now
me
you know. Now you need to
you
shut the f up. What do you mean? There's more black people in America than white? Are you crazy?
are you retarded? We don't do census. They do it by
Hey,
counting
listen,
census.
let him finish
This
his
is some
point.
weird
13%.
shit going on now, DJ Genesis. I don't know what's going
No,
on.
no, I'm trying to like, I was trying to mute him. I hit the wrong button, but I was trying to mute him because he's interrupting. Let him finish his sentence, guys. Go ahead, Aquila.
What I'm saying is, we haven't done census as a collective since the 1950s. So they don't even know how many of us are actually here, is my point. You're only going out based off of data that they show you that they can record. Most of the things that y'all think y'all know about America, y'all do not. Y'all are being retarded. Are you
Genesis,
having
can I respond? Can I respond, Genesis?
go ahead, bro.
I'm gonna head out, but just that statement alone convinced me that this is why Pan Africanism is a lie, and that's why Black Americans and Africans need to be separated on a
And
healthy
that's
level.
cool.
Separation.
I'm okay with that.
Just accept we okay. If you don't want to mix with us, and we don't want to mix with you, is that okay, sir? Is that okay?
Yes,
Okay,
that's the
thank you.
point right now. Like that's
Shake
what I'm trying
hands.
to tell you.
Okay. Okay.
But
Genesis, there you go,
Right.
Genesis.
No,
See?
Bro,
Point
I'm
proven,
not going.
Genesis.
No.
Point proven.
Wait. I'm not going. You don't have to be on the panel, but just listen. I'm not gonna let you get away with the bullshit you just
No,
said
no,
though
no. Listen,
about
I was
Bro,
trying to
just let
leave.
him
I was
go.
trying to
Let
leave.
him go with
I
that
was trying to
stuff.
no,
leave
You know,
on a
you don't have
positive
the
no,
time
note,
for
but
that stuff.
no.
you want to still
It's
lecture me
not
with your
about.
condescending tone.
It's
Like,
not.
sir,
It's not
I
condescending.
said shake
Oh my
hands. I
god.
said shake
No,
hands.
no.
You're black. I'm African. Shake hands,
Listen to what I
and then we
just
can move
said.
on. Now
It's
you're gonna
not.
lecture me. We're gonna
Oh my
lecture me on.
god.
Yeah.
Now you
Come on,
UK,
man. Come
UK,
on.
now
Somaliland. Would
now
you
you
agree? Would you
Yeah.
agree that the Pan Africans are the problem right now?
Yes,
We
because
need to close the
anyone
bridge.
anyone that believes in Pan African is a problem because Pan African
Thank
is
you.
a lie. Is a lie. Yeah.
but
It's a lie.
my whole point with what you just said is my first and foremost, you started the insults. I'd never started insults.
I didn't start on
That's my
insult. I was
oh
speaking.
my god.
Never mind.
Listen to how you speak because language is important. Most of everybody on on these platforms
I
don't
can't
listen
stand your
to
tone, sir. You're
those.
being condescending. Stop being. Just be direct, man. Just
Oh
be
my
well,
upfront.
he said he has a daughter. He can't talk loud, so just because you could like scream.
Got you, but it's then someone got to go.
Genesis. I
Stay with the
understand. But
family then.
he can be discreet, but also direct. Like this whole God, just be direct. While I understand your daughter is leaving,
what I'm saying
direct.
is actually direct. Everybody in the chat understands what I'm saying. You don't, which is my point. You don't even understand that I am being
As a
direct.
panelist, I don't read the chat. That's rule number one. If you're on the panel, don't read the chat.
It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if you read the chat or not, but the two people that's on the panel with us understand my point. You don't, which is my point.
Quit trying to have him understand. Cut the
No,
ropes. No more bridge. No more bridge.
Exactly. Just be direct,
That's
man.
it.
Just be upfront.
Let
Just be
it
up.
go. No
Yeah.
more hostage speech. It's done.
but my point
See,
is
they're
How
very
hard is the
condescending.
grieving period for
wait,
you?
wait,
All
wait.
right. Why are
No,
you grieving still? Let him go.
I'm showing a point to our
We're not
people.
getting along.
No,
He doesn't want to hear
listen.
you. He doesn't want to hear your southern cadence.
I'm talking to you right now.
Gotcha. Cut the rope now.
I'm proving a point to our people. I am being direct. My people understand that I am being very direct.
He's not your
But he
people.
don't.
Cut the rope.
No. What I'm saying is this. I'm proving a point to our people.
We got it. Now cut the rope.
Right now, yeah, we can cut the rope.
Sir, I'm going to toss you the blade again. Cut the damn rope.
Nah.
Tell him goodbye.
Thank you. Yeah, please. Can you let me go?
Go ahead. Go.
Damn.
How about
You're
you
not
just
getting it, sir.
leave? How
Cut the
about
rope.
you leave?
See, the American flag man gets it.
I don't know why y'all don't get this.
No,
Cut the
no,
damn
no,
rope.
no. I'm talking. I'm not even talking to him. I'm talking to you. Why don't he just
Yo,
leave?
this is a whore. You,
He loves.
if something ever pops off in reality, y'all not gonna make it. There's a couple people who are not gonna make it on this panel if there were ever some full out battle. You're not gonna get it. Cut the goddamn rope.
Exactly.
There don't even no communication. He don't want to hear you. Cut it out.
And that's why I said, can we have a healthy separation from blacks and Africans?
Damn.
No,
God damn.
just
This
go.
man doesn't get it.
That's
Wait,
my
hold on.
point.
You want a healthy separation, but you're on every black panel. I don't understand what you're talking
No,
about.
because this whole pack.
Why don't you go on to
people-
a Somali
I see
panel and
people-
then talk in
Oh,
your?
trust me, Genesis. Trust me, Genesis.
Well, why are you on the black
You
panel?
don't want to see how
Why
Somalis
don't you
kill each
sit
other.
on that
We are
panel? Why don't you go and talk your bullshit on another Somalian panel?
Genesis
Why are you getting on a black panel and then tell us that you don't
because I saw Pan
Cut the
Well,
rope,
why-
DJ Genesis. Put him in the backstage. See,
Genesis,
you have all this
No,
steam for
I-
everyone
I'm
else.
ultimately-
You have
thank
someone
you
who
for having me on
you're not
Genesis.
getting it, y'all.
Thank you.
Always
Thank you.
kissing their asses, giving them time. Cut the
Thank you
rope.
for having me on Genesis.
I want my opposition to be strong this time.
There he goes. He's
Yeah.
gone.
Cut the rope. Thank you.
Like,
Fuck.
and that was my point. Like, I'm not really talking in circles. I'm actually being straightforward. Like, I don't when the way that I speak, I speak the way that I speak because my people will understand. I always speak this way. They understand it, but others don't. So my point always is, it's just like any content creator that I talk to, I always tell them, stop talking to these people. Focus on our own people. Let's talk amongst each other. Ignore them. They don't know what the fuck is going on. Just like when I talked about the census, he had no idea what the fuck I was talking about. If you don't know, I'm gonna give y'all an example. I know most people don't believe in the Bible, but one of the principal things that the Bible says, a man that answers it without knowing or having an understanding is a fool. I don't deal with people like that. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, I'm not even finna have this conversation with you. Why? Because you don't get it. There's no point for me to have this conversation with you because I can't have a healthy dialogue that iron sharpens iron because I want to learn too. I'm the type of person where I talk to people because I want to learn, not because I just want to hear myself talk. I want to learn from the person that I'm talking to. If you got some information that I don't know, I need to know it. If I got
This
some,
dude saying throw the towel, throw in the towel.
Speaking of
It's the truth, man.
like this is what this live was talking about, the Great Pyramids of America.
Mhm.
And so I'm going to continue playing the rest of this video because people want to talk about we come from America, but then they want to talk over the video that's discussing the pyramids, the Washita trial. Let's go into it. Let's go.
All right, I'm gonna mute up.
We're higher population than 13% of the country.
Way higher. Way higher.
Far more higher. I agree with that whole census thing.
We don't.
They'll
do
underscore us
census.
for years, but we know that we see their behavior. Like, yo, what's going on? We see the indicators, what they're
Mhm.
doing, why they're freaking out.
Okay,
Yes.
so are we talking over the video now?
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Go ahead. Just go ahead and talk. Yeah, clearly. Go ahead.
The
Talk.
video wasn't even playing.
It was playing.
We didn't hear any sound.
Well, I don't know why. It was sound going. Y'all were talking over the video. That's why.
Did you hear any sound, sir?
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't. I turned the YouTube on and everything to see if I can
It's
hear
crazy.
anything.
I'm gonna bring it back up. All right, I'm gonna do this because I know I was playing the video. Y'all didn't see the video actually up there playing?
It
We
wasn't playing
saw
any
it.
sound.
Even the chat said it too. It wasn't saying anything.
The agent was in
Okay,
my
there we go.
museum of Washington information. She said, okay, this is not the same flag, not the same information. Oh, this is something totally different. This is not the same people. So fortunately, we had the museum up to display up. So when the FBA agent was there interviewing me, she could just compare Eileen Bay's United Washington documentation to the actual Washington documentation we had. And she could see this is two different things. They had that documentation had on, once again, white nationalist images. German flag, all this Russian stuff on it, and had nothing to do with the Washington Nation. So she thought it's not the same people, not the same flag. It's a false flag. So I got cleared. I'm also happy. She came in and interviewed me, and the agent actually ended up buying a book and some honey from us too. Thank God, nice lady. But she came in, thinking that they're going to come. They had the agents around the corner waiting to come raid our house, raid and jack us up. When she getting right signal. But once again, the creator is great. We are protected, and I'm still here. And
So basically, the FBI was actually and raiding the Washington Nation. I think they lost their land at some point. Well, no, I think that they raided the lady who was pushing the Washington. Because what happened is you had white people coming in and proclaiming to be Washington, and then they made it into a terrorist organization, and then it destroyed the whole group. So, but it was actually really like these people were Native Americans, but then you had white people saying they were Washington. They found the lady who started it, and it was like almost like they took it over. So let's go.
That Eileen person they had on that article is one of the people who was producing documentation. And I warned people that back when Malcolm X left the Nation of Islam, the only thing that everybody went to Malcolm X was a list of people in organizations. And that guy out there was gathering a list of people in organization that the government was able to intercept. So if you joined his organization, the government had a list of people who consider themselves to be Moorish American, but had nothing to do with the Washington. He was using the Washington as his cover. United Washington, whatever name he had zero to do with the Embassy of Washington, the Imperial Washington Nation, or the land Washington. Because Washington is in Louisiana, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and the Mississippi River Valley.
All right, so someone is okay. I think that the echo will stop now.
This guy's over in North Carolina, Mecklenburg County, selling people documentation like he's Washington. Nothing to do with the Washington Nation. Totally fake. You have all kinds of offshoots. You have the Wanubians, the Nuwabians, so all other groups who adopted Washington ideology and just kind of blended into what they're already doing to go to another level.
So are you so what is this? Is this part of like the same United Nations Human Rights Commission?
No, this group here, the Yamasee tribe in Georgia, that's a real tribe. That's a real group of people. There are indigenous tribes of Moors all over the United States. If you look at the East Coast of the United States before these so-called pilgrims got here, from Maine down to North Carolina, all the East Coast of the United States was occupied by Moorish settlements. From Boston down through DC, Virginia, it was all already populated. Before the English got here, that was already occupied and populated by Moorish people. The whole East Coast of the United States. Well, it's a book called 1491. Where the author talks about how when the pilgrims got here, they found all these ghost cities full of dead people because they brought in the first wave of Europeans came here with disease. Okay, and when they came back later, like what's that, Roanoke? They had the lost tribe of people. You have people come from Europe. The people they brought in from Europe were some of the sickest people out the infirmaries, off the street. They were the
I heard they had a lot of like people with like alcoholism. That's why they were so brutal because they were drunk the whole time.
The Europeans, not only England, but Scotland, the Netherlands, Belgium, were clearing out their neighborhoods, their cities of homeless people, of orphan children, of their infirmaries, of prisons, and send them over to the United States. As a matter of fact, after the American Revolution, they started shipping them down to Australia. So Australia was populated by some of the most low-level, riff-raff human beings you can find in Europe, got shipped out of Europe to the United States and then to other British colonies, not just Australia, United States, All the British
Can I
colonies
say
were
this
populated
real
by
quick?
so-called indentured servants, the white slaves, the European slaves that came out of Europe.
You know something that's crazy? I know people may think that this is crazy, but have y'all ever watched Attack on Titans? Like just literally just watched it? Like the plot?
Attack on Titans. Is that a movie?
No,
That's that cartoon movie,
yeah, it's an anime.
right?
Like just go and watch it.
Not really.
Just go and watch it with this stuff in mind. But understand how a lot of this stuff makes more sense because one of the things I'm gonna tell you that I learned about the Japanese people when I watched a lot of their animes, like One Piece and all these things, they are actually telling stories that we should know already. Just like Attack on Titans, what he just described is literally the premise of Attack on Titans. Literally the same thing. One of the things is that we got to understand that the world is trying to speak to us in media the same way that we're speaking to them in media. We got to remember that our music, our media, everything that we do is messaging. But sometimes we kind of forget that. But I'm gonna shut up and just let it play.
So understand the people brought over here to create the concept of white people was born out of people who are themselves indentured servants, and then made a law that says that white people will never be slaves again, and African people will be perpetually enslaved. Goes back to the House of Burgesses in Virginia and the Maryland governments in the 1660s when they passed laws and they, for the first time ever, used the term white people. Before there were English women, Dutch women, German women, and suddenly it was legislation for the first time written in law. The term white people was written in law in Maryland and in Virginia legislature because they were trying to pass laws that basically said that European women are not allowed to marry Moorish people or indigenous people. So let's go look at yourself. It's a book called "The Creation of the White Nation," the birth of the white nation. That I read, and she's clearly laying out the legislation. You print out the legislation where they pass laws first saying that English women can't marry non-white men or non-European men. Then they said English and Scottish women. Then English, Scottish, Irish, Belgium, Dutch. Then they said, look, white people, white women can't marry non-white men. So that whole idea of white people was invented in the in the pre-United States colonies of Maryland and Virginia. Look it up. Do the research. I've done it. So once again, like I say, back to Neely Fuller and like Francis Wells, all the problems we talk about now, let's just see them from the perspective of people trying to maintain control of the world and maintain the illusion of white power, white domination. That's what we're dealing with now. Economics, education, all those are factors that are being reinforced by people who are afraid of genetic annihilation. You have people, black people not worried about being genetically annihilated from the planet. Only if you listen to Donald Trump's followers, and when they passed that Roe versus Wade, they overturned Roe. You heard other politicians saying, "Oh, you just saved the white race because we are losing. It's a negative birth rate." So I'm listening to this lady talk about, understand what she's saying. She's talking about how by passing Roe versus Wade, you now eliminate the death of 60,000 Caucasian babies. Like, okay, I got that now. So the whole Roe versus Wade is to allow for the birth of less abortions of they don't care about black people getting abortion. They're trying to save the lives and carry on what Hitler wanted. What did Hitler want? The great white race, right? The pure white race. Donald Trump, he wants to import people from South Africa and from Norway, but nowhere else, trying to increase the population of so-called Caucasian people. The Confederacy, okay, is now running the United States. The South has won. They rigged the election. I know you can't say that, but they rigged the election. They got hold of those election those voting machines, copied the software, and found a way to rig the election. Nothing short of that going on here. People, I can say that if they can't fire me, they can take my job, get the money from me. I'm self-sufficient. Me and my parents take care of our children. We run our school, we run our museum, and we have nothing to lose by telling the truth. So just a little research here. I can tell you stuff. You don't believe what I say. You can do the research yourself. Everybody go do their own research. And we need to find a way for the brothers and sisters on this side of the hemisphere to unite with our brothers and sisters on the continent. The different nations over there, Goita and Traore and the brothers in Mali and Niger are forming an alliance where they're building their own schools, their own roads. They have kicked out the colonizers from stealing all their natural resources, and they're just simply making them pay a fair price for them. Really, they can still get them, but now you got to pay the fair price. Ghana for the first time
using our money
Ghana as a foreigner and just buy gold. You got to buy it through the government of Ghana, which makes perfect sense. And other nations over there are now learning to not fear the retaliation of the European colonizers, because the Europeans are now themselves divided and conquered. France and Germany and other nations over there are now dealing with their own internal strife and their own white nationalist movements. Okay, so I could go on, but that's deviating from the fact that the people in North America, once again, the rich people here, they're not all over here on slave ships. We have people in North America who have always been here, but they call North America, South America, the indigenous people, the mound builders, and that's evident by the fact you have all of those millions of mounds that were built in North America, and the remnants of them still remain here. In my book, Pyramids of America, where's that book at? The book here, I have 30 states that have pyramids in America that I can personally document. There are a lot more, but in this book, I make sure I can back up what I say. People say the receipts are right here. In here, I give you the address, the directions, what interstate to take. You turn off on this road, you can find it, okay? I give you directions to the site, okay? So definitely, the evidence of pyramids in America is unquestionable. The question is why you haven't heard about them yet. Because they're all around.
So these are the actual pyramids. How many pyramids that he charted in America? So this is the actual image of like the Empire, Washita, the Dugamadan. I can't word. I can't. Dugda Moundia, and this is like all the pyramids that you can find throughout America.
Around you.
Yeah, when this video gets wrapped up, I'll speak on all this.
Mississippi River Valley.
Yeah, I was about to say that too.
Okay. Any questions?
Man,
this is a visa from Switzerland. Okay. Visa Switzerland. See that?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's my passport here. My passport here. Here's my visa. On the back of my visa is my passport. Okay. The Swiss government recognized the Washita passport. Issue me a visa. See my visa stamp there? What does it say there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I read this? It says nationality, Empire, Washita Mountain. Okay. The French police frontier. There's a police officer in Geneva Airport.
Wow. So
paper of legitimacy, passport, Washita passport. This is the Swiss government recognizing the Washita passport, ladies and gentlemen. It's no joke. It's no secret. We're legitimate. But the sovereign citizens in that world passport was garbage. Nobody recognized that. Washita passport legitimate, darling. We work. We did the work. We're legitimate. So they can do it. Here's another visa. Here's the second visa. Well, I went the second time. It didn't happen this one time. There's another visa. What does it say there? It says what nationality? Tribe of Washita Moors. Okay, this is my second.
So do you think that if you that's good coming back into and from America, but like if you
this was 1995, 1997, it will not happen anymore because after 9/11, they changed all the passport regulations and all that kind of stuff. They missed the window. When we did this, once again, we failed to unite. If the rest of the people got behind the Empress of the Washita, we would still be free and sovereign and doing our thing, but it didn't last. We did not have the security to protect it. My wife my late wife, bless her heart, was the Empress bodyguard security, and she got murdered. She got assassinated in 1998. When we left
What?
Washington, my wife got killed.
I get what he's
So,
saying though. That makes sense.
look at, let me show you something else. See this? We had our own. Look at, watch this.
How did she get?
Washington,
I don't even. Maybe I don't want to like break into that.
see
But,
this? See my Washington International Motor Certification. I had my driver's license. My Washington ID. See this? This ID was posted in the sheriff's office of every parish in the state of Louisiana. A guy came and said, the guy said, one of our people went to tell I guess the police will have a conference and get ready for security. So, Umar, your ID is posted on the wall. They get your giant colorful ID on the wall, man.
so did you like get pulled over a lot just having that ID?
I got pulled over. They let me go. Up until
But were you like a target? Like did they always like okay, you know?
We're under investigation, darling. But I had been to United Nations and international working. I didn't must admit, I've been to United Nations, gave speeches, participated, writing legislation over there. I had international recognition. I was the ambassador at large for Washington Nation. As a matter of fact, darling, when we got back from Geneva the first time, and the state of Texas had a standoff with the Republic of Texas up in a place called Mount Davis and Fort Davis. Somewhere out in West Texas, there was some Republic of Texas people held up in a camp with the FBI and the feds all in the bush waiting to kill them. They demanded to have myself and the Washington Minister of Finance come there and negotiate their release. So we had to go get a private plane over to West Texas, middle of the night, take jeeps up into the mountain, and they let us go in the cabin and talk to people and convince them to surrender themselves, right? And they don't know the same people who are being tried in Dallas for Republic of Texas crazy stuff. So the one guy they called him King Arthur.
Mm.
So all the stuff, you can go look at the trial with the Republic of Texas. You're gonna see that their King Arthur, some kind of German name he had, but was one of the people who they called the Washington Nation to come in and be. I was a diplomatic negotiator to end that standoff. I went up there. We met with him and said, "Either you gonna come out now." It was that guy. What's his name? King Arthur and two people, a husband and wife, who were, I guess they were Jewish or something they were talking about. Whatever power they had, you never gonna touch them. But we went up there and come out of there. Then we got back in the Jeep, crept back down the mountain, back to the airport, flew back to Washington. So there's a time when the Washington Nation, we had earned our respect and recognition. But over
So
time,
what is the state? What is the state of it now? Where is the Washington Nation?
We're done. It was done in 97 when I got back from When I got back from Geneva, Switzerland, in 1997. The white supremacists had taken over the Washington Nation. I've been gone out of the country. When I came back, Empress had a table full of Caucasian people claiming they in charge. And they gave out, I'm not saying Empress sold out, they apparently gave Empress some money. She had a Mercedes Benz and all kind of stuff. And my rent had not been paid. Anyway, so it's a whole other issue. But when I came back in 1997, to me, it was done. It was over. These white folks took over the Washington Nation. And now they took over the White House. And what was that, 30 years ago? So now it is 30 years later, they took over the whole White House. They took over the Imperial Washington Nation. They took over the Kingdom of Hawaii Nation. Understand the state of Hawaii was what the independent nation called the Kingdom of Hawaii. The last ruler of Kingdom of Hawaii was Queen Leleokalani. Okay, she was told either surrender your nation or we're gonna kill all your people. So she surrendered Hawaii. So that once again, white Christian Americans, the white Christian Americans hijacked Hawaii.
I wish she pronounced her name right.
Put her in the Washington Palace in Hawaii, and let her live, and they took over Hawaii. They took over the pineapples. White Christians, same people took over the White House right now. The same white Christians with Donald Trump jacked Hawaii from the Queen of Hawaii. And then, so come back later on, the same people who jacked the Queen of Hawaii jacked her, I think it's her grandson, King Akahinui in Maui, and his wife, Queen Akahinui Wahine, were harassed. They connected to the white Christian movement in Hawaii, and somehow got duped into combating the state of Hawaii. The white nationalists tried to get the King of Hawaii to do what the Empress did and declare sovereignty and have his own license plate and all this kind of stuff. and that's that Watchdog.
So do you think there's almost like a psyop, like they purposely went in to do this, or do you think that they were just trying
Of course
to like?
they did. The infiltration. The white supremacists.
Like, do you think it was the government, or do you think that it was like people that were like just white people that?
What is the difference?
That's a good
white
question.
People were to watch our nation.
Mic drop.
Themselves had gotten in trouble. They may not have been FBI agents. There are people who, if you don't help us, you're gonna go to jail. Go in, set the empress up, get some pictures of us, and people come to watch us trying to snap pictures of our equipment, of our room, our private stuff. They were agents from the FBI and from the government trying to infiltrate us and get information to decode. But the one thing they could not do to watch our nation was trick us into buying a bunch of guns. One of the moves they were trying to convince us to go, we're going to get you a bunch of guns and bullets. And when they do that, then the ATF coming in and raid it. So Watchdog Emperor's like, we need guns to do this. We already lost the fight. So one thing about, I remember one time I went to a trial in Shreveport, Louisiana. They had a guy arrested, and the prosecutor was trying to say this is a Watchdog person, X, Y, Z. The judge is quite familiar with the Empress of the Watchdog. And as I said, Empress had been in politics in Louisiana in the 70s and 80s. By the 90s, most of the people in office had somehow been under her or come through her. The Empress helped get the sheriff in Washington Parish elected, the mayor, Monroe elected. All the politicians came behind her when she was sent to Washington Nation had been people who have been under her in politics. So when the judge heard this guy talking about the Washington Nation being violent, he just laughed. The judge laughed. I was in the court. You talking about them gunner folks down in Monroe? They ain't violent. That's Vertus. They call that's the mayor. That's Mayor Ghost.
This is really a sad story. Imagine you have a Washington Nation, you're a group of Indian or Native American blacks that have passed down.
Just say black folks, please.
Well, Native American or black folks, right? They would consider themselves as Native Americans, right?
Or Indian.
Yeah. And then what happened is, and I'm not sure if you guys heard this, is that some white militias came in, and a lady was older, and just took over the whole movement. And he's in Geneva working with the United Nations, trying to solidify them as an actual state or whatever. A tribe.
Yeah.
It comes back, and it's a bunch of white militia members, and they're trying to convince them to get guns.
See, you know what's crazy?
That militia aspect is what is the thing that takes the whole situation down.
You know what's even crazier about that? They keep doing the same pattern over and over again, but our people are so indoctrinated to their frame of mind that they don't understand that they're literally using the same playbook over and over again against us. Like, I'm gonna give you an example. So, like, I didn't grow up. I grew up learning how to use guns. I grew up learning how to shoot and all that stuff. I'm from Mississippi. I'm from the country. I'm not from the city. I'm from rural Mississippi, a little small town called Utica. You know what I'm saying? So, like, we learn how to do certain things that most people are not, like, privy to. However, they still try to make us out to be thugs and criminals when all my people where I come from are peaceful. We just want to be alone. We just want to be left the fuck alone. Leave us the fuck alone. And I think that's how all of our people, as black people in America, that's how we feel. Leave us the fuck alone. Why the fuck y'all messing with us? Even our ancestors. When I think about my great grandmother, right? I don't want to take over the panel. I'm sorry. I just want to say this because I've been listening to this brother, and I actually understand what he's saying. And I know there are a lot of people that's in our community that is kind of militant. I know y'all may not get what I'm saying, but this is how your people feel ultimately. Leave us the fuck alone. It's just like when I was talking to the African earlier. Fucking get out of our fucking business. Just stay out the fucking way. Because when we're moving and when we try to make stuff shake, get out the fucking way. Because at the end of the day, whatever we accomplish will help everybody in the long run anyway. Whatever we accomplish on this land will help the whole world anyway. We already influence the entire world with not just our music, but just culture, period. Just get out of our fucking way and just let us work. Let us fight amongst each other because we're trying to sort it out. It's just like I may not agree with everybody in our community, but at the end of the day, that's my brother and my sister. I want to figure it out with them. Get the fuck out of our fucking faces. It's just like when we was young, when the old folks say, stay out of grown folks' business. It's the same thing. Stay out the way. Let us work because we are trying to build amongst each other. We're trying to rid each other of all the traitors because we had too many traitors in our community. So we're trying to pinpoint them. We had too many problems in our community. Get the fuck out the way. We're trying to work together at this point because we know we can't depend on nobody for anything that we need or any accomplishment that we want. That's the reason why we're delineating as a whole. Let us work. Everybody will benefit later. Just understand the vision.
And as I was gonna add on with what this brother was saying in the video,
Mm-hmm.
it is clear that he knows that there's an indigenous population.
Yes.
We have Pan Africans who are delusional,
And they completely
and
deny it.
right, and they're the main problems right now. If you look at the Devil's Punch Bowl right there in Mississippi,
One real quick thing. I'm gonna say this. I'm a Pan Africanist. This video is on my channel. So I listen. I mean, I don't know if you're trying to throw a shot at me, but this video is on.
no, we're not.
Oh,
Actually, it's just like what I was
It's
saying.
just the truth. That's what's going on.
I'm gonna say this. I'm a Pan Africanist, but I'm not delusional to the stories and the understanding of things and the history of things going on. So please do not.
Okay, when I hear things like, did you guys sprout out the ground? What you mean? You sprout out the ground? What you mean you original? That's a Pan African shit.
Okay, I didn't say that.
No. He's
That is
not.
a talking point of
No,
Pan
he,
Africans.
but he's not necessarily. Don't get
So
offended.
I just want to let y'all know I am a Pan Africanist.
Yeah,
And
But
and we're
we're
gonna
not.
get people out the paint.
hold on, listen, you're not gonna talk over me. I'm a Pan
Mhm.
Africanist, and this video was on my channel. I made this is an interview I did with the Washington Nation.
Well, check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Check this
Hold
out,
on,
Genesis.
no.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Making it plain that this is a video. This is how far I'll go. I've talked to all types of people.
Hmm.
Why? Because I'm a Pan Africanist. I think it's all relevant. I think
But you
it,
know what's crazy, Genesis?
everybody across the board should be talked about.
But you know what's crazy, Genesis?
Are
We're
you like
not.
to say, "Oh God"? Like, what are you doing, bro?
And I would say this. I would say this. I know that I can be a bridge between you two because at the end of the day, I understand both positions. It's okay for both sides to war against each other. That's what we do. We got to remember that's what we do. It's not out of spite or out of malice. It's out of understanding. We battle through understanding, even in intellectual arenas. It's
Listen,
okay.
patriotism does not have to die in order for FBA to live. That's the
Look, and you know something that's crazy? I'm
this
not
is
even.
war. One
I'm not.
thing has to die for another thing to be successful. No, we can be still Pan Africanists. You guys can still be FBA in your lineage. And I could be
But
FBA We've
But you know what's crazy? I'm not FBA.
FBA is a lineage,
No,
then
no, no. Check Genesis.
FBA and still be Pan Africans. Why?
Check.
FBA
check.
is a lineage. Pan Africanism is ideology. So
And you
therefore, like
and you
just like this Pan Africanist, that might be some other ideology.
triggered.
That's all I'm saying.
But no. Don't insult the sister, bro. Like I get what she's saying. Even if I may not agree, I still get what she's saying. Like we have to stop attacking the people that's on our side. Like let me give you an example. Let me say this. Like I'm not FBA at all. I'm not FBA. I'm not Pan African. My great grandmother talked to me about Indians. I don't give a fuck about any of their extra stuff. However, if that's what your lineage is, I'm cool with it. As long as we know where each other stands. The problem is we are fighting against each other when we know that if you're a Pan Africanist, right? And your lineage comes from Africa, I'm cool with that. If you are indigenous, your lineage comes from the land, I'm cool with that. If you are anywhere else, I'm cool with that. The problem is we are fighting against each other when we're saying the same things. We have to stop and listen to each other. Stop it. Stop fighting against each other when we are actually saying the same things.
Amen. I agree. And here's the thing. Now let's get back to this Washington
Go
situation.
ahead. Go ahead.
Me being a person that's really, I consider myself to be an activist, right? That's the reason why I bring these type of stories to the front. You know what I'm saying? And this is a very, very telling story. I mean, when the things that, like, listen, the things I have on my channel, if you go through my channel and watch some of the interviews that I've done, have been, they're very controversial, but they get very few views. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
making any money on this channel. I don't get a dime. I get like what, $100 a month to do this channel. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
I believe in the stories of my black people. So I'm telling you that, like, we don't have to divide and be divisive with each other. I believe
That's my point. As
one
being Americans, we have to stop fighting each other. Oh God. No. In
hundred.
2026,
2026,
we're cleaning
brother.
everybody up.
Wait,
Brother. Because I know that you are Aborigine. So
The 2026.
I know that you are indigenous. My
I'm
bad.
gonna
I'm sorry.
address this video because this is really what's important. The video is why I even started. The original pyramids in America. All right, the Washington Nation. The
So
thing.
she's advocating for us, is
Thank you.
what I'm saying. Like, no. Wait,
So
brother.
I'm,
Wait,
I'm,
brother.
I'm gonna
Even if we have different ideology, we still
what are you
can help
talking
each other. Like, we have to stop fighting against those who are on our side.
about? What?
You watch the movie Sinners, you let these people in
Like,
the door.
no, no,
I'm
no,
not
no.
giving it no time.
But the problem
I won't
is,
let them inside the door.
Real life. listen.
For real, in real
We
life, I will never let them in the door.
no, you're not the one that listen. This thing happened in 1997. You weren't even around nowhere, and there was
Yeah,
a.
it was. Cut it out.
Why didn't you stop it then?
Anyways, like I said, I'm talking about just people who have different
Why did
ideologies, want to keep on talking to people.
why did
Um,
you stop the
you'll
infiltration?
never get inside the club.
Wait,
I'd
brother.
make sure that you would never get inside the
Wait,
club. You
wait,
give
bro.
these people.
Why Wait, did bro. it? Why did you stop the infiltration of the Washington Nation since you were around? Wait.
What do
So
you?
I would say is those who are willing to help, let them help. Those who are fake, pretending to help, we call them out. Let's not like there's a lot of people that is in Mongolia who is fighting for our people. There's a lot of people in Africa fighting for our people because they know who we are.
Who's our
Let
people over there?
our people. It doesn't. Is that at this point?
Right. We the ideology that you're talking about is fantasy. We talking about
No,
United
no, no,
States
no,
of
no, no, no,
America.
no, no. I'm talking about the person that's in front of you. I'm not talking about the people who is a fantasy. I'm talking about the people that's in front of you. If they understand your position and they want to help you get to where you are,
My position is deporting all these people.
hey, I'm gonna
Get
keep
it
it a band.
together.
No, no, no. I'm gonna keep it a
It's
band.
clear.
I'm gonna keep it a band. I'm not even in disagreement of that. You see,
I'm
this
gonna keep
where
it a stack and a can of pinto beans with bacon.
see,
I don't care.
I ain't
You
eat the
feel me,
pinto
bro?
bean. I ain't eat the
And some
can of
crackling
pinto.
cornbread. You
I'm gonna give you.
understand? I don't
I'm gonna
care.
tell you. I'm gonna tell you this. I didn't grow up with the canned of pinto beans. I grew up
Are you
actually
still there, mate?
growing butter beans, growing black eyed peas, growing this shit on the side of my house. Like there's a difference. I'm saying it in
Have you
the
seen the
ground.
Devil's Punch Bowl down there in Mississippi ever?
Yes.
You
Mm-hmm.
too
I
far
got
away
you.
from it.
I got you. I'm listening.
Do you ever see the Punch Bowl in
Wait, wait,
Mississippi?
wait, wait. Frank Green is still the accent. Where are you from? I'm from Mississippi, born and raised. My entire family up until the 1780s is from Mississippi. Like I'm not from anywhere else. I don't get my ideology from anywhere else. I'm only thinking about my folks. I need my
You
folks to
you
stop.
you, you know about the Earth Mounds in Mississippi?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, that's all I asked. Go
Like
ahead.
I know about some mounds that most people don't even know about. I got pictures of mounds that people don't even know about. I have pictures of quote unquote black boarding schools that people don't even know about in Edwards, Mississippi, in the middle of nowhere that people don't know about. Like my whole point is I love all my people, even if they believe anything different than what I believe. Because at the end of the day, we have to start fucking fighting and listen to each other, even if you're a Pan Africanist. I'm not talking about these motherfuckers that are CIA agents. I'm talking about the regular people. Genesis is a regular person to me. I'm listening to Genesis and she sounds like a regular person to me. You, brother, sound like a regular person to me. You don't sound like a CIA agent. Genesis doesn't sound like a CIA agent. We need to start fucking talking to each other. The dirt one from we used to eat red clay when I was a kid. That's how deep I would get with it. We used to eat red clay. We called it sweet dirt where I'm from.
Sweet dirt. Oh man, not the sweet dirt. That's some good vitamins. Listen, let's get back to this video, okay?
I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
There's a lot to unpack here because
But but
he
I
broke
will say,
down
but
all.
I will say Genesis. I'm sorry. I don't want to take over your channel. But I will say is it's good for us to have these difference of opinion in our community and talk. The problem is we are too divided. We need to talk about our differences. We need to have these conversations. We need to be in the thick of things. We need to have fights. That's what family do.
I don't believe that family should be fighting in public, but okay, fine.
But even if this public online, our family need to see it. Our family needs to see it.
Right, so they can take a side, pick sides.
No, not pick sides. Our family needs to see that it's okay to be different from each other and work together to as a collective, even if we think differently. At the end of because all Indian tribes didn't think the same. We
Okay,
have to remember that all
all right.
Indian tribes
Here,
did not think the same.
so let's get back to the video because I really want you guys to see what happened with this situation with the Washington. See, here's the thing: is right now you have the FBA that are talking about that they are Native American. So let's talk about the fact what happens when people proclaim to be that. How the
We
government
native, we indigenous,
I
we're not
never.
native.
I was just gonna say I never claimed to be Native American.
indigenous, whatever you want to call it, tomato, tomato. I'm saying that when you do this, this is what the government does. I'm trying to show you.
No. I can give you an example of where they
Okay,
actually changed that, where they made it a
for an
problem.
example right now of a guy where they had an entire nation. People came and infiltrated that whole group.
But you know what I'm telling you, my great grandmother is older than everybody that you would ever show on here. She was born in 1927, and I grew up under her.
Okay, and how old? I've had 80-year-olds on here. What are you talking about? Is it how?
That would make my grandmother 98 right now.
Okay, so what I'm
Yeah, I don't get that with the 80-year-old part. That's just crazy.
no, what I'm
Like,
saying is that like your grandma. Listen, I've had 80-year-olds on my channel, not talking through another person. I'm saying I've had them on my channel, 80-year-olds talking, speaking.
but
Okay.
I'm telling you
And I'm telling you,
through my great grandmother who spoke to me because I listened to her, that we are not from Africa. That we Pan Africanism is a scam. I
Thank
grew
you.
up under her. I grew up under her,
okay,
listening to her directly, not people on media.
first of all, when we talk about Pan Africanism, all it is
Got it. I'm not, I see what the
scam.
brother is talking about. You got it.
So you're calling Pan Africanism a scam?
Yes.
Why?
Absolutely,
Where,
absolutely.
where
When
you see?
my family members have land patents and was labeled Indian, yes,
What's
it's
the
a
scam?
fucking scam.
What is the scam of Pan African? Tell me the scam. Tell me what the scam is. What's the
I'm gonna give
run?
They
you.
are the CIA.
I'm gonna give you an example. Why in the fuck did Doctor what Smalls say that they made us call ourselves black? I literally heard that from his own mouth. They made us call ourselves black. See, I don't forget shit.
No.
No,
Scam.
listen. No, listen what I'm saying. He is
Hold on.
80 years old.
If you
I
say,
heard
if
I
you say, no, you're saying that Pan Africanism is a scam. I'm trying to tell me what the scam is. What scam did they pull?
the scam is the same scam that they had with the African Episcopal, the Methodist Church. They tried to make our people African when we wasn't African. They
The
were trying
Niagara
to
movement, all those people. Yeah.
There you go. They literally tried to force us to say that we're African when we're not. That's the reason why they made us say we were black. They made us say that we were Negro. If you look at your own your own genealogy, you have mulatto, you have Indian, you have black, you have Negro in your lineage. Why the fuck do they change our lineage so many times if we are supposed to be quote unquote African? Why wouldn't they call us African up front? Like we got to start using critical thinking of and understanding patterns of behavior.
So we were never like there was never anybody that came from Africa at all.
You,
Period.
Bro, we're not
we
African.
I,
only
I did
if
not
you.
say that we were African. I'm saying that there was no one that came from Africa. The slave trade never existed. So is that what we're saying?
So what I am saying is the slave trade. A lot of those slaves that they label African was Caribbean anyway, or
No, no,
South.
no, no,
Or
no.
wait.
It would be lot.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me
It would be
finish.
all.
Let
If
me
we're
finish.
saying that no one came from Africa, we all was here. Then
I
that would
am not. I'm not talking about the minority.
slave
I'm
trade.
not.
That
I'm
means
not.
slavery did not. No one came
I
from
am not
the Americas.
talking. I
This
am
is
not
the
talking.
grieving process of
I
the
am not
death of
talking.
Pan Africanism.
I am not
Gotta let
talking
it
about
grieve.
the minority. the majority, a lot of them came from South America and the Caribbean. And there's documentation to back up what I'm
The
saying.
majority of slaves came from South America and
In the Caribbeans.
how did they get there? They were already there?
Yes.
Okay.
There's multiple documents from different the French, the Spanish, the British. Most of them have tales of when they came over here. In the Caribbeans, they were black skinned folk. When they came to South America, the Spanish, they were black skinned folk. They weren't talking about Africans. They weren't talking about a slave trade. They were talking about the indigenous people that lived in that landmass before they started trading slaves. We have to.
So here's the question.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Is it the your viewpoint as well as Reverend's viewpoint that no slaves, no people from that are on this continent came from Africa? That
I would say that's a misnomer, but also that's grossly inflated. Grossly inflated. I'm not saying that people didn't come from Africa to the Americas, or what Christopher Columbus called it, India, which all you have to do is go and look at the museum that's that's off the coast of Spain, that's called the Americas, India. See, we're looking only one direction. We're not looking at multiple directions at the same time. We have to look at everything. We have to understand everything. We have to go against people and things that we actually disagree with and see what they're talking about. I've been in multiple spaces and I've listened to everything. And I've listened to everybody's arguments. I'm not speaking out of.
Here's the thing, is that you have the Hebrew Israelites that said they came over here,
which is documented by settlers. They're not saying it out of ignorance. They're saying it out of documentation.
If you are a Hebrew Israelite, then you would not be from Israel. If you came from America, if you were,
but Israel was created in the 1940s.
48.
I mean, listen, this is the
This is a coping situation with these people.
No. Let her speak. Let her speak, bro.
I'm gonna let her cope.
No. Don't insult the sister. Let her understand what we're talking about.
I talked about Israel. Baba Yashabaya breaks that whole Israel that it was created in 1945 down.
Mm-hmm.
Rest in peace.
And I don't know why you keep trying to.
No. When he said rest in peace, he's not.
Is he passed away? I said rest in peace.
Yes, he's not insulting you.
Why are you yelling? Why are you yelling?
No. Like, okay, so we have to
listen. Listen. This channel. I don't think you. If have you seen any other videos? Aqua, Akila, have you seen any other videos on my channel?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
and that's the reason why.
Have you seen the video of Baba Yashabaya?
Yes, but the reason why I'm here is because
I talk about Israel being started in 1945.
But my point is, I
1948.
No, but my point.
No. Listen, because it's not about. I'm not arguing your point. I'm trying to say that I'm not arguing against what you think I'm arguing against.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not arguing against the fact that there were people in America before Columbus. There's a whole book called "They Came Before Columbus." What are we talking about? Like, why do you think I'm stupid enough to think that there's not enough people that they had these massive slave boats that you can't find nowhere, any remnants of them at all? Okay, I'm asking questions, and you guys are like going off on me.
No. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Listen, I'm not saying I'm not making statements. I'm asking questions. So
That's why I am,
not
and
a
I'm
statement. So I'm saying, okay, so if there were people here in the Caribbean, in
mhm,
America, and
mhm.
these were the slaves. That was it. There was nobody. I'm asking you, nobody came from Africa, period. Is that the ideology or the understanding of the people or the ones that the FBA lineage? Is that the thought pattern that all FBAs are from America originally? Or
Now
are there
see,
some FBAs that are from that have came over on the boats?
I can't,
She's struggling
I can't.
to
No, no, no,
grief.
no, no, no. She doing a good job.
I'm
She's
sorry,
she's
I'm
asking the questions that need to be asked from people that don't understand,
So
or
right.
answer her
people
question, sir,
like
please.
So I'm
like I
trying to
would
say,
say,
because
I
so
would,
just like if you ask a Hebrew Israelite, he's gonna say that they came from Israel and then they like migrated somehow over here. FBA,
and to be fair, and
I
to
When
be
Israel didn't exist at the time.
Reverend, Reverend. To be
why,
fair
let me
to her
why
position,
you have to keep interrupting me? I'm saying so just like a Hebrew Israelite would say that they came
mhm.
from Israel, is FBA's ideology saying that we were already here in America? Yes or no?
Now to be fair to her position, that's the reason why I keep
He
telling
just said
people,
he's not FBA though.
like, yeah,
You
I'm not
clearly heard him
FBA,
say that.
I'm
right?
not asking
No,
whether
no,
he
no, but she's fair to ask that
So
question.
why would he speak
No,
on
no,
something that he's not?
Reverend.
It's the same as
Wait,
that Somalian. Why, you know,
wait.
like
No, no, no.
y'all both.
The Somalian is different
you
because
from
they're
FBA
not.
every three?
Wait,
Can you not answer the question?
wait.
Aren't you FBA? Aren't
I
you
can
on
answer the I can answer the
the hell
question.
are you talking about? He can't answer the question and you're sitting here.
He just said he's not FBA.
Question, and you're
Bring it
telling
back,
me
bring it
FBA.
back, bring it back.
Can
Nobody,
you
nobody
answer
needs
the question, yes or no? Are
no.
FBA saying that black people came from and we only was in America and didn't get shipped over?
Actually, no. To the FBA perspective, no. I can answer that because I listen to them.
Well,
Just
I,
like,
like,
wait.
no.
I just want to say this. I'm
Green is
saying it. I'm saying it. I'm
you
saying
said he wasn't FBA. So is he answering that question correctly?
yes. Because if you look at their actual website that they use, they came in 1560 something.
Right.
So
So,
yes, my
so,
point. No, no,
so,
no.
so, so, let
What
me
I'm saying
clarify.
is,
So you're saying that is
mhm,
so I know from my own mind
go
that the
ahead.
FBA ideology is saying that the lineage of the FBA is a purely American, never coming from America. Period. They were already in America. Is that what the FBA lineage is?
No, and that's the reason why I'm not FBA. That's my point. Like I understand their ideology because I listen to them. Just like I'm listening to you. Like I want y'all to understand whenever I come on anybody's panel, I listen to all of you.
Too many words. All right. So if they're not saying came from
That's
America
kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
only,
It's not crazy as hell. Pause.
what's crazy, bro?
I'm gonna tell you what's crazy
If
is
you're
you
saying
wait.
only from America,
What I'm saying
they
is
come from Africa, yes or
you're
no?
no wait. You're fighting against a person that's not FBA.
Well, stop
So
answering the question and let Reverend Green answer the question.
So
he's
when
not
you
FBA
stop being
either.
frustrated and grieve properly, I mean, I've been trying to say, like, I'm trying to let you cope and
He's
grieve.
not.
This is a grieving
No,
process.
his
I'm not
wait.
That's why I wasn't saying too much.
people are
Don't be condescending against each other.
maybe Steph Green can answer my question. Steph Green, can you answer my question?
Will you let me answer finally? This
Steph
is
Right.
Green,
just wild.
are you an FBA, Steph Green?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you answer my question? Because I really
I got the ultimate question. This is Frank Green in the chat, and I keep
oh
asking this man,
okay.
dude, where are your people from?
America is where my
No, where your
people is
people,
from.
where your grandparents from? You will not answer that question. Just say
My
it, dude.
my grandparents is from America. What are you talking about?
Where?
My
Where?
Are
Big
great
you a mulatto? Are
grandparents.
you a
grandparents,
mulatto,
Dude,
sir?
Mississippi.
you're not FBA, right?
No,
Okay, then where are your people from?
Mississippi.
Where?
Come on.
I
Where?
literally gave. Wait. I
Say,
literally
man,
gave this. I
okay.
gave this
You know what? Check this out.
spiel.
Hey, shout,
My
check this out, homeboy. Look here.
Where your
You can look up
people's from?
where your
Tell
people
me
from,
where your
man.
people's
Hey,
is
where
from.
your people
wait.
from?
That's what
Look,
you
man,
need
do
to
you hear
ask
this
him.
Check
accent?
this
Do
out.
you
Check
hear
this
this
out.
accent?
Check this out. Check this
Do
out.
you hear this
As
genuine accent
Pan
I'm talking to you
African,
with?
as
Where your
Pan
people
African,
from? Where
as
your
Pan.
grandmother from, dude?
How
Hey,
about this?
if I pulled up and
How about
you
you
support
how
them
about you
music
calm
from,
down? Cause
you
like
know? No, I'm
you
asking
coming
where
in
your
hot
people from. Cause you
from
claiming Mississippi and you ain't from Mississippi. I can hear
how
it
the
in your
fuck
voice,
fucking
man. You ain't man, look here, man.
How the
I can
fuck
hear it in your
you
voice.
tell
You ain't got no accent at all. Where you from?
I don't have an accent because I listen to books and I learn different accents.
Well, guess
I
what?
am
I do too.
how
I can do the same thing, sir. I can
exactly
change my
why the
accent. I can
fuck
change my
are you
vernacular.
talking to me
I can change
crazy
my
about
vernacular as
my
well.
fucking
But at the
lineage?
same time,
Dumbass
look here,
nigga.
man.
How about you shut the fuck up? How about you do that?
I smell infiltrator.
Oh, you sound like a little dude. How much you weigh?
Uh,
How much you weigh, dude? You about 120 pounds? 5'7"?
How can you tell that by a
Cause I can hear it
fucking
in your voice,
person's
man.
voice?
You sound like a
How,
dude. You ain't from Mississippi, man. I can hear
time
it
out.
in your voice.
Time out, bitch ass nigga. How the fuck you
Oh,
tell that by a nigga's
deep,
voice?
deep
ooh,
ass
Because you
nigga.
sound like a fucking hoe. How about you shut the fuck up? How about
Oh
that?
that's a white
yeah,
boy.
that's gonna
This
come
is a
out.
Who
white
the
boy.
fuck you think
That's a
you
So
white
talking
boy.
to,
My
y'all
bitch
bad.
ass
hear,
nigga?
That's a
hey,
white boy
man, that's
right
gonna
there.
come out.
I don't know who the fuck you
Guys,
think you talking to,
You just
but
got,
I
you just
am
got
not
caught,
the
bro.
fucking
You just
white.
got caught,
We,
man.
we got him.
Right now, you got caught.
no F
Mr.
Where
bomb.
you
Frank, Mr.
from?
Frank Green, you broke it out of
Where
him.
you from,
I see what you're speaking
man?
on.
Where you from? Where you from?
Where
Where
you
you
think I'm
from?
from? Where you think I'm from? Where you think I'm from? What do you
The
think I'm
white
from?
side of town.
The white side of town? I'm from fucking Utica, Mississippi, bitch ass nigga. How about you fucking shut the fuck up? What the fuck you think I'm from?
Dude, I told you no
From the
F bomb.
white side of town of Utica, Mississippi.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna reset the room real quick. If you cannot talk without saying the F word, then you will be removed. Because I want to make my little $200 or no 100 every month off my little video because you know I don't make no money off this any goddamn. So stop like saying the F bomb because that's gonna like make the YouTube like take my video and make it yellow. So don't do that, okay? It's freedom of speech here. You like argue, but just don't drop the F bomb, okay? Go ahead.
I'll come right back up. I gotta watch the rest of this fighting and stuff. See
All
what's
right.
going
So
on TV. I'll be
with
back.
with Alice, your mic and stuff is not working, or whatever. You probably gotta leave and come back. So I'm trying to understand, and I've kept asking the question over and over again, and no one is able to answer my question. Is that if there's an FBA ideology and they're saying that they're not from Africa, they're delineating. Okay, so are we saying that we are not? If we're like, are we only starting from 1872 or 1876, and we're going to negate any like lineage prior to that? And we're saying no, we're from America, or is there like, are we saying that we're from America from the beginning? Probably even further back than that, because I'm talking about the Washington Nation here, where I'm showing the video about the Washington, the mounds, the mound people, the original pyramids that are saying that people lived in America. So is FBA saying that this is they're a part of this lineage of the mounds? Is that what we're saying? Yes or no? Do you know the answer to that question?
That's what I'm saying. For me personally, and for me and the people that I talk to.
Okay.
So like I'm not see, like, I'm not here to play with trolls. Cause like I don't need to prove who I am to none of these people, especially when I know where I'm from. Just because I don't speak like a quote unquote Mississippian is supposed to speak, because first and foremost, there's stupidity. That's the reason why motherfuckers in Mississippi fucking hate everybody in the first fucking place, because everybody try to treat us like we slow.
Bro, can you stop saying the F word, bro?
I'm sorry, my bad.
I don't even want to mute people. I don't want to mute people, but if you can't control your
But
cursing,
I'm not gonna lie, they kind of made me irritated.
no, but
Cause
I'm really trying
I'm
to understand.
sorry.
Listen, I really am not trying to be facetious. I'm not trying to troll. I really want to
No,
understand.
it's not you. It's not you. It was the dude that came up, tried to like lineage check me. It's not you.
Right. Well, that seems to be a part of the whole movement, right? Like, where you
Yep.
from? What tether? All that stuff. So that's to be expected, right? With this whole movement, everybody's a tether if they don't like agree. So I'm just trying to understand what the movement is saying. Are they saying that they came from America from thousands of years, the Olmecs, the Mayans, Incans, whatever? Or are we saying that some people came from Africa? And if that's the case, then why are we anti and we're calling Africans tethers if we have African in our blood at some point, right? I'm trying to understand exactly where I guess it does tether only start if you came from Africa 3 years ago? Like, what year does tether start? Because if we like were brought over here on slave ship from Africa, like, I'm trying to understand this. I really want to understand. I really am not trying to troll. I'm not trying to be rude. I just want to understand the FBA logic, and I want to wrap my head around it so I can like really say, okay, you know what? I want to be able to say, you know what, I'm wrong. I was wrong about how I thought about things. Pan Africanism is dead. I please prove to me, other than saying, oh, Pan Africanism is a scam, and with no real evidence other than, oh, this guy said this. Well, no, a scam is something where, like a person loses $1,000 based on some type of a situation or something like that. Like, scam is like, when I think of scam, my mind goes into people losing money and all types
Hmm.
of stuff. So to say it's a scam because someone said something, I don't know. I'm just trying to understand.
It's a scam to those who are indigenous. Is my point.
It's a scam. Pan Africanism is a scam to those that are indigenous.
Yes. It's not a scam to those who are not. It's not a scam to those who have African lineage. And the
So,
problem is how I feel about this whole
are people that are indigenous, you're
say it
saying that
again.
they have their own, like, what, Genesis? Not ethnogenesis, but Genesis? Like that God, like, okay, like, was there like an Adam and Eve here in America, and an Adam and Eve over there in Africa, and Adam and Eve over in China, and Adam and Eve over in India? Like, so what is the ideology to where? Because I thought it was a thing where like there was a continental drift called Pangea
We can talk about that.
during the dinosaur age, and the continents were closer together, so therefore people were migrating across a lot easier before things began to expand out further.
I'm gonna ask this
If
question.
that's the
So
case, that means, are we saying that the Garden of Eden, like, or life started in America versus before Africa? Because listen, I'm not trying to dispute that. I just want to know where the factual, like, where the evidence of that is, so that I can be aware and I can like speak to those facts.
so I'm gonna give you an example of a book.
Mhm.
Um James Adair,
Okay.
The History of the American Indians. and they came over here and said that the American Indians were speaking Hebrew. However, him saying that, and not only him corroborating that, him and some South American scholars were saying the same thing before they were shut down. Before there was,
How do you spell James? Adare or Adair?
hold on, let me grab the book real quick. I gotta download it.
So James Adair, guys. Because when people like quote books, I like to put it up there so people can like go find the book.
Yes, whoever put this in the, yes, that's correct. The history, not the history of the Native Americans. It's the history of the American Indians.
Oh, okay. All right. So American Indians. All right. So just so y'all know, I'm a fair person. If you bring me a book, I'll post it up here. So the question is that, and I want anyone in the audience that can answer this question.
I'm gonna say this.
Were we
To
considered to be people that we like be? Is our Genesis not ethno? Our Genesis in America
mhm,
and then captured into slavery,
mhm.
or our Genesis brought from Nigeria or whatever, brought over into the Caribbean and then dispersed. So I'm trying to understand like which one it would, and
So
it could be
so
both. It could be both.
and that's my point.
So
It's
that
not a concrete thing. Most people have to understand that there is nuance. There is nuance. We have to, like I keep saying, I've said hundreds of times, we have to stop fighting each other and learn from each other. Listen to one another, because everybody don't have all the answers. We're still learning as we go, all of us. The problem is everybody is trying to be finite, just like the white folks are being finite in their scholarship, quote unquote. They're telling us that we're from Africa when my great grandma told me that I'm not from Africa. And I have the genealogy to prove that. Like, we have to start listening to each other, learning from each other. All this extra fighting and shit is all this extra fighting is crazy. We're fighting against our own people when our own people need to listen to each other. That's how they keep us in the same position that we in. And it's just like something that you said earlier, that with the Washita Nation, if we actually pay attention to present day, that's happening right now. White people is infiltrating hip hop, our culture, right now. We're not even paying attention to the same pattern that happened back then that's happening now. It's because we're too busy fighting against each other to understand that, bro, the same thing is happening in front of our very eyes. But we're too pompous, too arrogant, too fucking hostile to understand that the very thing is happening in front of you, in your face. Just like they did jazz, just like they did blues, just like they did rock, just like what they're doing to our music is what they did to our culture, period. And we're too combative to even understand what the fuck is going on. I'm sorry, my bad.
welcome to the panel. I'm with Alice. Do you have something to contribute to the conversation?
Go ahead.
Hello.
Can I just listen for a while because it took me a minute? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Alice.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, ma'am.
We can hear you.
But
I'd like to listen for a minute because it took me a while to get on here. So I had you on mute.
oh, no problem. I'm trying to understand. Are you an FBA? Okay, she has like a
Are you
background.
talking to
So
me?
yes, are you considered FBA? Alice?
No, I don't consider myself FBA. Can you hear me?
Okay. I can hear you. So it's kind of like cutting in and out, but I'm trying to find out. I really want to know. I really to my heart and my core. I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm not trying to be rude.
You know what? You know what's
So
crazy?
why don't you
What's the
ask
reason?
me? I'm FBA, proud, full-blooded American.
Well,
What's the
you
reason why I'm up here? Is
left.
because
Okay, so now I
yeah,
can ask you directly. Okay, so
Thank
because I
you.
really want to know.
I'm gonna be
Okay,
quiet.
so FBA, is it the FBA lineage saying that all FBAs are just only coming from America from like the maybe the Olmecs or the Maya, whatever that time frame is, and we never came from Africa. There was no slave ship that came over that dropped them off in Barbados that might have came over and to America because you know they started off in the Caribbean, then they like dispersed out. So is it FBA's understanding that no, none of the FBAs came from that lineage. That's a different lineage. That's only the Caribbean lineage from Jamaica that came to Africa from Africa. We were already here, and that's how and we just got enslaved while we were on this like slab of land. Is that what FBA is saying?
All right, it's a loaded question. I'm gonna answer it though.
A loaded question. It's a really
I'm
like,
gonna answer it.
but no, chill out though, bro, because you're saying
It's a loaded question. I'm going to answer it.
listen. It's not a loaded question. It's a real
It
question.
is a loaded question.
No, a loaded question would mean that I have an ulterior motive. I'm really asking, I'm trying to understand. So it's not a loaded question. I'm not,
No, he is correct though.
It's a loaded
It's
question.
not
I'm gonna
about your
answer it.
intent. It's not about your
Damn.
intent. It's still loaded.
I'm
It's just
gonna
like
answer it. It's a
it's just
loaded
like a
question.
gun. A
Let
gun
me
could be
answer it.
loaded, but it's
Brother, I
about your
got it now.
intent.
I
Got it.
understand too.
Got it. Go ahead.
a loaded question is a deceptive.
We don't even have to do that part. Let me answer it. I
It's a
heard your question. I don't even need to hear it a second time. I'll answer it.
no, when you're saying something is loaded, you're
It's a
saying
loaded question.
I'm being deceptive by asking this question.
It's a loaded question. Let me answer it.
Listen. Stop. I'm gonna let you answer it, but I want the audience to know I'm not trying to be deceptive. I'm really trying to understand what the understanding of what FBA is. I'm not trying to ask a loaded question. I really am trying to understand.
No, what?
Hey,
And I
Can
would
I
say, I
answer it
would
now?
go
no,
ahead, brother.
listen.
Like
I'm trying to because you
So
can't.
now I can't answer it?
Yes, you can, but I'm
Let
saying
me answer it.
why can't you? Why can't you control yourself? Because you just told me I'm
I don't
asking.
need any more explanations. Just I heard your question.
I'm asking you. You told my audience I'm asking you a loaded question.
It was.
No, it's not. A loaded question means
it's not. It's wait.
accepting,
Could I
and
say
I'm
this?
trying to ask a question in order to catch you up in some type of argument.
No.
I'm trying to
Could I answer
understand
this?
what it
Could I
is.
say this
So go
before
ahead.
we?
Now answer the question, Reverend.
Could
I'm
what?
not asking a loaded question. Now go
Reverend, could I say this before we say that? It's not, if he's saying it's loaded, he's not meaning that you are loading it. You are not being loaded.
no, honey.
Because
A
you
loaded
make,
question means the
because-
person being deceptive
no,
by their answering a question.
wait.
Look up
It's
the
not,
definition of a loaded question,
it's
sir.
not, it's not even about definition.
Can I
He
answer it
may not
now?
even be trying to, he might
Answer
not
the
even,
question, Reverend Green.
Reverend, I'm going to ask you this question. Are you trying
Yep.
to attack her?
No, it's a
That's
loaded
my
question.
point.
I can handle it.
He's not directing that towards you. It's my point.
Yeah, it's a loaded question.
It's literally is a loaded question. He's not directing it towards you. We have to remember that we're in front of an audience.
She don't
still
care at
loaded.
this point, but I might answer it.
Well, like it's just like what I was saying. I'm not trying to attack you. We just
I'm
trying
not
to
even.
talk.
I'm not even tripping at this point. I can answer it. I can do interviews. I do
My bad,
question and
brother.
answers. I'm media trained to a degree. What's up? So can I answer it now? Hello? Is anyone there? Hello?
Go ahead and answer the question, bro. Answer the
All right,
question.
thank you. Well, first and foremost, there's three ways to answer it. And first one, people of FBA lineage suspect that we were already here, indigenous, and then you have the second who suspect that yes, we were already here. However, there were African slaves imported to the United States through various ways, and they were absorbed by the indigenous population who were already here. And the third one is no. People believe that, and they suspect strongly that there was no type of slave trade going on. We were already here. I hope you get that. That's not a loaded answer. I answered it in three ways. I'm the one, I believe that we're already here and we absorbed those who were in the slave trade and brought over here. So I would be of the second.
And I second that. That's
That
how
we were
I
indigenous,
feel.
we were already here, and we absorbed those who were imported here, those who were through the slave trade and other means as well.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
I believe just about like you believe. I believe that we were already here and that they came over here, these others from different lands, Europeans, Hispanics, Asians, Middle Easterners. I believe that they came over here and enslaved us. We didn't come over here on boats or from Africa. And what happened was the term being sold down the river.
Yes.
America has a vast river system. And when you look at a map today, it doesn't give you the true girth of the rivers. And we have ships that traverse these rivers to this day. And so to be sold down the river was to be put on a ship, separated from your family, and taken somewhere else.
Yes.
Away from the land that you're used to. So say if you were a native of New York and you were captured and you were taken to Memphis, Tennessee, back then you would be in a different country. And you were then a slave in a different country, although we're still on the North American continent, if that makes sense. That's what I was taught.
You know what's crazy? A dude in the chat still saying that my accent came out. I keep trying to tell people I listen to audiobooks, so I take on the accent of whatever I'm listening to because I've learned how to communicate to multiple people being from Mississippi. My Mississippians, when I talk to them, they know what I'm saying. They get my accent. They understand because I know how to speak my own people's language. Because at the end of the day, I learned for my people. I'm the type of person I don't really give a fuck how. God, my bad. I'm sorry. Because I know you. I mean, I know on the platform that the F word is a problem. I'm sorry, but like I learned from my people, whether they agree with me or not. I just want to help my people. That's how I feel as a person because I grew up with my great grandmother, my grandmothers, my grandfathers, and I'm the type of person where I just want to learn from my people. I don't care how I learn. And I'm gonna keep it a band, bro. Like everybody that I hear that says, because even some people that first hear me from like not where I'm from in Utica, because the people from Utica know who I am, and they knew who I was when I was a kid. I was always the one questioning everything around us. I speak the way that I speak because I not only had to speak to my people, I had to speak to foreigners. I need them to understand what I'm saying. I can speak my own native language from where I'm from in Mississippi. They get me. They understand me. When I moved to Texas, I had to adopt how they spoke. When I moved to South Carolina, I had to learn how they spoke. When I moved to Virginia, being in the military, goofy ass nigga, I had to learn how other people speak to understand them. That's how we learn our own people. We have to understand each other, even if we're on a different continent or we move into Europe or Germany, any other places.
Let's go back to the video because this
Go
is
ahead.
not
I'm sorry.
a conversation about your accent, bro. So what? You have an accent. I have an accent. I'm from New Jersey. You know, I was born and raised in New Jersey. I moved to Detroit. I lived in DC.
I don't think you get why this is insulting to a Mississippian.
Uh,
I don't think most people don't get how this is
but
insulting.
but okay, well, we'll have a Mississippi accent panel, but right now it's about FBA and pyramids. Let's go back.
Nah,
So those judges knew the Empress before, so that's why the Empress was able to do what she did because she had recognition. She had she had what is called political clout. Yeah.
Wow.
So she was one of the first Black women to be a mayor. Understand the Civil Rights Movement was in 1964. In 1974, the Empress of Washington had set up her own city. It was the mayor. 10 years before that, you couldn't even vote. Now she started her own city and the mayor. That's so significant. You can't touch that.
And then by about 5-10 years later, they just dismantled the whole situation.
No, that was 1974. Richwood, the city of Richwood is still there now. The city of Richwood has been, I think, merged into the city of Monroe.
Yeah,
the city of
that's
Richwood
what Brown is the mayor now.
Yeah, it's called Richwood Township. It's called the
Township
first,
Richwood,
right?
yeah.
Richwood Township, and now then became.
Isn't that the same place that Elon Musk is putting on his like?
No. That's in Holly Ridge. That's in Holly Ridge. That's a little ways up the road between Rayville and Delhi.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's from Rayville. Now that's Richwood is south, or going south down 165, I believe it is.
She's talking about Franklin Parish, correct?
Yeah, she's talking about that. Yeah, no, she's talking about Richland Parish.
Richland, okay. The Empress over in Franklin Parish. At one point, when the FBI raided the Empress, she was not in Washington Parish. She was in Franklin Parish by a city called Winsboro. And that's where you have all of those white nationalist people
down there, right? And then There's a place
So-
called Warsaw down there.
So were they
too.
able to move her out of where she originally was, make her move over here, and then that's made her look more vulnerable?
Well, what she did when we were in the city of Monroe, and I got arrested, they started arresting all the Washingtons in Monroe. Empress moved out to what they call Franklin Parish, near a place called Winsboro, where all these rich Caucasian people, the white Nationalists, the white Christians, the Missouri militia, the Michigan militia, all these different white militia groups came down like they Washington. You got these Caucasians driving around Monroe with Ford LTDs and Crown Victorias with Washington flags on them, like they're part of us, and they weren't. So that happened.
So that was probably like.
Can I say
by
something
design
about that?
to-
About the flag? I'm sorry, but I want to say
yelled
something
at
about
me,
that flag.
beat me up, try to rough
What
me
was
up.
the?
It's the same way with the Confederate flag. Do y'all know where the Confederate flag actually came from? Because it's like people don't understand that the Confederate flag, if you look up the Chickamauga tribe in Alabama, you will understand where the Confederate flag came from. It's literally the same thing. It's literally the same exact thing as what I was saying earlier.
I'll tell
Go
you
ahead,
where
bro.
it comes from Great Britain's St. Andrew Cross, because Great Britain had a colony after the French did there. This is
In Alabama?
why people down south drink tea more than they drink coffee. Let's get it
I'm
together.
gonna ask you this question, because
Right.
I think me and you may be on the same page, and even if we on different ends, we still on the same page. Do you think that we was drinking drinking tea first? Because I can tell you about pine needle tea
Mhm.
that you don't hear any European or anybody talking about. Pine needle tea that actually helps you with mucus. This is something that my great grandmother taught me. We have to remember that they stole our culture from America and brought it to their lands, which was a luxury in their lands. But it was something that was normal to us. I can go outside and there's pine trees even in the apartment complex that I live at. I can go grab some pine needles off the tree, boil it on the stove, and make pine needle tea. Which is
Can I ask you a question about the pine needle tea?
Go ahead.
Are you using the short length or the long length pine needles, or does it matter?
It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
You just gotta break it in half. As long as
All
you
right.
got the juices that's coming out of the pine needles into the tea, you're good.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome to the panel, Zab. What do you want to say, Zab?
Thank you for the information on the digestive properties. Information on the tea, pine needles.
Hey, Zab. Go ahead, Zab. Say what you're going to say. Yeah, one more time. Let's try to say something. I'll kick you off.
Is this a black colored thing? Flights to Akon City are departing right now. Do you want to get on, ma'am? That's right. Neither do I. I'm FBA.
All right, let's get back to the video.
What was the charge? Why did they take you to jail?
We don't recognize your nation.
Yeah, they were back and
They
Wow.
brought the listen. They brought. Let's watch it. They brought this. This was on April. It's right before Valentine's. They brought the
go back.
governor
Us
to
speaking
Monroe
about
for a conference. The white supremacists in Monroe brought the governor called the Northeast Louisiana Economic Community. Right. The Ku Klux Klan brought the governor there for lunch. Gave him a big campaign contribution and had me arrested by 3:00 and started arresting all the Washita that one day. Big art. Man, look, all this documented. Well documented. They brought in.
So these are people that were working with the queen or the empress, but they were doing their own stuff on the side, and then with what they were doing on the side with the government, kind of caused some kind of a like for them to come against the black people that were Washita to take over the whole thing. So now, if you see Washita, it's not no longer owned by the black. Original
The Washita Nation is a tribe. Let's say in the Choctaw or the Cherokee. We are a tribe. We are an indigenous tribe. Okay.
Right.
The political entity, body politic of the Washita Nation, was hijacked and taken over in 1997 by.
So can you still see it right now in today? Like, do you still see Washita Nation right now today?
Yeah.
Are they in
right now?
I'm saying like.
But no, there's no body of us collectively organized like that, but we're still here. We all know each other. We what our
I was just trying to see if they like took it over and then made their own Washita, and then that's the one.
They couldn't make their own Washita. They dissolved. They couldn't make their own Washita. They took it over and it wrecked. It crashed because they're trying to take the empress authority to issue her own passports, issue her own driver's license, her own motor, her own certification. And convert it to a system they already had in place. They already before they met the empress, white people already trying to make their own license plate, make their own driver's license. They said we have the right to travel. We don't need a driver's license. We don't need social security cards. You have the anti-federal government Caucasian people. When Bill Clinton became president, the people who have been Ronald Reagan got elected in 1980. Then Bush had 2 terms. He had 12 years. Watch this now. Let me go back a little bit further. You had the 60s civil rights movement. 68, King got killed. In the 70s, it was the black thing. James Brown, I'm Black and I'm Proud, Soul Train, disco music, rap music. Then in 1980, watch this here, the United States invaded Iraq, or invaded Iran, and crashed under Jimmy Carter. Back in 1980, the United States invaded Iran and got destroyed in the desert. Helicopters wrecked together, sandstorm. Remember that happened? Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan took over.
Right.
Okay. And that's when you had the reign after the 60s and the 70s, great, all this black stuff, disco music, disco sucked, came in and all this rap music came in. That's when the white people took over again. And Ronald Reagan did the same thing that Donald Trump
And do
did.
y'all see how what he's saying to him that's insulting?
The White House. Ronald Reagan was the precursor, not Ronald Reagan, the handlers, the white supremacists, Jerry Falwell, those white movements in the 60s and the 70s when they're going against all of black culture, what is called it? The moral majority, Jerry Falwell.
You see how that's insulting?
Are the same white supremacists who got Donald Trump elected. The far right, white nationalists, white Christians, white power people. That's what you're talking about.
Well, that's Obama said that they were called the Federalist Movement. That Donald Trump.
The Federalist Movement, the Heritage Movement. You can get anything you want to. They still, and then the Federalist Society is still writing. So back then they called it the Federalist Movement. Today it's called the Federalist Society. They write all of the stuff for Republicans to elect people. They pick the candidates for the Republicans to elect people. The Heritage Foundation, which was another heritage movement I studied back in the 90s. Was the same people who now wrote this plan, the 2025 plan, 2025, what they got going on?
Project 2025
from the Washington, the same Europeans who had their.
So it was the people that did the thing with the Washington are now the people that are running the government.
The same people who run the government do the thing who run the government now. Yes, the white patriot movement, the white male power movement did it to the Washington, the Kingdom of Hawaii. the United States government today. They did it in Germany. They're doing it right now in Germany. Right now, they have the far right movement. The far right movement. You have it in Hungary, over there in the Eastern Bloc. What used to be the Eastern Bloc of Europe, behind the Iron Curtain. Those people are still white nationalists. They're still what's called Nazi.
So it was like a way. So their objective was to dismantle what you guys had.
Absolutely. After 2016 and Trump won the Republican campaign, the Republican nomination, they no longer need the Washington.
Wow.
They had the White House.
So are they also the same people that you would call the Proud Boys that did this insurrection?
Yep, same one. The Proud Boys is just a new iteration of the militia. Okay, the Proud Boys for the militia or the Ku Klux Klan.
All right.
It's literally the same thing I've been saying the whole time. We are not even. That's the reason why I keep telling our own people, stop fighting against each other. He literally said the exact same thing.
Right. So it sounds like to me like what happened is that they had the Washington Nation, and the Washington Nation was really becoming something, and then and there was a black Native American, or I don't even know what the word would be.
Or just the black movement as a whole.
Right. And it was based on the ancestry of Black Americans in America, from America. So what happened is then you have like the militia that comes in and then they take over.
Yes.
While the main guy, this guy's in the United Nations, they come and they get control of the lady that's there, who I think she was going through dementia at the time. They take over the whole movement.
Yes.
And make it into a white militia movement and then dissolve the whole situation.
Exactly. It's just like what I was saying earlier about how they dissolved the Indian tribes. I was about to say that. They literally dissolved our tribes in the 1920s.
No, this was in the like in 90s.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They keep using the same playbook over and over again, but we're not recognizing because we're too busy fighting against each other. It's my point. They keep using the same playbook over and over and over again against us. They dissolve any movement that we create. FBA, it doesn't matter what movement we create. They will infiltrate it, take over it, using fucking. I'm sorry, my bad. Using freaking.
Yeah, bro.
I'm gonna use
I don't
freaking.
even know about that.
No. Check me out. Cause you gonna see it later. I promise you gonna see it later. They freaking use a lot of our movements, anything that we do, and then they infiltrate it. After they infiltrate it, they dissolve it, and then they come back with it and bring it under another guise where they can enter into it.
The reason why I think that's the truth is because I think I've seen the Washington Nation. It's still going on, but it's a white group now and not a black.
Yes, it's the same thing. They did the same thing to us as Indians.
I totally
They literally dissolved our tribes and then came back and reinstated the tribes, and it was nothing but white people. And then they turned the black folks that was actually Indian into freedmen.
Negroes, right?
Negro and freedmen. They keep doing the same plays. We have to stop fighting each other and understand their playbook. They keep doing the same things over and over.
Yeah, we're not African.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I would not even
that's
fight against that. And I won't even say that we are
We're
African.
not even talking about being African at this point.
I know. I just want to be clear. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're talking about like the Washington Nation. What are you talking about?
I know.
No, Mother Genesis. Like Mother Genesis, please, Mother Genesis. We actually understand you. We're not even fighting against you. I want you to understand that the people on the panel are not fighting against you.
When I asked my question, you see, I did not rebut you when you said that I was asking a loaded question. A loaded question would have been me after you gave your answer, me then coming back to rebut you. But when you gave the answer, I let the answer sit, and now I'm
Yeah, don't trip.
No,
That was a half hour ago.
what we're saying is don't
I'm
take it
saying
personally. Don't
I'm
take it
saying
personally
that
from us.
hold
Even
on,
if
and then I'm playing this. I'm showing
Mhm.
that there were Native Americans that are here, and they got the rights and everything within the United Nations, all this stuff.
Mhm.
The Geneva Convention or whatever he was in Geneva, passport and everything, with a Washita Nation passport. And when he came back, the whole thing was infiltrated by white militia. This is
Yes.
this is the most insane story I have ever heard in my life.
And I'm gonna be honest, Reverend. Like I actually give her positions. Like even if she's Pan African, I'm actually okay with that. We need these people. We need anybody to actually hear us outside of us and understand us outside of us because we get it. We know it. We've lived it. We know it for a fact. But we have to let people outside of us get it. The only people that I would not freaking tolerate is the Sulani that was up here earlier. Because he was insulting not only me, he was insulting you. He was insulting everybody on this panel.
All right,
I
but let's move on because he's not here
Go
no
ahead,
more.
go ahead, go ahead.
Let's
You
go back to the video.
The word Ku Klux Klan is not an organization. It's a concept. It means let the circle be unbroken. White people have one thing that I admire them about. It's called unity. They do not break the circle of whiteness. Okay.
So Ku Klux Klan means do not break the circle.
It means let the circle be unbroken. 1 second.
What?
Here's a book called The Fiery Cross. This book here.
Yeah.
Go into deep detail on Ku Klux Klan came from, how it started in Pulaski, Tennessee, and the General Forrest Gump, where Forrest Gump got his name from, General Forrest, Mississippi. Very detailed on the Ku Klux Klan. The
And
word
to
Ku
be
Klux Klan
fair,
means, it's a Latin term that means let the circle be unbroken.
Wow.
So you hear this right now, okay.
So when they infiltrated, they didn't even need to be a part of the U.S. government. It was just an ideology of, oh, okay, they're over here doing this. We need to break this up. And how we're going to do it, we're going to infiltrate it and use it to our benefit. Try to, but she's not realizing they probably didn't have a meeting somewhere. Listen, we're going to say we took 65% Indian and we're going to get in cool with her. We're going to give her some money, whatever.
Your sister, they tried to bribe me. More than once, they tried to offer me and my wife money. A briefcase full of cash one time at a conference. I gave the money to the empress. Then they had cases full of coins, like platinum coins, gold coins, silver coins. Umar, this for you. We're gonna need you to help us cooperate because we're gonna make you the empress at the empress. Like you fools. They don't know I'm ex-Klan public enemy.
Right.
Before I sell out, I get the hell out. I'm not gonna sell out. Never.
Mother Genesis, could I say this?
So I got out, and it's good now.
Mother Genesis?
Washington, brothers and sisters.
Chill, bro.
Why are you leaving? Why you going to abandon us? No, y'all don't understand what's going on behind the scenes. These white people took it over, and the Empress is bless her heart. She was I don't know what. When I got back from Geneva, Switzerland, something that happened to them to the Washington. They had zapped her. She was not the same person. She was anybody who saw her knew there's something wrong with her.
Was she older? Was she older, or was she younger?
Here, she had been something that happened to her. She had lost what she had before. She had lost.
So he's saying that by the time he got back to her, she wasn't even her original self no more. They had did something, and she was not even operating at 100%, and they were just running the show. So imagine you are a part of an organization one of the main members of the organization. You go to a convention, come back, and the person that's the head of the organization has a whole table full of white people, and they're just running everything, and you're just sitting up there like a zombie. What happened in this
Miss
situation?
Genesis, could I say this?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna give you an example of something that happened in our past that we may not really know about, but you can literally research it. The same thing happened to the Buffalo Soldiers. World War One and World War Two. The same exact thing happened. They went off to war in World War One. Think about the massacres that happened literally after that, when the Buffalo Soldiers lost their rights to be Indian because of what's his name? Freaking I know Reverend, you may know this.
But
The
did they drug them and make them lose their
No,
mind?
no, no. They didn't drug them. They literally when the people go off to war, they usurp their place. When the people go off to do business elsewhere, they usurp their place.
So they're gone out of like the country, and then
Yes.
like go and the other
Yes.
white people come in and just take over their whole.
Yes. Take over the town, take over the area.
Wow.
That's what they've been doing this entire time. And we have not been recognizing it.
Wow. Let's
Just like what
go.
they did in Desert Storm, just like what they did in the Vietnam Wars, what they did in the Korean Wars. We have to understand patterns. They keep doing the same thing over and over again. When we go off, because we are the militant people, we fight for what we believe in. So when the brothers go off to war, or when the sisters go off to war, when they come back to a whole totally different place than what they left. Because now the white people are in charge. They become the mayors. They become the sheriffs. They become the governors. They become everything that's in the community, where the leaders that was in the community go off to war. They take over that area. It's literally the same pattern over and over again.
All right, let me play the rest of this.
The white
Go
folks
ahead.
had drugged her. I don't know what they did to her. But anybody around you would tell her she had been truly a changed. She was truly a changed person. In 1997, Empress, including Empress Doctor, Dr. Elizabeth, what's Dr. Empress had a doctor who explained to me she's going through the I shouldn't say all this kind of stuff, but it's a fact.
No,
Empress doctor came and told me that there's something wrong with her. She's not the same mama, something wrong with mama. And the Empress doctor flew in from Detroit.
What about also the family? Was they like something? Why didn't the family step in and say, "Hold on, y'all not fixing to be sitting up here trying to take over my mom's situation"? But did they have her sign off some stuff to where they could say, "No, we have control over her"? Because I mean, I know.
Okay, once again, let's just break it down. When the Empress was involved in this Washington Nation, the Imperial Washington Nation, 19, I got there, 1992, 1995.
Domain.
Her only son, Joe Frederick Washington, was not involved in the movement. He was in California with raising his family and his granddaughter, and the Empress liked it that way. People thought I was the Empress' son. They thought, when they found out, matter of fact, that's the day I broke out of it, when the Empress said, "Umar, you probably need to go home to your mama." When I said that, I got back from Switzerland, and I came to the meeting, and the table full of Caucasian people, which that's what it is. I'm not hating on them, but the Empress told me that Umar, you're not going to be under him. That's when I resigned immediately. She said, "Umar, maybe you go home to your real mama then." And people said,
"What?"
But so in front of the people, she let them know right then and there that I was her real son for the first time in probably 4 or 5 years. They all, up to that point, they assumed I was the Empress' real son. So the Empress' real son's out in California. Joe, bless his heart, poor brother. He wanted nothing to do with that. He didn't want his children, his wife, or his family in any way affected by that. And in retrospect, he blew up in his face. After the FBI raided his mother's place compound out there in Franklin Parish, Louisiana, he came out there and he was destroying records and trying to keep the mess with his mom and take her home, take her to California with her and with him and put her in a
old folks home.
Elderly care, yeah, old folks home. I won't say it like that, but an elderly care facility.
Pretty much. So hey, we not politically correct over here. Old folks.
Okay, yeah, they put an old folks home. It was not a bad hospital. I've visited her a couple of times, but I know at one point I was told I can't go there anymore. They tell you can't go and visit her. How you gonna tell me I can't see a grown woman, man? Please get out my face. Anyway, but yeah, I went to her a couple of times. I took her nieces and nephews who knew. I was showing where she was in the hospital. I would not talk to her son first. I just show up and go visit her, right, and take her stuff she wanted. And eventually, you know, in 2020, so that was like 20. That was like year 2000 when they raided her. And they said they raided her in 2000. I was not down there.
The son came and got her, brought her to California, put her in the old folks home.
Yeah.
So, what do you think that those people got into his ear too? So he said, "Well, he can't come." Or,
well, I know that her book, Return of Ancient Ones, is republished. Okay, and it's the cover with the red, black, and green cover, which is the revised version of her book. I never really read the thing. I know it's not. I know when I looked at that book, the page numbers are off. Stuff had been omitted and changed, so I didn't see the legitimate copy of her book. I thought it was her same book, copied, word for word, verbatim. But I see it was a book that had been edited, and I can see the Empress is a very real Southern woman. She used vulgarity. She used cuss words. You could say adult language in her book. But I see that they had Christian whitewashing of her book in some parts of it. And I realized the new version they were selling was not the original exact copy of the original book. So I don't even promote that book. But that's what her children put out after she passed away. And because the original book, Return of the Ancient Ones, only had about 1,000 copies printed up. It was printed up in Chicago by some Moors under, I think, Johnson Bay out of Cleveland, and Judge Clinton Nelson Bay helped get her first book in print. And there was only one real running of the first issue of that book. And even though it had complications, it was done like in 1990 using 1970 methods. Okay, so it was done really on a press, and that book was printed up, and they were like, let's say it wasn't edited properly. So some pages were out of order. It didn't matter because the documentation you had in there was so significant, so profound that book is a monument. Anybody get that book and read it will understand the validity of the Washington Nation. That book, Return of the Ancient Ones, is awesome.
Right. Now, so this story is an amazing story. So for those that are not aware, and you might be coming in, what happened is that there was a lady that was the so-called queen of the Washington Nation. All right. And in her area, she became the mayor. She wrote books. She did all this stuff. The guy that I'm interviewing was high up in the organization that she created. High up enough to be able to go to Geneva every year and have a seat at the United Nations. One of his trips, he comes back, and she is sitting at the table with a bunch of white militia. The militia then begins to take over the Washington Nation. She is no longer the same mentally. I don't know whether they gave her something or what. The son has to come from California to get his mom. They put her into an old folks home. They re-release her book and omit a bunch of things that were in the book. This is the most egregious thing. I'm like, wow.
But you got to remember that they've been doing that same thing.
Go ahead, Reverend Green. What you gonna say?
No, I said I'm back. I was watching the UFC and some boxing. Go ahead. I'm good now.
No, but what?
I'm with Allison. You say something about what happened in this situation?
Go ahead, Allison. I want to hear what you got.
I guess I wanted to say that in every show like this, in every chat, in every situation where we try to move forward, there are agents, there's someone there who continually disrupts the conversation so that we continue to spin our wheels and that we don't really get anywhere. And it's been happening like that since they got over here.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess you all know that. But I'm saying in every chat, just about in every panel like this, there's usually one person who's always disruptive, at least one. So you can't get anywhere. And it's so frustrating, and it's so nice to hear this chat, everyone's being respectful. I've been tuning into a few of these, and sometimes it's just a shouting match. So
Mhm.
thank you so much for having like a.
What is your name, sis?
I go by with Alice online.
Okay, I got you, Alex. I love the
Egos.
movie. I love the cartoon. Or
Mhm.
Yeah,
the old one.
yes, like
Egos is
I'm in the
Egos.
rabbit
The
hole.
VHS.
It's real deep.
But yeah, of course, it's real deep.
Mhm.
Also, what I was gonna say is add on. My name is Reverend Green. I'm an FBA correspondent to the show,
Yes,
also
sir.
known as the Man in the High Castle. I was gonna say what you said about the chats, and I agree, and they're here as well. Just like how Caroline said in the Poltergeist movie, they're
Mhm.
here. They're here right now. Um, and so my views with some of the people who are on the panel right now, I always look at it like they're passive when they're having these conversations. Like, yeah, we're just trying to have a conversation and build decorum, and we got to listen to each other. Fuck no. Excuse me. Hell no.
Mhm.
No. You push them out the way. You don't let them in the club. Shut the door. That's what holds us back. Trying to have this dialogue with people. I'm not with that. We would never hang out offline. Anyone who's
Mhm.
talking like that on a panel, we would never hang out offline. It's because y'all let stuff slide.
Mhm.
You too. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I don't get down like that.
I know
I don't
you.
get down
I
like that on no
and you
level. I
know
don't care. Yo, it's just an educational thing. We here to learn. No.
Are you saying that you don't want to listen to others' ideas if you don't agree with it?
If I could
Mm.
smell an agent from a mile away,
So
that's
I'm
why I
not.
brought up the movie. That's why I brought up the movie Sinners. When the dude tried to get back up in the club, said, "Just let me in." You was already up in here. Why are you asking? Could I get in? And these fellas were steadily trying to argue with him. They knew something was up. I
I
don't
was,
like
I
that. And
was,
see that's a learning lesson for in people in real
Mhm.
life.
Mhm.
Quit playing these games, bro.
well, I have to disagree with you because whenever I encounter someone like that, I feel like they're being disingenuous. You can't know
Mhm.
who a person is really. All you can hear are their words, and they have a right to speak. So, I mean, it's
Mhm.
going left right now where we may not have the right to speak soon, but for now, everyone has the right to speak and get their point across without being interrupted and without being thrown out of the discussion because someone doesn't agree. It's like, who made you the monitor of what's going on?
Are
Mhm.
you tall?
And I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this to this whole discussion. I feel like that because I want to know my enemy's plan. I don't really give a. I don't really care if I agree with people or not. I want to know their plans. I want to know their moves. Even if I feel like I'm being friendly with people. This how I was taught by my great grandmother.
I'm good. I got you. So anyways,
Right? No, no, no,
I
no, no,
prove
no,
that's why
no,
we
no,
quest
no,
these
no, no,
people
no,
ASAP.
no, 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 no.
Someone says they from a different country and they not vibing with you.
Listen,
Cut
listen,
it out.
bro.
They
Listen,
not
bro.
vibing with you. They ain't
Listen, bro.
no way to get
No, wait,
across
wait,
with them.
wait. We
I'm
still
not
go.
waiting. I wasn't raised by a woman like that. I was raised by two, mom and dad.
I was
I'm not
raised by
waiting.
my mom and my dad, which is where I
Great.
learned this from.
Right. Right. So I'm
You
not on
have
no
to.
wait. I'm on go.
I'm on go.
It's
I'm
called
on go.
controlling the narrative. That's what it's called. It's
What
called.
does this have to do with the conversation about the what happened to this queen from Washington Nation? That they had a movement and
That's what.
they go
That's
crazy.
what. That
Because
Hold
was
they
on,
let them in. They let them in. They were so
no, my
lackadaisical.
they didn't let
no. You are my
these
whole.
these people had info. Do you understand? Imagine that you have your wife at home and y'all have y'all family. You go off overseas to secure things for the household. You come back and you walk in the door and it's a bunch of white men sitting at your dining room table. Your wife is out of sorts. She can't even, she's not even herself anymore, almost to the point to where you have to call her family because she could no longer fend for herself. And now she has to go to a old folk home because she has dementia.
Right.
Then
On go. We getting rid of them.
I'm trying to tell you is
It's
that
like that's what you go out on your shield. Go out on your shield. Go. You know your family looking crazy and poison. It's on go. You see them in the house, so it's on go. Go out on your shield.
I don't really get what you mean by go out on your shield. I don't know what you mean by that.
He's saying
Crash out. Go out on your shield. Go.
get rid of
A crack
the
down
family.
to make a difference at this point. They
Scary.
no, I'm
They
saying
scary. They scary. Go. That's how it is. I know that's in 1997, but like I said, if I was the father of the man in that household and I seen what I seen, I'm saying on go. I'm going. I'm going out on my shield.
I'm gonna ask
Well,
you
if
a
that
question.
requires me bleeding, I'm
I'm,
going out on my shield.
I'm gonna ask you
You
a
feel
question.
me?
I'm gonna ask you a question. Have you been in the military?
I'm going out on my shield.
I
That's
think
what you need to know.
no. I think that
That's what
you.
all you need to know.
There are
I think.
those.
I
There
think.
are
I think.
those among us.
There's people who are hardwired like that,
There are
and that's
those.
what I'm saying.
There are those among us that come into these chats, and they are our army, and they know it. It's us, the 99%
And
of
that's
the Black
who.
American population that don't know who we are, and we don't know who is actually around us, waiting to pounce like wolves on sheep. And they
That's
already are
where.
doing it. So they come in here and they talk like they have all the force behind them, and it's because they do. They have a whole army, and all they do is they change code. That's it. And all of them are on code. If you know what I
Read the
mean.
chats right now. They right there.
And so they threaten and they bully, and they know that they can because they got a million people behind them, and we just don't understand what's about to happen to us.
But moving forward in 2026, I'll talk about that later. But with this video,
Mm-hmm.
what I see and what I hear is that there's one place that I'm familiar with that would have the information to know about the indigenous population here, and it's in Utah, and it's the Church of Mormon. They have the archives. They were the ones who went out west, took it over, but they met people. And when they talk about in the Mormon Bible about the Lamanites being black, and then the neophytes and stuff like that, they're talking about the so-called Indian. It's all in their book, but they have it in their archives. They had to kill a lot of so-called savages to get to where they're at right now with Mormonism.
They were
well,
killing the indigenous
get done with this video. I'm gonna
on their
show a
own
video.
continent. That's
I'm
what
gonna
they
show.
were doing.
I'm sorry, man.
I was just saying they were killing the indigenous Black people on this continent.
Right.
My point.
That's Mormons are actually the true Egyptians. That's who they really are. That's why you can't find America in the Bible, because names have been changed.
Those people right there in the Utah, what?
Yeah.
They're the people. These people who are saying they're Mormons.
Yep.
They're the original people from where?
I'm saying that they are Egyptians. Egyptians come in all colors, all skin tones. Look at the hieroglyphs.
That's where I would disagree.
After I get done with this video, I'm gonna show you a video that's gonna break down the whole thing. His name is
You should watch the Mormon cartoon, the one that's banned. It's like 8 minutes long.
His name is Book of Johnson. So
oh no, hell no. Oh God, fuck no. Excuse me.
Mormons believe that
weird shit.
North America is the land of the Bible, and they are right. They know.
Hear you.
All right, so guys, go ahead.
Hear me?
Now, I will say about the Egyptian thing. From my learning and from my experience, South America is Egypt.
This happened earlier. Just the sound just got cut off, and now it's cut off again.
One for Brother
You ain't
Jamal.
they gonna and probably what not even just like a general place like just
man
America.
Yeah.
You
You got me looking at I forgot I had. Yeah. Anyway, so anybody question the Washington Nation? They try to clown us. They got all these white nationalists writing negative stories about the Washington Nation. Empress told me, Brother Umar, stay aloof. What did she say? Don't lower yourself to. She said, don't lower yourself to even respond to them. Well, now people want you to clap back. You should respond to them. So Empress told me don't respond to them, Umar, and I haven't. I mean, I've been attacked so many times, but people tell me there were no mounds. You're making it all up there. Okay, but they're still standing. Go check it out yourself. That's why I wrote that book, Pyramids in America. Pyramids in America, it's actually a travel guide. For anybody who doubts that pyramids exist in America, you can get that book. I got an address, phone numbers, all kind of stuff to all the different pyramid sites that are open to the public to visit. And some you can't access. But in that book, anybody question the existence of pyramids in America are shut down. Okay, I already documented that. Okay, Washington Nation. If anybody any questions, come see me. But see pyramids in America, travel guide. See the video there? The video there talks about the place in Frenchman's Bend. See, that's the archaeological dig. They're telling you. So I'm not making up dates. You have archaeologists from American Institute. Matter of fact, this archaeologist here was from Peru, a Peruvian archaeologist in the United States. Yeah, Joe
consistency of dates running between about 5,300 for Frenchman's Bend and Watson Break to at least 5,900 to 6,000 years ago. So it's the earliest evidence we have for mound construction in North America. There's one mound in Baton Rouge that dated to earlier than what we had, but it was destroyed in the 1960s. And so, to our knowledge, the ones right here in Washita Parish are the oldest mounds in the New World.
In the New World, the oldest mound in the New World.
These are the oldest mounds in the New World in North America. And did he also mention the?
Go ahead.
Okay, so they can watch that video too. So once again, the evidence is there. I just document information. I provide the people. They can believe it or not want to believe it. It's not me saying it. I got their own experts. That gentleman, Dr. Joe Saunders, has done extensive. You can go look him up right now. Extensive research on the pyramid cultures all over the world. He came from Peru because they're saying that people in Peru were older. The mounds in Peru. They have mounds in Peru now. You go find the oldest cities in Peru, mound cities, just like the mound cities they have in Alabama and Louisiana and up in Illinois. Same people, same culture, building earthen pyramids, earthen mounds. South America, Mexico. Mexico has the stone pyramids. The sun pyramids down there, they're newer. Here, see this Etowah pyramid? That's outside Atlanta. Here they found, once again, giants. The Etowah pyramid, they found giants there. Here you had this mound here was once again covered with trees at one point.
You want to sleep?
man-made. The Europeans made the stairs here, but on the side of it, you find they had ramps. They didn't use that. They used ramps, like zigzagging ramps, like a staircase. Some more civil engineering. And here, at one point, they had a moat around this pyramid here in Etowah. In the moat, they found skeletons of alligators. So there's a fairy tale story about castles in Europe with alligators and the moats around them. This is a real location where they had a moat dug around here, and they had found alligators in this moat here. And here they also found the body of a giant here also, skeletons of giants here. And this is just one of several pyramids. This is about maybe 30, 40 minutes north of Atlanta, between Chattanooga and Atlanta, off the I-75, called Etowah. And once again, you go there, they got golf course, they got people's houses nearby, and it's the ancient site of the indigenous people, the mound building culture. Look at that, isn't that huge? I sat up there, me and my son sat up there. It's a website, me and my son.
And you can tell they put them steps in. That wasn't how they used to get up them suckers.
And
you know what I'm saying?
No. On the what's that? The left side of it, you'll find how we climbed the door. We had ramps, some well-engineered ramps up the side of this thing here. So I know this guy got this cool video here. So this must be like a drone flying over this, huh?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So this is after they shaved the trees off this. Because at one point this was just like the old Mecca, the mound, what they call Poverty Point. This also was once covered with trees, and for whatever reason, the American.
Look at how tall that is, though, because it's hovering bigger than the trees that are down below.
Oh, absolutely. Oh man.
So these mounds are not they're not small.
Look, see the one next to it? Now, these are just
look at that.
This is two of dozens of mounds at this location. Further down, this is the whole mound city. These are just where, I guess, the chief and his people stay. See this? Pyramids.
Wow.
Earthen pyramids in North America. They're not gonna talk about this. When they asked the Cherokee people, there were Cherokee people here. They knew nothing about these. We don't know who built them. They're here when we got here. The ancient ones, the Moors, the Washita built. These are Washita structures. These are built from people of the Washita River Valley. The oldest, the oldest mounds in America where? In the Washita River. And that what I just said, Dr. Joe Saunders? You find the oldest structures. And the only ones older than the ones in Washita Parish, the ones right down here in Baton Rouge, Maine, called Monster.
Why do you think they're flat at the top? What do you think?
Because people live there.
People lived on top of those mountains?
Yeah, they found lodges, houses, structures with post holes built on top of there. Not teepees and tents. No, you had houses.
Look, you see where they was coming up at. They went up
see
this
the ramp,
way.
that's the
right
ramp.
there. They didn't use steps like this. They came up this way and boom, and just rested and went up that way.
See that?
Wow.
There's a little platform right there, like a staircase. You know, you have a little turnaround on the staircase. The Europeans put those stairs over there. Because you don't use stone or wood on the mound like it said in the Bible. Okay. See that? The ramp. Now, if you go to my website, you'll see that same mound with the trees.
This is your website.
Okay, so if you go to the picture of me, how about go to hotep.org? Go back to hotep.org real quick. Now look at that picture right there. Scan, see the picture? Go up on this picture here. Go up on this picture right here. Get a picture. Okay, so go here and go to where it says, go to About Me. Go to About Me. Let's go to the top, click on where it says about us. Okay. So go up a little bit. Go up. I mean, go down. See the picture right here? That's that same mound. See the trees over there? That's me on the ground. You see the ramps.
And you're like about what, 6'3"?
I'm 6'5".
6'5". Okay.
That's my son. My wife had been killed, so me and my son traveled around the country. I was a single parent. Widow. So this when I was I was switching into my Africans get organized. That's my move. Africans get organized. What we got to do, and it's happening now. This site was up. I put this up in 1999. This site's been up for over 20 years.
Yeah.
That goes back to Pyramids of America. You get site moors.com. So yeah, you can go through here. You can go through these sites. It will take you days to go through my sites. If you, I know you've been through them already.
We didn't go through all of them. We went to this one. I think we kind of stopped at that one. Here's Lake Jackson in Tallahassee.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because to look at it, you would think, oh, okay, that's not that big, but the human being would probably be about right here. So this is very tall. Your height will probably be where this tree is, like about maybe right here.
Maybe yes, maybe. And there are taller mountains, like the ones in Cahokia, the gentleman talked about earlier today. Those are huge pyramids. So actually, the pyramid up there in Cahokia, what they call Monk's Mound or Cahokia Mound, is larger at the base than the Great Pyramid in Egypt up in Giza. At the base, it's not as tall. But there was a pyramid in a place called Troyville, Louisiana, that was taller than, it was probably the tallest earthen mound recorded in the United States before they tore it down. It was a place called the Troyville mounds were huge. They were very tall. I'm gonna say 80, 90 feet tall, taller than Poverty Point. So it just goes on.
I'm gonna play a little bit of this thing because earlier we got kind of put off track, but let's go.
Okay.
Right here, Louisiana, Poverty Point.
What
do we find? We find the oldest known city in North America. And what does it look like? It's a very unusual place. It is made up of concentric rings. Now, when archaeologists first found Poverty Point, they found it from the air because it's so huge, between 20 and maybe 50,000 people that long ago lived in this great metropolis. And when they found it from the air, it looked like an octagon, like half of it. But since then, it's been learned that it was a complete ringed settlement. You had alternating rings of land and water. Not only that, in Poverty Point, you have the exact same sacred numerals that Plato discussed. He said in Atlantis, the people of Atlantis revered sacred numbers 5 and 6, because 5 represented the male principle, 6 represented the female principle. And that by being in harmony with male and female, you're in harmony with the entire cosmos. You go to Poverty Point, you see the same numbers 5 and 6 repeated. Not only that, these concentric rings are bisected by canals. Archaeologists now know that these rings were separated by courses of water, exactly the same. But now, here is, I think, the real kicker for that. Poverty Point was made about 1500 BC, that's sure, about 1,500 years before Christ. However, the way we know it today, when it was a huge settlement, at its maximum, when it was really built up, is the year 1,200 years before.
And the other side is called Watson Break, which is really a magnificent site. And it's sort of what Poverty Point used to be. Poverty Point was a mysterious site that came out of nowhere, all of these mountains and ridges, no antecedents. Well, now Watson Break is 2,000 years earlier, and people are suddenly saying the same questions. Well, where did this one come from? Watson Break has a lot of similarity.
So let's talk about it. We ain't gonna watch the whole thing. Go to his webpage. It's called Pyramids in America, y'all. Pyramids in America.
They thought Poverty Point was the first city ever, and now they found somewhere in Ouachita Parish 2,000 years older than that, man. And that's so significant because the United States is barely 250 years old. You have things that are 2,000 years old. The United States is 250 years old in 2026. Not even close to 1,000 years old, and about to disappear. You had civilizations in what they call North America that had continuous occupation existence for more than 6,000 to 10,000 years.
I mean, so he's saying right there were civilizations in America that are over 6,000 before Christ, or 6,000 years old before Christ. So,
okay.
Like, I mean, wow. When you think about it.
I'm surprised. Yeah, I don't subscribe to none of the Israelite type of stuff. None of that. Just very simplistic. We are indigenous here. Simple as that. I don't subscribe to the Mormons were Egyptians. None of that weird stuff. Just very simple. We were already here. We've been reclassified many times. persevere. We've been dumbed down by public education systems, but we still persevere. We're resilient. We're fighters. And now with this final chapter in 2025, there's more clarity. Even the dominant society has indicated we were already here. A lot of the immigrants who have been tethering on, a lot of the Pan-Africans who have been wanting to stick to this people of color nonsense, time is up. We're getting you all out the paint. We got rid of the older ones already. Now we're moving on to anchor babies and their subsidiaries, the Pan-Africans here in America. Those who don't love America, they keep on saying there's got to be a better place outside of America. We're going to get rid of y'all next in 2026.
System, not patriarchal systems. Systems where, I guess, your grandma was in charge. The empress was like your grandma. Okay. The women were in charge of domestic affairs, and the men were in charge of foreign affairs. Women dealt with the nation, the cool food, the people, the children, and the men just protected the area. So so men were called noble. In the Watchtower, there was never an emperor. It was always the empress. It was done with your grandma. Grandma with generations of people, and the men were known as nobles. So when people say I'm a Watchtower chief, I'm a Watchtower emperor, I'm saying you're full of crap, because the Watchtower nation didn't roll like that. We were ancient. We would go back. We women were in charge of the make sure it's like a beehive. The queen's in charge. The drones are there to protect. So and we were able to exist under matriarchal rule for thousands of years in peace and harmony.
So, so these were the people that Christopher Columbus ran into, or they were somebody?
Columbus came so late. Columbus was 500 AD. 1500
Yeah, he didn't even come here.
8,000 years ago. We're talking about before Columbus' grandmama. Okay, before it was a thought or a sperm or a germ, you had people in the United States, so-called United States, the mound building cultures here. They had mounds in Europe also. Now you go look and you found mound in Russia and in the northern Europe over there by where Lafayette and all that. I found mound sites over there. I found mound sites in Ireland. It was even actually a mound.
Now, didn't I just say all of this earlier?
Okay. So the mound building concept is not new, but the word mound is indigenous.
Yes, you did say
to the indigenous people. You go look up the word mound in the English dictionary. It's going to say a mound is a globe with a cross symbolizing an empire or royalty. So the word mound, which means a pile of earth to us, in the English dictionary, British dictionary is going to say a mound is a symbol of imperial power. It's
and you know what? When I look at this picture, it just breaks my heart.
Okay, yeah. That's a city. See, let's see. And these rings were all the way around. They're a complete circle. They're octagons. Here, this river here called
and you can find those same rings in Mississippi.
On the other side of the river, Mississippi River is maybe I don't know, 30, 40 miles further away. This is actually part of Mississippi River drainage basin. So this
but you know why this breaks my heart right here?
Why is that?
You see this road they just shoved. They just
oh yeah.
So they took this relic of an area, right?
The city, yeah.
Maybe it's because they couldn't see it from the top.
They couldn't. They
just ran a road right through it.
Yeah. They got dormitories.
I don't know where this is going to right here.
This road's going to a dormitory in a place called Lake Providence, Louisiana. And if you look at that picture, you see the bird mound here, up above it toward the
Sister
road.
Genesis,
another
real
little
quick.
mound by itself here. That mound there is 2,000 years older than the giant bird mound.
This is why I speak the way that I speak. Is because I grew up with my great grandmother. I literally said the same thing he just said maybe 30 minutes ago. It's because that's how my great grandmother taught me. I'm not speaking from my own just individual experience. I'm speaking from my community's experience.
Your great grandmother, she was the keeper of the secrets,
Yes,
and
and she talked to me because
right,
I talked to her.
right.
Like
And
I'm
that's
not.
why when I hear people saying like, "Oh, this 80-year-old person," no, no, no. Your grandmother was much older, much wiser, much elderly, and she talked to her great grandson, and she
Yes,
transferred that information.
yes. That's the reason why I don't attack everybody that's in our community that thinks differently. It's because I know eventually they will get to where I'm at. They just have to talk to their own folks. I love my people. That's how I feel coming from where I'm from. I love my own folks. I don't care about anybody outside of that because I watched my great grandmother struggle to get to where she is. Where she is, she's in the afterlife now. However, I watched her struggle to get to where she was. And she passed down that knowledge to me because she knew that me, as her great grandchild, would listen to her. That's the reason why I keep telling people stop fighting each other, listen to each other. We have pain, we have problems, we have difference of ideology because of where we grew up. But at the end of the day, our great grandmothers thought the same.
They weren't trying to go no Africa.
Yes, they weren't trying to think about no African anything.
Jesse
But
Jackson actually started that, didn't he? And Alex
yes,
Haley.
hmm
He never
and
thought that
even
before that.
yes, and even our brothers and sisters that thinks about Africa, we have to be patient with them because they will eventually find it, just like we had to find it. We can't keep fight.
Uh,
We can't keep fighting each other. I'm not talking about continental Africans. I'm not talking about Europeans. I'm not talking about anybody that doesn't originate from this country or this continent. But the people that originate from this continent, we gotta start fighting each other.
but how do you feel, or what are your views on these immigrants usurping the 14th Amendment?
They need to go.
Right. And the way I look at it is that there are older Pan Africans who are still trying to push this. Well, they're doing so poorly over there. They should be able to eat over here too. Well, look at what are we doing with our communities? What have we built? We do. I don't like. That's like these people got to go.
Yeah, that I will say they are in the way. Steamroll. We trying to build a new street. They can be a part of the street. Steamroll their ass. That's how I feel.
If they try to block the steamroller, they got to be steamroller. Yes.
They gotta be flattened. They gonna be a
Yes.
part of the new street.
Yes.
That's the reason why I keep telling y'all misunderstand what I'm saying. I don't really care about outsiders. I care about my people. That's why I'm talking to my people. Y'all are my people. I'm talking to you all. I'm not talking to continental Africans. I don't really care about that. I care about my folks. And I could tell everybody on this panel is my folks.
You have a kind spirit. You have a kind soul. I think that the time is up. Like the gentleman said earlier, the time is up. We just don't realize it. I don't know if you believe in the Bible, but we are further along in the book of Revelation than most people realize. So
And I actually agree, but
okay.
my kindness is for my people. That's the reason why I'm kind to you, everybody that's on this panel.
Well, it's very refreshing, and you are very fortunate to have had a grandmother or great grandmother that cared about you and shared all these things with you. Because most of us, we don't know. After the siege, there was nothing left. It was mostly just children left.
Yes.
And these children were re-educated. So we don't know what really happened. We don't know who we are.
And I would say
There was a siege? Was that like from what? There was a siege?
Yes. The siege was taking over indigenous land.
Oh, you mean like the actual slave trade?
No. There was a slave trade, but it was domestic.
Yeah, it was us.
Do you guys also think that? Do you guys also believe in the Tartarian Empire? And do you
Absolutely, I would say the Tartarian Empire.
Do you think that some of this is ancient relics of the Tartarian Empire?
No, the Tartarian Empire was in Tartaria, which is modern day Russia.
Oh, I have to disagree with you on that. Tartaria is where we are right now. The North American continent is Tartaria.
Listen. If you read old maps, Tartaria was literally only in Russia.
What we have to understand is that Satan has laid down deceptions long ago. He didn't wait till the end of time to fool us. He knew somebody was going to go back and look at old maps, old books, old records, trying to figure out what the heck is going on. So therefore, there are corrupt maps that look old or are old, because we have to realize that Satan is an angel, and angels are what we call immortal. So they have been here long before.
Whether you understand it or not, we are also immortal.
Well, our soul.
No. Energy never dies. We are also immortal. We keep getting reborn.
That's
because
those
we
that have
are.
spirits. There's a difference. There are humankind which have souls which need salvation, and then there are angel types which have spirits, and those are the ones that keep getting reborn. Mankind has souls, and they are appointed once to live, one time. That's it.
I'm gonna ask you that question. I'm gonna ask you this question: who told you that we are only once appointed to live?
The Bible says it.
But what part of the Bible says it?
I'd have to look it up, but it says in there that man is appointed once to die.
That's Paul's teaching, which is a Roman Catholic teaching. I grew up in the church.
Well,
everyone can be taught. You know, we all come from different sources.
I don't want to have a church debate, because I really want to get into this whole thing. Do you guys see how they took this mound and they just shoved the highway like this? There might be families in houses.
Yes. And think about what they did to the projects.
Just took a highway. They probably killed. They probably had to take out people's graves and all kinds of things. I don't even know what would be in this area.
But
for them, make this road just because they want to this is the type of stuff I'm talking about. How
Sister Genesis.
on another panel, and I was talking about this artificial.
We got
Now, why would I
I'm
want
with
to
you.
leave
Thank
this
you.
location where there's all this ancestral value to go to another continent?
There you
That
go.
would be crazy.
And it's just
So
like
that's
my
all
people.
nice, the video and the presentation,
Are
but
you
I
saying?
want to stay here. Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. We on the same page.
I did this months ago, sir. 5 months ago.
Right. But my understanding of things
Honey, I
is
was
this.
across the
Even with the video.
Are you trying to say that you don't want to go to no other country and visit or do nothing or do business? See, that's the thing.
No,
You're not getting it.
No, Genesis.
Can
No,
I explain real
Genesis.
quick? Because I'm not going to take up much time. No matter what I see in the video, it's strongly important that I express that I'm not going to give that up for no other continent.
Mm-hmm.
This is my ancestral homeland.
Yes, Genesis. He's not, and this is. I think y'all are kind of in.
You've been throwing slugs at
Like,
me all night, but I'm gonna just say it's okay. I'm used to it. I'm used to it.
no, Miss Genesis. Just think about
why he does it because he knows what my stance is on global business and see what people are doing.
Miss Genesis.
I'm not telling you to leave America.
Wait,
I'm saying
Miss
that
Genesis.
you're a global business person. You should do business globally.
Miss
So
Genesis, you're thinking global, but we're talking local.
hey, good for you. Good for you talking local. I'm thinking global. So what do you do? All right, you just stated the obvious. So I'm just trying to say
Okay, Alice,
that
Reverend, could
Alice,
y'all
you
put
trying to
y'all
move?
names
You
in?
trying to move to a different continent? And
I'm not trying to move to another continent.
Alice, are you trying to
I'm
move to another continent?
I'm a landowner and a house owner. Why would I be moving to another continent?
After you've seen all this video footage tonight on tonight's program, hit the like button, subscribe, and share on DJ Genesis channel. Alchemizing Energy. Alice, after all this, do you plan on moving to a different continent?
No.
Alice, can you comment in the chat? Reverend, can you
I
comment
never
in the YouTube chat
ever
so I can follow both of you?
continent. I just said that if other countries are opening up their business and they have other countries that are like doing business in those countries, we should not only just do business here, we should do business there and funnel the money back to America, just like they do the same thing over here and send it back to Africa. And I've been said that. So
Yeah, I'm not doing all that. That's that Pan-African stuff.
that's you, bro.
No, most Americans aren't going to do none of that.
You tell me? Okay, yeah, most Americans probably would, of course. But you know what? The people that are the richest people in the world are doing that.
Great.
Doing that.
Let them.
Okay, all right. So let's go.
Figurines of owls, like here's a bird mound. They found all these little necklaces and jewelry and beads.
Let them colonize the hell out of those places.
Stones.
Somehow
women made out of clay pottery. And they found these cooking stones they used to cook with at the bird mound. Now watch this. At this location they call Poverty Point, darling, it was called the Mecca because they found artifacts from all over the continent. They found evidence of metals from the East Coast, from North Carolina. They found copper from Michigan. They found bauxite from Colorado. They found all this evidence of people from all over the continent coming to this spot right here in Louisiana, called Old Mecca. You found evidence of people from all over, indigenous people from all over the continent coming here for thousands of years. This was where they came.
And you don't even know what's underneath these trees. It's probably even more. This whole thing probably is. So I don't even know if this all was covered by trees at one point and they just got rid of all this and now they have this.
See the rings you're scrolling on? Those rings are maybe 6 feet tall. Those that's where they put houses.
So the rings.
Those are neighborhoods. Those rings are part of the city. The same way.
So they all lived on like little hills, and then
on ridges, and water ran between them. So if it flooded there, because if it flooded, they were
in between right here. So water was in between, and then
yes, ma'am, you got it. Canals.
So this might be a lower, like lower below the sea level, to where when it rains, they had to build up so that they could put their houses on top of it, and then these in between had the water to collect the rain. But wow.
Yes, ma'am. So and you see you have the pyramid over here to the west. You have those ridges there, those rings there, right? The exact same layout exists in Peru, in Central America, and in Mexico.
And this is a river right here. This right here is a river, right?
That's
called, you already know that river probably ran through this thing somewhere.
And those rings. As a matter of fact, at one point, our doctor said the Mississippi River was right there. They said at one point this site was probably on the Mississippi River, the banks of the river, maybe 10,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago. So I've heard archaeologists and geologists say at one point Poverty Point was here, and the river shifted. What you see here, the Bayou Bacon used to be Mississippi River, and over near the Monroe Washita River used to be the Arkansas River. So
does this road flood a lot?
That's the road you get to go from the, I guess, the main road to the museum. But
I'm saying, does this road flood though, or did they build it on high?
That's my knowledge. We would park our cars on this road and walk across the circle, all across these rings. They allowed it, and as you walk across to this gap going up to the mound, we would eat onion grass, because there was onion grass growing there. And when we walk, we would be like in the middle of winter time during the winter.
People don't even know what onion grass is.
And do
and it grows wild in Mississippi.
A winter solstice celebration here.
So is the road like built up higher?
I believe our population is about 100
That's why,
million.
because I said if it was just built on the, so they know from even looking at how these were built up at 6 feet, not to build the road low, because at some point this area floods out, and the mounds are the only thing that are above that water. So this is a very floody area. I could
if you look very closely, you'll see there's a road that goes around the whole complex. They have a tram that you can ride, and there's like a tourist kind of guided tour. You can take the tram and go around. See this little road going around the whole thing?
Right here.
Yeah, right. No, right here. You see the line coming. Look at the museum, the little parking lot over here, off the road. Now look at the line coming out there. See the line coming out there? Come follow that line there. No. Yeah, that's going backwards. See, that's going backwards. Go that way. That's where you come back.
Oh, okay. So it goes this way and goes around.
There you go. It goes around, and there's a tour, because there are other mounds. See over there, there are other mounds over there too. You can't tell.
So these trees are probably covering other mounds, like they're very high up.
But also up here where they have the land cleared out. Those other mound sites too, like Mound B and Mound C. The other mounds on that side. I think there were 6 mounds.
Oh, where you see this like kind of.
Yeah, there's a mound right there. There's a mound
right here.
Yeah, and where this tree is the mound. The other
right
spot
here, mound over here.
Yeah,
okay.
mound over here.
2 mounds right here. Yeah, okay, I see.
And they're also at this site, they had something like they have Woodhedge in Hokia, and they have Stonehenge in England. They had the same circular clock at this site also, built off to the angle, to the side. Yeah, see, there's another view of that. But now they shaved all the trees off. They cut all the trees off the mound. There you see the mound. You can't even see it. There's a couple of trees. They cut the trees off so you can see it, I guess. See this? Now they cut all the trees off the mound. Broke my heart out. Man, I was literally out there crying like a baby. When I saw the trees shaved off, man, I was crying like a baby. I could not believe they took off the trees.
Oh, so you went back there and you saw. See?
Yeah,
that's the thing.
This is my photograph right here. I took this shot here. I took this picture myself. The picture below here, it says Ancient Mounds of Poverty Point. That's actually a postcard, of the when the leaves are all gone. But you can see even there, it used to be trees on it. And here's a picture I took also of Sister Gia from Detroit. She's a Washita. One year we went back to the mound, and I took a picture of her.
Sister Alice, can you come in the chat so I can follow you?
Yeah, they cut them all down. That's crazy.
It's just one of the
What do they do that so that they can like test the ground, or why would they cut the trees off of them?
I'm saying they're trying to make it erode to expedite erosion and make the mound disappear. In my personal opinion, why would you cut the trees off? If you cut the trees off, it's going to loosen the soil and cause the soil to erode faster. and the mound will be gone in a few years.
Mm.
If the trees stay there, we'll hold the mounds there tight,
Yeah, with the roots of the trees, yeah.
Exactly. So why would they remove?
And hell, I think them roots, unless they like did some stuff to the underground, they still there. It's just that they,
They snatched them trees up by the root.
Really? Wow.
Bulldoze, beat them down, snatched them up, jerked them out the ground like pulling a tooth out. They snatched trees out the ground.
Man, let me tell you something. There's something about people with their they just don't have any care for nature.
Here you are. See this poverty point. This is the photographs I took on the site. So anybody want to go study this? My website has a lot of information. You can go study. So if you never get to visit the spot, I took a lot of pictures. If you keep scrolling down, you'll see inside the museum.
They love to say even though they were hunter gatherers.
Yeah, but you know what happened?
What hunter gatherer? Because they're trying to make it seem like hunter gatherers were like nomadic people. Why would hunter gatherers create a civilization that's
hunter gatherers could not build that mound because they're constantly wandering
for people that did not practice agriculture. Bullshit.
So understand this, dear. At Al Mecca, with the thousands of people there, it was a pilgrimage site. People were coming out. They found no signs of agriculture. Those people that would survive there on other people bringing in food. That's the phenomenon of poverty point is we can find anywhere. You go to Cahokia up there in Illinois, we talk about Monk Mount, they find all the evidence of growing corn and all kind of stuff. At Al Mecca, they call poverty point, there's no evidence of agriculture. The people somehow had a city here with 50,000 people here, and how they feed them? Because it was a cultural, spiritual center. People from all over the continent came there. Building a mound was not done by slaves. You had to earn the privilege. You had to earn your privilege to even be able to add your dirt to the mound. It was not like you were forced to build a mound. You wanted to bring your bucket there. You wanted to bring, like people going to Mecca now in Saudi Arabia. You pilgrims there, and one of the things was to bring your load of earth and add it to the mound. All the mounds around the country were built not by slave labor or forced labor. They were part of some scientific design, and the people got a chance to come contribute their stuff to it. So this whole notion they have of mound building by the anti-Black Europeans, because understand this, and I was showing you the book about with the Lost Found Nation, the city here, this book here. This guy here, David Hatcher Children, okay, his name is David Hatcher Children. He what's his name on here? David Hatcher Children, his name on here real close, somewhere at the bottom line there, right? He gives us the fair shake. He's like documenting information. He's not. He may be a Caucasian person, but he's not anti facts. He has several books out with South America, North America, Asia, and he's coming with documented information. Okay, very good author. I recommend reading his stuff. I think he has a book about omics also. Because once again, I mean, everybody's not hateful. You cannot judge a person by their color. Because people get mad when I say
wait, hold on. So that highway 577 that cuts into that,
yes,
is a new highway.
Yes, highway 577. Yes,
it looks like they said they constructed it from October 2004 to November 2004.
Okay. Yeah.
Wow.
I was there in '96. We just parked on the side. Well, I was there in '94, '95, '96. East Carroll Parish is supposed to be the poorest parish in the nation. The poorest, they call it the county parish, but it's not. That's one of the.
And you see, they had to replace a cross drain pipe. Like I said, that whole area used to have water, and they would live on top of that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Wow. And they probably had that road built up before they did the highway to get in and out of there.
I remember that road being there back in '95, '96. So but then it was then called Highway 577. I don't know what, but that name was relatively. They added that name recently.
Right. Okay. I knew it was something. I was like, so they probably had it set up. They did that like after to like make it reinforce it because the water probably was flooding.
And also understand in the Washita Nation always knew about the poverty point, right? But the state of Louisiana didn't know about it. They didn't find out about the poverty point until maybe the 1950s. They called poverty point was not discovered until the 1950s. And
yeah, it's that James Ford acquired an aerial photograph.
Okay, 1952. So, and that's part of my research. I didn't know that. Okay, see it on the side. But when they discovered the radiocarbon datings of this site here, they call poverty point. They had to redo the calendar scale. Okay, instead of saying AD or BC, they had something called BP, before the present. So there's now a archaeological and geological dating system, along with BC and CE, the Common Era, before the Common Era, called BP, before the present era. And that present era dates to 1952, when they discovered poverty point. Poverty point rewrote the whole scale of dating ancient sites. And when you look at other sites in Louisiana, they're all gonna be based on the BP system, not the C. They're never gonna put on there 8,000 BC or 10,000 BC. They're gonna put down 6,000 BP. So they created a whole other scale to not scare people by putting up 10,000 years ago or 12,000 years ago. Now it's gonna be BP, before the present.
Well, and you can see a drawing of someone like showing how people used to get up on these things and then shell mound.
Yeah. This came from the Atlanta Journal. This is the article from the Atlanta Journal Constitution. Okay, you see, I highlighted. So if you go down further, I zoomed in on some of the stuff on it. The Atlanta Journal Constitution, 1995. So go down on this page. Scroll up my page. You'll see all the little yellow blocks I got there. I highlighted if you can read them close. So go down some further. Go down further. You can see I blew those up. Keep going down. This is evidence of permanent mound building civilization in Louisiana. 30 BC. Yeah. So go down further. You're gonna see. Scroll down some more. Scroll down. See that? I blew them up. You can see. Yeah, now you can see clearly what it said.
70-foot high bird-shaped mound. And
elaborate rows of concentric ridges, hold up, dated to 70 BC. Watch it. Many experts insist the complex could have been built only by outside cultures, perhaps the Mexicans in Central America. Why can't it be indigenous people? Now,
I gotta go. Hasta luego. Nice speaking to you, Alice.
In 3 states.
Take care, everybody.
I'll just say the Poverty Point complex, rather than being an anomaly, actually represents the climax of a 2,000-year span of mound building that predates the Mayan civilization of Central America.
Right. So at first they said it was Mexican. Okay, nope. We found out more.
We predate the Mexicans by 2,000 years. How they do this? And there are no mounds down there. Archaeologists began to recognize the mounds, what they really are, the outlines of the first permanent communities in North America. Archaeologists saw the mound builders as the outlines of the first permanent cities here. You can't find something unless you look for it. And until the last few years, we didn't know what to look for. That's the archaeologists from the United States. So the existence of the mound builders is new to them. Before the 1990s, they didn't know about the mounds. They weren't talking about the pyramids in America. Everyone's talking about this.
So Pyramid of Giza didn't start till the work started in 2575 BC. Mounds 3,800 BC.
So I just would like to show about the mounds, and and I want to get into this the next thing. We're gonna get into like the Book of Mormon and how the Mormons were the Moors, and his name is the Book of Johnson. Let's go into his video. This is going to be interesting too to go into this because he talks about like the same kind of esoteric knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit more detailed, like a more like you'll see. Let's go.
Information, because I don't know if everybody out here is really talking about this type of stuff. For the most part, we have the red pill commentary. We have the conscious people talking about the Hebrew Israelites arguing with each other. But are we really getting into it where the politics meet the spirituality, meets who we are and where we come from? So without further ado, I definitely want to introduce my special guest, King Solomon, a.k.a. the Book of Johnson. Welcome.
Peace. I forgot that was the King Solomon was the one that I put on the front of my book. Yeah, it's actually a play on words. It's the King Soul of Man.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a King Soul Omen.
It is. It is as well. That's the whole point of it. Is
Okay.
that it has multiple meanings to it right from the rip. Like it's just right down to the point to where it's going to make you think no matter what it is that you're looking at it from the perspective of.
Right. So I didn't know exactly how to pronounce it, like King Soul Omen or King Solomon. So I just kind of like flubbed it a little bit so you could.
All of the above.
Right. So I wanted to really get down into who are you? Where did you come from? What is your background? You know, who is King Solomon? Who is the Book of Johnson? Let's get into it.
Okay. All right. A brief history. I come from the House of Johnson, which came from the Smith family, right? We just recently had integrated into the Johnson family through my grandmother and my grandfather. Now, as far as my bloodline and blood ties into this country, my great-great-grandfather was John Wesley Smith, and his twin brother is the Joseph Smith that started the Mormon Church. Now, the difference is that it's not the Mormon Church because it wasn't a religion when it was began. It was the Moor men, the men of the Moors, the Mauritanians, which are the original.
Wait, so you're talking about the Mormon Church is actually connected to the Moors?
Yes, that's why it's the Moor-man Church.
What?
Yeah, see, the thing is that things have been so flipped in this country that the true history of the country has been, it's basically the biggest destiny swap that anybody could ever imagine.
What were you saying?
I was saying that, like I said before, there are people out here who want to control the narrative and put in confusion. The Mormons are not the Moors because it starts with a Moor. That's ridiculous. There were 16 human nations, and I mean, when I say human, I mean mankind, what God created from the earth, and they are what we now call today Black Americans. But there were 16 different nations that was on this continent that we now call North America, but then it was Tartaria or Turtle Island. And the Bible also has differing names. That's why we can't find America in the Bible. The Moors is just one of the nations that was here, one of the human nations. The others were the Hebrews, the Creoles. It's 16 different ones. And not all the people built mounds. Not every there's certain nations that built mounds, and there's certain nations that didn't. That's why you won't find them in Mexico, maybe, because like I say, this continent was divided up differently. The 50 states, that's new. And Mexico, Canada, and the United States, that's new too. So we have to look, if we could look at it differently, then we could begin to understand. That's all I wanted to say about that. But just because Mormons starts with Moor does not mean that they are the Moors. The Moors were Black American, dark skin, Black Americans, and they were mostly up in Canada and the Northeast, like New York, up that way. So anyway, I'll stop.
Go ahead.
Possible. A lot of people don't realize this, but black comes from the word blanc, which is the word blank, which is actually meaning void of color, not people of color. And so if you dig back into your family tree, and you can do this through the Mormon Church history, through family trees and things like this, what you'll find is if you go back into the early 1800s, the people that were what is now considered to be Black, if you check their census records, is going to show you that they were white, because white and Black are legal constructs. This is a lawful language issue because lawfully speaking, white means the landowners, and black means civiliter mortuus. It means dead in the eyes of the law. Okay, and so the true black people at that time. Matter of fact,
go ahead.
I'm just saying he's made. I don't know where he got that from, but that's so incorrect. Okay, I don't even know what to say. It's just.
Hey, listen. Listen. I have all type of different people here that come in presentations.
Mm-hmm.
Let them do their presentation, and people can sort it out from there. So this is his.
Well, he's so in confusion.
Camera flip thing. I'm just going to find the picture for you and show it to you.
They said, so is that black equals, well, white should mean bleak, right?
Well, white means the landowners. That's what it means lawfully.
Okay.
So
that's according to the Black's Law Dictionary?
Yeah, it's according to the Black's Law Dictionary. You have to go back to the 4th edition and the editions before that, right? Just like the word American was referenced towards copper-toned individuals, not America in general. There's a lot of things about history that people don't know, and so it's very strange to me listening to people talk about history like they know it, and just.
This is the American from the Amorites.
Yeah, there's a group in the Bible called Amorites, and that's where America gets its name from. It's not what he said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Outright knowing
black
that
does
they
not
have
mean
no clue what they're talking about.
Black people are
I'm not.
landowners, so he's wrong on that too.
Oh well, I think he's wrong according to the Black's Laws Dictionary, Volume 4. So I don't know what you know.
See, the problem is our enemy wrote the books. They're writing all these books to fool us. The deception is really, really big. So our enemy wrote these books, and then they reference them as if they are fact. Do you see?
Mm-hmm.
Like they reference books that they put lies in, and they hold it up like it's the Holy Grail, and it's not. But anyway, black people were the landowners. God gave us this whole continent. So it's like 2 continents that had black people, if you will, 2 out of the 7. Some people say everybody was black, but from what I understand, at least Africa and North America were once all black. So the other continents were other colors or whatever. So anyway, I'll stop.
I'm not going to point out fingers or nothing like that, but there's a whole lot of misinformation floating around right now. And I'm probably going to reveal a lot of things to you that are going to change the way you see a lot of the things. Honestly, after listening to some of the things that your guests have said to you, you're going to find that I have the evidence to prove the contrary to pretty much everything that you were told, right?
Wow.
These are the original people that were working the fields. These are the black people of that time.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, let me show you. Because that term is a European term, Indo-European, right? And so you're dealing with a crossing of languages and a whole lot of things that have been destiny swapped by the stealing of children, to say the least.
No, let me tell you what's crazy. When I grew up, my mom sent me to a Mormon church.
Yeah, I would imagine.
I went to a Mormon church, like my mom as a child, like the what are they called? The people, what are they called? The people that come there, the evangelists or whatever they call them, the missionaries would come to my church.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't conform to any of that religious stuff. It's not my ancestry. It's not what I come from.
I just think it's crazy that it comes in a weird full circle, because I read the book of Latter-day Saints. I read the book.
Okay, here, let me help you make sense of something. The reason that in that Mormon book that they tell you that the black people were a cursed people and that they were demons and all this other evil stuff about black people that is now turned that is now flopped the reality of it, is due to the fact that the black people were indentured servants that were coming from Great Britain, which are what you now consider to be the Europeans, right? And those indentured servants of that time, the ones that they were sending over here, were people that were prisoners that had committed murder, rape, and all kinds of things, and they were given an extension of somewhat freedom by agreeing to come over here on behalf of Great Britain, right? So your black people during that time were the indentured servants that were coming from Great Britain, which were being sent to the Americas, right? The only Africans that were sent over to this nation were sent to the sugarcane plantations. Everybody that came on the Atlantic slave trade was these black people,
which were white people.
He's saying
exactly.
everything in reverse.
Black means void of color, and it also means the ones that have no law, right? That's civil leader mortuus, dead in the eye of law. Why? Because these were indentured servants that had no rights, because they were prisoners that had been, that were given the ability to come over to this land as servants in order to experience a level of being free. So when you hear the Mormon, when you hear Joseph Smith talking about the cursed black men, this is who he's talking about.
Right. But what they did is they reversed it, and then they gave us coloring books with black people in it.
Mm-hmm. Because Great Britain, see, there's a lot of history that people don't know about this nation, right? First off, this was the Empire of Haiti. Okay, this was the Empire of Haiti, and
America was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me show you. It'll just be easier for me to just show you this way than the other way. Look.
I don't know why your camera it was showing up real clear at first, but now it's like kind of pixelated. I don't know why now.
Now?
Yeah, it's like pixelated. It's okay. I don't know why.
See this?
Yes.
That's the Empire of Haiti on the original coins.
That's 19. Okay. Okay.
That was from back in 1977. Right? But it's the liberté, not liberty, liberté. All of the buildings and all of the structures that used to be here were a lot of them had what you now consider to be French, which is Creole, because French is a warped version of Creole that was taught to the people that came over here. It's like a sort of a mix between English and Creole. So Creole is the original language of the Haitians. So what you're dealing with is the war of the Ottoman Empire versus the Haitian Empire. That's the real history of the Americas. And what you think is Egyptian is not Egyptian, it's Haitian. What you see, the Haitians were the ones that were at war with the other side of the world. The Haitians and the Mauritanians. The Mauritanians are what you think are Indians, right? Not to be confused with Native Americans. Right? There's a lot of things about this country that people don't know. Like, for instance, this is the original rebel flag. The original rebel flag belongs to the Haitians and the Mauritanians.
So, were Haitians more in the lower parts of America, or were they in the east coast of America? Like, what part of America were they in?
The Haitian Empire was all of the tribes of the Americas, the real tribes. See, what you think are the tribes of America right now are names that were given to separate the people.
So what about the Washita Nation, the Chickasaw, all the different ones that have kind of come up now, all those ones?
Okay, right. So I'm not fluent in Creole, right? But you'll have to look these words up in Creole in order to know the real meaning behind these words, because these are all Creole words. They're compound words in Creole that are mashed together to get these titles, because they were labeling the types of people that were coming over here on the boats and things. See, everything's been confused in this nation. Like, for instance, the people that you think are Native Americans actually came here on the boats with the rest of the people.
Wow, okay.
Hidden in there?
Yep, yeah.
Native Americans are not native to America whatsoever in any way, shape, or form.
So what about the Bering Strait story? That's a fake story, or what is that?
Okay, so this is the thing. What most people don't recognize about this is you're talking about the purchase of Alaska and Siberia and all these different places from Russia, which was the Ottoman Empire at the time. All of the things that you find on the map right now, every single last one of them is a nation-state republic that was established through the 1900s into the early, like not even all the way into the 2000s, but all the way through the early 1900s was a reset of the entire world. All of these places, France is found in America, Germany's found in America. If you look at the map of the Louisiana Purchase, what you're going to find is all of the names of the places that used to be here, that when they purchased the Louisiana Purchase, they took the names over there across seas. Israel, Pakistan, Palestine, Britain, Germany, France, Italy, Greece.
That's
all
true.
of these names are nation-state republics that were established from the late 1800s into the mid 1900s. None of those were the names of the land over there. Over there, you had the Ottoman Empire, which basically covered the bottom half of what you consider to be Russia, all the way from the area, from the top of what you consider to be Africa to the middle part of where Italy's at, like almost all the way through Italy. That whole entire section of land right there was what was known as the Ottoman Empire. Now, the Ottoman Empire has been at war and been conquering the land slowly over here. These are who you think your Moors are. The Moorish Science Temple is not Moors from this land. Those are Moors that came from across the world. Those are what are called the Buar Moors. Here, let me show you real quick.
So the Moors that wear the red fez, are those a specific type of Moor that come from, they say, Morocco?
Okay, so this is the thing. First off, Morocco isn't the real Morocco. That was established by the Spanish and the French. That's not the real Morocco. That's why it's called Morocco. Amaruk is how you pronounce Morocco in the Berber language, which was one of the languages from this land that the Mauritanians spoke. The Mauritanians are what you think the Indian, what you think the original Indians are. Now, the Mauritanians had been divided through the per chase. They were chasing them. It wasn't that they were buying it. It was per chase. These are the compound words that people have been jumbling together to confuse the fuck out of people. And so hold on, let me see if I know I have a picture of the Mauritanians in here from the original seals. Like Florida used to be a third of this country. So let me see.
Was there like a map that used to show that Florida was a third of the country?
Yeah. Let me see if I have that too. I probably have it in here somewhere.
And I wanted to go back a little bit to that Joseph Smith story, because it's interesting, because they say that he had ties to Masonry, and that the whole thing of him like putting his head in the rock or whatever he did, or put his head underneath the rock, something, whatever that story is, where he put his head underneath some kind of a rock and came out and had the Book of Mormon or something like that. Like that
Yeah,
was
see, they came up with a whole bunch of really wild stories for things. Okay.
that was like a Masonic ritual that was going on.
Yeah, because the Masons were the ones that Akhenaten set out to change the world over to religious ideology rather than the spirituality that it used to be. Right? Like, these were people that got ejected from the Americas due to the fact that they were trying to create religions, which create division, which create a whole bunch of fucking problems for everybody that gets involved into them. You can't even get people that agree with things in the religion that they're in, yet let alone agree with things with people that they're not in religions in. See this? This used to be the official seal of Florida. The Mauritanians.
Wow, and there were buildings there, so that's interesting, right?
Oh, these buildings are still in Florida. They're still there to this day.
And so you would think that these buildings were built by, the slaves of America, but really they were there before they were even. So when
long ago. You were asking about the pyramids the other day because the gentleman that was on your screen had this map behind him, right? I watched about 30 minutes of that. I couldn't deal with those people's conversations. They're so misguided, and it's like the things that they spoke on were just incorrect and false, calling us Native Americans and associating us with them. That was the Know Nothing Party that came over on the boats that was under the command of the Ottoman Empire that was here to invade us. So the idea of mixing with them and them being here is false history, like altogether false history. And so I couldn't conform to the things that they were talking about.
So I want to be clear. Joseph Smith was he white or was he a black guy?
No, he was a black man.
So where did they get the narrative of Joseph Smith being white? How did that come out? Like, how did they switch? How were they able to change that?
Because if you go and look at the census records, everybody that you now consider black was written down as white, because white is a lawful term that means the landowners. We were the original landowners of this land.
Right. See? So are you a mixture? Are you black? Are you white? Are you mixed? Or what is your?
I'm mixed. I mean, I'm black by all accounts because you are what your father is. And not for nothing, but I've had that hard R thrown at me my whole entire life, and I've stood on business when it came down to these things. And so, although I do get a lot of guff from it because my mother is Irish, which is white passing, I'm glad that you asked that, because let me just show some things real quick, because you know what, that's something that really needs to be discussed in a serious note, because there's a lot of people that
somebody said that I'm being brainwashed by white supremacists. I'm like, well, that's why I had to bring up because I think when they heard you say Joseph Smith, they're like, Joseph Smith is white, so he's a white guy that's trying to teach black history.
Yeah, no, if they had any type of intelligence whatsoever and actually looked into the census records of their own families, they would find that everybody in their families in the 1800s and before that, if they have lineage that far in this nation, was listed as white on the census records. So don't let them run their mouth about things that they've been taught to indoctrinate, because you've been literally taught to war against your own family members, because what you believe to be white people is simply different forms of albinism.
Okay. So when we so let's get into that. So when we talk about Irish, right? Because I have Irish. When I did my DNA, I think I'm like 29% Irish and I think Nordic. What was the significance of Irish in America? Like, why is there such a heavy influence of the Irish in America?
Okay, this goes back to the destiny swap of the purchasing of the names of the land and swapping them over across seas. Ireland was part of America. So was Britain, so was France, so was Germany. So all these places were American places. Let me see if I got that. Let me see if I got the map.
Are you saying that America had an empire at the same time Egypt had an empire?
America was what you would consider Egypt. That place over there is the last standing point of it. We have thousands of pyramids in this country, and most people drive by them every single day and don't even recognize what they're looking at. Now, due to the fact that my father was so adamant about me teaching my brain to store things, he made me learn all of the 50 states in alphabetical order. Now, that came to my advantage a little later on in life, because what I actually did was I searched all of the states for pyramids, state by state. Let me see something real quick.
So are you talking about like the mounds, or are you talking about actual real pyramids?
Mound is just another word for pyramid. So let's see. Now this is the Mayan stuff. Okay, look, right? Alabama, Arkansas, Colorado, Delaware. That's still Delaware. What state is this? That's still Delaware. Colorado, Georgia, Hawaii, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri, Mississippi, Montana, Nebraska, New Jersey. Let's see, you got New Hampshire, North Dakota, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, Oregon, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas.
Can you move your iPad closer? Because we can't. There you go.
Oh, my bad. All right, so basically here, let me go like this. See all these pyramids right here?
Wow.
There's about 46 states in America that have pyramids in them. Now, just for your little white supremacist friend that was saying that I'm a white supremacist, notice how this is my great-great-grandfather, John Wesley Smith.
Wow, okay.
Now, John Wesley Smith was the sheriff and the president of the Bank of Black Wall Street. He was the founder of Black Wall Street. He was the one that started the Underground Railroads in Black Wall Street, and he was responsible for storing the land for all of the civilized tribes that everybody keeps hearing about. So your little friend that says that I'm a fucking white supremacist, let me tell you something, my guy. I got more blood and ties into this land than you would possibly imagine, including being the heir to over 100,000 acres worth of land in this country that I plan on restoring back to people like this. So you can miss me with the dumb shit, because there's a reason why so many people follow me, and it's not because I'm a piece of shit.
You know, that is one of the things that actually drew me to your content, is that you were talking about the fact that if you go to the BLM, it's not the Black
Bureau of Land Management.
Yeah, Bureau of Land Management. That you also people, and I had actually been on different panels, including Brother Sanchez, and I was saying that we need to get our land rights back. I think Chaotic Truth. I said we need to focus on, instead of us trying to get reparations, we are entitled to land. And someone also brought up heirs' rights. And then I saw your thing that said about the Bureau of Land Management, because I said, okay, why are we looking for reparations when there is got to be land that we're owed by just inherited, just because we were part of that time frame? And you brought that up. So can you go into that?
Okay, yes. So the BLM, the reason that they came up with Black Lives Matter was so that when you go searching for the BLM, you no longer go to the Bureau of Land Management. What you actually end up going to is the Black Lives Matter movement. It was the biggest cover-up that they've done in a long time. The reason behind that is because if you can search through your family records and go back about 2 to 3 generations to the time period of the Trail of Tears, what you're going to find is that you'll be able to find land that's tied to your family members if you can figure out what their names are, which if you use the Mormon family search records, they have the most extensive search records out of everybody. So if you use their search records, you'll be able to find the names of like your great-great-grandparents, because that's what it is. It's 2 generations ago to 3 generations ago. Those 2 generations were the ones that were being shipped through the Trail of Tears. So anybody that is, I hate saying black because I know what it means. It's like, people get so mad at me about that shit, but you don't understand. Calling yourself black means that you don't want any law on your side. That's literally what it means, which is why they taught everybody to conform to being black, so that when people thought that they were black, they would take on the role of the black slave, because the black slaves were the white people that you now think are, God, it's such a tricky way to explain it. The black slaves were what you now consider white people. And so by self-proclaiming yourself to be black, you've now abandoned all of the things that you have lawfully in this nation, which moves you away from the ability, because you can't own anything by claiming to be black, because you're telling the law system that you're absent of law. You don't have nothing to do with law, and that you're here to be an indentured servant. So that's why they tricked everybody to.
What do you think about this FBA movement? Do you think that that's a trick or as well?
I don't pay attention to that shit. Like, to be honest with you, I got better things to do than waste my time on people's nonsense when I'm actually trying to get things done for the people. I don't have time for the games and the gimmicks and the bullshit. I've got way too much going on. I've been teaching people how to get their land back. I've been teaching people how to get their status corrected. I've been teaching people how to get right with the Creator. I've been teaching people how to cleanse their bodies and refuel their systems. I'm too busy doing the things that need to be done to be focused on the distractions that are coming out. Because the whole reason that the distractions are coming out in the first place is because of people like myself that have been waking people up to the truth, making it so that we're the ones draining that swamp. We're the ones that are stopping the corporation from stealing everybody's inheritances. We're the ones that are getting in the way of them keeping everybody stuck in indentured servitude. It's not something that you have time for gimmicks and games and bullshit for.
Wow.
So what people don't understand is that our castles are all around the country. They just turned them into Ivy League colleges and courthouses and things of that nature, and theaters and things like that. These are the castles that they're talking about when you're talking about the empire.
Well, you know, Detroit has a lot of those old. Detroit, Michigan has a very interesting group, like skyline. Some of
these were our castles. They've just been repurposed. They weren't built in the 1800s. They weren't built in the 1900s. These buildings are thousands of years old. They've just repurposed them and told everybody, like the White House and shit like that. These are not new age buildings. These are not the type of structures that they have the ability to build. You don't find them anywhere else in the world. You have the ones that are in Egypt that mimic it, because that was the last extension of the people. But outside of that, you can't find these buildings anywhere else, not in the mass that they have here, right? Just like the guy that was bringing up the Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon has all of the different tribes in it. That's actually the cradle of civilization. That's the real cradle of civilization. Inside the Grand Canyon, you've got the Shiva temple, you've got the Buddha temple, you've got all the different what you call Egyptian temples, right? These are Haitian temples, but everybody thinks that they're Egyptian and Chinese and all these other names. But if you look into it, the Buddha was not a fucking European. It was not Asian people. Right, let me show you something. Right, these are some of the American Aborigines. What do they look like? Asians with froze.
Yeah, they look like what look like not what are those from Fuji and Hawaii and stuff like that, like the blacks of those areas.
What they don't want you to know is that civilization spread out from the Americas. That's why everybody around the world is still trying to come here to this day. It's in their nature to try to come back here. Because the ones that left were exiled due to the fact that, all right, you know how I just showed you the albinos and everything like that, right? Imagine the whole world is dark. Imagine the whole entire world is dark at a time, right? And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you get random phenotypes that are changing. Somebody pops up with red hair somewhere. Somebody pops up with green eyes somewhere. Somebody pops up with blue eyes somewhere. Somebody pops up with a light-skinnedness to them that you don't see anywhere else. Now, there's two types of people. There's the type of people that were like, this is family. We don't give a fuck if they look different. You know those type of people. And then there was the people that were like, ew, what the fuck is that? And okay, like there's people that were petty about it, and then there was people that didn't give a fuck because it was still family. Family is still family to them. The ones that were petty about it were the ones that got the boot. They got kicked out of the Americas. These are the Moors that they tell you went and civilized the rest of the world. The reason that you have those nations that are Albions, the people that are like blatantly everywhere that you look, everybody's blonde hair, blue eyes, red hair, green eyes, and you know these different type of phenotypes of albinism is because these were all countries that were started off of the people that got, because just like there was dark-skinned people that when they saw the light-skinnedness and the different color eyes and things thought that was freakishly weird and demonic and all that kind of stuff, just how they got the boot. There was also people that were albinos that were like, we don't like that we came from you. I don't look like you, so fuck you. Like there was that on both sides, right? And so all of those people that acted like that got the boot. They got sent across the world to other places and started forming their own little countries and shit like that. Like that's how all those other places got formed. Everybody left from the Americas, not people coming to visit Americas. Everybody was getting kicked out. That's why everywhere around the world, everybody was hell-bent on trying to come back and conquer America, and why they all banded together. It took all seven countries coming together over there to be able to actually put a dent in everything that was going on here. That's because of the fact that they were hell-bent on trying to get back to the land that their ancestors had gotten booted from. But the problem is they're all hell-bent over there, and they're all war-torn, they're all violent, they're all fucking like, you know, you get what I'm saying? If you look over there across seas, you'll notice that the Germans are fighting the Russians are fighting the Iranians are fighting the Iraqis, the British are fighting the Irish are fighting the Italians are fighting the Sicilians. The only people over there that seem to stay to themselves is the Chinese, but even the Chinese are beefing with the Japanese. Because everybody that went to these nations was sent there due to the fact that they were unrighteous people. They were ignorant. They were trying to create segregation and problems in the nation, and so that wasn't allowed here. That's why it was the land of the free. You get me? So the thing that people are learning about history is a complete reversal of the history. You have the Ottoman Empire, which has been at war with Haiti for the longest time. That is where you get your Moors from. Here, let me show you what I mean. Because the Ottoman Empire is where your Ashkenazi Jews come from. It's where your Turkish, which are actually Yiddish-speaking Turks. This is where your Turks, your Native Americans, and your Spaniards come from.
Right. Yeah, that you do see when they do their DNA, they do have the Ashkenazi strand.
Mm-hmm. These were the people that came back here to conquer. Look, there's even a Chinese guy in the background. These are all Ashkenazi, Yiddish-speaking Ottomans.
Mm.
See, once the Mauritanians set out around the world to go and teach how to be clean, because like everybody was living in horrific fucking conditions until they went around the world and started teaching people how to build aqueducts and use soap and shit like that. So the thing was when that happened, they had set up all this religious dogma and bullshit over there, which was how they were able to control all the people and convince the people to war against each other. If you notice, each nation is a part of a religion, but if you look at the top of each one of those religions, it's all ran by the Ashkenazi Jews. which
Yeah.
was the Ottoman Empire.
Wow. Okay.
The Muslims are ran by the Jews, the Catholics are ran by the Jews, and the Catholics are the ones that gave you the Christian Bible. If you go and look right now, you can pull up the King James Bible. That's what everybody was sent over here on the foundation of, was the King James Bible. The King James Bible is owned by Cambridge. Cambridge is a Catholic printing company that was created by King. It might have been King. I want to say it's King George that created it, because he left the Catholic Church because he wanted to divorce his wife and play with men, and the Catholic Church didn't go for that, so he denounced being Catholic and created Christianity. Let's see, Cambridge University, catalyst for the Protestant Reform. So the Christian Bible was not a Christian Bible. That's a book on law. That's a book on banking, international banking, insurance. I forget what the other B is for, but then it's law and equity. I forget what the second B is for in Bible, but that Bible is a law book. Everything in that book is about law. That's why you always have people dealing with the 12, like, you know how Jesus had the 12 disciples and shit. Think about when you go to court. Don't you have 12 people in a jury that witness everything and that judge whether you actually did something?
Yes. Yep. 12. Yeah. And also, yeah. But and we would say people think that came from Egypt because of the reliefs in the pyramids. That was a Egyptian thing. But as you're saying that no, it's not. Okay.
No, it's Haitian. I can show you that too. Hold on, let me see if I got some of them pictures in here. Like the whole entirety of the history has been flip-flopped. Right? Look, I want to show you something, right? This is called the exotic map of the United States. Now, all these places are still listed in these cities to this day. All of them, including Palestine, Texas, England. You have Sparta, you have Egypt, you have Turkey, you have Lubeck, you have Sweden, Greece, Mexico, right? But Mexico nowadays is somewhere down here, right? Next to Palestine, right? You got Palestine, Texas, where they found the flesh pit. See, the things that they're talking about, biblically speaking, like the original people that were found slaughtered in Palestine, which is the sign that all the stuff needs to come to an end. They weren't talking about Palestine across seas. That wasn't established until the 1900s. Texas is where they found the flesh pit of the original people of the land. So you got Cairo, right? But they want you to believe that Egypt's over there, right? You got Jordan. All the places from the Bible are listed here. You've got Moab, that's in the Bible, Florence, Edmond, Valencia, Malaysia, Sudan, right? All these places are here in the Americas. And they're still listed here in the Americas to this day.
Wow.
So when they got the Louisiana Purchase, I believe that Napoleon was the last one to get his hands on the Louisiana Purchase. The time that they said that he was fighting in Egypt was also the time that you'll find that he was actually in America fighting against the Spanish. Let me show you. So people got everything twisted ass backwards. Right? See, look, this is where your fezzes and things come from, is these scriptures. These are the original scriptures. It's not the stuff that they give you in that book. That book is a warped version of this. The reason that the symbols are so prominent, right? Okay, right? They tell you that in the Bible, death and life are weighed at the scale of the dog.
Right.
The scale of life and death being weighed at the dog. Right? Wherewithal shall man go to be cleansed by the word. The dog represents the word. That's the tongue, the thing that creates the vibrations. That's why he weighs the scales, is because he's controlling the vibrations that are being controlled from the thoughts, created by the thoughts. everything that you think you know about the things that you think you know is a bold-faced lie. And that's what they don't want people to figure out, because if people actually woke up to who they really were, we'd take this country back from them. The whole reason that the Mormon Church is at war with the United States of America and the black servants is because they were at war with the United States of America for bringing over prisoners as slaves during the time that they were trying to establish their original colonies here. That's what it was really about. Because at that time, we were the ones that ran Congress. The same time that they're trying to convince you that everybody was in whips and chains and slaves.
So there were black congressmen back then.
Even black women.
We're in Congress. Wow.
But they're telling you that they had no rights, that there was no motherfucker. They're like, you understand? Like, do you understand the destiny swap here is serious?
So do you say that the whole like slavery narrative is a false one then?
It was real, but it wasn't us. How is it that we were the enslaved people here if we were running the entire government?
And you know what's interesting is that we also still was running the government until recently when Trump exiled a bunch of black people out of the government. And it's interesting when you actually see, when you go into these government buildings, we're the secretaries, we're the ones kind of running the buildings.
This is from 1868. This is before the 1900s. It was never the situation that they told you about.
And who's the guy in the middle?
O.J. Dunn, the governor of Louisiana.
So was Louisiana more prominent as like the capital of America or something like that? Why is that so significant? What about, where did Washington, D.C. come into play?
Washington, D.C. didn't come into play until the mid 1900s. It was like the 1930s. Around that time is when Washington, D.C. came into play. Before that, it didn't exist like that. Let's see. Because the first president of the corporation that came from Great Britain was, what the fuck was his name? It's John something. I forget what his last name is. But he was a black president. Well, white, but you know, like you get what I'm saying.
Right.
He was the first president of that corporation.
Wait, not the one in the middle, because isn't that church?
No, where's that? Oh, I'm sorry, it switched pictures on me. My bad.
I was gonna say, who is that? Who is that? Is that Winston Churchill, or who is that person picture of?
I thought I just had it up. Let's see. There's the real Abraham Lincoln. Grover Cleveland, Rutherford Reed Hayes, Ulysses S. Grant, Andrew. Oh yeah. Matter of fact, here, let me show you this.
So those are supposed to be who the presidents really were. They were not white.
Mm-hmm. There was a destiny swap. And then when you had, that's why Martin Luther King tried to recant what he was doing at the very end, because he didn't realize what he was doing when he was getting everybody to join the corporation. He didn't realize that what he was doing by going around, it was him and was it Jesse James that started everybody calling each other black? I thought it was James and Martin Luther King. No, let's see, that's the wrong name. His name's not John Tyler. Hold on a second. I have his actual presidential picture in here. But once they started tricking everybody into calling themselves proud black men was when it became easy for them to convince everybody that we were the black people, that we were the slaves, and that was our history. But the word slave itself comes from Slavic. And black comes from blank or blanc. And that's Indo-European. It didn't start being, it didn't start meaning dark colored people until the mid 1900s, the early 1900s. That's when
Johnson says John Hanson.
Was it Hanson? He might be right.
I think that's a female president.
Nah. Hanson's definitely a man. But I think that's his name, though. I'm pretty sure he's right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
But
I got a lot of things rattling around in here, so sometimes.
And also, so by the way, the word black was adopted in the 60s as a proud, self-chosen identity by African Americans during the civil rights and Black Power movements of the 1960s. This shift represented a deliberate move away from the previous labels, embracing self-determined collective identity based on shared history and cultural pride. Before the 60s, other terms were used for people of African descent in America. Early in the American Republic, African was common as seen with the African Methodist Episcopal Church. As after Civil War, colored became prevalent and was used by organizations.
Yeah, but look at when they started African. Look at when they started the African nonsense.
They said the word Negro was widely used from the 18th century through the mid 20th century.
Yeah.
And so its association with slavery and oppression led to its rejection by many.
See,
Stokely Carmichael's was the one who started the black thing and coined the term "black is beautiful."
Yeah. See, these were the ones that were working the fields. These are the black people that were working the fields. It was the stolen children from Great Britain. These were the actual people that were out there working the fields. Everything that you've seen about the slavery and us being African American and coming over on boats and shit, you can check the British records. They tell you flat out the Africans that they brought over here went down to the sugarcane plantations. They didn't come to this area.
Exactly. And I heard about that. They went to the Caribbean first, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think some of them came to America.
Yeah, they walked up here from the Caribbeans. See, look. They were enslaving their own people.
It's hard to see that because it's like.
Yeah. I got an idea. Hold on. Let me see if this helps. Nah, because then you won't be able to see me if I cut the light off. Hold on. I got some shit for you. Hold on. All right, look, right? Now they've reclassified everything, right? You notice how well the so-called black people are dressed versus the garbs that are given to the servants?
Yes.
But yet they'll tell you, let them tell you, we were the ones that were fucking struggling and shit and all this other shit. But nah, we were chilling. Chilling, looking fly and shit, just motherfucking decked out, fucking chilling. What's the timeline on that? 1890s. Or is that 90s? Yeah,
1899.
1899. But we were slaves, huh?
Wow.
You get what I'm saying? Just think about this for a second. 1890 to 1899. Where you see the slaves at? Where you see the people in whips and chains and shit?
Wow.
Very sophisticated people. Very educated, very well structured, very clean. Meanwhile, take you back to this image one last time. Remember that these were the servants. These were the black people of that time. Because even if you go back and look at what they were calling us back in that time, it was colored. They were calling us colored. So who were the black slaves if we were the colored people? the
Right.
Negroes, the Indians, because it went from Mauritanians to it went from Moor to Indian to Negro to Black to African American. Oh no, I'm sorry, I lost colored in there somewhere. But that's how things shifted. They kept swapping out the destiny over and over and over again until they completely reversed it. And then, since they were stealing all of those children, and the reason that they did this was because when they got caught bringing over the indentured servants and shit, they weren't supposed to bring slaves over here. The whole contract and the whole agreement of them coming and having settlings here was for people to escape that shit across seas. And so what happened was when the Haitians and the Mauritanians found out that they were bringing people over as slaves and they were openly trading women and, raping them and fucking turning them into breeding farms and all this other crazy, horrendous shit, they ended up getting their asses kicked. There's the Gullah Wars. During the Gullah Wars, some of the Africans from down in the sugarcane plantations had made their way free and came up towards the Americas and ended up running into the Haitians, and they ended up banding together and whooping the sleeves out of the fucking British and the Spanish and the Spanish and the French. And so due to that, once they figured that out, the wars between the Spanish and the French, they already had their own wars going between them, because due to the Unam Sanctum, which came out in the 1300s from the original popes, that's when the Pope declared that the Pope position was the Jesus of that time. So it was their duty to submit the whole entire world under their reign. And through that doctrine that they created became the doctrine of discovery after Columbus had came over here. And actually, he was actually a black man. It wasn't that he had a black man on his ship. It's that Columbus himself was named Cristobal Columbus. Oops, shit, where'd it go? That's him right there. Hold on. Let me get rid of this little box right here. That's Cristobal Columbus. Now, the thing was that he was able to talk to the Haitians and everybody like that. Like, he was able to start talking with them, and discovering that we had this great empire over here and shit like that. And so what people don't know about his story is that when he went back over to those lands and told them about the lands, he actually tried to stop them from coming here, which ended up with them hanging him after they put him in jail over there, because he was trying to persuade them not to come here after he had sent the messages and shit telling them that, it would be easy to conquer the people because they were nice and stuff like that. He actually started enjoying himself and tried to stop them coming over here, because he found out that they were going to send fleets, like massive numbers of people over here to fuck everything up. And so when he tried to do that, they ended up throwing him in jail and hanging him for trying to help the shit out.
Wow, how come we don't ever hear this story?
Well, because if you found these things out, this would rewrite the little fake ass history that they gave. You got to understand, we were never supposed to be in their public schools. We weren't supposed to hear the stories that they were giving to their slaves to trick them into thinking that they had a better life than they did.
Wow, okay.
Think about it for a minute. They convinced all of them that they came over here and conquered a bunch of shit, when really it was some underhanded dealings that took place and a whole bunch of espionage and shit that actually got them over here. We have contracts that we gave to them that gave them the ability to come here in the first place. But when you went to public school, all you heard was, oh yeah, they came over here, there was a bunch of Indians here and they just stomped the mud hole and everybody and took everything over, and now all the fucking white people are special and they're protected by the system, and black people were the enemy and da da da. We weren't never supposed to hear none of that shit. That was to make their slaves feel like they were empowered so that they would do their work without a need of whip and chains.
So we had our own schools back in that time. Were we teaching the same history, or did we have a different history?
That's all fake history. If you would have had the chance to talk to like your great grandparents, they would have been like, "What the fuck are you talking about, African?" They would be like, what do you mean, fucking African? I got to meet my great grandmother before she passed. She passed in 98 or 99. I got to meet her. I was born in 83, so I got to meet her in the early 90s when I was like 6 or 7 years old, and I'll never forget it. She was beautiful. She was dark skinned, copper tone, had fucking long black hair that went down to her fucking ankles, and all I remember about the conversations that we had, because I only got to meet her one time, and she was like, "Look, you don't let them convince you that you're an Indian, that you're an African. You're not an African. You're an Indian." Now, I can get my grandmother on the phone and she'll verify that we were Indians. Now, my father, he fell for the whole African American thing because, that was during the timeline that was when he was attending those public schools and shit. He got taught that was around the time that he was born was when they started teaching that whole narrative, right? So it's almost impossible to convince my father that we were Indians. Before he had passed, that was something that he never accepted. But my grandmother, she stands on that business to this day. She's still alive. My grandmother is 88 years old now. Now she'll tell you flat out, no, we were Indians, and we're not from Africa. There's nothing in our family that has anything to do with Africa. Even my great grandfather. Now my great grandfather was one of the original Irishmen. He was a black Irishman and a real Jew. He had the little hat that they wear and everything. He was a real Jew, not these Jewish people. Right? These are replacement people that come from the Ottoman Empire. Okay, they create religion. He didn't do religion. He was spiritual. Now, my grandmother, she had been indoctrinated into the Christianity because that's what they were pushing at the time when she was a little kid, was the Christianity. And my great grandmother, considering the fact that most of her family, because she came from a family of like 12 people, but only her, I think it was her and her sister, if I remember correctly, that had survived the Trail of Tears. So only they had survived that shit. And so in order to be safe during that time when they had all of that shit going on, people were conforming into like their different religions and all that bullshit they were creating just to save their families. That's how you have them converting into it, was because they just wanted to save their families. Like, imagine growing up in a family of 12, having like a giant tribe and everything like that, and then you get reduced down to just you and your fucking sister during some big ass war that's going on when people are trying to steal your shit. You get what I'm saying? So the conversion into Christianity was done out of the last resort to try to preserve the bloodline.
So there's a lot of talk also about the Tartarian Empire, and if you get into spirituality, I heard that there was a lot of bells that got buried. Why do you think, what was the significance of that empire and the spiritual aspect? Because a lot of these buildings have vibration, like these churches, they got these organs and stuff like that in them that have like the certain vibration that's going on,
Okay, right. So frequency and vibration. You have to understand that the church is not a church. That was a hospital. That's number one. Those were not churches. Those were not religious buildings. Those were hospitals that people went to get real healing done. The stained glass windows should not be there. There should not be any glass in those windows. It should be knocked out, because the windows themselves are created in sacred geometry, which gives the light that passes through it a different kind of rotation to it, putting it into a more hyper-focused focal point of energy. And that's why you have an altar in the church. Like the people that were the most sick would go to the altar. The organs were called organs because it literally was something that was created to adjust your organs. It was something that would cleanse you from the inside out. Bells, right? Okay, first off, parasites. I mean, demons. The things in the Bible called demons. These are parasites. that it's parasites that you get from food and things like that. That's why they tell you to ring the bell to get rid of the fucking demons and stuff like that. All that hocus pocus shit they made up afterwards. The truth of it is the bells would scramble the energy and kill the parasites. If you look nowadays, they'll have like frequency devices to nuke parasites and shit like that. That's the same concept you have with the bells, the altar, and the organs that we're playing. That's why it would play in the synchronicities that it was creating, because what that is that's a form of frequency healing. If you go inside of the Catholic churches right now, the booths that they changed into confession booths, those are chambers that are made to resonate the energy that goes into them. It's not that it's somewhere that you're not hearing people and shit like that. If you notice, each one of those chambers has a very specific sacred geometry shape on the doors and on the windows of that chamber. Now, because they put up the metal in between the shit and took all the bells out of it, and they sing things in a different octave than what they used to, you don't get those same effects anymore. You still get altered in those buildings, but it's not in the same manner. It's the reversal of it. So that's why people that go into church get addicted to the church, but they always see demons and devils and all these horrific things, because what's happening is they're getting reprogrammed on a subatomic level. It's going in there where all the energy is being focused into the church, and then hearing about negative things at the same time. So you're restructuring DNA to be drawn towards these negative things, because they're getting a good feeling while hearing about bad things. So it's training them subconsciously to search for bad things. That's why all the people in the church are possessed. If you say something that a person in the church doesn't like, what's the first thing they tell you? Oh, you're possessed by a demon. The world is ran by the devil and everybody's living in hell and all this crazy nonsense. But that's because that's what they're addicted to. That's what they're possessed by. That's a form of possession. Anything that you give your mind over to is a form of possession. And so they conform to demons and devils more than they conform to anything else. Because the Bible, the way that it was restructured, when they changed it into a religious book, they make it so that you learn of duality. They make it so that every time that you think of something good, you're also thinking of something bad on the other end. You can't think of Jesus without thinking of the devil. You can't think of angels without thinking of demons. You can't think of God without or heaven without thinking of hell. You get what I'm saying? So these are all things that are being programmed subconsciously and on a genetic level that's being buried deep into their coding to make it so that anytime that they have a positive thought, it's subconsciously followed by, oh, there must be a demon coming. There must be a monster coming. There must be this. Like, it's damaging them on an internal level, and they don't even recognize it. As a matter of fact, here, I'm going to show you something since we're on that subject.
And that's interesting to say that those churches were not actual churches. They were actually hospitals that people use sound and resonance as well as light and everything like this to heal people. The altar was actually meant to alter your DNA or alter your situation. The bells of the
altar was where you would go if you had a heavy ailment. That's what, okay, right. For your people in the chat and stuff like that, if any of them have been to the church, right? Or if you've been to the church yourself, right? You ever see where they call their new members up to the altar, and when they go up to the altar, some of the people pass out. Some of them seem to shake and convulse when the preacher touches them and shit like that. You ever seen those type of things?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, now you understand why. Imagine your body having a massive amount of energy pumped into it, to where it's literally to the point to where everything is being fucking just zapped, right? And then all of a sudden a physical contact comes on top of that. It's a complete override of your system. I experienced it once when I was a little kid, because I went up there. Because I had a friend that was a pastor that would take me to his church and stuff. And I went up there to like, I don't remember what it's called when you get welcomed into the church, but I went up there and the preacher touched me on my fucking head and my sound went blank, my vision went blank, my whole fucking shit went blank. I was like, oh, what the hell was that? It's like, what was this? I always thought that everybody was fucking playing around when they went up there and did that shit, but I experienced that shit myself, so I know exactly what it. But now as an adult, after studying the things that I study, I know exactly what it was. Your system was already being reset from being in the place of the altar, and as it was being reset, somebody coming up and touching you is a complete override of your senses. Like it's all your whole system's already going through a fucking biological change on a subatomic level when you're standing on that altar. That's why it's called an altar. To have somebody touch you during that is a fuck to your system, because it's way too much. Like it's already enough with all the energy, and then a physical touch on top of it, it basically shorts you out.
You know what? And especially if they all are praying with you, praying and stuff like that, combining that, and then they have the music.
It's not the prayer itself. They're taught that it's the prayer that makes them feel like that. It's not the prayer itself. It's the sound resonance in the building and the multitude of voices that come together. That's what it is it's resonating the sound around the building, keeping it in a circulation, because that's what those buildings are made for. They're made for sound resonance, because that's how you heal. So when you have a whole bunch of people chanting, when you have the choir on the stage singing, when you have the instruments playing and the bells ringing and all that shit, it's the overwhelming amount of sound resonance that's taking place. And so when you touch somebody like that, it's just like a complete override to your system. Like you can't even escape that shit. That's why I walk past the church when they're doing all these their little ceremonies and their seances and all that bullshit. And you'll see when they're doing their singing and stuff like that. If you walk past the right church, you'll be able to see the whole doors vibrate. You ever seen those videos where the doors are vibrating on the fucking church and shit like that?
No, I haven't seen that.
Oh, you're gonna have to look into that. But basically, it's the amount of energy that's in the building. It's like a subwoofer going off.
Wow. I gotta look that up. Churches with church doors vibrating when a service is going on.
Mm-hmm. They'll be in there singing and playing their instruments and playing their organs and stuff, and the fucking whole building will be vibrating because it's a sound resonance building. Hold on, I'm trying to get to this point real quick. Where is it?
And then I heard that they purposely broke all the bells and had them all buried at some point. I don't know what that's about, but I heard that.
Well, yeah, because if the bells were going off, you wouldn't have any parasites in your body, and your body would be getting restructured every day on a regular basis. You'd never get sick if the bells were still there. You would never get sick.
You know what? They replaced because I remember in my old town in Ohio, you would always hear that Catholic church bell go off like every day at 12 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And now you hear a siren. You hear them test out the tornado sirens where I'm at now.
Yeah, they took that shit out because it was a healing device. Because you got to remember, if you look at all the buildings that were still remaining, right? You still got all the Tartarian buildings around the country that have all those fireplaces that they never burnt anything in. The reason behind that was because what sat at top of that was a mercury weather vane that when the bells rung, it would send out the energy and that would hit that weather vane. And if you ever watch a video of what happens when you spin mercury, right? Watch a video of what happens when you spin mercury. When mercury starts spinning in a fast pace, it creates an AC charge. It creates an electrical current. So when the weather vanes would spin with the mercury on them from the wind, and then you have the bell going off at the same time, you're now creating a vortex above the chimney. So that pulls the energy pulls all the ether out of the air that's coming through the top of the chimney and shoots it through the house. People were being healed in their houses when the bells were going off. God, where is that page I made? I'm trying to find something for you because it's right on this subject and I want to show it to you. It's one of the pages I made for my little study groups. Back this out a little bit. Go to albums and go down to my stuff. All right. Okay, so all right. Here, let me show you something real quick. Oh,
Ali of it, Ben and Ali, AI Med Spa. Precious Thompson still here. I'm just saying peace to the people in the chat. We're here just discussing, like we went into history of America, of like Black people in America, And then we're getting into the spirituality that was actually taken from the people and converted into something different. And so now some of the actual tools that we had, the healing tools that we had, and how they were taken over as well.
All right, check this out. I'm going to show you this. Right? Okay, right. So Masaru Emoto, the doctor, right? He studied the words and the frequencies that they create in water. See that?
Yeah.
Now, if you notice, when you're having positives, you have complete structures that are, you notice some of these symbols like your stars and things like that, right? These are all positives. Love, peace, let's see, love, peace, wisdom, truth, and eternal, right? These are all the positive results of the things that were spoken into the water, right? Now, if you notice, when you start getting negative, right, you start creating pollution in the waters, right? These are evil thoughts over here. Now, if you notice the evil thoughts, I want you to see. Oh, wait, hold on. I got to bring you up the whole chart. Hold on a second. My bad, yo. I got to bring up the whole chart to show you this.
Yeah, yes. So he actually broke down the Mormon church, and that actually Mormon really came from, it was actually from the Moors, and that Joseph Smith was actually a black man, and he's actually related to the family. His great grandfather was the brother of Joseph Smith.
Great grandfather.
Great grandfather. So he's breaking down. He broke down the origins of America, where we really came from. That America at one point was Haiti. Now we're getting into the Tartarian Empire and how I'm gonna drop the link for you, Lone Wolf. Come on up. I think he might know some of the things that you're talking about and be able to help expound on some of that thing. But yeah, like he's talking about like even like how this whole structure of things, like there's a big misunderstanding about how we really think that history has been pretty much taken away. The true history, it's almost like we're in a, like, what is the word that you used again? Where they replaced it's
a destiny swap.
It's a destiny swap. They did a destiny swap. So the people that we think are black are white, and the people that we think are white were landowners.
Well, they're telling you they're Moors. They should know that we're white people, not black people.
Right. Well, no, Lone Wolf. I'm not sure if he considers himself a Moor, but I know he's from.
You're talking to somebody that had a Moorish title. My bad.
Oh, okay, yeah. Now I think he is part of like the Chinook tribe or something, the Shinnecock Indians or something like that, Native.
Mm-hmm. All right, so check this out, right? Let me show you something. I want you to recognize some things here before we move forward, right? If you notice, right, you see how evil looks right here?
Yes.
Okay. You notice how angel looks very similar?
Right.
Why do you think that is? Because this is holy water. That's what you're looking at right there, is the perfect example of holy water. The reason that it's called holy water is because you're learning duality in the church, right? And so, like I said earlier, when you think of an angel, you're going to think of what? A demon. When you think of heaven, you're going to think of hell. When you think of God, you're going to think of the devil. When you think of Jesus, you're going to think of the devil, right? So subconsciously, and this is taking over the water in all of these people's bodies. If you notice, the people that are in the church, once you get them going, they can only say about 5 things. Okay, they can only say about 5 things, and I'm going to show you why that is scientifically. You see, your water in your body is what stores your memory. It's not stored in your brain. Your brain just processes everything and delivers instructions to all of your organs and things. The memory itself is stored in the water of the body. So this is the whole entire reason that you don't want to get taught to have negative thoughts about people, right? This is why you don't want to be taught things like karma. This is why you don't want to be sitting there getting pissed off at people, right? Because your body is energy. Energy needs to conduct on a smooth level, right? So the thing is, is when you start thinking, ooh, that piece of shit, that motherfucker, and you're starting to beat yourself in the head with all these negative thoughts. What you're doing is you're breaking the water in your own body. And when you boil that down to the reality of things, right, the cerebral spinal fluid is H3O2. It's structured water. It's not like H2O. All right, the water that's in your body is not H2O. It's H3O2. Okay, it's highly structured. So the thing is this is where all the memories carry. You ever notice how when you get mad at somebody, how you can calm yourself down, and then over time, it just seems to resurface and come back?
Yes. Yes.
And then they say it's on your mind. They mean that literally, because your cerebral spinal fluid, right? This is why your memories, your bad memories, will disappear for a certain amount of time and then resurface into your thoughts. Is because it's traveling through your body and then returning back to your brain. So what happens, right, is if you notice, right, when you start to get upset about something, it happens very quickly. And then as soon as you get upset about it, the first thing that disappears is your hunger, right? First, your hunger goes because your body's starting to short circuit. After your hunger disappears, you start to build up headaches because your water is being split. It's going from H3O2 to H2O. That's why when you cry, you have salty tears. Because when it separates from the H3O2, it's taking the sodium and separating it from the water, breaking the conductivity of the water. So now your body is on short circuit mode, right? So now when you're having these negative thoughts, if you sit there and dwell on them for too long, what happens? You go through a thing called depression if you don't cry, right? You ever noticed how when you cry, you actually start to feel better physically?
Yes.
You ever pay attention to that? Like if you feel like you have to cry and you don't, you go through this thing called depression. And you sit there and those memories and those thoughts just start replaying over and over and over again because they're traveling through your system and resurfacing. The more they travel through your system, the less your body works. This is why when you're upset about something for too long of a period of time, you end up laying on your fucking couch stuck with no hunger, no will to move, the want to get up, but you can't move. And all you can sit there and do is think about that negative thing until you get to a point where you either break down and fucking cry or your system completely crashes out and you sleep it off.
Wow.
That's because you literally destroyed the conductivity in your body to a point to where you have to go into rest mode to recuperate from it. Now, you can fix these things naturally. You can ground yourself, which will restructure the water, do some sun gazing, and that'll refuel your energy because your sun gazing actually fuels your endocrine system from the inside out. Your endocrine system is what restructures the brain. It gives you dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, ATP production. It gives you fucking everything that you need to reset your system naturally. You can get rid of ADHD. You can get rid of any disease in your body simply by taking your shoes off, grounding yourself, and staring at the sun. Now, they tell you not to do this because of these effects, right? Because if you are actually grounding yourself and sun gazing, which if you haven't done it in a long time, I do not recommend going out there and just opening your fucking eyes because you got to work your way up to this shit. I personally can stare at the sun for like an hour and a half. I mean, I could probably go longer than that, but that's like the longest time period that I've just stood there staring at the sun. And I mean eyes open looking at the shit. So you're not going to sit here and tell me that you're going to go blind. If you're having problems with it, that means that you need to fix the way that you need to go through a serious detox because that means that your body's full of too many metals and toxins. Okay? Now, if you realize it takes about 20-something years for them to shut your system down with all the chemicals and the food and the water and the air and shit like that. All through your teen years, your mind is still somewhat working. It's just getting slower and slower and slower and slower. But by the time you're like 20 years old, they've shut off your ability to absorb information and for your body to operate properly because of all the chemicals and shit that you've ingested. So 1 year of cleansing, fasting, eating an apple a day, living off of watermelon for months on end, water fasting for weeks on end and things like that while you're doing your grounding process and doing your sun gazing. 1 year of that will completely reset your system. to where you don't have to worry about that shit. You got at least like another 20 years before it's going to get real serious. Okay. So the thing is that it's difficult to do at first. Like, it's really difficult because your body is full of so many parasites right now. That's what the bells are for. The bells, when they ring, that high pitched resonance that they create actually nukes the parasites that are in your system. You can get rid of your parasites just by listening to certain frequencies. It's called blue noise, not gray noise, not fucking white noise. That shit's not fucking healthy. The blue noise is that what is it? I want to say it's 126 hertz, I think, is blue. But now that's a sequence of 9. Okay. Now the thing is that when you have this, you need a high pitch frequency and a low pitch frequency. You'll find this, you can do this just by listening to classical music. That's like Beethoven, Bach, Mozart, Wolfsbane, these type of things. These type of things will actually stimulate your mind properly, and they'll kill off the parasites in them. See, Beethoven, being blind, what he was doing was playing things that felt healthy. You get what I'm saying? It felt healthy to him. That's how he was structuring his music, was what felt good. Because everything that he was playing was off of frequencies and vibrations. So if you listen to his old symphonies and things like that, you'll find that when you listen to him, it'll calm you, and it'll feel like you'll feel a certain resonance if you listen to it on headphones. But don't do it with like wireless headphones. You need to do it with the ones with the wire on it, because otherwise you're going to get distortion. But so the thing is that when you're in the church, they're learning about demons and devils and monsters, and so they get their whole bodies broken. This is why people in the church get sick more than anybody else. They have the worst diseases out of everybody, and it's everybody in the church. Nobody in the church really survives to old age if they consistently go to church. They're not going to last more than like 40 or 50 years before they start having serious problems with their body, because the whole time that they're in the church, they're having the bells play, the instruments play, the songs that they're singing. They're having that sound resonance take place while they're hearing about evil things. And so what they're actually doing is crystallizing these broken structures in their water. Now, you can't get a person in the church to go and sun gaze. They tell you you're a pagan. You can't get a person in the church to go outside and take their shoes off and ground themselves, but yet they think that they follow the instructions of the Bible. But Moses taught you to fucking do that shit himself. Just the story of Moses, where he goes up on the mountain and God tells him, hey, take your shoes off. This is a fucking sacred place. What did Moses have to do? He had to take his shoes off and sit there before he was able to receive the message. What is that? That's a cleansing process. That's osmosis. It's a cleansing process. It has nothing to do with the stories that they're telling you about, because Moses is in the book of Genesis. Onto Genesis is the developmental growth of your one-celled organism when it divides into two. Everything that you go through a growing process in life is called ontogenesis. So the story of Genesis, the gene of Isis, right? Because before it was Jesus, it was Isis on the Bible. If you pull back the 1599 Geneva Bible and you go and look, it's our Lord Isis Christ. Because Isis, being feminine, that has to deal with the transfer of energy. Female has to deal with the transfer of energy. That's why there's two of them. That's why it's external, because it's not internal, it's external. The two females, you have negative and positive. You have good and bad. That's what this is. That's what this represents right here. These two create this. This is the foundation of the thought that comes from your temple, right? So you have your heart here. You have the solidified thought that enters the body, right? You have your internal voice. And then next to that, you have the dog, which represents the tongue, right? Wherewithal shall man be led by the word to be cleansed, right? You have the dog weighing and operating the scales. The feather represents the physical. The physical is it's muscle, it's action, it's the physical world. That's what the feather represents, is muscles. Look, matter of fact, here, I'll show you just so you can see it. Which feather is that? Hold on a second. Let me get a muscle chart up for you so you can see it for real. These are the muscles of the body. You see the feather? You see your chalice? You see your dragon's tail, your pillars. Okay, these are what your muscles look like. That feather right there represents action. It's muscles. Okay. No, it's not yin and yang. That's duality. There is no yin and yang. They're both one and the same. It's two of the same thing. That's why the two colors match up. So what you have here is the monkey. Right? Hold on. Let me show you. The monkey. So the thoughts. Is that mine echoing like that?
No, that was me. That was me.
Okay, I'm just double checking. I didn't know if I had to press a button or something. Where's Thoth? See? The monkey is your midbrain. None of that stuff behind you has to deal with gods. That's all that bullshit that they feed you so that you can't read it properly. The monkey is your midbrain. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Okay? So the monkey sits atop the scales because the scales is right here. This is your scales. It's your spine, the brain, and your clavicle. The holders are your shoulders. These are the holders of life and death, is the shoulders. Okay? So you have your actions, your thoughts, your words, and your intention is the heart. Okay? The heart is your intent. Here, let me move this shit so I can show you. Get these pillows out the way. All right, right? So look, right? So you have your emotions, which are external, because you don't control your emotions. You react to your emotions. Okay? So your emotions are external. Your heart is your intention. This is your inner dialect. This is your word versus the things that you're going through. Okay? That's why your emotions are behind you. Okay? They're all still connected by the base, right? Because these are the foundation of the things that you hold internally. Okay? This right here, this little box right here, this is your temple. Your temple is where your thoughts come from. So you have a bird with a man's head on it, representing the thoughts. Okay? This has nothing to do with the con, the bond, no. Tell them people shut the fuck up. They don't know what they're talking about. This is the foundation of these thoughts. Okay, this is when those thoughts become solidified in your mind, which is why there's an extraction process taking place here. He's extracting the thoughts to determine the balance of how the action is going to play out from the things that you have in your heart. So what you have here is your past affecting the present, making the future go in specific waves, different directions. This is the frequency that's created by the intentions that are given by the mind when it comes to the things that you experience externally, right? Because everything that's external then becomes internalized, making it so that your balance is in the hanging of the emotions that you have off the things that you witness.
Hey, and real quick, I know you're breaking it down, and I still want to, because you're breaking this down, but I wanted to clarify. You didn't say Christianity is related to shorter lives. You're mainly talking about the building itself and how people are in a building that is resonating a sound. While they're hearing this positive sound, they're also hearing negative vibrations and words. And now we're getting into, so that's going into sound vibration. So we're not having a surface level conversation here. We're having an in-depth conversation about sound vibration and how these buildings were not meant to just be a church. They're meant to be hospitals at that time. And that these particular buildings were meant to heal people. People went there to be healed. And the actual, if you go into older churches, they had these specific type of organs. And why are they called organs? Because they actually worked with the organs of the body. The altar was a place that people went to get that were very sick, and they would go up there to get healed. However, the current state of the church is that while you are getting healed, you're also hearing the pastor discussing negative things, even though at the end he might bring it all together into a positive thing.
It's never positive. There's no way to spin it positively in the church, because everything that they teach you in the church is good and bad, which is all false. A lot of people, okay, oh man, you're gonna make me get into it. Okay, look. If you've studied the Bible, you know that there's heaven on earth. It tells you that you're supposed to experience heaven on earth in a life of abundance. But if you also study the Bible, it also tells you that there's hell on earth and it's ran by the devil and all this other nonsense. These are things that got added into the Bible. Okay. I'll give you an example, right? Now, a lot of you might be confused by what I'm saying right now, because you'll look around and you look at the current situation of the world right now, right? And when you're looking at the current situation of the world right now,
I just would like to check and see if everybody was still with me. Are you still there, Alice?
I am still here. I'm listening.
Right.
I
So
thought maybe you fell asleep though, but I'm listening.
you know what? I kind of did, because I've been up for like 24 hours. But listen, what do you think so far about the information that he's bringing so far?
I find it very interesting. Some things I've never heard before, and some things I have heard, and some things I disagree with. But overall, it's very interesting.
Honestly, I look at like to spit out the bones.
Yep.
Take what you think that's important, spit out the bones. You don't gotta like everybody's not gonna be perfect.
That's
And
right.
I honestly, when I interview people or when I like bring people on my show, it's not really about right or wrong. It's about like, okay, this is something I've never heard before. Like check this out. When I see a person that's got a good like story or presentation, I don't think about right or wrong. I think about, wow, that's interesting. So and when you go to my page, you'll see a lot of different interviews like this. A lot of different like conversations that you're gonna probably agree at some points, disagree at others, but take what you want to take, spit out the bones. So
yeah. I would recommend that people be spiritually grounded. They know who they are in Christ, because things like this can sway you. If you don't have a really strong foundation. That's my opinion. What's this guy's name?
His name is the Book of Johnson.
Ah.
Yeah. Yep. So I'm telling you, very interesting and interesting information. So let's continue on. I just want to do a temperature check, you guys.
Yeah, I get it.
I have been up for 24 hours, guys. But it's okay.
Well, I got sleep earlier because I would be asleep right now. There's no way. So I guess the Lord intended me to hear this, because I'm supposed to be asleep, girl.
I'm gonna tell you what, listen, I like some of this stuff. I'm like, what? You take your notes, go look it up. Bottom line is like, don't believe anything. Do the research yourself as well. But
absolutely.
But the whole thing is like to jog your brain, ideas, thoughts. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
All that. All right. So let's go. Let's continue.
Okay.
Tell the truth. You're bothered by the things that you see. You're like, nah, this is definitely hell. It's definitely this prison, and this is our training grounds, and this is our school, and this is our that, and this is our that. You don't know God, is what that boils down to. You don't know the Creator, because you don't understand heaven when it's right in front of you. And the reason I say this, right, is because you've been trained on this idea of duality. You've been trained on this idea of good and bad, and so you're weighing things out and judging things that you have no place judging. And yes, I know that there's things that you see and things that you know about that hurts your heart when you witness them, right? But the question that you should be asking yourself is, where's your appreciation for not having to experience it yourself?
Wow. Okay.
Everybody misses that part, right? Nobody gets to see heaven for what it is, and it's very sad. Like, it's a very sad thing how many people think that we live in hell right now, when they're given all of the examples that you could possibly need to see all of the horrific things that you could be going through. Meanwhile, you wake up every day mad about the things that you don't have, but you have more things than all the other people that you see that don't. Meanwhile, you're not the one that's getting your fingernails pulled out. Meanwhile, it's not your child that's having SA happen to them. It's not your fucking family member that's being brutalized and ripped to pieces by an animal. It's not you that's having to physically experience any of these things, but you can't recognize that.
I think I do.
All you guys are focused on mainly is, oh, that's horrific over there. That's fucking terrible. This is a terrible place. Where's your appreciation for it not being you? How bad do things have to get for you to realize that you're in heaven before you realize that you're in heaven is the question. Because the hell that's going on is generally created because of the fact that everybody keeps overlooking the fact that they're not going through it.
Just blessed. He must be.
You're given a million examples every day of what hell looks like, and you don't experience it, but yet you can't acknowledge the fact that you're in heaven. Why? Because you're taught that you need more than what you have. You were nothing at a point. Literally nothing. Nothing but a thought.
What were you saying about what he just said? That's pretty good point he just said. I mean, wow. You know, perspective, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's one way to look at, it's another way to look at things, you know?
Well, I agree with him up to a certain point. I believe that we do need to count our blessings every day, as they say, and, you know, realize that it could be worse. And I try to do that daily. You know, I try not to take things for granted. However, I don't believe that we are in heaven yet. I believe that we are in hell, in Tartarus. That's what I believe. And that when we aren't suffering, we're being blessed by God. It's like a hedge of protection around that individual. You know what I mean? Because it could be worse, but he's from it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Perspective. Everybody has a different perspective. You know, you're in heaven. He's in heaven. You're in hell. You know.
Yeah. I'm in hell.
Let's go.
I do believe in divine, you know, intervention. I believe that God can reach down or either send his angels down and protect individuals, the ones who believe, the one who ask, you know, and then some that don't ask. Like, he may have someone protecting him or an angel protecting him because he's going to come around to the truth. You know what I mean? So God meets you where you are until you get there. You know what I mean? Sometimes, not always.
I'm gonna say this: everybody has their own truth, and that's the thing about us. We're all individuals, and the bottom line is that your truth might be different than my truth, because everybody sees life differently. So, you know, but let's go.
All right.
You had no physical body. You didn't have the ability to feel feelings. You didn't have the ability to see things in front of you. You didn't have the ability to hear. You had nothing. And yet, now that you've been given everything that you need to be able to experience this, you can't enjoy the fact that you can move your fingers. You can't enjoy the fact that you have the ability to take this breath. You can't enjoy the fact that you have a roof over your head, a car to sleep in, a box to lay on top of. You can't appreciate none of these things. You just want to keep focusing on everything else and telling the creator how bad the world is.
And you know what? It seemed like that bad thing out there is to show you that listen, you are, blessed. It
I
could
mean,
be
how far do things have to go before you're happy about what you actually have?
wow. And do you think that this is like a thing where it is pumped into our society to constantly focus on the negative? And why do you think that is?
Well, look around you. How many people do you know that think like this?
Well, me personally, I don't.
Most of the public wakes up bothered on a regular basis. Look at your news feed. There's nothing but people trying to sell their bodies to get fucking money. There's nothing but people regurgitating horrendous acts in order to try to convince other people to be upset about it. Everybody's running towards misery. Full on convinced that they're in hell, making it for themselves.
And when you break down this whole break down the body, this is what it seems like, is that you're in control of it all anyway.
100%.
Everything that you're experiencing is really under your control. And as you break down this relief in the back of you, it's all in the mind. And what do they say? All is mind, correct?
Mm-hmm. The all is mind, and the mind is mental, and all is in the mind.
And the mind controls all the functions that you see back there. When you speak, what does it say? What does it say right there? It has a thought. Then there is the inward dialogue, and then there is the action that comes, and then that's how the body is controlled from that point.
Mm-hmm. Most of you fight yourselves on a regular basis. Right now, a perfect example. Women are a little bit fucked in this department just as much as men are, but it's a little more apparent with women because you guys wear makeup, alter your bodies on a regular basis to try to make it fit what society tries to tell you. That's misery. That's a blatant showing of it. Men are pretty much the same way. They dress the way they like. Okay, right? Like I have SpongeBob socks. Most men my age would never. They would never. They would be too embarrassed. I go outside wearing pajamas with cartoon characters on them. Most people would never. They're too embarrassed. Men don't get to enjoy things, and women don't get to enjoy themselves. It's subconsciously programmed into everybody right now. Everybody's terrified to be authentic. Everybody's trying to fit into an image that they're told that they have to fit into. It's hell. Nobody's comfortable just being themselves these days. It's very rare that I find somebody that's comfortable being themselves. Most of the people look at them like they're crazy. The only thing that you can be is genuine. Everything else beyond that is you fighting against your own creation. Trying to conform to everything around you when everything around you is affected by the way that you do things is ass backwards. When you go outside and you're happy and you're smiling, everybody's happy and smiling back towards you. When you go outside and you're pissed off and have a scowl on your face, everybody tries to fucking avoid you, and the world moves around you. But you try to conform yourself to the world. Every day when you guys wake up, when you were a little kid, you guys all had some type of envisionment of you being the hero, of you being the fixer, of you being the person that's fixing things and changing things. How can you do that if you're conforming to everything that's broken?
You got to step outside that box, yeah. But that's all because of like the system has kind of.
That's the part that I don't get is people live inside that box, but they're uncomfortable inside that box, but they won't be themselves. Everybody's worried about people. Oh, they'll judge me. They'll stay away from me. They'll this and that. How many people are really around you now? Didn't they judge you and move away from you anyway, even when you tried to conform to their shit?
Yeah. Yep.
Everybody's afraid to be themselves. I can't say everybody. The majority of people are afraid to be themselves. They all want to fit into that perfect image that society's got painted, and none of them fit it because it's an impossible image.
So when you talk about these things that became religion, and then you break it down from a spiritual aspect, one thing I understand about spirit is it does not only focus on the hocus pocus of it all, but it also involves health, the body, being sound, what they call holistically, mind, body, soul, everything. That's what I would say that spirituality is, because if you actually go into Asian spirituality, African spirituality, also Native American, like the Indians and different people like that, their spirituality also encompasses healing practices.
Okay, let me throw you a loop on this one. Okay, right. So they tell you have to eat X, Y, and Z in order to cleanse your body, and then you have to stay on this. Everybody right now is on the vegan kick. Okay, so explain the Buddhist monks.
What do they eat? Nothing.
All kinds of fucking animals. Everything that fucking Chinese people eat. They don't stop eating what everybody else is eating, but somehow you're going to try to convince me that I have to eat a specific thing to be a specific way. It's intent. It's ideology. It's the things that you think. Once you realize, see, this is the thing, right? Duality is a training tool. The Hermetic principles, training tool. Learning to eat correct, training tool. Learning what to drink, training tool. Learning how to breathe, training tool. Learning how to think. Most people are worried about spells, right? Casting spells with the words that they say. Oh, grand rising. Oh, hi instead of hello, and da, 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 da. Okay, well, guess what? You're still performing the same fuck shit. If you're the creator in the flesh and everything revolves around you, why do you have to change things in order for you to be better? What do you need crystals for? Your energy. All you do is cycle and recycle energy all the time. What do you need a crystal for? You don't know how to control that? See, it's all these ideas that everybody's teaching everybody. Why do you think it's unlocking the kingdom?
Right.
All of these things that you're talking about are physical representations to prepare your mind mentally to be in control. Each one of them leads you to a different step. Each one of them leads you to a different way to understand things. But once you truly understand things, you don't need to do any of those things.
You know what's the crazy part of it? I got initiated as a priest in Ifa, right? And you know what happened once I got my initiation? You know what they told me? The secret of it all is that you already knew it. You just didn't listen. Everything that you've ever been through in your life, you were told. You just didn't listen. And so even initiation is a certain level of a training. Like, okay, you go through this whole thing and it makes you kind of hyper focus on certain thing and change your mind, almost like when you go into basic training, right? And at the end of the basic training, you find out that everything, because you look at, because I was in the military, right? You look at this TI as he is like this evil, like mean person everybody should be afraid of. But then toward the end, he reveals himself to be just a regular person that actually is a cool guy. Same thing happens with these initiations, all these different schools of thought, is that even when you talk about crystals, up until a certain point, you need to use the crystals until you learn how to channel that energy yourself.
Well,
but crystals can't help though, I ain't gonna lie.
This is the thing, right? All the things that you're taught to use to get you to the point to where you accept who you truly are things that are stepping stones to get you there. But once you realize that the only thing that makes those things work in the first place is your intent going into it, and the idea going into it from you itself is the very thing that then becomes the trap that stops you from using it properly. Because if you're God in the flesh, why the fuck are you conforming to what other men are telling you is what it is? And how do you have control if you're listening to what everybody's telling you is necessary to do this and that? That's you making it so that you have to do this and that in order to be who you are. That's not you being you. Just think about that for a second. If I tell you, okay, if you really want to be spiritual and you want to unlock your powers and you want to this and you want to that, you have to hold this cap in your hand every single day. Right? How long are you going to hold that cap in your hand every single day to get to being who you are before you realize who you are, so that means that you don't need that cap anymore? If you're the thing that is the main source of the energy that's controlling this, that all the energies flow through, why do you need something else to control your own energy if that's also a part of you? Gimmicks. Tools, physical tools to help you realize mentally.
Well, isn't that what they kind of do in martial arts? They start you off to like to give you tools initially, and then you eventually used to learn how to work without those tools. I mean, with anything, even when you're like skating, right? If you want to learn how to skate, they start off with training skates, and then they eventually take the trainers off, and next thing you're skating. And then if you want to move the next level, you'll be rollerblading and, you know, ice skating.
So how long are you going to tell yourself that you need crystals to control energy before you realize that you're the energy that's being controlled by the crystal? You're a part of the same energy that makes this wall, that makes that pillow, that makes this phone, that makes this tablet, that makes this thing, and makes this thing and this thing, and all that same energy is floating around you because that's all a part of you. Why do you need something to conduct it? Why do you think that you need a specific thing to eat in order for you to receive it? Why do you think that you have to train your body a specific way in order for you to be a part of yourself? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
At a certain point, you reach a level to where you just understand that that's just you in all kinds of different forms. You're a part of all of this. So how is it that you don't control the energy that you take in? It's all yours in the first place. But see, you've got all these gurus out here. You got all these gurus out here that take you the furthest away from reality that you can possibly get. Because you're, what do they tell you about in the Hermetic principles? The true Hermetic learns to read between the lines. What's between the lines? Nothing. There's nothing there. Why? Because everything's between the lines. So why do you have to conform to what people tell you is necessary to do the things that you do naturally? Let me show you something. All right, right? So one of the things that they tell you is that you have to learn how to love everything. Right? You have to learn to find love. The problem with that statement is the fact that everything is love. There's nothing but love. Love comes in a plethora of forms that people ignore. This is the maxims of human existence. Okay? You go through this wheel every single day. Every single part of this wheel you go through on a day-to-day basis. There's nothing that you do that escapes this every single day. Okay? This is applicable to your life. This is applicable to your relationships. This is applicable to any object that you have around your house. It doesn't matter what it is. This chart, this little simple chart right here is everything. There's nothing outside of this. Look, right? We'll use a relationship to start with, okay? When you first meet somebody that you like, you feel joy. Right? The moment that you feel that joy and you actually go and talk to them, you feel like you won a little bit, right? When they agree that you're yours, you automatically feel successful, right? And then after you feel successful, right, you start to feel a little more free in life because now you found that piece that was missing, right? Now that makes your day become a little bit lighter, right? Which means that, you know, your body feels lighter. You get what I'm saying? When you're happy about stuff, right? So then that makes your day seem a little bit brighter. Everything's all nice and fucking fancy and that because you're in love. Oh, you're in love, right? So you start to feel a little bit more alive about everything, right? And because you feel alive about everything, everything starts to seem like it's brand new again because you found that new love, right? So now you start to feel real secure, right? But when you start to feel that level of security, you automatically start to get a little bit pissed off. Why you get pissed off? Because, well, the problem is when you start to feel that, you also start to have that loss build up in your back of your head. Oh, what if I do something did I do something that's going to accept them? Like, what am I okay? Like you start checking yourself, right? And then from that, you start to feel like you fail a little bit. Why? Because anything that you love, you're always going to try to improve on in some way, which makes it so that you have to fail in order to be able to be in love with something. You can't love something and not fail it continuously because you're always trying to improve yourself or the things that are around you, right? So love then becomes a trap, right? Because now you're burdened by that same thing that you love so much, which becomes a heavy weight on your shoulders, right? And that heavy weight that's on your shoulders makes you feel a little dead inside because you feel like there's pieces of you that are missing, right? So then you start to feel like time's moving a little bit slower. And then after time starts to move a little bit slower, you start to feel that vulnerability because, man, everything just, you can't ever seem to get it right, right? So this is the thing. The love that you feel for something gives you joy, but automatically it's going to piss you off because you're going to be worried about it. And it's going to make you feel like you won when you get to it, but it's also going to make you feel like you're losing because you're going to lose part of yourself first off, and then you're actually going to have to worry about losing that thing. So that success that you feel off of being able to go out with them also becomes an automatic failure that you're always going to experience. And so that freedom that you felt automatically becomes the trap. I know you've been in relationships where you feel like you're trapped by the relationships. You're like, oh, I love them, but I just can't leave them and I can't be around them and I can't, right? So that lightness that you feel becomes a little bit heavy. And that brightness that you feel begins to make your day a little bit darker. So that alive feeling that you had then starts to turn into something that feels like it's killing you, right? So that security that you had then becomes something that makes you feel vulnerable. But you're told that love is joy, win, success, freedom, light, bright, alive, new, and secure. They try to convince you that when the person that you love starts to piss you off, that it's because they don't love you. The person that you love that you feel like you're losing, you feel like you're losing them because they don't love you. The person that you love that's making you feel like a failure is because they hate you, right? Because like they teach you that half of this is hatred and half of this is bad, but you can't experience the rest of these without these to go along with it. The thing is that all of these things are affected by the way that you think. You're the one that starts to get angry about the things that they do, comparing it to things that they don't do. You're the one that starts to feel lost, like you're losing yourself because of how much you love them. You're the one that starts to feel the failure. You're the one that starts to feel the trap. You're the one that starts to feel heavy and dark and dead and old and vulnerable. You're the one that starts going through all these emotions, and you'll leave them for this, right? Because you'll feel like they don't fucking match up to what you thought that they were going to be. But let me ask you something, right? You got a car, right? You got a car. You might have a house. You got something that you love, right? Now, in your mind, if you wanted to right now, when you had that car, you could have a dream right now of taking that car and driving it over a fucking mountain, flying off into the sky, into outer space, and driving it around the moon and then coming back, right? Now, tomorrow, after you've had that dream, you're going to go out to that car and you're still going to love that car and you're still going to drive that car to where you need to go and you're still going to enjoy having that car. You're not going to get rid of that car for the things that you've made up in your mind as to what that car should be able to do, but everybody's leaving their partners because of those same things that they experience with their partners, because your partner's never going to be better than the one that you made up in your head, right? But you compare your partner to all those things, and those things that are in your head are what make you mad at your partner. Oh, the same things. That's why people date people, and the same things that they used to love about that person become the things that annoy them about them. And they'll end up breaking up their relationship and leaving them because they think that they must hate them, right? I must hate you if you piss me off so much. I must hate you if I feel lost when I'm around you. I must hate you if I feel like a failure because I always want to do better for you. I must hate you if motherfucking you're making me feel trapped. But there's nothing about love that doesn't include these things. As a matter of fact, the more that somebody gets under your skin, the more you love them. The more you worry about losing them is because you love them so much. The more you're worried about failing them is because you love them so much. The trappedness is because you love them so much. The heaviness and the darkness and the deadness. But then instead we take these things out on our partners. Right?
Wow. So now I see why you said that yin yang doesn't exist, because it's really all a part of one thing.
One thing. There is no hate. There's really no hate.
It's fear.
Mm-hmm.
It's fear. And they said
what part of
there's only two emotions, love and fear. That's what they said. There's only two emotions, love and fear.
No, because fear is a part of love.
Because everything that you said there, everything that's on that left-hand side is based on fear. It's your
everything on that left-hand side is another form of love. It only exists because you love that thing.
Yeah, because if you didn't love it, you wouldn't be afraid of losing it. You wouldn't be afraid or sad or wondering this, that, the other. And so instead of us understanding where that's coming from, that it's really based out of love, then we
live in a world of love, but yet for some reason everybody's taught that all of this stuff is hatred. You go through this every single day, 1,000,000 times a day with 1,000,000 different things a day, but there's only one that suffers because of it.
It's you.
And guess what? It's
and you know what? I get afraid of losing my kids. You know, I'm a mother, right? So I'll be afraid. My daughter I'm afraid to like let her do this and this and the other, but I don't like.
Would you get rid of your kids because of that?
No. I don't discard my children, so why do we discard our spouses because of that? Those same emotions. That's a wow.
People don't recognize heaven. Heaven's all around them and they don't recognize it. Everybody's out here searching for love. What part of your life don't you love?
And you know what? And so people get so caught up in the dogma of what they believe. Like I had a person that was in the audience that left because, well, he said about this and about Christianity. I'm out. It's like, well, you're missing a good point where he's breaking things down. A very good point that he's making. And I'm sad this guy missed that. He didn't get to see what you just broke down, because really, I mean, now it makes sense, everything.
He'll be back. He doesn't have a choice to. He's just Christian, so he has to get away because his mind's all frazzled. I showed you why his mind's frazzled. I told you that Christians are stuck in a little bubble because of the things that they're engaging in on a regular basis. They can't help it. But they'll keep coming back. I know they keep coming back. I've had over 2 million followers on fucking TikTok, and trust me, a lot of them were religious people that couldn't stop coming back.
You know what? The biggest thing is okay. When you said okay, well, people get into these places, they get sick because they're getting a dual message, and that these places are probably some of the sickest people get sickest the most, right? But if you actually look at other these belief systems, I would believe when I hear about the Christian church, I do see a lot of sick and shut in all the time. And all you said was that
rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
So,
that's what I'm saying. I rebuke you
even though that those parents might be that live to be 95 might not have they might not have experienced the same thing. There is some truth to what's being said when it comes down to the message that's being taught. You're singing about happy and love, but then you're talking about, and then he died on the cross, and that's a contradiction. About 1 minute we're talking about redemption and love and this, that, the other, and the next minute we're talking about death and destruction.
Imagine how traumatized you would be if you saw what you considered to be your God crucified every single fucking weekend. Just wrap your mind around that for a moment. If every time that you go into the place of your worship, which is warring against the temple, warring the ship, the vessel, the ship, the body. Okay, you walk inside of a building, even though if you read the Bible, it tells you God doesn't dwell in a house built by hands. But you're going to go inside of the same place that your Jesus tore down and then look at him hung, strung up. If your best friend died, would you want to walk and look at your best friend every single weekend in the way that they died?
No. Or to keep talking about it every weekend.
Every weekend?
Every Sunday.
Every Sunday, bare minimum.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you what, the sermon always, and then they strung him up on the thing and in the blood and
drink his blood and eat his flesh. Here you go. This is your savior. Drink his blood and eat his flesh. You're not a cannibal, though. You're not performing rituals and witchcraft, seances, taking on spirits, and walking around with anointed oils, that's witchcraft.
But really, what is witchcraft?
Soup.
What really is witchcraft? Because I mean, they would say some of the practices that I do in my belief, would be considered witchcraft. However, it's actually meant to heal people, right? These are things.
Who do you know that doesn't put spices in their food?
Nobody.
Okay, doesn't witchcraft require you to cook something, change the temperature and the structure of something, and add in different types of elements in order to alter it?
Yeah.
So who doesn't do witchcraft? Everybody does. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, if you've got some vegetables and a thing, and you're throwing in some sage, a little bit of thyme, and all those things are the same thing we use in our rituals. We might make a tea out of it and drink it, but
They have anointing oils in the church that's olive oil with rosemary and like a couple different herbs in it. It's witchcraft. But you're evil for it. Now go home and eat your soup.
So one thing I wanted to get into I want to get back into sound resonance, because there's this whole thing, this Opus sound bed. Have you ever heard of this? The Opus sound bed?
Yeah.
It's a bed that you sit down on and it's supposed to like resonate, like, sir. Because I was gonna get this whole thing, but I'm afraid to get it because it's like $2,000. But it's supposed to resonate.
That's something you can get for like $1,200.
Yes,
I got one.
It's a sound bed that you can sit on, and it's supposed to like heal your body. And I've heard, like, even in China, there was like a person that like actually was had a tumor, and they were using this sound, and this sound frequency was actually, it was in, I think, Korea or China. I'm not sure if you saw the video where they kept saying, "It is done, it is done, it is done" in their language, and there was a sound like whatever this machine.
They were chanting at the right frequencies.
Yeah, and they kept saying it is done. And so even in China, they have holistic clinics. They do a whole blood panel, and they give you certain herbs, and you'd be surprised, like, even when you have to go through, it's like going to the hospital,
Yeah.
And so here in America, we have gotten away from the holistic aspect of life and utilizing sound frequencies. Can we get into that, like for healing, how to heal ourselves with these frequencies and how to use what would one do? Parasites. Because let me tell you something. Lately, I don't know, my timeline has been filled with stuff about parasites, and I know it must be me sending out a frequency. Maybe I have a lot of parasites, and so therefore I'm seeing a lot of stuff about parasites. But
Okay, first we gotta explain parasites. Parasites is your body's defense to all the toxic shit that you're consuming. It's not that you consume things that have parasites in them. It's the opposite. Parasites are what your body creates. That's why they're your parasites. Your body creates that to consume the things that it can't get rid of. But you can control your body a lot more than you think that you can. I know this because I've tested some things that most people would think was fucking nuts. And it worked.
So people say like that if you eat sushi, right? That those specific fish have certain level of parasites within them. And when you ingest those things that they have there's different
you have acid in your stomach that absorbs everything. What's going to survive in that?
You know what? Good point. So is all that stuff like scare tactic stuff that people are using to sell ivermectin and all these different like things?
Well, no, your body definitely, your body does have parasites, but the parasites are made by your body. That's why it can survive in your body.
So how does your body create? Okay, because they said that even cancer is parasites. What happens is that a certain organ, and then the parasites begin to grow in that place, and then when you have a tumor, it is an encasement around the parasite that your body creates to stop the parasites from going further. And then when you get chemotherapy or different things like this, the reason why cancer spreads is because you unleash those parasites that were being encapsulated, and now they spread throughout the body. Same thing with mammograms. Like they say that when you get a mammogram, you have this heavy thing pushing your boob down, and if you do have any kind of cancer within that tumor, it could mess with that tumor and then unleash the parasites, and the next thing you know, you got cancer and this, that, the other, all throughout your system. So how
cancer is your body trapping the poison. Cancer is your body's natural defense to an overload of toxins. The cancer itself is your body trapping those toxins so that they're not, because you have too much of it. That's why people can fast and cleanse and get rid of it, because you're no longer putting it into your system. You got to realize that what they do when they do your mammogram is they rupture the cancer cell. The cancer cells are dead cells that are fucked up because you have toxins in your body, and they're being collected in a specific place so that they don't spread everywhere. And then you go and get that mammogram, and it smashes it and it ruptures it, and now it spreads everywhere. Now it's in your bloodstream. Now it's everywhere that it was being held at. Cancer is not a bad thing. Cancer is your body's defense to the fucked up stuff that you put into it. Now, the thing is that you can get rid of all that shit with sun gazing. Literally. You can burn fat with sun gazing. You can restore the elasticity to your skin through sun gazing. You can you can restore brain function through sun gazing. You can burn your sun gazing activates the autophagy that people fast to get. That's the main benefit of the fasting, is your body's ability to activate the autophagy from not using that energy everywhere else. Well, if you're sun gazing, you're putting energy directly into your endocrine system. Look, these are all the benefits of sun gazing. Dopamine is what calms you down. Serotonin and endorphins and melatonin are what makes your brain function properly, right? ATP is the thing that restores your youthfulness to your skin. Okay, the hormesis. What the fuck was the hormesis? I forget what the hormesis does, right? But your autophagy, see right there, autophagy, right? That's the thing that eats all of the cancerous and all of the bad cells and fucking takes all the toxins out of your body is the autophagy. That's what people fast to get. That's what they fast to activate, right? The NAD, the NAD plus, it'll cost you fucking $60-$70 to get a bottle of NAD plus. That's
I just bought. I have it. I have that. I have the NAD. I paid $60.
You could have got it for free. You could have got it for free and felt good and been burning fat and been destroying everything toxic in your body and motherfucking restoring your levels to the proper circadian rhythm. And you could have been motherfucking feeling younger and you would have felt a lot calmer and your mind would have started functioning better. Why? Because you're feeding your fucking endocrine system directly with direct energy. That's all that it is. It's your endocrine system that's being activated. That's your RAM, your goat. See your RAM right there?
Yeah, that's crazy. So the body, even so, all these things they must have did like some Egyptians or whoever these people were must have like just dissected human bodies and noticed that hey, oh, this looks like a goat, this looks like this, and in those
If I draw it out for you, if I had my pen, I don't know what I did with my eye pens. I don't know where they went, but I can literally show you the magnetism of the body that created all of these things. I know how the whole entire body was constructed, inside and out, all the organs, all of the everything, all by magnetism. So,
was it sound that did this? Because even when they talk about the Indian pyramids, not the Indian structures, they say that when you actually look at them, that looks like almost like the same way that those water droplets look that you showed. That when you play water, when you have water at a certain frequency, it makes those kind of like looking. Have you seen the Indian buildings? How they look a certain way? It's like how did they make this? Right?
Yeah.
And
it's all sacred geometry.
But do you think that was made by water, sound, and some kind of like sound vibration?
Well, this is the thing: is when you're able to manipulate energy. It doesn't matter what the thing is that you're manipulating. If you're operating within the confines of nature, you can conform anything to any shape that you want it to. You just have to know the frequency that's going to make it go from a solid to a liquid so that it takes that next form. Think about it. I can show you videos of people that will take a cone and tap, like you could take a drum, right? You can try this, right? If you get a drum and you put a rock underneath of the drum and you start tapping the drum from the top and the drum has no bass to it, the energy from the drum is going to pump down into the base surface, and whatever's sitting on top of that base surface is going to levitate into the drum. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as the drum has a large enough size in comparison to the size of the thing that you put under it. It's just energy manipulation. Now, as far as the rocks go, I forget what plant it is, but there's a plant. This is how most of the shit out in this is how they were carving into rocks. It's not that they were carving into it. There's a plant that you can go and find out in Mexico. There's birds that reshape rocks out in Mexico. I forget what kind of bird it is, right? But what they do is they go and grab this plant, right? And they take the plant and they rub it on the stone, and then the stone turns to a rubbery. It becomes moldable, right? And so when people observe that taking place, they took that same plant and in mass and started doing that to the blocks, which made it so that they could stamp and imprint the blocks however they wanted to imprint it. So this is how you have those images that are pushed into the blocks. Now, if you take that a step further, and you include instruments that emit specific vibrations, the same way that you can speak into water and have it create a formation is the same way that you could do that with a rock. If you know the right frequency, it'll separate the structure, because the energy is only held together by a specific frequency. And so if you're able to hit that same frequency, it'll almost cancel it out. Not that it'll disappear, but it'll break the structuring of it all together. And so if you're able to hit that frequency, that's when, like, okay, perfect example, right? If you put a bunch of sand on a soundboard and you play notes onto that soundboard, the sand starts to take physical forms.
Right.
So if you do that with sands at a high enough temperature, what do you form? Glass in those structures. Sand overheated turns into glass. So if you apply that principle, imagine having a giant sound plate and you're playing with the sand as you're heating it up. And it's taking these sacred geometry shapes as it's being heated up. When you stop, when it's moving in that formation, that's also generating its own energy at that time. It's structuring itself to that energy. So if you're heating it up while you're doing that, and then you cut the heat, it's glass in that last position that it was at. Now you have something that's created completely in a perfect symmetrical, sacred geometrical shape that went from being sand to a glass. All that requires it is not the heating, it's the amount of energy that's going into it. So if you have the ability to do that with large rocks and things, now you have a building.
Right. Wow.
It's just basic laws of nature.
But you know what's so funny? Here, I'm gonna ask this question. Okay, so microwaves and air fryers, right? I know I'm jumping around, right? So we cook our food in microwaves. So the sound, so microwaves are cooking your food with sound, heating it up.
But it's not a good cook, because it's in immense amounts. It's not a controlled, there's no control to it. You're basically burning the fucking shit from the inside out without physically burning it. Although if you leave it in there long enough, it'll burn the fuck out of everything. But you're basically cooking everything out of it, because it's a massive magnitude of energy being poured into it all at once. And it's unhealthy because it burns it from the inside out, from the source to the outside, right? This is why you can put something cold in there and like a portion of it will be fucking warm and hot and fucking turn into rubber while the rest of it is still cold. Like if you leave anything in a microwave long enough, everything becomes like a block of rubber. Either that or it completely dissolves.
Right. But I think that is a great science experiment on sound and how sound frequency can do that, how it can change the actual.
You can take apart a microwave and you can create a coil out of it that will disrupt. The thing about the microwave is that it's not natural energy. It doesn't have a natural flow to it. It's a disruptor. So what you're actually doing is,
so would the sound that comes from a microwave be similar to that sound that you see of hate in the water? Like, you know how you have the sound of love and good stuff?
Yes,
So
that's exact. Like, okay, right. If you took a microwave, if it was healthy, right? If you took a microwave right now and you open it up and you fix that button so that it thinks that the door is shut at all times, and you just turn that microwave on and you go and stick your arm in there, it's going to destroy your shit. You'll never recover from that ever. It's impossible because it rattles the fucking whole entire structure of the genetic coding altogether, and it's nuking it on a molecular level from the inside out. So it's killing it at the core, and then working out even further. If you put something living in a microwave, that shit
if
will
you put
explode.
water into a microwave and you're drinking that water, what would you say would be going on with that water that you're ingesting after doing that?
You killed it, and you filled it full of fucking toxic energy. Think about it like this, right? When you drink water, you don't want to just drink water, okay? At the very least, you should swirl that shit, okay? If you don't do anything else, at least create a cyclone in your water, because what you're going to do is ionize it, and it's going to draw in air and oxygenate the water when you're doing this. This is why when you circle it and shit, you'll start to see the little bubbles come out of it and shit. You want to recreate a natural cycle. A natural cycle, water doesn't travel in anything but swirls. If you watch how a river gets created, none of them started straight. They all swirl. They all have depth that goes up and down in them. It's never just a flat surface. Anytime water hits a flat surface, it dies. You don't want to drink water. Water, look, you got to think about it like this. Water is a solvent. Water kills you. Perfect example, if you go sit in a bathtub long enough, what happens to you?
You get dehydrated?
No. Your skin starts to dissolve.
Oh, yeah.
You sit in a bathtub long enough and you can cut your foot stepping on the ground. It'll split. You sit in a bathtub long enough and you bump your arm on something when you're getting out the bathtub and you'll get a cut in your shit. It'll split. That's because water is a solvent. Anything that you leave sitting in water over time, it just disappears. Almost nothing survives in water, but you're going to drink it?
Well, they say our body is made up of 90% water, so that's why we feel like. So the whole like thing of drinking water and
H3O2, structured water. You don't drink structured water. You only get living water through fruits. If you notice, fruit is always what? It's always sticky. It's always thick. It's never just water. There's never H2O that you get out of fruit. It's always structured water. That's living water. That's the only thing that you can drink. Drinking water, you have to do something to it. Put some salt in it so that it's conductive. Fucking put some tea in it so that it alters the structure of it. Talk into it. Tell good things. You've seen what happens when you talk to water. It changes the structure of water itself. You can build positive structures. This is what praying over food and shit's really about. People think they do it because they're this is the this is the funny thing, is like there's so many practices in these religious books that aren't religious that have to deal with sacred geometry and the restructuring of frequencies that people don't even realize. The Jewish people wear little fucking hats. They're always wearing one type of clothing. Why? Because one type of clothing creates a conductive force that's constantly flowing. When you cross threads, you're actually creating fucking shit like this. When you have like cotton and linen and cotton and silk and fucking polyester and all that other bullshit, you're creating breakage. You're creating breaks in the natural flow of energy. So all these people that are religious, they're doing all these practices and have no fucking clue why they actually do them. You pray over food because it's good intentions and good words, except for when people start saying things like, I pray that Timmy gets better and shit. You're now thinking of somebody being hurt while you're trying to make a good prayer. It's not healthy because it's you're subconsciously beating that shit into the fucking shit that you're about to eat. When you're all locked together, you're creating a force, you're creating a resonance. And so you share those thoughts that you have because it's supposed to bring a sense of joy, which is now being channeled into the center point. When they pray, they do what? They all hold their hands and they put their head forward. Your head is now the fucking focal point of the energy that's pouring. So it's all getting poured into a center point. When energy pours into a center point, it goes in two directions, up and down. So what happens is there's a spread of energy that goes over the food that you're eating, and there's a spread of energy that's pouring over the top of the building that's creating a resonance field around the whole group. Right now, they'll have you wear in the Muslim and the Jewish thing, you know, they wear the hats, right? Why do they wear the hats? The hats are made out of the same thing as the rest of their body. The reason that they're wearing the hats is because your head is where the thoughts pour out from, right? Originally, they used to come in from it because it was coming in towards the heart. Everything was going in towards the heart because that was the thing that formed the body itself. The mind itself came from the sperm. The sperm is nothing but the mind and the spinal column already put together. That's why this argument that a baby is able to be aborted is a fucking crock of shit, because it already had thoughts before it got into the body. That's why it was able to form a body in the first place, because the magnetism that comes off of the sperm, if you ever study this, sperm actually has energy to it. That's because it's a form of energy in itself. And so the sperm is the head, that's the brain, the brain stem, and the nervous sense, the nerve center, right? So that goes in and it bonds with the female's egg, which the egg has its own energy to it, but the sperm is now siphoning the energy from that to create the heart. The first thing that starts to be formed when the sperm is in there is the brain. It's forming it's taking the energy of the egg and putting it around the sperm itself and growing the brain. From that, you have your nervous center, the nerve center that gets created, and then the heart gets created. Once the heart gets created, then all of the organs and the bones start to get created, because the heart becomes the thing that all the energy that the brain is pulling in goes feeding into. It goes into the formation of the heart. If you ever notice, that's why the top of the brain is the last thing to get solid. Remember, they always tell you when you have a baby, the top of the skull is the most sensitive part of the baby. That's because that's where the energy is coming in from.
Right.
When they're young, they're still pulling that energy in, because as they're growing at that young age, the heart is still being developed. That's why the PFO valve closes.
Right.
Because once the PFO valve is closed, that's when the brain starts to solidify, when the skull starts to solidify, because now all of the energy is now being regulated by the heart. The heart doesn't put energy out. The heart draws the energy in. If you ever notice, your rib cage goes inwards towards your heart. Your and even the bottom of your rib cage goes up like this. Oh, sorry, shit. It goes up like this. It's going up towards the heart. The whole forming of your rib cage is all energy that's resonating in towards the heart, that's solidifying as it's coming in. Below that, right? So you got to think about it like this, right? So now that you have the energy that's pouring into the heart, it's also pouring out through the bottom. This is why your organs all twisty and turvy and shit that's below it. Is because it's the energy that's pouring outward this way. Right? So all of your organs that are below the heart are what? Raveled up. They're all raveled up and stacked till you get to the next energy center, which is the reproductive organs. If you pay attention to your hips, the way that your hips are formed, it's this round shape that goes down like this, and it has that focal point in the center of it where everything's being focalized to, which is your sacral point, which is the bottom of your spinal column, right? And so if you look at the shape of the hips, that's a toroidal field. Everything around your reproductive organs is the flow of energy going into that area that's separate from the heart. This is why you have a brain up here, a brain here, and a brain down here.
And also, but they say that the actual intestinal system is your first brain, and it's actually made of the same thing as the actual brain, right? Your intestines.
Well, your intestines are dead organs. That's the only part of your body that doesn't generate energy, because they sit above the energy center. Okay, right? Think about it like this, right? Here, let me show you. All right, this is the spear of the spear ritual. All right.
Well, you already had that open. That's crazy that you already had that open. Okay.
If you notice, right? So right here in this area, right, that's the same shape as your heart down here, and you see the toroidal field that's going into it right here. Sorry. Right? That's a toroidal field. So
like it's almost like the ribs going backwards, like the
see the eights.
pelvis looks like a backward rib almost.
So look, you got to think about it like this, right? Okay, so up here, right now, this is the back of it. So it doesn't look right, but this is the back of it. Okay, so everything's wrapping around to the heart on this section, right? And then down here, everything's wrapping around to the heart down in this section, which is the reproductive system. So if energy is flowing, right, that means the shape of the hips follows this energy, right? It's going this way like this. It's like the number 8 this way, and then you have the number 8 this way on each side of these that's going in towards the heart on the front side, right? So you have energy that's pouring out in the bottom this way. It comes out like this. And then you have energy that's pouring out going this way. Now you understand why the organs are all wrapped up and stacked on top of each other. It's just energy.
Wow.
So the whole body's constructed this way, right? Look at this. Like this is the, hold on, where's it at? This one right here. Oh, this thing's dirty for me taking it to the construction site with me. I've been gutting out a house. All right, look, right?
There's so much to unpack, and I gotta bring you back too because this is so much good information. I gotta bring you back because we're gonna have to. It's not enough to cover it. We were only here for 3 hours, but hey, we can keep going. But I'm like, bro, it's too much to cover. It's so many things you know. And I'm so glad that you know all this stuff because it's very interesting to like get a person that actually studied this deep into that many things. But go ahead.
Oh, I'll have to get my pen for next time. I gotta find my pen so I can draw stuff out for you and show you in real time. But look, right? You see how that same system's happening here? You see the shape of the 8 on one side, the shape of the 8 on the other side, right? This is how your whole brain is functioning together. It's the same toroidal field.
Doesn't the throat have a similar thing in the throat, like the thyroid gland, and that whole thing have that same kind of toroidal, like 8, like?
Well, those are the product of the energy of the mind and the energy of the heart hitting a focal point. Because it's this energy that's around, like, okay, right? So you have the energy that's pouring up this way that goes around, right? Which is creating your thyroid because you have the energy from the top that's going down in this direction, right? And so when they run into each other at the focal point, it creates the, here, let me show you. I might have a picture I could show you with. Hold on a second. Let me go into the drawing stuff.
And then that throat chakra is where that is a thing that makes you be able to speak. So it's interesting how those things combine, meet at the center, and then vibration comes out through the mouth. I mean, we're talking about some interesting stuff, you guys. I hope that you guys are enjoying the show. Please like, share, and subscribe. Listen, I'm so happy that Solomon came and to give us this information because I've had a lot of different people.
You're really gonna have me starting to call people Solomon. I'm about to ride with that so bad, yo. You about to make me ride that one out, yo. That's funny. I keep forgetting that I put that on that book. Nobody references me to that. Like I don't mind it. Like don't get it twisted. I don't mind it and shit. All right, so look, right, check this out. See this right here?
Uh-huh.
Okay, right. Now this is your brain. All right, this is the same brain that you were looking at earlier. Now, hold on, I gotta see if this level's on here. Let me put this around it. That's how your apples are made. All of your fruit has this, because the apple is simply the toroidal field going around the seed. Right? And then at the top where the energy is pouring out is where your stems and your plant and your stems and your flowers.
A lot of bug faces, like a bug face. Bugs look like that same way with the antennas going up.
I'm telling you, everything is based off of these simple concepts and things. It's nothing in this world is complex. It's all sacred geometry and it's all energy. And I can prove it undoubtedly prove it about anything, about any object or anything. But check this out, right? This is something that I discovered, right? And I still haven't seen it being used by anybody yet. Let me see. Do I have it? Let's see if I have it any other way. This right here, if I can figure out how to use this correctly, I should be able to create shit out of thin air. Now, all this is magnetism, right? The four different magnetisms, right? And then it's creating sound waves because this is, but if I go cut an apple open right now, I can show you this shape in an apple. I can show you this shape in a watermelon. I can show you the shape in a tomato. I can show you the shape in all the fruits. All the fruits have the same design to them, but nobody ever looks at it from this perspective. But let me see if I wonder if this pen will work. One second. No, not this one, of course. All right, look. All right, here. Let me see if I can do it like this. Like this. Like this. All right.
I just want to thank everybody while he's looking it up. I'm going to thank everybody for coming and being a part of the show tonight. We're dropping some heavy knowledge here, and shouts out for this information.
Okay, look, right. You see this? Look, we're gonna go like this. We're gonna go like this. Okay. Now, first you have your pyramid. It goes like this, and comes here, and comes here. Right. So that makes your triangle or your trinity. Right. Now, from this, right, you have energy that's pouring in this way and energy coming in this way. Okay. Now you're starting to see the lateral ventricles and the basal ganglia, the thalamus, the pituitary gland, your motherfucking this would turn it into the spinal column right here and going like this, because this is how your cerebellum looks. Right. And this is your brain, which is also the apple. Right. And
so you think that's also why they said that they ate the apple? Adam and Eve ate the apple?
Well, actually, it just said the fruit, which somebody changed into the apple later on in time, but that's not what they were talking about. And okay. Nor, like, the whole story is all fucked up over time. But Eve coming from the rib is the ribonucleic DNA strand. It's part of your DNA. The atoms that structure your DNA in your ribonucleic DNA is what the structuring of the DNA is after it comes together. So that's why she comes from the rib of man, because it's man's genetic coding. It's not man physically, if that makes any sense.
I get it. Yeah.
I really wish I could find my pins, though. I know I've got one around here somewhere. I really want to show you since I'm on here.
Yeah, go ahead. If you need to go ahead and look for it, I can play something.
Matter of fact, this should have two of them in it. So I think I'm gonna have to let it sit for a minute. Yeah, this is gonna have to sit for a minute. So let me throw this on a charger while we're talking, and we'll come back to it in a couple minutes. This charge up. Man, it's nice having this here. Wait a minute. So it's already fully charged. Oh, it is. Okay, good. All right, check this out. All right. Give me. Let me see. Let me get a brand new one for you. Get a screen size one. Go like that. Turn the background dark. Nice red background. Go back up to the first layer. Green pen. All right. So let me give you that first thing all over again. Hold on a second. That's too dark. My bad. Oh, didn't we do that? Hold on, because I got to flip the screen around. All right, I got this. I'm going to do the screen flip thing this time. Hold on. This will make it easier on me. So go to settings, camera, and then mirror, and then go to back camera. All right, Let me move this thing out of the way. Go like this. All right. So I'm gonna give you the same pattern that I had a minute ago. Like this, like this. Now, all right. So they say that in the beginning there was the one, right? And then the one splits to the two. Right? So this would be your negative, your positive, and all that other that nonsense that they teach people about. All right. Now, this is the thing, right? So now we're talking about layers of energy. So you have two forces. You have one goes this way, and then you have the other one going this way. Right? Now, some people have seen this symbol before. I don't remember what it is, but there's like some pagan shit that deals with this symbol. Right? I don't remember exactly what it is because I don't care about their names. Now, this is the thing, right? Is like this, go up another layer. Right? When you're dealing with magnetism, you have energy that is going this way. Right? And this is what starts to create different forms because you have the 1 and the 2 and the third and the bottom point. Right? There's always a bottom point. Now, this is the thing, is you also have energy that goes this way. That's why you have like your firmaments and shit like that. And no, I'm not saying the world's round, and I'm definitely not saying it's flat either. Okay, but this is the thing, is you have different polarities, right? You have your negative and your positives. Okay, so due to these negatives and positives, you have these forces that are traveling at all times. Now, as they're traveling, they're hitting focal points. This would be your focal point, right? This is that vortex that everybody's talking about that everything has to go through, right? This is also why the brain has that soft spot in the beginning. Okay. Now, that spiral then pours out at the bottom. So the thing is when energy is traveling this way, the energy that's furthest away is going to be brighter. So you're going to have water that surrounds everything. Right? Now, if you remember, the water goes deeper and deeper. Right? Because remember, water is a solvent. Water is something that energy is going into that hasn't had enough energy to create something physical yet. The reason that you have physical things like land masses, which all are going to be found closer to the center, but not quite touching it. The reason behind that is because there's so much energy in this area that is going to create more water because there's too much to take a physical form. But there's going to be land masses, and those land masses, because energy bounces, right? It's going to go like this, and then there's energy that's going to go like this. It's going to go in these different directions, right? Which is why you have your what? Your mountains and your valleys. Okay, this is exactly why the world's shaped the way that the world is. Okay, because the energy that's collected at the center is what is creating the physical land masses. The energy that's still pouring out on these outskirts is why you have your water surrounding everything. That's why the world's mostly water, right? And the thing that's funny about this is that this same thing is also the reason, we'll go with purple. If we follow these same things, actually, hold on, let me give you the sun and the moon first, right? So you have the sun over here, right? Now the sun follows a specific pattern. It's an 8 pattern that goes this way, like this. All right, if you ever watch how the sun actually rotates, it's on an 8. It's spinning on a different axis. The moon, however, is known as the most high, okay, because the moon is up here. Now the moon is on this trajectory. It's going this way. That's why it ends up crossing the sun at a certain point, okay? Now, if you've studied anything about biology, you also know that this is how cells are formed as well, right? So the world is internal as much as it is external. Proof of that is the fact that this is your brain, which comes to this point. It's just following this trajectory of energy, right? It goes like this, right? And then the bottom of your brain, where your cerebellum's at, is the part where the energy's pouring out, which is why your cerebellum has, if you ever look at it, your cerebellum has all these little lines on it that follow that same magnetic charge. Okay, it goes out like this. Now, following the magnetism, you have what is known as your lateral ventricles, which are the ones that go up like this. They curve around like this, right? Still following that same charge. That's that ram that you see in that picture that I just showed you. Right? It goes out like this and then out like this. Right? So this is also the formation of your brain is the same thing as the world is. Now, at that focal point where the energy meets is where the beginning of your spinal column falls into play. That's that triangular shape that you see known as the pyramid, which is also the owl. You see, this is where your eyes are, right? The basal ganglia is in here inside the lateral ventricles. Now, the basal ganglia is a round thing, but it looks like this. It's got these little pieces on it that pull together like this and like this. All right, because it's always following the magnetism. So below that, you'll have your brain stem, which is still following that same magnetism. Now, if we add the skin to it, right, this is the same spot where your actual eyes are. Right? Your nose comes down like this. Hold on, let me change the color of that. Right? Your nose comes down like this. You got your 2 nostrils, and then it comes to that point. Right? And then your mouth is down here. It's those energies that are running into each other. Everything follows this. The difference is when it comes to your head, right, the roundness here meets up with the roundness here, which gives you the shape of the ear, right? Your ear follows the same exact pattern. Now, literally, everything in existence follows the same magnetic energy as everything else, because when you go to the next layer, I can give you your heart next, which is shaped, oops, sorry, it should be a bright color, pink, right? Your heart looks like this. Right? And inside your heart, it has those chambers that go like this. Your heart isn't exactly like a round shape, okay? It's more in the shape of your ears, so to speak, right? But it still follows that same exact pattern. But all you got to do is add the stems to it, and all of a sudden, your heart becomes the apple. same way as your brain does and everything else. Literally, the world is you internally and externally. So understanding the flow of energy is the thing that teaches you how the world operates. Now, we can go up another layer. I know it's starting to look a little jumbled up, so let me just remove some of this so that it's a little more clear. It's starting to look a little crazy. Let me keep this one, and get rid of the face, and we'll move up to the next layer. And now you have, right? So your heart would be about here, right? And then you have the clavicle, right? That's following that same magnetism. Rib cage. Everything about your body is magnetism. There's no denying it whatsoever. It all comes together the same exact ways. It's all sacred geometry. So your rib cage is shaped like this, basically. And then below that, because remember, the energy is pouring out at the bottom. So what's happening? Down here at your hips, you also have the other magnetism of your body. And that's that butterfly shape. Right? Where you got your little sacral down here, goes up like this, and you got your little holes over here like this and like this, right? So that's because this has its own magnetic force to it. Right? So you have energy pushing up this way, and then you have energy pushing down this way, which is why your organs all start to shape in this way, because they're stacking the energies on top of each other. This is literally how all of your organs get formed.
Wow.
I'm telling you, like, literally, this is like the whole formation of life itself.
That's crazy.
So, it's like, you know, once you figure out certain shit, you know, things just start to become apparent that you start to recognize patterns and synchronicities and everything. And it makes it so that you get to a point to where life is just energy. Literally. There's no way to avoid it. There's nothing that you can do to hide it, right? This pops up, right? Your neck goes like this, right? So it's trapping the energy in it, right? So up here is what? See where the energy is coming from here? And then you'll have your head up here, right? So you have the energy from your brain that's coming down this way and this way. So you get what? Them thyroids that you were talking about earlier. Because it's the two meeting points of the energy. It's those two vortexes that are hitting each other that creates those two organs. Because it's the energy just spiraling in circles right there because it has nowhere to go.
Wow.
So like literally whatever's external is internal as well. There's no avoiding it. This is what I mean. Like once you understand these things, you know that you're a part of everything physically, mentally, emotionally, energetically. Everything is a part of you. Literally. There's no escaping it.
So can you, does my mic sound like crazy?
Nah, it sounds fine.
Okay, on mine it sounds crazy. All right, so here's a question I wanted to ask. Can you also use this way to explain how like thoughts can, because you know, one person said that you think of a thought and it can crystallize in your body and create like they say that okay, you think a negative thought, it like you get trauma, right? This is what my godmother, who is a shaman, she says, listen, you think of a thought and then that thought can crystallize in your body and it creates pain in your body because that trauma stores in your body. So say you went through a very terrible situation.
No, that's literally what we were talking about earlier. Look, that's the water.
Like that, so.
That's the waters because that's the memory of that trauma. So you got to think about it like this. When you experience something traumatic, you're destroying the water in your body gets destroyed from those thoughts. So if you have destroyed water that's flowing through your body that you've yet to regulate and cycle out of, then it's going to start to become something that's damaged, that's falling apart. So that's going to be responded to you in a form of pain.
So have you ever seen those people get a massage and they get to crying, and because they
Yeah.
certain.
Well, okay, look, you got to think about it like this.
Have you ever had sex and had a person cry, like a woman cry?
Yeah, plenty of them. But that's a whole nother subject. Look,
is that because
look,
of like
right?
water, or like okay?
No, because it's an overwhelming amount of energy. Now, this is the thing, right? When you have these positive forces, everything's flowing correctly, right? But when you have those negative thoughts and shit, you see what happens to the waters, right? They start to break up. Now, this is what happens when you try to make a positive thing out of something negative. You get a crystallized structure, just like your grandma was talking to you about. Okay. Now that crystallized structure, if you notice, there's breaks all in it. It's all completely uneven. There's no flow of distribution in it. In fact, the energy is never really able to leave this properly. Right. So this will create damage within the body. The thing is that when your body gets filled like this, what you're doing is now filling yourself with broken structures that are running into each other. You got to think about it like that. Like, think about it like your body's a highway, right? And when you have those damaged structures and things like that, right? What's happening is it's actually breaking apart and then running into itself. Let me move this down a little bit. Try to. All right, there we go. Now you can see. All right. So think about this, right? When you're having all those negative thoughts, right? You're breaking up your water, which is separating. You see how it's got a empty space in it where it also has a whole bunch of extra shit. This is the sodium. So think about it like this. Your water naturally holds these type of forms before you even have positive thoughts. Like, these structures are just the crystallized thought itself that's creating the physical structure within the water. So when you have that negative shit, you're breaking it up, and notice how there's little pieces that are broken off everywhere.
Yes.
Everything looks separated, right? But if you notice, in the same space that you could have had this, where it has all this open space around it, you've now created a hole in the center of it, and you barely have any room to breathe. That's because it's separating the water and the sodium. That's why you get a headache, because that's why you go through depression, because you're building up pressure. All those negative things are starting to fill up the head. That's why you start getting a headache. That's why, when you get mad about something for too long, you always put your hands up to your head. You start feeling that fucking pounding feeling inside of your head. But when you cry, you release it. It pours out. That's why you feel relief after you cry.
So a headache is a buildup of like water.
Just to keep it simple, it's a buildup of negative energy. Just think about it like that, because these still have energy to them. It still has energy to it. It's just broken up and unable to distribute properly. So look at how much space it takes up. Look at how much space it takes up. How much space it takes up versus when you're having good thoughts. You get me? These are perfect distribution that leaves enough space for energy to be passed from node to node, and there's free movement. When you're having all those negativities and things, you're building up all of it, because these don't have anywhere to go. It doesn't. There's no way for conductivity to move through this. This is why your emotions start going through the roof, because once your body's filled with this, you have your emergency system, right? Those adrenal glands start kicking in. because the adrenal gland kicks in to produce the energy, to produce the oils that are necessary to try to keep your body running, so that makes your heart pump faster, which is why you can have a heart attack from stress. Because your adrenal gland kicks in to compensate for the lack of conductivity that's supposed to be operating. So your heart's dying literally because of your negative shit.
Wow.
So when you're reducing the amount of conductivity that's here, that's why you lose your appetite first. It's your body trying to preserve itself, because your appetite is something that consumes energy. None of these organs down here have a solid foundation of energy. That's the exert energy. Right? So if you look it up, you can Google this right now if you want to. Your organs, your digestive system is the only thing that doesn't doesn't have its own energy source in your body. That's why when you eat stuff when you're already damaged, you go to sleep every time that you eat. Itis is very close to death. That's what people don't understand about itis, is when you're having itis, that's because you've overwhelmed yourself to a point to where your body has to relax in order to save your life. That's why people will get itis and have a heart attack. Because what happens when you're getting itis? Usually it's at a family function, like Thanksgiving or something. What typically happens at Thanksgiving? You get into a big ass argument with one of your fucking family members, and then everybody sits down to eat.
Right.
Think about that for a minute. So you have a whole bunch of negativity going through you, destroying your ability to be conductive, and then you decide to eat anyway. Now you know why so many people die on Thanksgiving.
Wow.
There's a lot of things that people don't even realize because they don't know how the body works, and they don't know how to operate the system properly because they didn't read the instructions. But you can get the instructions.
So with my godmother, I'm sorry, I can't. What she does is she uses to utilize the bell, certain sounds to break up those crystals in the body that happen. That crystal.
Why do you think people used to ring a dinner bell? Remember? Mom would go out to the porch and ding, 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 and everybody'd come in to eat. That's some back in the day shit. That was some before our time shit, when things were still operating off frequency and vibration. They ring that bell, kill the parasites, and then you come eat. You know, back when people used to walk around barefoot and shit and ground themselves all day, every fucking day, before they were given rubber shoes so that they can't ground themselves anymore, before they were told to wear sunglasses and sunblockers so that they wouldn't be able to fucking absorb the sunlight anymore. When you were a little kid, you had to be told not to look at the sun. Stop staring at the sun, you're going to go blind. Why'd they teach you that? Because you were getting food. You don't get hungry because you want food. You get hungry because your body needs energy. Naturally, when you were a kid, you would run around outside barefoot. Your parents would have to force you to put fucking shoes on. You would naturally do everything that was natural. You would eat naturally the natural way, which is getting sunlight. When you were never hungry when it was dinner time and breakfast time and all these other times. You were never hungry. You'd want to go outside. Natural. That's because grounding yourself in sun gazing gives you the energy that your body's craving. You had to be trained not to do these things. Now it seems strange. Why? Because they turned grounding into something that was a punishment. psychological programming to pull you as far away from nature as possible. Right? These old statues, they weren't nothing. They weren't statues of gods and deities. This is your hearts. It's a diagram of the body. I already showed you that the feathers represent the muscles. You have your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 disc cycle. The 12 disciples that followed behind the heart. The 12 discs that make up your rib cage, the thoracic vertebrae. The 12 disciples that dictate how the world operates off of what the heart needs. All of these things, all these old pictures, all these old things that they tell you are all these deities and things like that, these are representations of your body. They have nothing to do with the stories that you're given. These were the things that you were trained not to know so that they could fuck with with what's in your DNA. This isn't everybody's DNA. I already showed you that everybody comes from the same people. There's just different variations of it. That's why I tell you got a bird chest. Why they tell you that you're an angel when you're a baby. They go, oh, look at a little angel. That's because your wingspan. Isn't that what you have from fingertip to fingertip? Hints and clues of the old world that people ignore. That people need. They need these things. Because if they have these things, then you know how to take care of yourself properly. Where do you think I got all the information from? Old school stuff that people don't realize anymore. See these little 3 things right here? That's these. The arteries that come off the heart. These are the ventricles of the heart. You have the pulmonary and the ascending artery. The pulmonary is the one that travels on the back left side. Notice how the left side is behind the leg? And it stands on the calf's shoulders. Right? Why is it the calf shoulders? Because the calf represents male and female reproductive organs, your bi-bull, your bale, your Baphomet. That's this. This is the male phallus, and this is the female womb. Okay? So the bi-bull is the male and female reproductive organs. That's why you'll have one cow that has the horns that go out and down forward, and then the other one that has the horns that go up, right? The bull has the one that goes up, and the calf has the ones that go around. All right, so he stands on the shoulders of the calf. The pulmonary artery, back left side. See how it comes down on the back left? This is literal anatomy, right? The one that comes up, your ascending artery, that's on the top right side. That's this leg where it's on the top. It's on top of the leg on the right side. Right? And that controls what? The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why is it 8? Because you have what? 4 parts to your brain. You have frontal, occipital, perennial, limbic, and then you have your cerebellum, the lobes, the things that control the organs of the body. That's controlled by the 12 disc cycle. This is anatomy. This has nothing to do with some dude with fucking wings. It's not an angel. It's not a demon. It's not a fallen. None of that mess. As long as you believe these stories, you don't have the knowledge. My people will perish for their lack of knowledge. My people will perish for they reject knowledge and I shall reject thy seat in the heavens. Why? Because as long as you reject this knowledge, you don't know how to regulate your system, which means that you're stuck in negativity all the time, which means that you're living in hell. The stars and the signs were there. The stars were there for your signs and symbols. Right? All of these are anatomy. This is Amun. They tell you Amun was the creator, right? This is Amun's horn. This is the C4 of your hippocampus. This is the thing that creates all of your cognitive abilities, from your thoughts to your movements, right? Everything that goes to it is named your foramen, because everything that you learn now is based off of these teachings. This is your your vertebral foramen. This is your neural foramen. All right. The PFO, your patent foramen ovale, the valley of life and death, you know. Right? You have your greater and lesser sciatic foramen. This is the entire fucking the entirety of your Christ consciousness is foramen. But amen is how you say it in English. It's aumun. Aumun. If you say it correctly, when you have your wisdom teeth and you've got your pineal gland unlocked and everything like that, if you notice when I said it, it actually created a frequency. That frequency that it created, if you say that enough times, you're going to start to feel that in your head. And if you say it enough times after you start to have the ability to feel it in your head, it'll send a rush through your entire body, activating your piezoelectric system, creating chills and goosebumps through your whole entire system, because you're creating energy with the words that you speak. Aumun is not a fucking name, it's a command for energy. Osiris, right? The O's iris, right? The thing that puts everything together. He's really, what he really is the representation of your circle of Willis, which is the epicenter of your endocrine system. That's why he gets divided into the 12, what is it, 12 pieces, 14 pieces, I think it is, something like that. It's all your organs he gets divided into in the underworld when he's chopped into pieces by Set. That's due to the fact that Set is the representation of, fuck, my bad. Ugh. Set is the pons and the medulla, also known as your olive and your pyramid, because they teach you about the pyramids, right? But you think they're talking about those physical buildings that are on the land, but this is known as your pyramid here. And there's two rivers that run through this. That's your Nile River. So when they're talking about the Nile River and destroying the pyramids and the gods of Egypt, that's because they created gods out of this stuff so that you wouldn't realize what it was that they were talking about. The word Egypt originally means the house of God, which is what? The body, the temple. So when you're talking about Horus, right? That's Horus right there. Now, notice how Horus is tied to Amun's horns. See the horns coming off of him? Okay, that's because Horus represents the basal ganglia, basal ganglia, however the fuck they want you to say it. Right? He's an owl, by the way, not a falcon. The basal ganglia is the thing that sends all the information down through the body and back. Why? Because this vertebrae right here is known as your atlas. Below your atlas is your axis. The atlas is the map of the world. The axis is the way that the world is turning. Above that is your brain, which is known as your hemispheres. right? So those are your clouds because your brain is made out of gray matter. So Horus goes from the heavens down to the earth. The earth is your heart. That's why it's spelt the way that it's spelt. Heart is earth. Okay. The underworld is your reproductive organs, where you're filled with desires and tempted, and where all of your negative energies come from. Why is it negative energy? Because your organs are the only things that don't have energy. They consume it. Right? That's why your organs get represented by Sebek. Right? They tell you Sebek is the god of the underworld that consumes you when you do all your negative stuff. No. That's it right there. The gator. Matter of fact, here, let me show you like this. Where's he at? Where is it? No, that doesn't have it on it. Where's that gator? Ah, there he is. See? You see the gator that sits on the back of the hippo? The hippo is your stomach. It's got the one arm that comes down to the small gator, and then it's got the big gator that sits on the back side of it. So Sebek is the combination of the intestine, the stomach, and the thing that controls your adrenal gland, the lion, the thing of your pride and your envy and your fucking ferocity, your adrenal gland. Where is it at? Let's see. Let's pull up this right here. See? That's why he's underneath the scales. That's why he's at the base of it. Because this is your intestine, your adrenal gland, and your stomach. The three things that cost energy that control your desires. Right? Because you have the word, you have the thought, you have the intention, the action, right? That can balance out your scales. You've got the 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 that sit behind, right? Because they're being led by what? Your circle of Willis. Your circle of Willis is sending signals through the body, through your basal ganglia. That goes all the way down to your hips, where you have the renewed blood that gets created because it's energy that's traveling through there. It's done you see how there's white, blue, and red? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. Oh, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? You have 7 white, 7 colored. Then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that are carrying energy. Right? So that's every 21. Right? 21 what? Days. Why? Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. And the rest of them would be over here. It goes up to 28 because this is a calendar. Because there's 28 days in a lunar cycle. That's why it's holding the moon over the serpents. Okay? So your circle of Willis is what sits inside of the brain that controls the frontal, the occipital, the perineal, the limbic, your cerebellum, and your brainstem. That's altered by the two emotions, the amygdala and the cerebellum. the energy that's being carried or the charge that's being brought to the mind from the new blood that's being created every 21 days. Every 21 days out of the month, there's new energy that's carried down to the reproductive organs that, when it isn't sacrificed, is then brought back to your system to balance you out from the inside out. As long as you have pure intentions, pure thoughts, and pure actions and words, then your body will be balanced by the scale of the energy. Which then is then processed and then delivered back into the mind. That's what this is about. It's not about some dude that fucking died and goes to fucking meet the Father. Okay, that's just the bullshit that they tell you. They tell you it's the book of death, right? The book of the dead. But this is dealing with the restructuring of the energies of your body, as long as you have good intentions, good thoughts, good actions, and you're not giving in to your desires. Right? The foods that you eat, the adrenaline that gets created that absorbs that energy, the fucking gluttony that you go through, the pride that you go through, your ego having to be in check, your food having to be aligned. Because the dog, wherewithal shall man be led by the dog to be cleansed, right? These are your Bible scriptures. Because the dog is the tongue. Deliver my soul, my darling, from the dog and the power of the double-edged sword, the tongue. Everything that you read in the scriptures came from these works, or what you consider to be Mayan works, which is all really Haitian. All of this came from the Americas. That's why the people that are across seas can't tell you none of this shit. They don't know how to read it properly because it's not theirs. It's not theirs to read. They were banished for trying to create religions out of these works. These are works that are supposed to grow you and teach you. That's why you find the sun in everything. Because the sun doesn't represent the sun. This represents your thoughts being delivered. Right? You have the breath of life, right? And you have the new energy that uplifts you. The reason why you have the female and the male is because one is controlled by the emotions. One controls the emotional growth of things, and one creates the physical life. Man is physical, woman is emotional. So you have the two instead of the one. But it's the breath that gets created. If you notice, these hands go to all of them. Except over here, you have the Ankh that's being received because it's the energy that's being given that's redistributed to the physical. This is where you learn about frequency and vibration, not in some fucking book. It's right here for you to know in all of the different civilizations, because it's all the same information. They told you that the world used to speak one language. They're not lying to you. The thing is now that they've created all these extra languages, you can't see the connection between everything that was meant to be. The very things that are left behind in order to teach you about yourself are the very things that they demonize and tell you are horrific and all this other bullshit. Right or wrong. You go inside a church, they'll tell you that this is demonology and fallen angels and all kinds of bullshit that'll deter you from learning the very things that are left here to save your life. Meanwhile, all of the fucking all the stories in the Bible tell you the word came on what? Where is it at? Where is it? Hold on, I've seen it in here earlier. Clicked on it by accident. Let me see something.
Man, he's really listen. Get them. He's dropping the information.
Oh, right. Hey, look, this is the other thing is they always try to pervert everything. The Ankh is not the male and female reproductive system. The Ankh is literally your vertebrae. The face that's in the middle of the Ankh, remember that neural foramen? You know, the instructions that are sent through the body, that's this part. That's what the face is. It's this guy right here. This is your circle of Willis. This is the thing that sits on the throne in the cloud of the heavens. Now, what was I looking for? The tablets. Where's the tablets at? There's a lot of things that are just being taught incorrectly. Right? And so you have to be very careful about these so-called spiritual leaders and these so-called people that claim that they know what they're talking about. If they can't read the real scriptures, which are the pictures that they put spells on, then why would you listen to them? They don't know what they're talking about. None of them. They're all reading regurgitated nonsense that was created to keep you as far from these things as possible. But this is where all of the information is left for mankind to understand themselves. Look at Allah. See how you have the arms, the leg, the arm, and the head? See the brain that it sits on top of? You wouldn't realize that was Allah, right? You wouldn't think that at all. But that's because you don't realize that that bone that he's holding in his hand is the femur. They borrowed so much stuff. Look, and it all came from the Americas. This is American right here. This is the entire breakdown of how you create life. Look, how many hours are in a day? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. In a 24-hour day, you've got 60 seconds in every 60 seconds or 60 minutes, right? That's why you have these 60 dots that go around here. Right? Now you have the 1, 2, 3, 4. Why? Because there's 4 seasons, right? There's 4 parts of the brain that are being controlled. See, I remember I told you everything that's external is internal. Notice how the ear is a serpent, right? Why? Because they're serpents. These are your serpents. You see my serpents? See them moving? You've got serpents all over the fucking place. You know, the ones that crawl the earth for all eternity but never look up? It's your veins, your arteries. These are your serpents. You get me? So you have the masculine and the feminine, the giver and the receiver. You have the primordial waters. You have the male phallus with the seed in it. You have the waters that it's receiving the seed with the seeds. Right? This right here is how your DNA gets structured. Here, I'll show you. Look, watch. Like this, go back to this, close this. Which one is it? Where is it? Where is it? I know it's in here somewhere.
Make sure you guys.
I haven't done this in a minute. I've been really distracted lately, so I kind of needed this for myself too.
Man, you're on a roll.
Where is it? I believe it's in this one. Let's see. Where is she?
And where from America was that you showed earlier? What was that like? From what part of America was that picture you showed before?
Oh, that was one that Father Crespi stole. So there's really no telling exactly where he found it. We just know that he stole it and he was in Mesoamerica when he had it. Because he was collecting different artifacts from around the country. You got to look up Father Crespi's collection. he was a thief of a priest. Lied and said he was trying to preserve things, but really he was just stealing artifacts. Yeah, people did some fuck shit back in the day. Like they were really on some crazy shit back then.
Check.
They were just out here stealing stuff, eating mummies, and fucking like destroying property they had no business touching. Now, where is that stack? All right, that's all sovereign stuff. This one. Just want to show you this real quick. Then I got to get running. This thing's gonna die soon anyway. Ah, there it is. See, this one. Hold on, let me see if I can find the charger for my iPad. It should be right around here somewhere. I just had it. I don't want this to die while I'm showing. Or I could go on a spiritual journey and tell you that it just wasn't meant to be. Right? Do some dickhead shit like that. No, it's because you're in control of this shit. If you know something's wrong, you gotta fix it. You don't just sit around and let it go bad. Hold on one second. Let me find this charge port. I just had it up there. See? It was meant to be. It's a sign. People are crazy these days.
Is my mic still up there? I'm about to drop down and come back. Hold on. While you're looking for that, let me drop down and come back. Give me 1 second, guys.
Is that going to close it out or something?
No, I think it might. I don't know. But just let me leave and come back and see if that fixes it. Because it sounds like a computer thing. Let me leave and come back. Hold on.
Hey, don't look at my doohickey. Looking at my doohickey. What's wrong with you?
All right. Is it still doing it? I don't know what to say. I don't know what it's doing.
I don't hear it, but I never heard it in the first place.
Well, someone in the audience doesn't hear it. I hear it. It's weird.
They might hear my air conditioner.
No, it's like an echo.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't hear that shit at all. All right, hold on, I had to grab me some coconut water.
Yeah, it's only me.
Gotcha. All right, so I'm gonna show y'all some shit about this thing, and then I'm gonna have to get out of here because I gotta go and work on this house some more tomorrow, and I'm trying to get it done before Monday. Building homes for homeless people. All right. Let's see if we can get in there. Okay. Yeah. Hey, there we go. All right, where my bogeys go? Sorry, I know I'm holding you up. Someone started. This stuff takes
hit the likes, guys. He is getting
Is there people in here?
I don't know. It's weird. But
I ain't worried about no likes. I don't do this shit for likes. I'll be all right. Or you might need them for your platform.
No, it's all good. I just want to make sure that people can hear me. But if they can't hear me, it's all good.
All right.
As long as they can hear you, that's presenting. So go ahead.
All right, let's see. Does this layer got stuff on it already? Yeah, it does. We got some math on here. Okay, good. We already got some math on here. So let's just go like that. Let me see if we're good to go. All right, we're good. Make this a little bit smaller. All right, so check this out. So on either side of this, there's 30 on either side, okay? Which is, 60 total. So that's minutes and seconds, okay? Now, on each one of these eyes, there's 9, okay? Now, down here, you've got what? You got the 4 times 3, which equals 12, right? Because you got the 1, 2, 3, and the 4, but you have the 1, 2, and the 3 serpents. So that's 12 right there, okay? So you've got 12 days, I mean, you got 12-hour shifts, 24-hour shifts, and then you've got 60 seconds, right? So you've got the formation of time itself, right? So this is a cycle that's taking place, right? Now, the cycle, where's that chart? All right, look, check this out, right? So this is the creation of the cells, right? But it's a lot more than that, okay? That's why there's 1, 2, 3 in between H, right? This is where your 3 times 12 came from. I mean, your 3 times 4, right? It's these ones in here, right? Now, there is 3 serpents, however, but that's something completely different, right? So your 12 is what? It's your cycles, right? That's your time frames, your months and things, okay? Because you're dealing with a birth chart, right? Now, what you have is 1 that's going into the eye. Why? Because your eye is the thing that receives energy, right? So there's an energy that's being exchanged. Now, we know that it's masculine because it's giving. Everything comes from the masculine, is received by the feminine. Notice how the member right here, you know what this member is. Don't make me fucking say it. Okay, as the male's fucking member right there that's coming through the serpent. Right? So it's receiving it and it's creating it. It's giving it to the female that's putting it into a cycle. This is a womb right here. Right? It's not what you think it is. Right? Well, I mean, it is. You know what it is right now because I just told you. But you know, originally looking at it, you would think, oh, it's just you listen to the fucking Mayans and shit. Oh, it's just the sun, and the sun's sitting on top of her because she carries the light. It's not. Shut the fuck up. These people be lying because they don't know. They just be making stuff up. Now look, right? Notice how you got 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? You got the 4. Right? This is square, so it's separate. This is the ends of it that's also separate. So there's 4 right here, right? Frontal, occipital, perennial, lombatic, right? It's the lobes of the brain. Why? Because the lobes of the brain are the thing that create the controls that actually create these things. What you're looking at here, if we follow these marks right here, I want to show you something, right? What you're actually looking at here is the formation of the muscles. And it's this right here, right? Because this is your stem cells. This is this thing up in here. All right, now, right? Because after the formation of the muscles, if you look down here, if you notice the little dots that are in each, because that's that energy or that seed that's being transferred. Okay, now this becomes a structure, right? Because I told you this is about building life. So that structure that you're looking at, right? If you notice, that's this right here. Okay. Now, this wheel right here with the cycle in it, right? Because if you notice, right, first it's going into the waters, and the waters have the holes in them, but this has the energy on it, right? These pop out and these go in, right? Because they're interlocking. Male and female go together. Right? The reason that it's always female carrying it is because females are the ones that transfer the energy. Okay, masculine gives it, female transforms it. Okay, that's why it's Isis, because Isis is on to Genesis, the gene of Isis. Okay, gene Essis. On to gene Essis, which is on to gene Isis, because that is the developmental growth. My bad, yo. It's kind of hard to write neat on this distance. Hold on. Now, just so that we're clear on this, so that you don't think I'm making this up, I want you to see this for a second. This is literally in your medical diagrams and medical books, okay? On to Genesis. The development of the individual organism and includes the sets of morphological, physiological, biochemical transformations from the moment of germination up to death, also known as what? What do you go through? Maturity. When you're maturing, when you're growing, everything that you grow through is known as ontogenesis. Okay, that's why you see Genesis with the male phallus, with the female womb, and she's carrying the brain stem, and she's carrying your temple, the temple and the brain stem. When the seed and the womb are together, she's carrying it to give to the womb because it's the growth that she's demonstrating. Right? It's not like 7 different gods and goddesses like they try to tell you about. It's all the same one. Now look, right? So let's see. Notice how these structures then become extremely structured here, right? Because it's showing you the creation of everything. That's why you have the 4 here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 once again, because it's still the mind that's putting everything together. Binding it all together. Now down here, this, like this, right? So you've got the 3, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? The 3 and the 7. Why is it the 3 and the 7? You have 7 that go up to the top, and then you have the 3 that are being combined, right? Why? Because 1 has to deal with the, what are they called? What are those 7 vertebrae? Hold on, let me think. I'm trying to remember what it's called. What are those 7 vertebrae? It's not thoracic. It's the shit. I can't remember what the 7 vertebrae are called.
Cervical.
Huh?
Cervical.
Yeah. Now, the reason why you have the 10 together is because even though it's representing the 3 that's going into it, you also have the 10 total because it's both sides of it, because it's the masculine, the feminine, and it's the 1, the 2, and the 3, right? Mother, father, spirit, or you have the frontal, occipital, peroneal, lombatic, cerebellum, the 5 different lobes that are coming together from both. Okay, so it's creating one form, right? Now these are your cells. It's the binding of the cells that are coming together in the womb that are being controlled by both sets that are coming together, right? Now, if you notice, this is in the waters, right? If you don't understand that in this is choppy like this on purpose, right? It's not by chance. If you notice, it replicates the same waters that you see up here with the same holes in it, right? It's still those same waters, and her hands on it. So the waters are the foundation of what is holding up the creation that's coming together. That's why she has her hand on here, and that goes up to the hand that is bridging the tail of the same serpent that you see that's being divided.
It's almost like she's coming up out of the water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the symbology.
If you didn't know, you would think it's coming up out of like a mermaid.
Yeah. Now you're starting to see where they're coming with these stories. Okay, so when you look at this, right, in the first part of the head, you have the sun and the serpents, right? That's this part up here. the sun with the serpents coming out of it. Two serpents, the masculine and the feminine, right? You have both of them right there. And then the serpent then becomes the thing that's carrying the phallus inside of the waters. This is all water right here. Okay, so they're showing you the seed that's being given, right? That carries both the masculine and the feminine. That's on a schedule, right? Because women don't ovulate all the time. Okay, they don't ovulate every day. Notice how one of these is cut. Right? Because you got what? 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks in a month, right? All right, think about that for a minute, right?
Wow,
There's
what about the lunar cycle?
It is the lunar cycle.
Okay, so okay, because why is that circle? The moon? Is that the moon in the middle? That circle that's in between each thing, is that the lunar cycle?
No, that's not the moon in the middle. That's the egg.
Oh,
this is the egg.
Wow.
All right, but you don't ovulate but once out of the 4 weeks. All right, notice how it cuts directly into the egg. Why would it cut into the egg? Because that's when the egg is able to be split. When you're ovulating, you're able to receive. That means that the egg has to be open. That means that part of it isn't going to be closed off. During the other weeks of the month, it's closed. So only through a portion of it are you able to actually have something change or alter it. So during that time is when you can receive that serpent, that membrane, that member.
So technically, people didn't even have sex, probably.
Oh no, they were very. Look, this is a very sacred thing, okay? Because now you're going to get into. All right, here I'm going to give you one last thing before I run. Hold on, where's it at? Where's my calendar?
And then I want to, when you come back, I want to get into the moon and how the moon affects those same cycles, because everything you've been talking about is not based on sun cycle. The 12
No, lunar cycles.
Huh?
All of it's lunar.
Oh, it's all lunar.
None of this is based off the sun. You have the 28 days. All right, that's what the 28 moons are here for. Because it's a 28-day cycle, right? And that's based off of your astrology, right? I want you to think about something, right? Now, this is Ophiuchus in the center, okay? That's the 13th sign, okay? Now, outside of that, I want you to think about this, right? They used to have a ritual where they would sleep, everybody would get together on what you call Easter, right? Now they tell you this is a pagan thing, right? Just because they're full of shit. This is the thing, right? I want you to think about it like this. When you're born, right? You're in that womb for the 9 months. As a matter of fact, let me give this a different color so that you can really visualize this. Let me make this a little bit larger. All right. Think about it like this, right? You're in the moon for these 9 months. Is it gonna fucking whatever? It's gonna be a little crooked. All right. So you got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 months that you're in the womb. Now, if you notice, each one of these months has specific attributes to it, right? This is why the stars are there for your signs. Okay. Now, each month has an element. It has a stone. It has a nature, right? Water, air, earth, fire, right? The 4 different natures, right? And it has a color, right? Now, if each one of these has one, right? and you're in the womb for 9 months, and everybody that's in your village stops procreating for the 3 months before you get to Easter, what have you just done? You've just made sure that you've included the entire cycle inside of your child, making a perfect being. Nowadays, motherfuckers, even though it takes 64 days for sperm to fully mature, which is what? 20, 40, 60? About a 3-month time period, right? So if you waited 64 days, you would be including at least a minimum of about 3 months of elements in your reproduction practices, right? And then from that, when she got pregnant, you would actually be creating an ultimate child that would be fully packed with every single fucking element from every single month inside of it. But people don't do that these days. Instead, they got people bumping uglies just randomly all throughout the year. And people getting born with shorter lifespans, people getting born with deficiencies, people getting born with all kinds of fucked up things happening to them because they're not practicing like they used to. See, this used to be a very, very sacred thing where, you know, once a year, see, nobody was bumping uglies throughout the rest of the year. It wasn't like this big orgy smash fest like they want you to believe. People were very meticulous and calculated.
Mating cycle, just like any animal has.
Mm-hmm, exactly. And because of that, men were smarter because men releasing their seed costs them energy every single time. It shortens their life. That's what men don't understand, is that every time that we create new seeds, it's literally taking from our energy and pouring that into the seed. So each time you expel that, you lose your mind. You ever notice when your dude finishes, he's kind of stupid for a couple minutes? Like, be for real. Like, you know what I'm talking about. The other thing is, as women, when like, this is the thing, right? Even if he's not able to make you actually like finish yourself, right? Don't you still crave him finishing for some weird reason?
Yep.
That's because it's not you getting off that your body's after. It's the energy that he gives you. Because you get that jolt of energy that comes from him when he finishes. This is why they say women steal men's energy. They're vampires and shit. It's literally true. It's really true. You steal our life force. Like, literally steal our life force every time that you get a man to finish. But the problem with that is that life force also comes with his mind attached to it and his DNA attached to it, which means that every time that he finishes, he's now changing the genetic structuring of your body, which is why couples that stay together for a very long time start to look like their brother and sister. Because every time you take his energy, it starts to affect yours permanently. And the more that happens, the more you start to change. You'll start to use more of his language. You'll start to crave the foods that he eats. You start to crave the smell that he has. You start to, like, all these things are because you're craving more of that energy that he gives you.
So it manipulates your own DNA.
Absolutely. Well, if you take DNA from somebody else, what's going to happen? Your body's going to take it and absorb it.
So here's a question. What about when you are orally ingesting it? So is it also closer to the mind and even closer to your brain and closer
100%.
to your... So guys got to be careful about who you let ingest your sperm, because they are taking your life force and then they are taking a part of you into their self and becoming more of you.
Well, it's not so dangerous for us. we just lose life. That's what we lose, is life when that happens. But y'all are the ones that start changing and shit. So it's more of a thing for women to be careful about, is because, you know, this changes your mentality, literally. Why do you think that women become bipolar that have a whole lot of partners? They tell you that men and women are polar opposites. That's energy, the poles. So that's why most women are
Body count
pretty
is
crazy. A high body count is fucking dangerous. They go crazy. They don't know how to act because they got all this different DNA inside of them that's been altering them this whole entire time. They can never get back to being who they were, ever. There's nothing you can do to change that except for not have sex for years, like years and years. It takes years for that shit to fade away. But you're never going to return back to your original self, ever. It's a very scary thing, the things that they've done to the general knowledge of how the body works and what they've actually done to people with using that against everybody. It's very dangerous what they've done. Because it's out here fucking people up. So men are dying faster because they gave us porn. Men are dying and nobody realizes what they're doing every time they go shoot in that fucking trash can. Right? They don't know that they're shortening their life every time. Nobody has this. No, the general public doesn't have this knowledge. They think that they're just fucking, you know, they're just getting rid of an urge. And women that are being promiscuous don't realize that they're permanently damaging their psyche. This is why virginity was something kept until marriage back in the day, because they knew better. If you know better, you do better. Because all of these things were common knowledge back then. So they really did a number on society. Like a serious one.
Wow.
Hey.
I'm blown away by this information, guys. This is a great build. Listen, I want to get some final words from you. We're gonna bring you back because I mean, we've only just hit the tip of the iceberg on the information that you have. Because I just already know. There's so much more that I've seen on his channel, on his IG. Before I leave, I want to promote some of the things that you have out here.
Nice.
You know, you actually sell items to, like, you know, to better yourself, you know, as far as getting rid of toxins and parasites and things like this. We talked a lot about parasites, okay? So in this one is called Jab Freedom, colloidal silver, Celtic sea salt, black seed oil, and there's like 8 different products you can get.
Now with the water things, you have one that's a zero filter. That's the one on the right side is the zero filter. The one that's in the middle is an alkalizer. And the one that's on the left, that's a juicer, of course. But you know, a lot of people don't. You don't really need to do the juicing. It kind of takes some things out of it that you want to have in it. So you know, I'm up and down on the juicer. It's nice for when people want to go on like juice cleanses and shit like that. But you know, outside of that, you really should eat the fruit. Are you still there? Because I can't hear you. I thought you were talking.
All right, I was on mute. I was talking. Okay. He also has the Book of Johnson, that is his book, and frankincense and myrrh. So what's the main thing about the aroma aspect of things?
It's a calming thing. That's all it's about. It's something that'll calm you down. It'll just make it so that you're a little bit at peace. It's not like an air cleanser and all that kind of extra shit. It's just something that calms your nervous system.
What do you think about like substances like weed and stuff like that? Do you think that that's a good thing to continue to do, or do you think that it's
well, this is the thing. If you're gonna use weed, you need to know how to use weed. Like, all right. So when I was smoking and shit like that, like I was taking Shilla G and sea salt and things like that. So because when you smoke weed, what you're doing is you're activating your brain in a way that is not normally running. Like your brain becomes hyperactive, which makes you think that you're like moving slower and doing everything slower and shit like that. But really it's because your brain's function has been increased, because THC is something that your body naturally produces. So when you're taking an additive like that, like you need to do things like add in minerals and things into your regimen so that you're not going back and then eating after that and crashing out. Because if you eat after it, you're basically, you've drained your body mentally and then you've drained your body physically as well. Because once again, when you're hungry, it's not because you're craving food, it's because you're craving minerals to create new energy, or you can get energy itself. So if you're gonna smoke, like smoke and go do it grounded while you're sun gazing, and you'll have a result that you never fucking expected. But if you do this right and you don't fuel yourself with the proper minerals to make up for all the extra activity that your brain's going to go through, what you're going to do is short yourself. You short out. That's why you end up passing out after you smoke and eat. It's because you're basically on the verge of death. like realize that you go to sleep when your body runs out of energy. Right? So give it the things that are needed to create energy. If you're going to smoke, you have to take, like, okay, right, when I was taking Shilla G and my Celtic salts and fucking water fasting and shit like that, like I was also smoking weed some of the time. So when I would smoke, I would double up on the Shilla G. Like I'll take it right before I smoke. That way, when I smoke, I don't get hungry afterwards, because my body's been given the things that are necessary to create the extra energy for the brain work that's going to happen. Otherwise, you're not going to have no dreams when you sleep, because your body's going to be so shorted out that your brain's not functioning when your body's resting.
I heard a lot of people that smoke a lot of weed don't have dreams.
No, they don't, because they're smoking a lot of weed and then they're eating food afterwards. So they're overdriving their system, because your brain reacts to the THC in a way that produces more direct thoughts. It's more of a controlled thought thing. And so what ends up happening is now your brain is operating in hyperdrive, which makes you feel like you're going slower, right? You might physically move a little slower. You might not even move at all, but your brain will be having all these thoughts.
Oh my God, that's the part of weed I cannot do. I can't smoke weed because I already think like at like a very fast pace anyway, and then to slow that down is too many. It's too much to handle. So I cannot.
Well, it's really not that it's slowing it down. It's not really slowing it down. It's making you hyper process it. So it seems like it's slowing it down, but really you're having even more thoughts during the time that you're smoking, because that's what the THC does. So if you
my near-death experience when I you know how if you have a near-death, if you've ever had a near-death experience, everything slows.
Oh yeah, down. I almost got bled out when I was giving fucking plasma. Last time I ever did that shit. These motherfuckers almost killed me.
I had a whole show about that, about how much blood. Well, I was on another show and I was talking about the fact that they try to take our blood. I don't know what.
I gave some blood plasma once, and the people didn't put the needle in my arm correctly. And when it started fucking bleeding out and shit, they just kind of stood there watching it, waiting for somebody else to come and fix it. So I literally just sat there in the chair bleeding out while they were watching me. And I literally started fading to black. Like I was literally fading away. And then they tried to fucking blame it on me. Like, bitch, I was fucking strapped. I was sitting there fucking perfectly still, and your stupid fucking text came in here and didn't give me the fucking shit properly, and I almost died in the fucking chair. And y'all gonna blame it on me, saying that I must have been deficient on something? No, bitch, my blood's all over the fucking floor. What are you talking about?
Right, that's crazy. Right, wow.
Like, how you gonna try to convince me that there was something wrong with me because y'all didn't do your job correctly?
Anyway, so we're gonna have to talk about that the next time. Cacao syrup, 24 karat gold reishi. What are the benefits of these products?
Okay, right. So Orem is gold, right? Let me explain this, right? That's gold on a microscopic level. Now, gold is found in your brain naturally, right? These are things that they don't tell people about. Okay, gold is found in your brain naturally. So gold is a conductive additive that you can take that will actually increase the brain function that you have. Now, there's several different forms that you can take it in. There's monatomic gold, and then there's that gold water, right? One is specifically designed to be absorbed by the brain. The other one is designed to be absorbed by your water system, which also affects the brain as well, but it also makes it so that your water in your system becomes more conductive as well. So basically, by taking gold, you're increasing the conductivity of your entire system.
Cacao, what does the cacao do?
Oh, cacao, that is that will increase the productivity of your melatonin. That's the, I don't want to say it's a decalcifier necessarily, but it will increase the activity of your pineal gland. It's like fuel for it.
And then you have like the black seed oil, you have like the turkey tail.
Oh, yeah, you gotta have the black seed oil. That's a cleanser. That's what cleanses your blood. Then you got the burdock root, which adds in that gives you the proper amount of iron that you need. Like that gives you extra iron for your system. And iron is something that pretty much everybody's deficient in.
Why do you think that is? Why are we deficient in iron?
Because your body doesn't produce it without enough energy. And everybody's low on energy.
You think these phones are doing it?
Nah, they just scrambled the fuck out of your shit.
So listen,
turkey tail mushrooms, that's another fucking thing. Any mushrooms are good for you. The best one to get is lion's mane mushroom, but turkey tail is really good for I think it's growing brain stems. So basically all those things are basically things that will cleanse you and increase brain function.
So listen, guys, I want you guys to get his book on. It's on Amazon. It's called The Book of Johnson. You can also get it on his link tree, which let me just go ahead and post that into the chat. If you guys get a chance, please go check his book out. People that are watching the replay, because everybody comes and watches the replay. So even though there's nobody here right now, or like a few people here right now that's been watching, they come. Please look into the chat and get the link tree for here is his Book of Johnson. If you get a chance, just type that in and go ahead and check the link tree, the Book of Johnson.
Yeah, that book will
that'll have all his herbs on there, all the things he's selling. Also, also his links to all the Lawful Freedom Library, Welcome to One Nation, just a lot of different things. Sacred Tea, Shilajit, free energy devices.
Those are Mama T's. That's Mama T's teas. You know who Mama T is?
No.
Really? Oh, you would like Mama T. She's really good with astrology and natal charts and breaking down like where the stars are and stuff like that. She's a very spiritual person. I'd be surprised that you didn't know who Mama T
Oh,
was.
you know what? I do know who she is. I've been trying to do an interview. I've been trying to talk to her for the longest. Yeah, shouts out to Mama T.
Oh, I can. Well, I don't know. She's been kind of busy lately. She's got a lot of stuff going on, but I could shoot her a text.
Yeah, let her know. I've been wanting to get her on here. I want to talk to her because she's been doing really good stuff with the AI. And that's probably something that we're going to be talking about next time that you come up on here, because this is not going to be the. If you so would oblige me, I really definitely want you to come back, because this is an amazing build. You broke down so many things in one sitting, and I know there's so much more. I just know it because I've already been on your page, right? So you only, if this is only the tip of the iceberg, guys, please check him out on Instagram. He is known as the King. Wait, hold on. His name. Sorry, I'm about to say King Solomon. He's known as the Book of Johnson on Instagram. Let me show that page real quick.
Yeah. And then if they're not on Instagram, you can find my channel. It's my old dog breeding kennel. It's called Taboo Kennels on Facebook. And I also got the Book of Johnson on TikTok too.
Yes, please check him out. He's out here doing the work, guys. And I hope that you guys enjoyed this live. We've been here for 4 hours and 12 minutes. He really gave us a great build. This has been awesome. Shouts out. Any last words you want to say before we close out? Can you show us your beautiful face?
Let me think. Press this button.
You're gonna switch it back to you.
I got you. This. All right. Find a way to forgive. And the reason I say this is because the things that you think that you're not forgiving of somebody else are really the things that you can't get past in yourself. A lot of times people walk around holding a grudge towards somebody, but the reality of that grudge is that you feel like you failed them or yourself in some way by allowing the thing to take place, right? And so, we try to convince ourselves that the reason that we can't forgive somebody for something is because it's something that they did. But really, what you're actually missing in that is that the reason that you can't forgive them is because you feel like there was something different that you could have done, or that you could have done for them to help them not be the way that they were. And you need to remember that the things that you have in your mind are always going to be the greater than the things that you're going to be able to experience in the physical. And so holding a grudge against somebody is really just beating up on yourself for something that you feel that you could have did differently. And if you can learn to forgive for people for the things that you feel like were their mistakes, you'll find that you yourself will start to feel better. Because when you sit there harping on these things, what you're actually doing is harming yourself in the process. Don't worry about carrying around false teachings like karma, because the only person that's being affected by these ideas of karma is you yourself, as I've shown you earlier in the video. When it comes to dealing with the waters in your body, they're affected by your thoughts, not somebody else's actions or lack of. So when you're holding a grudge against somebody or wishing karma on somebody, what you're actually having is a trick that was given to you to make you think of nasty things happening to somebody, but the only person that ever suffers from that is you. So try to remember that there were times when you yourself weren't able to move past certain things, and that you wished that the person that you used to be could have did things differently. And know that even though it might seem like somebody's not affected by the things that they did to you, that internally they'd never forget. It's not something that just washes away. The same way that it's eating up your soul, that you've made mistakes, they eat that the same way. It's just people display it in different ways. So instead of hoping that something bad happens to somebody while you're sitting there destroying yourself internally and making it so that your life becomes more difficult, find whatever you need to find in them to forgive them for that thing, and you'll start to feel better about it yourself. That's what I'm going to leave with.
Well, that was absolutely
very important.
That was beautiful, and I really encourage people to get that book. Is that diagram about love in your book as well?
Yeah, that was one. That's the first chapter, because that's the first thing that people need to actually learn about.
Right. So yes, I'm going to be buying the book. I hope that you guys buy the book. Please support this young brother with his information. He is out here really doing the work. Shouts out to the Book of Johnson, aka King Solomon. Thank you for being on Alchemizing Energy, and much love. Peace.
Trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Making a transition. I'm on a mission, on a mission.